Chapter on Awakening of Self-Discipline System. 200 Jim, Omi, if don't we tag in. Looking at the number displayed on the electronic scale beneath his feet, Zhang Zai felt a little annoyed. At in 78 meters tall and by gaining weight, he was basically a square. He was a bit fat, but was living a comfortable life. Looking at his fat body, Zhang Zai couldn't help but reminisce. It had been 9 years since came to his world. In his previous life, he was still a university student. After staying up for 3 days to play games in an internet cafe, he closed his eyes and woke up in this world. Moreover, he was in the body of a 5-year-old child at that time. This was a world really similar to Earth, known as Blue Star. The biggest difference was that in this world, there were relatively ordinary Pluto cultivators who could transcend human limits, known as martial artists. Powerful martial artists could split mountains, create rivers, fly through the air, and burrow through earth. One person could rival an entire country. They had absolute authority in this world. Besides martial artists, in the uninhabited areas of Blue Star, there were countless powerful beasts. These sea beasts were naturally hostile to humans and would occasionally attack human cities. Many beasts were incredibly strong, and even human high-tech thermal weapons could hardly deal with them. Only martial artists of his level could match them. To become a martial artist, one must first awaken their martial spirit. Martial spirits were the most special gift this world bestowed upon humans. Only after awakening their martial spirit could they absorb the key of heaven and earth to cultivate and earn various powerful techniques and ability. Of course, the probability of awakening a martial spirit was extremely low. According to incomplete official statistics, only 1 out of every 5 Ling ordinarily would become a lucky one who awakened martial spirit. Every ordinary person had the hope of awakening their martial spirit and becoming a powerful martial artist at the age of 4. When Zhang Zai first learned about this information, he was overjoyed. In his previous life, he was an orphan or a kid that nothing only managed to attend university with the help of social welfare. Since had no attachments, Zhang Zai had always been content with living a laid-back life, quietly spending his days as a slacker for the rest of his life. But coming to such an interesting world immediately ignited Zhang Zai's fighting spirit. He had read many novels in his previous life. Whoever crossed over would definitely have a protagonist template. All guaranteed dragon conquering hero, who would develop the keychats, with beauties, power, and everything else coming to him, reaching the peak of his life in a time. Moreover, the 5-year-old Zhang Zai who crossed over had no memories of his parents and was adopted by the Dynasty Qinglong Martial Arts Academy in Secondhood. A classic or fan protagonist tube, with the Dynasty Qinglong Martial Arts Academy as his backer. Even Zhang Zai himself didn't believe he was the protagonist. With such expectations, Zhang Zai waited until the day had turned, for to awaken his martial spirit. With me talent, casually awakening the martial spirit should be not to shake the bike shots from all directions and make them commit or corrupt missed here disciple. With strong confidence, Zhang Zai underwent the martial spirit awakening ceremony. Many people were paying attention to Zhang Zai that day because had been adopted by the in Secondhood. He must have something special, and this awakened martial spirit proved the bad. But of her past, and there was no movement from the martial spirit detection stone in front of Zhang Zai. The final result was that Zhang Zai did the martial spirit, not even till so long. In other words, Zhang Zai could never become a martial artist in his life. That day, Zhang Zai became a laughingstock. And from that day on, Zhang Zai gave up on himself and prepared to live a lazy and careless life. So, Zhang Zai joined the kitchen staff of the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. Since his life had already determined dramatic, he might as well drink well and live as an ordinary person. Just like that, in just 2 years, Zhang Zai became the fattest person in the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. Slap! A crisp sound brought Zhang Zai's heart back from his reminiscence. Hold the rest to hit your UGE, don't you want to live anymore? Zhang Zai covered the back of his shade and impatiently turned around. Slap! Before Zhang Zai could see clearly, another slap overran him on his big head. Old man, were you here? Seeing fast-spirited old man wearing sunglasses, Zhang Zai immediately lost his temper. That person who came was the Dynasty Qinglong Martial Arts Academy who had raised Zhang Zai. A little every day is it. You're going to just so fit that you oldie. If you don't start exercising properly, you'll send out to work in an electronic factory. Thaddeus looked at Zhang Zai, how was specific, and kicked him twice. Work in an electronic factory, there is no way in doing that in his life, Zhang Zai quickly shukished. Knowing the Dean's personality, he could really send him to the factory. Although there were many martial artists in this world, ordinarily were still the majority. Industrious like electronic factories were not different from those in his previous life. Why exercise? I don't favor martial spirit. Will exercising make me peer? Zhang Ziao sighed frankly. You little brat, just because you don't favor martial spirit, is that mean you don't want to marry a wife? With your fetus, which girl would want to marry you? Moreover, it hurt that fat people aren't good in bed, he. Fadian suddenly scanned Zhang Zio's body from top to bottom and showed a cruel smile. You wicked old man, are you cursing? I'm very capable. Zhang Zio quickly, 反驳 add, but it was obvious from his words the fullest very confident. Being fat did affect that aspect somewhat. Alright, little brat, lose some weight now, or you'll really force the auto. After speaking, Fadian little decided to assuredly notice and then turned at Tolif. After Fadian left, Zhang Zio was so felt melancholy. Fadian had adopted him for so many years and never acted superior. Besides, Fadian was also playful old man, so they had always been like teacher and friend. But because hadn't awakened his martial spirit 2 years ago, although it didn't seem it, Zhang Zio always felt like had let down Fadian's years of cultivation. But what could he do without martial spirit? Moreover, being gaslit here was really enjoyable. However, what the Dean just said made a lot of sense. Having lived 2 lives, he had never even held a Jiu Shand, let alone marry a wife. Having lived 2 lives without even experiencing love, was that like Yihan, small opening the door for Yihan, making it super Yihan regretful. But with his girl and 2 by gym body, probably no girl would like him. Should lose weight, but losing weight was tiring. While Zhang Zio was contemplating, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Dean, the system detects that the host is too lazy. The self-discipline system is activated. The system will issue a self-discipline tasks to cultivate the host into disciplined and motivate the young person. The host will receive rewards from the system for completing tasks. The first self-discipline task will be soon. Please be prepared. Chapter R. No one can match me. Hearing the mechanical and cold voice, Zhang Zio was stunned. Who's talking? Zhang Zio couldn't help but look around, and she started to ask her. As a person who had crossed over, Zhang Zio had definitely heard of system in his previous life. Moreover, when he first came into his world, he was full of expectations for systems. In his understanding, systems should be standard accessory for every person who crosses over. Built after so many years, he was the lossless person who couldn't even awaken the martial spirit. He had less to in systems. Just when Zhang Zio was puzzled, thought cold voice sounded again. Host Zhang Zio. Age 16. Cultivation none. Martial skills none. Assessment completest. Oh me, it's really a system. This time, Zhang Zio heard the voice clearly, and the data system just report had turned into a panel that appeared in his mind. Ah heavens, a hearth, after so many years, you finally appeared. Zhang Zio couldn't help but cheer in excitement, and this fatal soul trembled uncontrollably. Count me in, system dad, giving 100,000 years of cultivation power.
After a substantial half-hour of rest, Zhang Xiaoyu finally regained his composure. Just as he was about to commence preparing a meal, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the cooking brigade, to which Zhang Xiaoyu belonged, was not far from the martial arts arena of the Qinglong Martial Institute. Although he typically preferred to be idle, he had a penchant for excitement. By the time Zhang Xiaoyu arrived at the arena, it was already thronged with spectators, all students of a similar age to his own. The distinction lay in the fact that these students had all awakened their martial spirits and commenced their training as martial artists. At the center of the arena stood a platform, approximately 100 square meters in size. On this stage, 2 young boys were engaged in a sparring match. However, it was evident that one of them was being thoroughly outmatched and was on the brink of defeat. "Hey, brother Fish, you've arrived," many greeted Zhang Xiaoyu as he passed through the crowd. He was quite the celebrity at the institute, and it was rare to find someone who did not recognize him. Nonetheless, most of those who called out to him did so due to his connection with the director. Otherwise, these awakened youths would hardly acknowledge an ordinary individual, let alone greet him with such enthusiasm. Many students at the Martial Institute secretly mocked Zhang Xiaoyu, branding him as a good-for-nothing who merely ate and waited for death, often likening him to a pig in his corpulence. Of course, Zhang Xiaoyu was well aware of this, yet he remained unfazed, content as long as he led a comfortable life. "What is happening here?" Zhang Xiaoyu casually pulled aside a passerby to inquire, sensing that a mere sparring session could not account for such a commotion. Moreover, the youths appeared to be brimming with indignation. Before anyone could respond, a piercing derisive laugh rang out from the platform. Is this really the caliber of students at Qinglong Martial Institute? Not a single capable fighter among them. Chapter 3. Reluctant Zhang Xiaoyu on the arena. One of the young fighters was left battered and bruised, slumped on the ground, his face a mask of shame and indignation. Soon, someone rushed up to assist him down. "You couldn't even last 2 rounds against me, you are nothing but a waste. I see your Qinglong Martial Academy is truly devoid of talent," sneered the victorious youth, exuding an air of arrogance. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu learned from the bystanders the context of the unfolding drama. It turned out that this conceited brat was from the Quanglong Martial Academy, a rival institution of the Qinglong Academy, which had a long-standing history of rivalry, both overt and covert. This visit by the Quanglong students was undoubtedly a calculated provocation. "I, Wang Ba, am merely a mid-level disciple of the Quanglong Academy, yet here in your Qinglong Academy, I find not a single person who can match my prowess." "Your standards are laughable," Wang Ba declared, his haughty demeanor unabashedly on display. "How dare you, Wang Ba, taking advantage of the absence of our strongest students to come here and stir trouble? Just wait until Senior Li Chang returns, then we shall see how you continue to boast," shouted a student from below. Under normal circumstances, Wang Ba would never have dared to act so brazenly, for even a struggling Qinglong Academy had its elite disciples. At the mention of Li Chang, Wang Ba barely concealed a tremor, for Li Chang was recognized as the strongest student of the Qinglong Academy and a renowned genius in Jiang City. Wang Ba knew he could never hope to be a match for him. However, he quickly regained his composure. This time, Wang Ba had seized the opportunity presented by the absence of Li Chang and his peers to flaunt his superiority in the Qinglong Academy. "Is it true that apart from Li Chang, there is no one else to step forward? I, Wang Ba, am just an ordinary disciple of the Quanglong Academy. What, afraid to engage me in single combat?" he jeered, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembled students. The students of the Qinglong Academy seethed with indignation but dared not speak out. Though Wang Ba was arrogant, his strength was undeniable. He had already reached the 7th level of the martial disciple realm. The initial phase of a warrior's training is the martial disciple stage, a necessary process through which every martial artist becomes acquainted with the energy of the world, divided into 9 levels. Attaining this stage is a significant step beyond the limits of ordinary mortals, granting them powers beyond imagination. After reaching the 6th level, one can further cultivate martial skills, greatly enhancing their abilities. At the 7th level, Wang Ba was already considered a top talent in the relatively small Jiang city. Witnessing Wang Ba's audacity, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. He despised pretentiousness, yet, he was merely an ordinary person now. From the conversations of nearby students, Jiang Xiaoyu learned that all Qinglong Academy disciples above the 7th level had been taken out for training. No wonder this brat was so cocky, he had chosen the perfect moment. "What's the matter? 3 minutes have passed, and still, no one dares to step up. Are all your Qinglong Academy disciples nothing but cowards?" Wang Ba taunted, his laughter echoing through the now silent training ground, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Wang Ba, I challenge you." Suddenly, a furious youth leaped onto the stage. "Senior Wu Gang, you are merely at the 6th level, how can you possibly contend with Wang Ba?" others exclaimed. "Am I to remain silent? Even if I lose, I will at least take a piece of him with me." Wu Gang declared defiantly. The disparity in power between each level of martial cultivation is immense. Unless one is an extraordinary talent, it is virtually impossible to fight beyond one's level. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire Wu Gang for his courage to confront the inevitable defeat. Wang Ba observed with a bemused smile, beckoning Wu Gang forward. Wu Gang charged at him without hesitation, but as expected, he was defeated and thrown off the stage within a minute. "Senior Wu Gang," cried the gathered students, rushing to his side, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Wang Ba, wishing they could tear him apart. "What's this? Unable to win in a duel, you wish to resort to mob tactics? Come at me, I welcome it." Wang Ba taunted, his demeanor infuriating those present. Yet, the students of the Qinglong Academy knew that they could not afford to engage in a brawl. They could not afford to lose face. "You bunch of useless fools, if no one dares to step up within 3 minutes, then you are tacitly admitting that you are cowards." Wang Ba laughed boisterously. But not a single student dared to respond. Lacking the strength to confront him, they would only humiliate themselves. "And Ran, do you truly wish to step onto the stage? You have only just broken through to the 7th level. Your foundation is still unstable. What if you ruin it by facing Wang Ba?" 2 young women whispered anxiously in the crowd. "I may be the only one at the 7th level here. If I do not act, our Qinglong Academy will lose all face." The girl named Ran's expression was a mix of apprehension and determination. As a disciple of the Qinglong Academy, she could not show weakness at such a critical moment. "And Ran, please reconsider. Enough. I know what I am doing." And Ran took a deep breath and prepared to ascend the stage. However, just as she took her first steps, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. "Jiang Xiaoyu? What is he doing up there? Has he eaten too much and lost his mind? Jiang Xiaoyu, come down, that's south no place for you. Voices of concern filled the arena. Jiang Xiaoyu, get down, I do not fight ordinary people. Wang Ba recognized Jiang Xiaoyu, a notable figure in Jiang City. Had it not been for his exceptional relationship with the head of the Qinglong Academy, Wang Ba would have kicked him off the stage long ago, yet, Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation. Moments before, he had merely been enjoying the spectacle when suddenly, that cursed system had issued a task with location restrictions. The task was to perform 5 sit-ups on the arena. In such a situation, who would dare step onto the stage? Jiang Xiaoyu was resolute in his refusal to comply. However, the system forcibly executed the command, and he was dragged to the center of the arena by an unseen force. It was utterly absurd. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Jiang Xiaoyu began performing sit-ups right there on the stage. What on earth is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Is he really doing sit-ups? Get down! Many students panicked, fearing he would embarrass the academy. Wang Ba, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's bizarre antics, felt a surge of anger mixed with confusion. What does he think this is, a circus? Does he take me, Wang Ba, for a fool? Unfortunately, Wang Ba dared not lay a hand on him. The entire Jiang City knew that although Jiang Xiaoyu had failed to awaken his martial spirit, he was still regarded as the beloved son of the Qinglong Academy's head. He had only come to the arena today to showcase his prowess, and as long as the sparring between students did not go too far, the higher-ups generally turned a blind eye. But should he harm Jiang Xiaoyu, it would be tantamount to offending the head of the Qinglong Academy. Even if Wang Ba had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Thus, he could only suppress his rage and watch Jiang Xiaoyu's ridiculous performance. I see now, Jiang Xiaoyu is here to restore our Qinglong Academy's honor. He must know that Wang Ba would not dare to touch him, which is why he is humiliating Wang Ba, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Chapter 4 Issuing a challenge. Jiang Xiaoyu was left utterly speechless. One must admit, the imagination of youth is truly boundless. Moreover, the conjecture of that student unexpectedly garnered the approval of many. Ah, brother Yu is impressive, he dares to flaunt his skills without a martial soul. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Indeed, although brother Yu typically leads a life of idleness, it was astonishing to see him step forward at this critical moment to uphold the dignity of the martial academy. Having connections is truly powerful, a mere mortal challenging a formidable opponent. Regardless, in this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was my idol. The crowd began to cheer, chanting Jiang Xiaoyu's name. To outsiders, he appeared to be performing sit-ups, a blatant mockery directed at Wang Ba. However, Jiang Xiaoyu bore an unspoken burden. Failure to perform would result in punishment from the system, leaving him no choice but to muster his courage and proceed. He was not merely putting on an act. Wang Ba, meanwhile, was seething with rage, his teeth clenched in barely contained fury. Yet, he dared not lay a hand on Jiang Xiaoyu. He didn't even have the audacity to utter a curse, instead mentally cursing Jiang Xiaoyu's entire ancestry. Damned connections, unable to strike or insult. It was truly infuriating. Anren, astonished that the reputation of our Qinglong Martial Academy could be salvaged by an ordinary individual without an awakened martial soul, found the situation quite peculiar. Anren merely acknowledged with a soft hum. Glancing at Jiang Xiaoyu again, alas, all she could see was the quivering of excess flesh. She recognized Jiang Xiaoyu, a pitiful soul living off scraps without an awakened martial soul. However, she had not anticipated his audacity to leap onto the stage at such a pivotal moment, adeptly applying pressure on Wang Ba with his identity. If only Jiang Xiaoyu could awaken his martial soul, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Anren mused to herself, casting a pitying glance at him. On stage, Jiang Xiaoyu managed to perform push-ups for a staggering 10 minutes. This was the result of his utmost effort. All he wished for now was to escape this mortifying situation. Trembling, he finally stood up, his drenched forehead appearing somewhat comical. Yet, not a single person in the audience laughed. They all cheered for him. Jiang Xiaoyu, my idol, Wang Ba can't even defeat an ordinary person, yet he still boasts? Our brother Yu stands here, would he dare to touch a single hair on him? Ha! Wang Ba is terrified of an ordinary person. Initially intending to slip away, Jiang Xiaoyu straightened his back upon hearing these words. Despite his habitual idleness, who doesn't enjoy a few kind words? Prior to awakening his martial soul, he was often met with praise. Now, that familiar feeling returned, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but shake his head, but alas, all that did was cause the flesh on his face to jiggle. Jiang Xiaoyu, relying on connections to show off, what skill is that? Can you even play this game? Wang Ba could no longer contain himself, glaring at Jiang Xiaoyu with fiery eyes. After waiting so long for an opportunity to stir up trouble at Qinglong Martial Academy, it was utterly infuriating to have his plans disrupted by a hefty individual. Who wouldn't he be angry? What is wrong with you? I merely came up to exercise. Is it forbidden for me, Jiang Xiaoyu, to move freely on the territory of Qinglong Martial Academy? Although Jiang Xiaoyu possessed no cultivation, he was a master of banter, fully aware that Wang Ba would not dare to lay a finger on him. Moreover, the situation was tense. Retreating now would be a significant loss of face. It was better to indulge in some verbal sparring. Jiang Xiaoyu, if it weren't for your connections, would you even be able to stand here and speak? Wang Ba seethed with rage, unconvinced. Come and hit me. Go ahead. Jiang Xiaoyu wore a cheeky grin, much to Wang Ba's irritation. Just then, the noisy training ground fell abruptly silent. An elderly man wearing sunglasses appeared without a sound at the center of the arena. Old man, hello, Dean. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the students greeted him with respect. Old man, what brings you here? Jiang Xiaoyu wondered, thinking the old man was interrupting his moment of bravado. Great Dean of Qinglong, Wang Ba was drenched in cold sweat upon recognizing the man. The students below looked on with anticipation, believing the dean had come to reprimand Wang Ba. Wang Ba, is it? The sudden address from the dean sent a shiver down Wang Ba's spine. Dean, I didn't bully Jiang Xiaoyu. I didn't even utter a curse. Wang Ba, fearing the dean had come to support Jiang Xiaoyu, quickly shook his head in denial. Don't be nervous. I merely came to discuss a matter. Jiang Xiaoyu is no longer under my jurisdiction. As long as he isn't crippled, feel free to teach him a lesson as you wish. With that, the dean turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, revealing a sly smile before vanishing. At the dean's words, the entire arena fell silent. Damn it, old man, you're setting me up. Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly flustered. He knew the dean was mischievous, but he hadn't anticipated such a level of trickery. After a moment of shock, Wang Ba regained his composure. He had long harbored resentment towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Although he did not understand why the dean had said such a thing, a respected figure like him could not possibly speak lightly in front of so many students. Wang Ba clenched his fists, preparing to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a proper lesson. As long as he didn't cripple him, he could unleash his fury freely. He regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with derision, akin to viewing a jester, and slowly advanced. The students below dared not speak. Since the dean had said so, they felt they could not intervene. Only a girl named Anren looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with concern. After hesitating for a few seconds, Anren gritted her teeth and prepared to rush onto the stage to save Jiang Xiaoyu. Wait, Jiang Xiaoyu called out at that moment. What's the matter, Jiang Xiaoyu? I'm curious to see what tricks you can pull. Wang Ba halted his advance, viewing Jiang Xiaoyu as a lamb awaiting slaughter. A few more struggles were inconsequential. Do you think it's acceptable to bully an ordinary person like me? Huh, do I look like someone who would be ashamed? Wang Ba laughed. He had expected Jiang Xiaoyu to pull some new trick, but it seemed he was merely playing with words. Wang Ba, how about we make a bet? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly gritted his teeth and uttered these words, desperate to avoid a beating. A bet? On what? You see, you're currently bullying an ordinary person like me. It wouldn't be glorious if word got out. So, Wang Ba pondered for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyu's words held some merit. Therefore, give me a month's time. Jiang Xiaoyu, will officially challenge you. Chapter 5 of the Newbie Gift Pack. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's declaration, the entire training ground fell into a stunned silence for a full 3 seconds. Then, an uproar of whispers erupted around him. What? Did I hear that right? Jiang Xiaoyu is challenging Wang Ba? Is Jiang Xiaoyu out of his mind? A mere ordinary person, who had yet to awaken a martial soul, daring to confront a martial artist of the 7th rank. Did he truly believe this was akin to a street brawl? The atmosphere was thick with speculation, and had it not been for Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, the entire training ground might well have erupted in laughter at his expense. Ah, Jiang Xiaoyu, are you truly that foolish? What could a chubby fellow like you possibly use to challenge me? Wang Ba was doubled over with laughter. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu feigned calmness upon the stage, yet internally, he was a bundle of nerves, fearing that Wang Ba might retaliate with a brutal beating at any moment. Where would he turn for justice then? This so-called challenge was merely a ruse to buy him time. If he could complete the system's tasks within a month and acquire something of value, perhaps he could genuinely contend against Wang Ba. If he ended up with nothing, he would simply refuse to go. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu had a thick skin. If a gamble were to be made, there must be something at stake. Wang Ba chuckled mockingly, aware of Jiang Xiaoyu's advantageous connections. Perhaps he might possess some valuable items. Moreover, although the principal had just announced that he could do as he pleased, who could predict the consequences of actually striking Jiang Xiaoyu? These formidable individuals often acted according to their whims. If they could avoid harming Jiang Xiaoyu while still obtaining something valuable, Wang Ba would surely be inclined to do so. A yellow-grade martial technique, how enticing. Jiang Xiaoyu was convinced that such an item would undoubtedly pique Wang Ba's interest. Martial techniques could only be cultivated after reaching the 6th rank of martial disciples, significantly enhancing a martial artist's power. According to Jiang Xiaoyu's understanding, martial techniques were categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Even the lowest tier, a yellow-grade lower-level martial technique, was immensely alluring to an ordinary martial artist. As expected, the mention of this caused an uproar throughout the venue. It was widely known that within the martial academy, only those with exceptional talent or who had made significant contributions to the institution had the opportunity to cultivate martial techniques. In institutions like the Qinglong Martial Academy and the Quanglong Martial Academy, only those who reached the 8th rank of martial disciples could qualify to practice martial techniques.
Is what you say truly the case? Wang Ba exclaimed, elated yet skeptical.
Though he had already attained the 7th rank of martial disciples, reaching the 8th would take him at least 6 months given his talents. The prospect of an opportunity to cultivate martial techniques ahead of schedule was tempting.
You, who have yet to awaken a martial soul, how could you possibly possess a martial technique? Do not spout nonsense. Wang Ba's tone shifted, revealing his doubt. What, do you look down upon those with connections?
Jiang Xiaoyu retorted. If he could just sneak into the old man's quarters, wouldn't it be easy to acquire something?
I accept your wager, Jiang Xiaoyu. Just then, a resounding voice echoed across the training ground. It was the principal. The students erupted in excitement. What was the principal doing? Was he truly about to waste a martial technique on Jiang Xiaoyu? After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Wasn't he this akin to leading a lamb into a den of wolves? This was far too indulgent of Jiang Xiaoyu. The crowd began to stir, and even Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the principal's unexpected intervention. What was this old man up to? After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to set aside his curiosity. He knew the principal's methods were always unpredictable and capricious. All right, since Principal Qinglong has agreed, then I, Wang Ba, shall accept. Wang Ba was overjoyed, envisioning himself laughing heartily while clutching a yellow-grade martial technique a month later. After all, there was no way Jiang Xiaoyu could win. He merely needed to tread carefully, teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson, and avoid offending the principal. Receiving a martial technique for free was simply delightful. And what if you lose? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. What? If I lose, the terms will be yours to dictate. Wang Ba dismissed Jiang Xiaoyu's words, utterly unconcerned. How could he possibly lose to an ordinary person like Jiang Xiaoyu? It was preposterous. Very well, we shall meet at the training ground in a month. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily departed from this contentious arena. As for what would transpire a month later, who could say? Before long, the wager between Wang Ba and Jiang Xiaoyu spread throughout the entire Qinglong Martial Academy. After a 2-year hiatus, Jiang Xiaoyu once again found himself a figure of notoriety within the academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to his quarters, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. A weight loss pill. The taste was quite pleasant. Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed the white pill in his hand with a single gulp. This was a reward from the system for completing 5 sit-ups at the training ground earlier, claiming it would help him shed pounds rapidly. He had come to realize that, with this self-discipline system in place, his days ahead would likely be anything but peaceful. As Jiang Xiaoyu reclined in his chair with a sigh, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, time waits for no one. Self-discipline begins now. Host task: run 3,000 meters around the field. Task reward: a mysterious newbie gift pack. Damn it, is this system trying to kill me? 3 times a day, who can endure that? Jiang Xiaoyu cursed the system's relatives in his mind. He had barely settled in when a new task was thrust upon him. What a travesty! Alas, despite his myriad grievances, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to comply, otherwise, he would face electric punishment from the system. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at the track. The evening field was bustling with activity. Numerous diligent students were exercising and practicing combat skills. Jiang Xiaoyu's arrival drew the attention of many students, especially his slow jog, which struck them as odd. No way, Jiang Xiaoyu is actually exercising? Our Qinglong Martial Academy's #1 chubster can't possibly be trying to lose weight. I get it, Jiang Xiaoyu must be training to prepare for his challenge against Wang Ba in a month. No way, he can't be naive enough to believe that a few days of exercise will enable him to spar with a martial artist. Various murmurs filled the air, and naturally, Jiang Xiaoyu caught wind of them. The sight of him running was simply too remarkable. For the past 2 years, he had merely traversed between the cafeteria and his dormitory, let alone visiting the track. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu was infamous for his lethargy. Now, he was purportedly beginning to exercise, prompting a flurry of speculation. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had no time to concern himself with the chatter. After a prolonged absence from exercise, he had barely run 200 meters before he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Furthermore, with the system in play, he dared not stop, lest he incur punishment. Though Jiang Xiaoyu was running at a slow pace, his speed was still slower than those merely walking. A newbie gift pack, he wondered what it might contain. The thought of this mysterious gift pack spurred him on. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels where many transmigrators received incredibly powerful newbie gift packs. Surely his would be no different. Perhaps it might even allow him to awaken a martial soul. 3,000 meters was a distance that an ordinary person could complete in just over 10 minutes. However, it took Jiang Xiaoyu a full hour. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the track. After lying there for 10 minutes, he finally began to recover. The system's reward of the newbie gift pack had already been credited, and Jiang Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, intending to open it later in his room. After all, if the gift pack yielded something like a magical artifact, it wouldn't be wise to have it seen by too many people on the track. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to leave, a graceful figure appeared before him. Chapter 6, The Sealed Martial Soul. As Jiang Xiaoyu lifted his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a girl of approximately 15 years, clad in a sky-blue dress. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled with life, and her gently arched eyebrows framed a delicate face adorned with long, quivering eyelashes. Her porcelain skin radiated a faint blush, and her slender lips bloomed like dewy roses, topped off with a playful bun. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality, yet retained an undeniable elegance, embodying the essence of first love. "Hello, classmate. My name is Anren, and it is a pleasure to meet you." The girl greeted him with a warm smile. She was indeed the same girl who had been poised to take the stage in the martial arts arena, only to be usurped by Jiang Xiaoyu. Anren perceived that although Jiang Xiaoyu was an ordinary individual, he possessed a bravery that many martial artists lacked. Had it not been for him, she might have been forced onto the stage, potentially undermining her foundation at the hands of Wang Ba. Thus, as she strolled across the playground and spotted Jiang Xiaoyu, she approached him with a heart full of gratitude. "Why you, hello." Jiang Xiaoyu, having lived 2 lives, had seldom engaged with girls. The sudden appearance of such a beautiful young lady initiating a conversation left him flustered, causing his voice to tremble. In matters of interacting with girls, he was utterly inept. "Ha, Xiaoyu, your demeanor now is a stark contrast to your performance this afternoon in the arena." Anren chuckled, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's bashful reaction. Her laughter only intensified his discomfort. She was simply too enchanting. "Anren, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave," Jiang Xiaoyu stammered, hastily concocting an excuse to escape the playground. Anren gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that her first attempt to engage a boy would result in scaring him away. Was she really that intimidating? "Jiang Xiaoyu, I never thought you would falter in front of such a young girl. How embarrassing." On his way back, Jiang Xiaoyu wished he could slap himself. Typically brimming with social confidence, he had succumbed to shyness in the presence of a girl. Although he was indifferent to his physique, standing before a beautiful girl made him acutely aware of his own corpulence and oily complexion, instilling a sense of inferiority. "Once I shed this weight and transform into a handsome figure, I shall reclaim my dignity." For the time being, it was imperative to explore the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed 3 self-discipline tasks within a day. You have received the novice gift pack reward. The seal on your martial soul has been lifted. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly felt the shackles within his body being released. The very air around him seemed to grow clearer, infused with a wondrous energy that flowed around him. This was the essence of the world as spiritual energy, a phenomenon only perceptible after awakening one's martial soul. I have a martial soul now. As he sensed the changes within his body, Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to believe it. Despite his expectations upon acquiring the system, he had not anticipated such swift results. It was merely the first day, and he had already awakened his martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu trembled with excitement, his excess flesh quivering uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaoyu finally possessed a martial soul. Had he awakened it sooner, who would choose to be a waste of potential? After a moment, he managed to calm his exhilarated heart. The system's proclamation left him pondering. The seal on the martial soul has been lifted? Jiang Xiaoyu, always astute, realized that this meant he had originally possessed a martial soul, which had been sealed away. The novice gift pack merely restored it. Otherwise, the system would have directly granted him a martial soul. Who could be so malicious as to seal away his martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes darkened. To seal a person's martial soul was to sever their future. Such a nefarious act. Who sought to harm him? When he traversed into this world, he had inhabited the body of a 5-year-old child, subsequently living alongside the dean of the Qinglong Academy. Over the years, he had not offended anyone. Could it be linked to his childhood? His memories prior to the age of 5 remained a blank slate, devoid of any recollections of his parents. He had inquired with the dean several times, yet received no direct answers. Nevertheless, having been an orphan in his previous life, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Thus, the absence of parents in this life did not trouble him, and he resolved not to pursue the matter further. It appeared that the seal on his martial soul might be connected to the parents he had never met. Reflecting on his parents brought a tinge of melancholy to Jiang Xiaoyu. He wondered what level his martial soul might be. As thoughts of his martial soul surged back, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a renewed thrill. In this world, martial souls were categorized into 9 ranks, ranging from the lowest, rank 9, to the highest, rank 1.
The higher the rank of the awakened martial soul, the greater a person's innate talent, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy more swiftly during cultivation. Though Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened his martial soul, he had no inkling of its nature or rank. Only when a martial artist broke through to the martial apprentice realm and reached the martial spirit realm could they wield their martial soul in battle. Ordinary martial artists could only discern their martial soul information using a martial soul detection stone. The Qinglong Martial Academy possessed but a singular stone, utilized solely during the annual enrollment of new students. It seemed that in just 2 days, the new student enrollment event would take place. Jiang Xiaoyu recalled the disappointment and despair he had felt 2 years ago when he failed to awaken his martial soul. Thus, in 2 days, I shall declare the return of Jiang Xiaoyu. Filled with confidence, Jiang Xiaoyu believed that even though he could not sense his martial soul at present, his intuition assured him that it was formidable. In 2 days, he would awaken a transcendent martial soul before all, heralding the resurgence of a king. That night, amidst the confines of his blanket, Jiang Xiaoyu's laughter echoed, resonating with anticipation. Chapter 7 of the Soul Awakening Ceremony. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu fell into a deep slumber, remaining asleep until midday the following day. He was on the verge of starvation. Had it not been for his ravenous hunger, he might have slept the entire day away. After a brief wash-up, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the kitchen. At this moment, the chef had prepared an array of delectable dishes, causing Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth to water uncontrollably. Grabbing a chicken leg before him, he was about to take a bite when an untimely voice echoed in his mind. "Attention, host, starting today, consumption of meat is prohibited." Jiang Xiaoyu froze in shock. What, no meat from today onwards? Tears brimmed in his eyes at this revelation. He could endure the physical training, but now they were restricting his diet as well. Jiang Xiaoyu had always been a meat lover. Denying him meat felt like a sentence of death. Just let me have one last bite, he thought, gazing mournfully at the chicken leg in his hand, tears of longing streaming down his cheeks. Determined, he resolved to defy the system and savor this final chicken leg. As he brought it closer, however, a sudden surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to tremble and collapse. This system, he cursed inwardly. Despite his grievances, Jiang Xiaoyu dared not touch meat again. The sensation of being electrocuted was something only those who experienced it could truly understand. Surveying the kitchen filled with a tempting assortment of dishes, he lamented that a staggering 90% contained meat. In desperation, he finally spotted a plate of stir-fried greens. Seizing his chopsticks, he devoured the vegetables with fervor. "Brother Yu, why are you only eating vegetables?" A plain-looking youth approached, eyeing Jiang Xiaoyu with curiosity. This boy, also part of the kitchen crew, shared a good rapport with Jiang Xiaoyu. "Ah, Xiaoping, it's nothing now, I just felt like changing things up today." Jiang Xiaoyu replied, though his longing gaze remained fixed on the various meat dishes nearby. He had no choice but to imagine the greens as chicken legs. Employing this imaginative method of consumption, he ultimately polished off an entire plate of greens, somewhat alleviating his hunger. Xiaoping, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar behavior, couldn't help but express his admiration. "Brother Yu, I haven't seen you eat vegetables in the past 2 years. I thought you were a pampered noble, yet here you are, eating greens with such gusto." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Who would choose vegetables over meat if given the option? It was truly a case of suffering in silence, bitterness unspoken, yet, he maintained a facade of seriousness. "Xiaoping, who hasn't endured hardships? Vegetables have always been my favorite." Jiang Xiaoyu feigned a hearty laugh, patting Xiaoping on the shoulder. The unexpected gesture left Xiaoping a bit taken aback. He was merely an ordinary person from a poor family, fortunate enough to work in the kitchen of the Qinglong Martial Academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was well known for his connections with the academy's director, a fact everyone was aware of. To his surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu was so down to earth. "Brother Yu, are you going to watch the Soul Awakening Ceremony this afternoon?" Xiaoping suddenly recalled and said excitedly. "This afternoon? Isn't it tomorrow?" Jiang Xiaoyu had initially planned to attend, only to realize it was happening that very afternoon. Naturally, he wanted to go. As the two approached the plaza of the Qinglong Martial Academy, they were met with a vibrant scene. At the center of the plaza stood a smooth, glimmering stone, the soul testing stone. Today marked the annual Soul Awakening Day. Every year, any youth who had reached the age of 14 could seek out a martial academy to participate in the Soul Awakening test. Surrounding the plaza were groups of spirited youths, ranging from ordinary commoners to affluent heirs, representing various societal strata, with commoners being the majority. Unfortunately, in this world, there existed an unspoken truth regarding the awakening of martial souls. Martial souls exhibited a strong hereditary trait. If a family had a martial artist with a martial soul, the likelihood of the youth within that family awakening their own martial soul was considerably high. Conversely, commoners rarely possessed such luck, rendering their chances of awakening a martial soul exceedingly slim. Most of the youths present would soon depart in disappointment. Moreover, many formal disciples and mentors from the Qinglong Martial Academy had gathered to see if any promising talents would emerge. Each year, a few youths with notable martial souls would be whisked away by mentors on the spot. All youths participating in the soul awakening ceremony, please form an orderly line. One by one, a mentor overseeing the ceremony announced loudly. Upon hearing this, all the youths participating in the awakening began to buzz with excitement, instinctively lining up into two queues as onlookers stepped aside. "Brother Yu, let us observe from the sidelines," Xiaoping urged, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu to the side. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was unwilling to forego this opportunity. He wanted to witness his own martial soul and, in doing so, declare his return. "Xiaoping, you go ahead, I intend to participate in this soul awakening," Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a gentle smile, moving toward the queue. "Ha! Brother Yu, you're not feeling feverish, are you?" Xiaoping exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu back. Everyone knew that 2 years prior, Jiang Xiaoyu had been deemed devoid of a martial soul. Was it possible for a martial soul to grow in 2 years? Seeing Xiaoping's perplexed expression, Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to explain and simply continued forward. Jiang Xiaoyu's ample figure drew many gazes as he joined the queue. The disciples and mentors of the Qinglong Martial Academy regarded him with astonishment. "Isn't that Jiang Xiaoyu? What is he doing over there? Surely he doesn't intend to participate in the soul awakening ceremony." Judging by his demeanor, it appeared he was indeed eager to join. The soul testing stone was infallible. 2 years ago, he could not awaken, and it would be no different now. Who could say? After all, he was the director's favored protege. He could do as he pleased. Having been ridiculed 2 years ago, did he wish to face mockery once more? A cacophony of whispers ensued, and Jiang Xiaoyu, though aware of the chatter, remained unfazed. The youths queuing alongside him recognized Jiang Xiaoyu as well. In the small city of Jiangcheng, his privileged status was known even to many ordinary citizens. From a young age, he had been nurtured by the director, only to ultimately fail to awaken a martial soul, resulting in his transformation into a hefty figure. This was common knowledge. As expected, many youthful eyes began to converge upon Jiang Xiaoyu. With a thick skin, Jiang Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. "Jiang Xiaoyu, stop causing a ruckus in there, get out," a mentor responsible for the testing called out impatiently. Chapter 8. The moment has arrived. The mentor's name is Lu Lin, renowned for his forthrightness at the Qinglong Martial Academy. Lu Lin harbors a particular disdain for those who rely on nepotism to gain favorable treatment. In his eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu's current actions are nothing short of a disruption, leveraging the director's connections to cause trouble. Mentor Lu, may I inquire what constitutes my disruption? Jiang Xiaoyu challenged. Most mentors at the Qinglong Martial Academy were familiar with Jiang Xiaoyu. You failed to awaken a martial soul in the past 2 years and now you wish to participate again. Is that not a disruption? Lu Lin, steadfast in his convictions, showed no concern for offending Jiang Xiaoyu or the director thereafter. Is there a regulation here prohibiting a second attempt at the martial soul awakening ceremony? Jiang Xiaoyu countered. Hearing this, Lu Lin fell silent. He has always adhered to the rules, and Jiang Xiaoyu's argument left him at a loss for words. Very well, if you wish to ascend the stage and face humiliation, then consider it as if I never spoke, Lu Lin retorted, dismissing the matter entirely. He was certain that Jiang Xiaoyu lacked a martial soul. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu had become haunted by the absence of a martial soul, perhaps on the verge of mental breakdown. Alas, what a pitiable individual, someone nearby sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, feeling as though a murder of crows had flown over his head. Wu Kai, no martial soul. Next, the testing swiftly commenced, with a despondent youth descending from the testing stone, his demeanor vacant. This boy, too, hailed from an ordinary family, yet no one paid him any mind. Such occurrences had long become commonplace. Hundreds of youths had come to participate in the testing, and it was considered a triumph if around 30 managed to awaken their martial souls. Wang San, no martial soul. Next, Li De, no martial soul. Next, after testing over a dozen youths, astonishingly, not a single one had awakened a martial soul. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed youth confidently placed his hand upon the testing stone. Suddenly, a phantom resembling a ferocious bear emerged from the boy, and the testing stone displayed 2 lines. Wu Gang, Grade 8 Beast Martial Soul, Earth-Devouring Bear. Lu Lin's booming voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly igniting the previously subdued crowd into a fervor. Wow, finally someone has awakened a martial soul, and it's an 8th grade one, a powerful beast martial soul at that. Quite expected. I've heard many from the Wu family have awakened beast martial souls. The crowd murmured with envy. Wu Gang's family was already well regarded locally, and with another member awakening a martial soul, their strength would undoubtedly increase. In this world, prominent families were more likely to produce martial artists, while ordinary folks faced insurmountable challenges, resulting in a vast disparity in wealth. Moreover, in a relatively small city like Jiangcheng, most individuals awakened the lowest grade 9th grade martial souls, thus, achieving an 8th grade martial soul was considered exceptional talent. Puffing out his chest, Wu Gang surveyed the surrounding youths with an air of arrogance. The Wu family was already a prominent one, and now with his awakening of an 8th grade martial soul, his future prospects were limitless. Wu Gang, would you care to join my ranks? At that moment, a robust middle-aged man leaped directly before Wu Gang. This man was also a mentor at the academy, possessing a beast martial soul known for its formidable attack power. Wu Gang was certainly to his liking. Seeing the opportunity, Wu Gang readily accepted, much to the envy of everyone present. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu observed Wu Gang with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Just as Wu Gang awakened his martial soul, Zhang Xiaoyu distinctly sensed something unusual about his own potential awakening. It felt as if he desired to consume Wu Gang's martial soul entirely. What on earth is my martial soul? Why does it feel so sinister? After Wu Gang's awakening, several others followed suit, but all awakened the lowest grade 9th grade martial souls, with nothing particularly remarkable emerging. Then, a youth with an ethereal presence captured many gazes. This boy appeared to be Wang Jian of the Wang family, a clan even larger than the Wu family. Furthermore, Wang Jian had an older brother attending the Qinglong Martial Academy. Wang Jian's brother, Wang Kai, was a prodigy who awakened a 7th grade martial soul 2 years prior. A 7th grade martial soul was indeed a mark of genius in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Jian seemed displeased. Throughout his life, he had lived in the shadow of his brother Wang Kai, who seemed to excel at everything. This time, he was determined to awaken a powerful martial soul and prove to everyone that he, Wang Jian, was not inferior to Wang Kai. As Wang Jian placed his hand upon the martial soul testing stone, 3 lines suddenly appeared, accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry. A colossal sword phantom materialized behind Wang Jian. Wang Jian, 7th grade weapon-type martial soul, profound iron-heavy sword. Lu Lin's excited voice echoed through the venue once more. The crowd erupted, unable to contain their astonishment and admiration. A 7th grade martial soul. My heavens, another genius from the Wang family, and it's a weapon-type martial soul specializing in offensive capabilities, even more formidable than his brother Wang Kai. This young man's future is boundless. The disparity between individuals was staggering, provoking feelings of discontent among the onlookers. Wang Jian basked in the praise, finally proving himself superior to his brother, at least in terms of martial soul. Standing proudly on the stage, Wang Jian attracted the attention of numerous mentors from Qinglong Martial Academy, all eager to extend their olive branches. Wang Jian, join my ranks, and I shall grant you a yellow grade martial technique. What does a yellow grade martial technique entail? Wang Jian, join me, and I shall not only provide you with martial techniques but also deposit 10 million into your account as pocket money. Wang Jian, in no time, the mentors began to vie for his attention. The youths below could only gaze on, filled with envy. Make way, do not disturb my testing. At that moment, an out-of-place voice disrupted the fervent atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoyu slowly stepped forward, showing no regard for the mentors. Originally, it was Zhang Xiaoyu's turn to be tested after Wang Jian, and he had been waiting patiently. Moreover, as Wang Jian's martial soul manifested, the strange sensation within Zhang Xiaoyu resurfaced. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Xiaoyu gazed at Wang Jian, his tongue flicking across his lips. Sensing Zhang Xiaoyu's peculiar demeanor, Wang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine. Could this Zhang Xiaoyu have some issues with his orientation? The mentors regarded Zhang Xiaoyu with displeasure. However, they dared not speak too harshly given his solid connections with the director. Let him test. He will undoubtedly fail to awaken a martial soul, and it won't take long. Later, we shall compete for Wang Jian using fair means. As the mentors parted to make way for Zhang Xiaoyu, many in the audience regarded him with disdain. Just to show off relying on connections, what's the big deal? Ultimately, there was no choice but to allow him his moment due to his influential background. When he fails to awaken a martial soul, we'll just laugh quietly. Indeed, quite reasonable. Zhang Xiaoyu, oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, gazed at the martial soul testing stone with palpable excitement. I am finally about to awaken my martial soul. Chapter 9 The Roller Coaster of Fate. Zhang Xiaoyu had an inkling that his martial soul was anything but ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand upon the martial soul testing stone. However, seconds passed, and the stone showed no signs of response whatsoever. What a waste of time, someone grumbled. Zhang Xiaoyu was puzzled. This shouldn't be happening. Zhang Xiaoyu, step aside, it's futile, urged mentor Lu Lin, his impatience palpable. Suddenly, the previously dormant testing stone erupted in a dazzling display of light. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. As the brilliance faded, 9 brilliant stripes emerged on the stone. 9 stripes. For a moment, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. 9 stripes indicated the highest level of martial soul that a warrior could possess at this stage, an elite martial soul. Even Zhang Xiaoyu himself was taken aback. He knew his martial soul was formidable, but he never anticipated it would reach such heights. The pinnacle of life seemed within his grasp. Just as Zhang Xiaoyu was about to break into a smile, the testing stone underwent an unexpected transformation. The 9 stripes rapidly diminished, and in an instant, they dwindled to a mere single stripe. Behind Jiang Xiaoyu, a hazy phantom of an indistinct martial soul materialized, resembling a diminutive sparrow, devoid of any imposing presence, clearly indicative of a low-grade martial soul.
The sequence of events left everyone in a state of shock, stunned for a full 3 seconds. The crowd erupted like popcorn, voices clamoring in disbelief. Is the testing stone malfunctioning? It scared me half to death. I thought we had an elite martial soul here. Enough, my heart nearly stopped. That was an elite martial soul. An elite martial soul, how could that be? Wait, something feels off. Jiang Xiaoyu has actually awakened a martial soul. The realization dawned on everyone, and they began to comprehend that Jiang Xiaoyu had indeed awakened a martial soul. It was common knowledge that Jiang Xiaoyu was without a martial soul. How could it possibly awaken at this moment? Jiang Xiaoyu, a 9th-tier beast martial soul, a sparrow. At that moment, Mentor Lu Lin, finally coming to his senses, announced the level of Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul. In truth, he couldn't discern exactly what kind of creature Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul was. He merely surmised it to be a sparrow based on instinct. After all, it was merely a 9th-tier martial soul. Having made the announcement, Lu Lin gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu in astonishment. After 2 long years, Jiang Xiaoyu had finally awakened a martial soul. This was a sight none in attendance had ever witnessed before. What a twist of fate, leaving everyone awestruck. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu remained enveloped in confusion. His martial soul was merely a small sparrow, and a lowly 9th-tier one at that. This couldn't be right. Yet the martial soul testing stone was incapable of deception. This was the undeniable truth. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to come to terms with it. Who would have thought that Jiang Xiaoyu could awaken a martial soul? Even if it was only a 9th-tier one, that was still a rarity. As long as Jiang Xiaoyu possessed a martial soul, coupled with the guidance of the esteemed Principal Qinglong, his future accomplishments would not pale in comparison to those who awaken 8th-tier martial souls. How enviable! Upon hearing the murmurs of admiration around him, Jiang Xiaoyu felt exasperated envy. What good would a mere 9th-tier martial soul do in realizing his dreams of greatness? As the crowd gradually regained their composure, several mentors began to vie for Wang Jian. The fact that Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened a martial soul after 2 years had only slightly surprised the mentors. A 9th-tier martial soul was hardly enough for them to consider taking him under their wing. Wang Jian, exuding a sense of superiority, cast a casual glance towards Jiang Xiaoyu's direction. A 9th-tier martial soul was but a triviality in the face of my 7th-tier martial soul. Today's martial soul awakening ceremony was destined to be a showcase solely for me, Wang Jian. Who would Wang Jian ultimately choose? How enviable! If only I could awaken a 7th-tier martial soul. The audience resumed their attention on Wang Jian, while Jiang Xiaoyu's moment of astonishment lasted less than a minute. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed mentors. My decision is already made. Wang Jian, having assessed the strengths and offerings of several mentors, had chosen one to be his mentor. Just as Wang Jian was about to speak, a graceful figure clad in a flowing gown glided in from a distance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she elegantly descended onto the stage. The newcomer was a veiled woman, tall and exuding an ethereal aura. Her clear, bright eyes, however, bore a chilling coldness. Even with the veil obscuring her features, it was evident that she possessed a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. In that instant, all eyes in the assembly were drawn to her. Each person left spellbound, particularly Wang Jian, who hailed from a prominent family in Zhang City, had encountered many beautiful women in his lifetime, yet this one stood leagues apart, incomparable to any he had seen before. She was breathtaking, simply exquisite. Jiang Xiaoyu, glancing briefly, quickly averted his gaze. This was the first time he had encountered a woman of such grace. Having been single in both of his lifetimes, he felt a rush of nervousness in the presence of such beauty and dared not gaze too long. Isn't that Mentor Xie? My heavens, it truly is Mentor Xie. A student from the Qinglong Martial Academy recognized the identity of the woman. Mentor Xie was indeed a special invited mentor of our academy, shrouded in mystery. What brought her here today? It was rumored that many of our academy's prodigies aspired to be mentored by Mentor Xie, yet none succeeded. Even Senior Li Chang was among those who had failed. What? Even our academy's top genius, Li Chang, failed. Mentor Xie must be exceedingly selective. I understand now. Mentor Xie's visit must be to take Wang Jian as her disciple. Wang Jian's martial soul is truly remarkable. It makes perfect sense, otherwise, Mentor Xie would not be here. Hearing the discussions from below, the mentors competing for Wang Jian became somewhat flustered, their expression souring. As mentors, their interactions with Xie were limited, having only seen her a handful of times. When the academy appointed Xie as a special invited mentor, some mentors had expressed discontent, believing her youth made her unworthy of such a position. They had challenged her, asserting that in the realm of martial arts, strength was paramount. Xie had accepted the challenge, and those mentors were swiftly defeated. Since that day, no one dared provoke Xie again. Now that Xie sought to take Wang Jian as her disciple,
they dared not contend with her.
Mentor Xie, Wang Jian possesses considerable talent. He would be a fitting disciple for you. I shall take my leave.
One mentor respectfully bowed to Xie before turning to depart. The remaining mentors followed suit, leaving the stage. At this moment, Wang Jian was nearly beside himself with excitement. He had never imagined that such a beautiful mentor would take an interest in him, and she seemed formidable as well. Only a mentor of her caliber would befit someone of Wang Jian's stature. Just then, the previously quiet Xie began to move. She glided gracefully towards Wang Jian.
Here she comes, here she comes. What if Mentor Xie says she wants to take me as her disciple?
How should I respond? Should I express my excitement or maintain an air of maturity? I must remain composed. I cannot lose my composure before Mentor Xie. Wang Jian readied himself for every eventuality, eagerly anticipating Xie's words.
Xie soon reached Wang Jian's side, and he hurriedly stepped forward, preparing to greet her and showcase his poise. At that moment, however, Xie unexpectedly pivoted, approaching the utterly bewildered Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you wish to join my ranks? Chapter 10.
Rejection of Xie. As soon as Mentor Xie's words escaped her lips, everyone was rendered speechless. Wasn't Mentor Xie here to seek out Wang Jian? It took a few moments for someone to regain their composure. Jiang Xiaoyu possessed merely the most rudimentary martial soul, yet Mentor Xie had audaciously extended an olive branch. This was utterly absurd. The students below were astonished, while Wang Jian stood frozen, utterly disoriented by the whirlwind of events. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words, not from shock, but from shyness. The presence of such a goddess before him left him in a state of nervousness.
Jiang Xiaoyu, would you be willing to join my...
Before Jiang Xiaoyu could muster a reply, Wang Jian could no longer contain himself. Mentor Xie, do I, Wang Jian, not have the qualifications to be your disciple? I, Wang Jian, am not only a scion of a prestigious family, but I also possess a 7th-grade sword martial soul. I dare say, within the Qinglong Martial Academy, there are no more than 3 individuals with greater talent than I, in terms of appearance. Could it be that I, Wang Jian, am outshone by a mere chubby boy? Wang Jian's emotions were running high, and he even began to mock Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xie remained largely unfazed and simply turned to Wang Jian, softly uttering, "You are not yet qualified." This emotionless statement shattered Wang Jian's composure completely.
Not I see now. It must be due to his connection with the head of Qinglong Academy that you have chosen him.
It appears that even so-called special mentors are driven by self-interest.
Wang Jian's words elicited a silent admiration from the students present.
Though everyone understood the possibility, no one had dared to voice it until Wang Jian displayed such audacity. He had completely forgotten that the Xie before him was a martial artist whose prowess far surpassed his own.
Do I require your guidance in my endeavors?
Indeed, Xie furrowed her brow and waved her hand at Wang Jian, who was instantly sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Wang Jian quickly scrambled to his feet. He had only sustained minor injuries, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at Xie was filled with dread, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. While Wang Jian possessed commendable talent, he was ultimately just a young man who had recently awakened his martial soul. Individuals of mentor caliber were far beyond his reach. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. Could it be that his 200-pound frame could not overshadow his own charm? Had he truly caught the attention of this magnificent mentor, Xie? Was the old man truly behind this connection? Jiang Xiaoyu knew that although the head of Qinglong Academy was absent, the old man was likely well aware of the happenings within the academy. He must have learned of Jiang Xiaoyu's awakening of his martial soul. Naturally, having a stunningly beautiful mentor like Xie wish to take him as a disciple was a prospect Jiang Xiaoyu could only dream of. After dealing with Wang Jian, Xie turned her gaze back to Jiang Xiaoyu, awaiting his response. Given Xie's character, she would not grant him special treatment simply because of his connections. Xie's martial soul possessed a unique ability. She could sense that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul was somewhat extraordinary as well. This was the reason she had taken an interest in him. Surely, Jiang Xiaoyu would not decline mentor Xie's offer. However, one could not be certain. Should Jiang Xiaoyu wish for it, the head of Qinglong Academy could personally serve as his mentor, which would surely surpass any other option. It was indeed enviable. Comparing oneself to others could be infuriating. As Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, the students below began to murmur amongst themselves. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of rejecting Xie, for who would turn down a mentor who combined both beauty and strength?
Just as Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to respond affirmatively, the familiar cold voice echoed once more.
Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Host, an urgent self-discipline task has been.
Task reward, a side effect-free chi boosting pill.
The absurd system had chosen this critical moment to issue a task, and it required him to be at the swimming pool. Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. The swimming pool was within walking distance, and he would have to run to arrive in 3 minutes. Given the system's nature, should he arrive late, he would undoubtedly face another round of electric shock punishment. Thus, in front of the astonished gazes of all present, Jiang Xiaoyu took off running. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu had not even had the chance to communicate with Xie before he dashed away.
What the heck, did Jiang Xiaoyu just run off? Is this a subtle rejection of Mentor Xie?
It was hardly subtle. This was a blatant disregard for Mentor Xie's standing. Even from behind her veil, one could only imagine the storm brewing on Xie's face. Xie, standing on the stage, was taken aback. Throughout her life, few had ever dared to refuse her requests, and Jiang Xiaoyu was a notable exception. Watching him depart, particularly the comical sway of his ample form, evoked a mixture of amusement and disbelief.
Xie did not pursue Jiang Xiaoyu, nor did she inquire why he had fled. Instead, she leaped away from the scene.
Just you wait, Jiang Xiaoyu. At this moment, Wang Jian felt utterly humiliated. Jiang Xiaoyu's refusal of Mentor Xie was akin to a resounding slap to his face. The one he had sought after had been rebuffed by a chubby boy who was inferior to him in every regard, which was nothing short of a disgrace. Exhausted, Jiang Xiaoyu finally arrived at the swimming pool within the 3-minute time frame. Though he was drenched in sweat, it was the afternoon, and the weather was rather warm. The swimming pool bustled with people. Although becoming a martial artist allowed one to hold their breath underwater for extended periods, rendering swimming less essential, it remained a popular leisure activity. The sight of sun-kissed thighs by the pool attracted many young admirers. Jiang Xiaoyu's arrival garnered little attention. Boys and girls alike reveled in the pool, enjoying the beauty of summer. After changing into an oversized pair of swim trunks in the locker room, he commenced his 500-meter freestyle swim. Swimming had always been Jiang Xiaoyu's forte. Even in his larger form, he found the 500 meters to be a trivial challenge. Within half an hour, he successfully completed the task. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a familiar face by the pool. It was Ran, who had greeted him the previous evening, clad in a stunning yellow swimsuit, and Ran lounged on a deck chair by the pool, basking in the sun. Her perfect figure, coupled with an angelic visage, captured the attention of many young men, some of whom were shamelessly drooling. Not far from Jiang Xiaoyu, 3 lecherous youths were fixated on Ran, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. From their gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu discerned an unmasked desire. For reasons unknown, a surge of anger welled up within Jiang Xiaoyu. Stealthily, he approached the diving platform not far from them. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the pool, landing within mere meters of the trio. Chapter 11 of the upgradable martial soul boom. Jiang Xiaoyu, with a weight nearing 200 pounds, plunged into the pool like a deep water bomb, instantly creating a tremendous commotion. Simultaneously, it splashed waves over 2 meters high, crashing towards the 3 young men. Caught off guard, they were instantly drenched, looking like drowned rats.
Damn it, who interrupted my view of the beauties?
The leader among them, named El Peng, had a decent innate talent and a relatively good family background, which allowed him to frequently deceive girls' affections at the academy. He had long coveted Ran, acknowledged as one of the campus goddesses, but her beauty, coupled with her superior talent, had always left him without a chance to approach her. Today, having finally found an opportunity to admire Ran's exquisite figure, he never expected to have his moment spoiled. I can't tolerate this. Who dares show their face? I'll give you a couple of slaps.
El Peng bellowed.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu's plump head emerged from the water, startling the 3. It's me, my apologies, I miscalculated my dive angle, Jiang Xiaoyu said, scratching his head with an awkward smile.
Miscalculated your dive angle? I'll smack you to death.
El Peng raised his hand, preparing to deliver a slap. Boss, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't hit him. At that moment, one of El Peng's lackeys hurriedly restrained him.
Jiang Xiaoyu?
El Peng suddenly realized, aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, who else in the Qinglong Martial Institute possessed such a physique?
Oh, it's you, Jiang.
I thought it was someone else. The flood nearly washed away the Dragon King temple. Be more careful next time you dive, don't get hurt. El Peng immediately switched his demeanor, greeting Jiang Xiaoyu amiably. He had always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong. No matter how powerful his family background was, it couldn't surpass that of the director of Qinglong. Thus, El Peng quickly retracted his earlier hostility. My apologies, I truly didn't mean it. I'll pay more attention next time. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled sheepishly, fully aware that these individuals wouldn't dare act against him. The commotion caused by Jiang Xiaoyu attracted attention throughout the swimming pool, especially due to the loud splash from his fall. Even Ran walked over to investigate. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly changed his clothes and left the swimming facility.
Jiang Xiaoyu, don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson. As he watched Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, El Peng's eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Xiaoyu, why are you so inept? You get nervous around beauties, how will you find a wife in the future? On the way, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but wish to slap himself. This embarrassing habit of blushing around beautiful women was truly humiliating. Barely had Jiang Xiaoyu returned to his residence when the director of Qinglong followed him in. Kid, I heard you awakened your martial soul? Don't mention it, it's just a trashy 9th grade martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression was somewhat dejected. He had initially thought he would reach the pinnacle of life, only to awaken the lowest grade martial soul. Old man, you don't seem surprised that I can reawaken my martial soul? Upon hearing, in truth, he had always known that Jiang Xiaoyu would awaken his martial soul at the age of 16, and it would indeed be the lowest grade. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu belonged to that particular clan. What the director didn't know was that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul had long been sealed. Without the system's assistance, he might never have awakened it. Kid, your martial soul is somewhat special. I can only tell you that it's not an ordinary 9th grade martial soul but one that can be upgraded. The director's words left Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily bewildered. An upgradable martial soul? In this world, generally speaking, a person's martial soul is fixed at the moment of awakening, yet there are exceptional cases of, for instance, your martial soul can be upgraded as long as the conditions are sufficient. From 9th grade to 8th grade, and from 8th grade to 7th grade theoretically, as long as you have enough resources, you can continue to upgrade until no further upgrades are possible. The director's series of statements left Jiang Xiaoyu astounded. So my little sparrow martial soul is actually this impressive? Of course, the conditions for upgrading were quite stringent, and how to upgrade depended on each individual's circumstances, requiring personal discovery. After a brief shock, Jiang Xiaoyu began to feel a surge of excitement. I knew it. I am the chosen one, how could I possibly awaken only a lowly martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu laughed so hard that his plump body shook. I will definitely upgrade my martial soul to the highest grade. Jiang Xiaoyu could almost envision himself standing at the pinnacle of life after upgrading his martial soul to the 1st grade. You little rascal, don't celebrate too early. Upgrading a martial soul is not that simple, you must first lay a solid foundation, the director admonished. Old man, now that I have awakened my martial soul, can you finally tell me about my origins? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly asked seriously. Since the age of 5, he had persistently inquired about this issue, yet the director had always been vague. The time is not yet right, I will tell you in due course. Once again, the director offered no answer. Jiang Xiaoyu understood that martial souls possess hereditary traits. Since his martial soul was so unique, his parents must also be extraordinary. However, since the director had said so, there must be a reason, and Jiang Xiaoyu chose not to press further. Alright, tomorrow you will go to the Martial Technique Pavilion to select a cultivation method suitable for you, and then begin your training. I have already arranged for you to join the advanced class, learn well from those instructors, and don't hesitate to ask if you don't understand. With that, the director departed from the residence. The advanced class, from what Jiang Xiaoyu knew, the advanced class was the best in the Qinglong Martial Institute, with few students, all of whom were the academy's elite. The old man really had no fear of others claiming he was using connections by placing a newcomer who had just awakened his martial soul into this class. However, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't mind, good resources should certainly be utilized. How can I upgrade my martial soul? Jiang Xiaoyu began to ponder this question, focusing his energy on conveying his thoughts to the little sparrow martial soul within him. Many powerful martial souls possess their own independent consciousness, capable of cooperating with their masters in battle. Some even have the ability to detach from their martial artist and become formidable beings in their own right. Jiang Xiaoyu currently had no cultivation level, let alone the ability to communicate with a martial soul. He merely wanted to try out of boredom. Unexpectedly, the mysterious little sparrow martial soul actually conveyed some information to him. Devour. The message from his martial soul was simply these two words. Jiang Xiaoyu recalled that during the martial soul awakening ceremony today, he had felt a similar urge to devour the martial souls of others when witnessing their ethereal manifestations. Could it be that he needed to devour others' martial souls to upgrade? The more he thought about it, the more plausible this possibility seemed. Such wickedness, the specifics eluded Jiang Xiaoyu. The pressing matter at hand was to select a cultivation method in the Martial Technique Pavilion. Chapter 12 of the Allure of Martial Arts Techniques. Ordinary individuals who awaken their martial souls merely gain the qualification to become martial artists. To truly ascend as a martial artist, one must diligently practice martial arts techniques and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Each youth who has awakened their martial soul will select a technique that suits them best, thus ensuring a more efficient journey along the path of martial arts. When Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the martial arts pavilion, it was already bustling with activity.
Today marked the day when newly enrolled students would choose their martial techniques. The pavilion was divided into two levels, the first level for selecting techniques, and the second for choosing martial skills. Under the guidance of their instructor, Jiang Xiaoyu, and the other new students swiftly made their way to the first level where the techniques were stored.
Wow, how come I don't see any books? As soon as they entered, a student exclaimed in astonishment.
The first level's hall was astonishingly empty, devoid of any bookshelves, let alone books. Looking up revealed an even more astonishing sight. Numerous glowing orbs of various sizes twinkled in the vast expanse above, densely filling the space like a profound starry sky. Young ones, this is the place where you shall soon choose your martial techniques. Each glowing orb you see represents a technique, the instructor proclaimed, elucidating this wondrous phenomenon to the students. With curious gazes fixed upon him, the instructor continued, martial arts techniques, like martial skills, are categorized into 4 grades. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. However, within our Azure Dragon Martial Academy, the highest grade technique available is merely Earth grade. Nevertheless, even Earth grade techniques are formidable. Most martial artists will only ever cultivate yellow grade techniques throughout their lives. The brighter the orb, the higher the technique's grade. Each technique possesses its own spirit. While students select techniques, the techniques also select their students. You need only remain here and sincerely communicate with the orbs above, and you shall surely reap rewards.
After imparting his wisdom, the instructor departed the martial arts pavilion without lingering.
The students, bewildered, wore expressions of confusion. Jiang Xiaoyu was no exception, standing there in a daze. Communicate sincerely. Most of the students found this statement perplexing. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaoyu, a young man in the crowd was glaring. He had previously heard from his family about the technique selection process, which essentially hinged upon the students' talents, such as the grade of their martial souls. Wang Jian closed his eyes, striving to connect with his martial soul. Within 2 minutes, a phantom of a giant sword materialized behind him. His actions immediately captured the attention of the other students. Amidst their astonished gazes, several small glowing orbs began to fly towards Wang Jian.
Wow, so this is how techniques are attracted.
Witnessing this, several others promptly closed their eyes, attempting to connect with their own martial souls. Strangely, within the martial arts pavilion, it seemed remarkably easy to establish this connection. Almost all students who attempted to do so successfully summoned their martial soul phantoms. Moreover, without exception, every student who manifested their martial soul phantom drew orbs towards them, although the size of the orbs indicated that most were merely of the lowest grade. Conversely, Wang Jian was surrounded by the greatest number of orbs, both large and small, indicating that numerous techniques had chosen him, as his martial soul was the highest grade present. In less than 2 minutes, nearly every student had communicated with their martial soul and attracted orbs. Only Jiang Xiaoyu remained frozen in place, his face flushed with embarrassment.
Big brother, wake up. Please, I implore you to come forth. Bird Elder, do me a favor and appear.
Jiang Xiaoyu had already begun to communicate with his martial soul, yet he discovered that his little sparrow martial soul seemed to be in a deep slumber, so deep that it was unresponsive to any calls. No matter how fervently Jiang Xiaoyu pleaded, the little sparrow showed no sign of awakening. Soon, several minutes passed, and many students had successfully chosen their preferred techniques, cheering with delight. Wang Jian also selected a technique that was most suited to him, and notably, it was an Earth-grade mid-tier technique. Hey, look, why hasn't Jiang Xiaoyu chosen a technique? At last, someone noticed Jiang Xiaoyu, who was still standing aside, his face flushed and without a martial soul phantom manifesting. This shouldn't be the case. Even a 9th-grade martial soul should have several techniques to choose from. I suspect that Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th-grade martial soul might be the most inferior among them, hence the total lack of allure. Wang Jian remarked mockingly upon. He was genuinely surprised that Jiang Xiaoyu had failed to even communicate with his martial soul, not realizing he had sunk to such depths. I was too narrow-minded. I shouldn't have regarded such trash. Having acquired an Earth-grade mid-tier technique, his future was destined to be boundless. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu felt increasingly awkward. No matter what methods he employed, that little sparrow remained indifferent, utterly unresponsive. Ding! Self-discipline time has ended. Host self-discipline task issued a 50 squats on the spot. Task reward, mysterious gift. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was at a loss, the system appeared at the most. Performing a task like this would surely make him appear as if he were a lunatic. Unfortunately, he had no means to resist the system. Thus, under the gaze of all, Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly began to perform squats. What is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Is he doing squats? What kind of squats? In my opinion, this must surely be some mysterious technique summoning ritual, huh? Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's actions, many began to whisper derisively. After all, many harbored jealousy towards Jiang Xiaoyu for being a beneficiary of connections, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in surpassing him in certain respects. Particularly Wang Jian, who, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's clownish behavior, further felt he shouldn't have bothered with such a fool. 50 squats, amidst Jiang Xiaoyu's frustration, were quickly completed. To be tormented by his own martial soul was one thing. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Mysterious gift package opened. Reward: host gains a special physique allure of martial techniques. Introduction to the allure of martial techniques. Any unclaimed martial technique will be irresistibly drawn to the host. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu's adrenaline surged. Truly, it was a fortuitous turn of events, like a pillow arriving just when one felt drowsy.
System Daddy, I love you! Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, springing up with joy.
If the system were a tangible entity, he would undoubtedly embrace it and shower it with affection.
What a lunatic, utterly pointless. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's antics, Wang Jian shook his head, preparing to leave as he wished to avoid witnessing such a clownish display any longer. However, at that moment, he noticed that all the glowing orbs seemed to be converging towards a single point. Chapter 13. The 9 transformations of the dominant body technique. Jiang Xiaoyu had just awakened his enchanting physique, and the entire first level of technique surged toward him like moths drawn to a flame. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by a myriad of luminous points. To the other students, Jiang Xiaoyu had transformed into a radiant warrior of light. What on earth is happening? Had these techniques lost their way? Many students were left in shock by this astonishing scene. Jiang Xiaoyu merely performed a few squats and bounced about, and these techniques were irresistibly attracted to him? He had not even summoned the spectral image of a martial spirit. Could it be that his peculiar movements were indeed some form of technique communication ritual? Even the boastful student began to question his own existence. Some of the other students attempted to mimic Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier actions, but alas, they yielded no results. The most speechless of them all was Wang Jian. He had initially believed that garnering the attention of dozens of techniques was an impressive feat. Yet now, what was happening with Jiang Xiaoyu? A dense cluster of techniques surrounded him, leaving no room for others. Why him? I know it. It must be that the dean of the Qinglong Academy is up to something behind the scenes. This was the only possibility that crossed Wang Jian's mind, as the dean, being the overseer of the entire academy, had the power to manipulate events at will. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain this bizarre phenomenon. Just a mere 9th grade martial spirit, and even if one were to acquire the finest martial techniques, they would still be unable to wield them effectively. It's all about connections. Let us see what you can truly achieve. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Jian stormed out of the martial arts pavilion in frustration. The other students, still reeling from the spectacle, gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu, enveloped by the multitude of techniques, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. The Great Sun Unextinguished technique, an upper-grade earth-level technique, embodies the essence of the sun. When cultivated to perfection, one's body radiates like the sun, and one's offensive prowess burns with fiery intensity, making it the nemesis of Yin techniques. The hidden kill technique, also an upper-grade earth-level technique, is essential for assassins. When perfected, its strikes are enigmatic and unfathomable, executing unexpected methods to subdue foes. The Dragon Elephant Golden Body technique, yet another upper-grade earth-level technique, is an exceptional choice for body refinement. Upon reaching mastery, one's physique resembles that of a dragon or elephant, with formidable vitality capable of defeating 10 opponents of the same rank. Amidst the plethora of techniques, Jiang Xiaoyu selected 3 that particularly resonated with him, leaving him in a quandary as to which one to choose. Alas, if only he were selecting techniques at a higher martial academy, wouldn't those heavenly level techniques be his for the taking? He vowed to seize the opportunity someday. The Qinglong Martial Academy, where Jiang Xiaoyu resided, was merely a junior martial academy by the standards of this world. In a senior martial academy, both the instructors and resources would far surpass those available here. The upcoming selection for the Senior Martial Academy would be worth a try. A select few exceptionally gifted individuals from junior martial academies could also advance through the selection process to enter senior martial academies. Gazing at the 3 brightest luminous points before him, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself in a dilemma. Each of the 3 upper-grade earth-level techniques had distinct focuses, and he was uncertain which path suited him best. After pondering for 3 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu finally made a decision. He would focus on body refinement. Imagine shattering a mountain with a single punch. What exhilaration that would bring. With this thought, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to select the Dragon. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to finalize his choice, a medium-sized luminous point caught his attention. Although it was not large, it managed to position itself before him, just like the 3 upper-grade earth-level techniques. Curiously, Jiang Xiaoyu examined the information regarding this luminous point. The 9 transformations of the dominant body technique. Oh, it is actually a fragmented technique. Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that this technique bore no rank and was indeed incomplete, but it was also a body refinement technique. This technique comprises 9 levels of cultivation. With each upgrade, the physical body receives exponential enhancement. 1 transformation leads to a new realm, and 9 transformations can shake the heavens and earth. However, the luminous point before Jiang Xiaoyu only contained the cultivation methods for the first 2 levels. Just upon reading the introduction, Jiang Xiaoyu was captivated by this technique. The name sounded quite formidable, and his instincts told him that this technique was anything but ordinary. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu chose the 9 transformations of the dominant body technique. This little rascal actually chose that technique. In an undisclosed corner of the martial arts pavilion, the dean of Qinglong Academy observed the unfolding events. The fact that Jiang Xiaoyu could attract all the luminous points did not surprise the dean. In his view, Jiang Xiaoyu's unique martial spirit naturally warranted the admiration of these techniques. If he were unable to attract even the most basic earth-level techniques, now that would be strange indeed. However, the 9 transformations of the dominant body technique is not easy to cultivate. This technique was acquired by the dean during his youth through a fortuitous encounter. Despite its incompleteness, it is not inferior to upper-grade earth-level techniques. The dean had attempted to cultivate it in the past, but regrettably, the technique did not resonate with him, yielding no results. I hope you can achieve something worthwhile. After obtaining the technique, Jiang Xiaoyu first headed to the dining hall for a hearty serving of shredded potatoes and a generous helping of greens. His mouth felt as dry as a bird's. There was no choice. The system forbade him from consuming meat, and if he did not eat, he would starve. Brother Yu, congratulations on awakening your martial spirit. Xiaoping rushed over, brimming with excitement. Today, Jiang Xiaoyu had dashed away too quickly after his awakening for Xiaoping to engage him in conversation. It's just a minor thing, merely awakening a martial spirit. With my exceptional talent, it's quite normal. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned indifference. I never expected that one day I would have a martial artist friend. The opportunity for an ordinary person to connect with a martial artist is rare. Like Xiaoping, in the Qinglong Martial Academy, even among peers of similar age, no student would befriend someone as ordinary as him. Knowing a martial artist is a source of envy for many. Don't worry. I'll always have your back, Xiaoping. I've always regarded you as a friend. Jiang Xiaoyu patted Xiaoping on the shoulder, genuinely considering this earnest youth as a friend. Hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoping was deeply moved, yet he hesitated, wanting to express something but feeling too shy to speak, ultimately remaining silent. Forget it, it's best not to trouble brother Yu with my own matters. Xiaoping thought about the challenges at home, which were somewhat troublesome, but in the end, he chose not to voice them. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu went to bed early, for the following morning would mark the commencement of his martial journey. Tomorrow, he was to report to the enhancement class. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Chapter 14, A.M. Insane. The following day, Jiang Xiaoyu rose early, preparing to report to the advanced class. At the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, entry into the advanced class is determined not by cultivation level, but by innate talent. Therefore, the students in this class are the most gifted of the academy. With Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th grade martial soul, it was indeed a matter of connections. Upon arriving at the teaching area, Jiang Xiaoyu encountered his advanced class instructor, who had been waiting for him. To his surprise, it was Lu Lin, the very mentor who had presided over the martial soul awakening ceremony the previous day. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could greet him, he noticed Lu Lin's unwilling expression. Jiang Xiaoyu, right? The dean has already briefed me, so follow me, Lu Lin said curtly, turning without affording Jiang Xiaoyu a chance to respond. Lu Lin had always harbored a disdain for students who relied on connections. When the dean had approached him the previous day about placing Jiang Xiaoyu in the advanced class, Lu Lin had been visibly reluctant. Jiang Xiaoyu will bring you surprises, since you can't refuse. Indeed, if the dean of Qinglong wished to arrange for someone, there was little that Lu Lin could do to refuse. However, a mere 9th grade martial soul seemed utterly inadequate for the advanced class. Lu Lin struggled to comprehend what surprises Jiang Xiaoyu could possibly bring him. Trailing behind, Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, unconcerned by Lu Lin's apparent disdain. Upon reaching the entrance of the advanced class, he spotted a familiar face, Wang Jian. With Wang Jian's 7th grade martial soul talent, he was indeed suited for this class. What a surprise to see that troublemaker here. Wang Jian's expression darkened upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu. Twice now, Jiang Xiaoyu had overshadowed him. Ah, Brother Wang, I have long admired your reputation. What a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Xiaoyu approached enthusiastically, relishing the discomfort of his rival. Sure enough, Wang Jian's face grew even darker at Jiang Xiaoyu's greeting, yet he was compelled to muster a strained smile. Hello. If it weren't for the dean of Qinglong, Wang Jian thought bitterly, he would have relished the opportunity to slap Jiang Xiaoyu twice. Brother Wang, it is evident that with your 7th grade martial soul, you have effortlessly entered the advanced class. Unlike me, a mere waste with a 9th grade martial soul, who had to beg and plead just to make it here, sigh. Jiang Xiaoyu remarked with a hint of cheekiness, unabashed about his connections.
Wang Jian's breath quickened, barely containing his frustration, when Lu Lin abruptly called them both inside.
All right, come in quickly.
Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Xiaoyu estimated that there were likely fewer than 20 students, truly an elite class.
Classmates, today I bring you 2 new students. Now, let us have them introduce themselves.
Lu Lin announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of discussion erupted among the students.
Goodness, it's Jiang Xiaoyu. What is so surprising? Didn't you hear that Jiang Xiaoyu awakened his martial soul yesterday?
Of course, but it's only a 9th grade martial soul.
How can he be in our class? Isn't it obvious? Everyone knows about Jiang Xiaoyu's connection with the dean.
Amidst the chatter, Wang Jian stepped forward to introduce himself, eager to seize the spotlight that was rightfully his.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Jian, a newcomer who has just awakened a 7th grade martial soul.
Please take care of me. Wang Jian emphasized the words 7th grade martial soul, flashing a proud smile. Unfortunately, his proclamation elicited little response. Instead, the students regarded him with bemusement. Those capable of studying in this class, regardless of martial soul level, would possess other unique advantages, rendering Wang Jian's sense of superiority somewhat laughable in their eyes.
Observing the crowd's reaction, Wang Jian awkwardly laughed and retreated to the side.
Ah, still too young, allow me to demonstrate how to introduce oneself.
With that, Jiang Xiaoyu swaggered to the front of the class. Greetings, everyone.
I am Jiang Xiaoyu, and I believe you all know me, so I shan't elaborate further. Perhaps you see me merely as a chubby lad. However, I possess numerous advantages. With an air of confidence, Jiang Xiaoyu declared, now, allow me to showcase one of my talents. Unfazed by any potential embarrassment, he prepared to sing Sunny Day, eager to share the charm of his idol, Jay Chou, with these denizens of another world. Just as he was about to begin, the last voice he wished to hear echoed in his ears. Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Host self-discipline task, perform 100 meters of frog jumps on the spot.
Task reward, acquire the title I am insane. System, you wretched thing.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt tears welling up, yet he was powerless to resist. Thus, before the astonished eyes of his classmates, Jiang Xiaoyu squatted down. Many were momentarily taken aback by his actions, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere.
Wasn't he supposed to showcase a talent? What is this? Do you think it's possible that frog jumping is his talent? Frog jumping? A talent? This is indeed something. In an instant, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Even Lu Lin, the instructor, was left astounded by Jiang Xiaoyu's antics. Could this truly be the surprise the dean had spoken of? Even Wang Jian, despite his irritation toward Jiang Xiaoyu, found himself secretly impressed, giving Jiang Xiaoyu a thumbs up for his audacity. Wang Jian could only concede defeat to such boldness. After 10 exhausting minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu finally completed the 100 meters of frog jumps, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. He slumped into an empty seat, oblivious to the individual seated beside him. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have successfully acquired the title I am insane. Upon hearing the system's description, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but grin widely. Although the title sounded somewhat unflattering, it seemed rather impressive, as it could potentially lead to a surge in cultivation. Jiang Xiaoyu, you truly are one of a kind, a melodious voice chimed in beside him, belonging to Anran, the beautiful classmate. In that instant, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression shifted. Despite having just completed 100 meters of frog jumps, he had never felt this level of anxiety. Oh no! Jiang Xiaoyu panicked, scrambling out of the classroom in a flurry. The onlookers were once again left speechless by Jiang Xiaoyu's outrageous behavior. What's wrong with this guy? He must have some serious issues. Someone murmured this, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully triggering the title I am insane. You have experienced a double surge in cultivation. Chapter 15 of The Wall Slam with the Goddess Anran. As Jiang Xiaoyu dashed out of the classroom, it felt as though some shackles within him had been unfastened. And not just one, but two at once. Could this truly mean he had ascended to the second tier of martial disciples? Jiang Xiaoyu was bewildered. Typically, a martial artist's cultivation requires synchronizing with techniques to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, he hadn't even begun his training and had unexpectedly broken through twice. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Jiang Xiaoyu simultaneously harbored a love-hate relationship with the system. From this moment forth, he would no longer be an ordinary individual. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Hurry back and choose your seat. Before he could revel in his newfound power, the stern-faced counselor Lu Lin summoned him back inside. Having served as a counselor for many years, Lu Lin had never encountered a student as peculiar as Jiang Xiaoyu, who seemed to defy all conventions. Counselor, I wish to sit there. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Jian had immediately fixated on Anren, the most radiant girl in the room. Moreover, Anren just happened to be without a desk partner. Was this not a seat reserved exclusively for him, Wang Jian? Witnessing Wang Jian's intent to sit beside Anren, the other students cast puzzled glances. Logically speaking, a girl as stunning as Anren should have attracted numerous suitors vying for that very position. However, since her arrival, Anren had consistently occupied a desk alone, mercilessly rejecting all attempts from boys wishing to share her space. Counselor, I refuse, I prefer to sit alone. As anticipated, before Wang Jian could bask in his delight, Anren coldly voiced her rejection from a distance, without a hint of hesitation. Wang Jian's smile faltered instantly. Throughout his life, not a single girl he had interacted with had ever turned him down. After all, with his esteemed family background and handsome appearance, he had always been met with favor. This was the first time a girl had spurned him. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but ponder the inscrutable nature of girls, particularly those as beautiful as Anren. He casually chose a seat adjacent to the boys, preparing to settle down. Jiang Xiaoyu, come sit here. Anren suddenly waved at him, her sweet smile radiating warmth. At her beckoning, the entire class turned to gaze at Anren, as though they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Having attended the Qinglong Martial Institute for over 6 months, Anren had scarcely engaged with any boys. Even when approached, she maintained an icy demeanor, let alone inviting someone to sit beside her. But you just said you preferred to be alone. Wang Jian could no longer contain himself, vexed by the presence of that rotund Jiang Xiaoyu. That was earlier, now I feel that sitting alone is a tad too solitary. With a playful grin, Anren's response nearly sent Wang Jian into a fit of rage. Many students exchanged glances between Anren and Jiang Xiaoyu, their expressions tinged with incredulity given that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed the lowest grade martial spirit. One might have excused Anren's choice if he had been more attractive. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu was undeniably a plump individual, devoid of any discernible charm. What could possibly be the reason behind Anren's selection? Could it be that our goddess Anren was merely a social climber, seeking to associate herself with Jiang Xiaoyu for the sake of connections to the esteemed director of Qinglong? The possibility seemed quite plausible. It was the only explanation that made sense. Numerous whispers circulated among the students, their eyes laden with suspicion as they scrutinized Anren. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was lost in thought, his mind a blank slate. Oh no, to be seated beside such a girl every day, was this a matter of life and death for him? Jiang Xiaoyu wore a distressed expression. He harbored a phobia of beautiful girls and had no idea how to interact with them. What is wrong, Jiang Xiaoyu, don't you want to? Noticing his stunned silence, Anren spoke again with a smile. No, not at all. Despite his inner turmoil, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly clueless on how to decline a girl's invitation. Reluctantly, he shuffled over to her side, turning his face away, too timid to meet her gaze. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you think I'm unattractive? Observing his behavior, Anren felt a twinge of irritation. Every time Jiang Xiaoyu saw her, he reacted as if she were a monster. Was she truly so hideous? Many yearned for a chance to interact with her and had yet to receive it. As Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to formulate a response, the system's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Ding, self-discipline time has commenced. Post self-discipline task issued. Immediately perform 10 one-handed push-ups against the wall on your left. Task completion reward. Lose 10 pounds. What? The wall on my left, push-ups, one-handed. Jiang Xiaoyu realized that the wall in question was indeed adjacent to Anren, as she was seated against it. Given the circumstances, how could he possibly manage this without disturbing her? As he contemplated how to ask Anren to move, a sudden wave of pain surged through his body. Host's actions are insufficiently prompt, electric shock penalty applied. Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. Under the current predicament, he feared he would not have the luxury of consulting Anren's opinion. Ultimately, the system's punishment overrode his fear of girls. Thus, in the astonished gaze of Anren, he leaned forward, placing his right hand just 10 centimeters away from her head. Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar maneuver instantly captured the attention of the entire class. Look. What is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Whoa, that movement, it's a wall slam. Jiang Xiaoyu is truly my idol. On his very first day, he dares to tease the goddess Anren. In disbelief, the students re-evaluated their perceptions of him. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaoyu commenced his push-ups, eyes firmly shut, too afraid to gaze at Anren. Despite remaining a hefty figure, his recent ascension to the second tier of martial disciples endowed him with newfound strength. Completing the push-ups was effortless, nearly a second for each. Just as he finished the final push-up and was about to exhale in relief, he felt a powerful force strike his abdomen. His nearly 200-pound frame was propelled backward by the sheer force, crashing into a trash can 3 meters away. Vulgar. Anren retracted her foot, disappointment etched across her face as she stared at Jiang Xiaoyu. She had initially hoped that Jiang Xiaoyu was different from the other boys, not merely a lecherous individual, but rather a soul of intrigue. To her dismay, Jiang Xiaoyu had proven to be just the opposite, even exceeding her expectations. On their very first day of acquaintance, he had already resorted to such base behavior. What a disgraceful, lecherous fatso. Chapter 16 of The First Genius. Li Cheng, in a fit of anger, and Ran stormed out of the classroom. The onlookers couldn't help but give Jiang Xiaoyu a thumbs up, declaring him audacious beyond measure. Wang Jian, standing nearby, looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with a gaze filled with both envy and resentment. Fortunately, Ran had kicked Jiang Xiaoyu away, otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to give that rotund boy a good thrashing. Jiang Xiaoyu had done what countless boys had dared not attempt. Indeed, having connections had its perks. Women were truly formidable. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching his stomach, slowly got back to his feet. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the self-discipline task, reward loss of 10 pounds of fat. The system's voice echoed, and Jiang Xiaoyu immediately felt as though something had been lifted from his body, granting him a sense of lightness. However, for a hefty individual like Jiang Xiaoyu, even with a 10-pound loss, he still appeared much the same as before. Jiang Xiaoyu, how dare you tease Ran? At that moment, a young man approached, mocking him. This was none other than Lu Peng, the very person Jiang Xiaoyu had toyed with at the swimming pool. Although Lu Peng was a bit of a rogue, he possessed considerable strength and, with some connections, had made his way into the advanced class. Despite being the least talented in that class, his status alone garnered him many admirers. Ever since Jiang Xiaoyu had humiliated him that day, Lu Peng had been eager to find an opportunity for revenge, and it seemed the chance had arrived sooner than he expected. What's wrong? Did a few push-ups bother you? Jiang Xiaoyu shot Lu Peng a disdainful look, refusing to offer him any courtesy. Of course not, I wouldn't dare. Lu Peng feigned a dismissive wave of his hand, then continued. However, everyone in the advanced class knows that Li Cheng has been pursuing Ran. You might just offend him with your actions. A flicker of fear crossed Lu Peng's eyes at the mention of Li Cheng. The recognized first genius of the Qinglong Martial Academy was exceedingly affable in public, treating everyone with warmth and kindness, thus earning the admiration of many students. Yet, Lu Peng had once crossed paths with Li Cheng and discovered that this seemingly gentle individual was vengeful and ruthless. As a result, Lu Peng had reluctantly become one of Li Cheng's underlings. The thought of a confrontation between Jiang Xiaoyu and Li Cheng, two individuals he despised yet could not provoke, promised to be quite the spectacle. And what of Li Cheng? Is there anyone at the Qinglong Martial Academy? Li Cheng might very well be capable of putting you in your place. Lu Peng sneered at Jiang Xiaoyu's pretentious demeanor. It was true that with the director's backing, Jiang Xiaoyu could navigate the academy with impunity, facing little consequence. Yet Li Cheng might be an exception. Not only was he the academy's top genius, but he also held a unique status. He was the grandson of the vice director. This connection was hardly inferior to Jiang Xiaoyu's own. Li Cheng? Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu was well acquainted with Li Cheng. Due to his relationship with the vice director, he had grown up in the Qinglong Martial Academy. Much like Jiang Xiaoyu, they had been childhood friends, and in his younger days, Li Cheng had often trailed after Jiang Xiaoyu like a shadow. However, everything changed at the age of 14 when Li Cheng awakened his martial soul. Following the announcement that Jiang Xiaoyu could not awaken his own, Li Cheng subsequently manifested a 6th-grade martial soul, earning the title of the academy's foremost genius. From that moment on, Jiang Xiaoyu had succumbed to a life of mediocrity, while Li Cheng had never once returned to visit him, even pretending not to recognize him when they crossed paths. From the instant Li Cheng awakened his 6th-grade martial soul, his future became limitless, while Jiang Xiaoyu, incapable of awakening a martial soul, was deemed unworthy of his friendship. I wonder what he would think if he knew I had awakened a martial soul. Surely, my 9th-grade martial soul would hardly impress him, Jiang Xiaoyu mused with a self-deprecating smile. Throughout the day's lessons, Jiang Xiaoyu barely paid attention. The academy's curriculum consisted of today primarily featured theoretical lectures, focusing on the types of demonic beasts and the historical development of human warriors. Jiang Xiaoyu had already perused this material in the director's study since childhood, and he had long since committed the knowledge to memory, rendering the lessons inconsequential. After class, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the kitchen brigade and, upon reaching the entrance, encountered Xiaoping. Xiaoping, are you heading home? Brother you, I was just about to go home to cook. Would you like to join me for a meal? Xiaoping's face lit up at the sight of Jiang Xiaoyu. Initially, he had feared that Jiang Xiaoyu would change after awakening his martial soul, but it seemed he remained the same amiable person. Sure. I haven't been out in a while. Jiang Xiaoyu readily agreed, having genuinely come to regard Xiaoping as a friend. Great, let's hurry, then, we need to buy groceries. Xiaoping exclaimed eagerly, pulling Jiang Xiaoyu along. As they walked, Xiaoping purchased a variety of ingredients, making Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth water, yet he felt too embarrassed to admit that he could only eat vegetables, which was quite distressing. Navigating through the bustling city, Xiaoping led Jiang Xiaoyu to a dilapidated apartment complex, which appeared to be several decades old. "Brother Yu, please don't mind, our home conditions are a bit poor," Xiaoping smiled apologetically. His family, even among ordinary people, faced considerable hardship. Consequently, Xiaoping had not awakened a martial soul and had opted out of attending a regular cultural academy, instead dropping out early to find work to support his family.
"Why would I mind? Do I look like that kind of person?" Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily. "Hee, I knew you weren't that type." Xiaoping beamed. "My sister will be very happy to know I brought a guest home." Xiaoping had a younger sister, while both of his parents worked away from home, leaving him to prepare meals for his sister each day. "Bad guys. You're all bad guys." Just then, a faint cry from a little girl pierced the air. "Sister!" Xiaoping instantly recognized the voice as his sister's and his expression turned tense. "They must be back again." He hurriedly dashed ahead. Jiang Xiaoyu, unsure of what was happening, quickly followed suit. "Still not moving out, this is what happens when you refuse." Inside Xiaoping's modest home, several burly men in black were vandalizing the furniture. "Don't destroy our things. Please, stop!" A 7 or 8-year-old girl cried, desperately trying to stop the men. "Get out of the way." One of the men scowled, shoving the little girl aside. Her small frame was no match for the brute's strength, and she was sent crashing onto the sofa 3 meters away. Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaoping rushed in just in time to witness this shocking scene. Chapter 17, Rising Up Sister. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoping hurried over to help the little girl to her feet. "Are you all right? Brother, woo-woo. They re-smashing our things." The little girl clung to Xiaoping, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, a sight that truly tugged at one's heartstrings. "We've already said we do not agree to move. Why do you insist on coming here?" Xiaoping glared furiously at the group of burly men before him, yet felt utterly powerless. To these men, a mere boy was nothing but a joke. "Law? Is the law meant for impoverished wretches like you, kid? If you won't heed our gentle approach, we have no choice but to resort to force." The burly man sneered, dismissing Xiaoping entirely. The commotion at Xiaoping's home attracted numerous onlookers from the neighborhood. "Xiaoping, just agree, or we won't stand a chance against these thugs," a kindly aunt advised earnestly. "These men have martial artists backing them." The expressions of the neighbors were equally grim. These men in black were from a construction company, and this dilapidated neighborhood was to be transformed into their new project, a playground. However, the compensation offered to the residents was significantly below the market rate. After receiving such paltry compensation, the already struggling residents found it impossible to secure new housing. Many, feeling aggrieved, sought to appeal, but under the unscrupulous operations of this company, no one succeeded. Moreover, they frequently sent people to disrupt the lives of the residents, all to wear them down into submission. Under such harassment, many were coerced into agreeing to the unjust demolition contracts. Yet, Xiaoping's family remained resolutely opposed, which had led to the current scene of men vandalizing their furniture. "Did you hear that, kid? Our company is not only wealthy and powerful but also has martial artists supporting us. If you refuse again, be wary of your own safety." The burly man made a gesture across his throat. Seeing this, Xiaoping felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was merely a young boy. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing the unfolding events, shot a cold glance at the men before stepping beside Xiaoping. "Xiaoping, what exactly happened?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked sternly. "Brother Fish." After hearing Xiaoping's account, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. For so many years, he had lived under the protection of the esteemed director Qinglong, seldom encountering injustice. To discover that the world was just as rotten, if not worse, than before was disheartening. "Hey, kid, have you made up your mind? Regardless of your agreement, you must vacate. Agree now, and you'll receive compensation. In a few days, you'll be left with nothing." One of the burly men growled menacingly. Jiang Xiaoyu turned his head, locking eyes with the burly man. "Who is this fatso? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll smash your pig head." The man in black felt inexplicably irked by Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze. As he spoke, he raised his fist, preparing to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson. "Brother Fish, perhaps we should just let it go. I've heard there's a formidable martial artist backing them." Xiaoping was reluctant to drag Jiang Xiaoyu into the fray. "Big brother, be careful, they hit hard." Xiaoping's little sister, with tear-filled eyes, cautioned. "Today, I stand right here. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me." Jiang Xiaoyu completely disregarded their warnings, rising to face the group of Men in his past life. Although an orphan, he had been a streetwise youth, often embroiled in fights with his gang of friends. Moreover, he could discern that despite their imposing appearances, these men were still just ordinary people. Now that he had broken through to the second level of martial training, he possessed a qualitative advantage over them. Dealing with these men would be a piece of cake. Jiang Xiaoyu's bold stance immediately drew the attention of everyone present.
Little fatty, did I hear you right? You want a medal in this? Ha, you're making my stomach hurt from laughing. With that bulk, you'll struggle just to get up on the bed, and you think you can stand up for yourself?
The group of men erupted into laughter.
How can this boy be so blind? Perhaps he picks on elementary school kids at school and thinks he is tough.
The neighbors began to murmur among themselves, shaking their heads. The previously anxious aunt approached.
Xiaoping, convince your friend.
This is no place for fighting.
She spoke earnestly. Jiang Xiaoyu, being just a half-grown boy, was no match for the intimidating men in black. Even if he could fight them, what difference would it make with martial artists backing them?
Just as Xiaoping was about to speak, he saw Jiang Xiaoyu assume a stance, rolling up his sleeves.
Wearing black clothes doesn't make you a big shot. Today, let your brother Fish show you why flowers bloom so beautifully.
Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling a surge of excitement, prepared to give these men a lesson. Since becoming a martial artist, he hadn't fought against ordinary people yet. He was curious to gauge his own strength.
Wow, this little fatty is truly brave. One might think all 200 pounds of you is pure muscle.
The men began to mock him again.
Damn it! Jiang Xiaoyu, unwilling to waste more time, readied himself to strike. Ding!
Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task initiated. Jump in place for 5 minutes of square dancing. Task reward, lose 20 pounds of fat.
At this crucial moment, the last thing Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to happen did. His annoying system had returned to wreak havoc. This time, it was to dance square dance, and in front of such a crowd, especially just as he was about to strike. System. Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly speechless, yet he had no choice.
Thus, he began. He placed one hand on his hip and pointed the other skyward, striking an awkward pose. A complete set of dance moves materialized in his mind.
What is this kid up to? Is he transforming into a magical girl?
The burly men couldn't help but burst into laughter at Jiang Xiaoyu's antics. Even Xiaoping was bewildered by Jiang Xiaoyu's behavior, let alone the surrounding neighbors, who gazed at him with a mix of confusion and disbelief.
Chapter 18 Kindness misunderstood as foolishness. Brother Fish, what on earth are you doing? At last, Xiaoping could no longer restrain his curiosity. Cough, it's nothing. I just enjoy warming up a bit before a fight. Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly replied, offering a feeble explanation for his eccentric behavior.
As the onlookers cast puzzled glances, Jiang Xiaoyu commenced his performance of the square dance. Strangely, the crowd fell into a mutual silence, captivated by his display. Just then, the tranquility was shattered by the sudden ringing of a phone, belonging to an unknown uncle.
The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the gentle hills, flowers are blooming.
One could not help but remark that the ringtone, in conjunction with Jiang Xiaoyu's dance, created an unexpectedly charming ambience.
Goodness, brother, this little chubby one is toying with us, exclaimed a burly man clad in black, as realization dawned upon him. We came here to fight, and now we find him dancing. He clearly looks down on us, the man added, his words resonating with a hint of truth. This brat truly does not regard us as equals. Hey, chubby, stop dancing, the leader of the black-clad men shouted at Jiang Xiaoyu.
However, Jiang Xiaoyu, unwilling to face the consequences of halting his performance, pressed on with his dance.
Whoa, brother, this kid is ignoring you. Damn it, does he think he can disregard me?
The leader's irritation became palpable.
I'll say it once more. Stop dancing, chubby, don't make me lose my temper.
This time, his tone was markedly more severe. Regrettably, Jiang Xiaoyu remained undeterred, continuing his infectious square dance.
How dare you disregard my words? The leader could no longer contain his frustration and approached Jiang Xiaoyu directly. I said stop dancing, he bellowed, standing less than a meter away from Jiang Xiaoyu.
To his dismay, Jiang Xiaoyu responded only with a playful wiggle of his posterior.
I'll be damned.
The leader finally snapped, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Jiang Xiaoyu's head.
Brother Fish. Quick, dodge.
Xiaoping shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Whether by instinct or sheer luck, Jiang Xiaoyu managed to evade the blow just in time, turning away with a cheeky grin.
Too slow, he taunted, while his dance moves remained unabated.
Despite Jiang Xiaoyu being a mere novice in the martial arts realm, to the ordinary black-clad man, his movements appeared almost languidly drawn out. "Kid, you dodged one slap by chance and now you're getting cocky," the burly man remarked before attempting another strike, only to meet the same fate. "Still too slow, like a tortoise." Jiang Xiaoyu continued to mock the man's fragile ego. The leader could no longer hold back, launching a flurry of attacks aimed at Jiang Xiaoyu. The outcome was predictable. He failed to land a single hit and ended up panting heavily from exertion. "Brother, we'll assist you," the other two black-clad men rushed over, positioning themselves to flank Jiang Xiaoyu. "Brother, this chubby fellow is a bit uncanny. We can't hold back." They then unleashed a barrage of techniques against Jiang Xiaoyu. Celestial grapes gathered, monkey steals peach. Alas, their assaults found only air, as Jiang Xiaoyu effortlessly danced away from every attack. The onlookers, including Xiaoping and his sister, stood in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. "Goodness, brother, this kid must be cheating," one of the black-clad men exclaimed. "Have you finished? If so, it's my turn." Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly leaped into the fray, positioning himself amongst the three attackers. In a shocking twist, he continued his dance while effortlessly delivering blows to the trio, leaving them bruised and battered. "Is this some form of martial dance?" a bewildered neighbor wondered aloud. "Xiaoping, your chubby friend is truly remarkable." "Brother, your friend is amazing. He has taken down all those ruffians." Xiaoping was well aware of Jiang Xiaoyu's prowess, having anticipated such an outcome once he learned of Jiang Xiaoyu's martial artist status. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Reward loss of 20 pounds. As the 5-minute mark arrived, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a newfound lightness in his body. He had lost a staggering 20 pounds, and even his facial features appeared noticeably altered, the excess fat diminished significantly. Yet, the transformation went unnoticed by the bystanders, who continued to perceive him as a hefty individual. "Ha ha ha, well done." As the black-clad men lay defeated, some onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at their misfortune. These individuals had been a nuisance in the neighborhood, and witnessing their downfall brought immense joy to the residents. "Brother Fish, thank you." Xiaoping approached Jiang Xiaoyu with genuine gratitude. "Just a small matter." Jiang Xiaoyu waved it off with a flourish, reveling in the moment. It must be said, the satisfaction of triumphing over adversity felt far superior to the existence of a mere layabout. "You, chubby one, you possess guts." At that moment, the defeated men, still unsteady, helped each other rise, their faces twisted with resentment as they glared at Jiang Xiaoyu and the surrounding neighbors. In all his years, Abao had never suffered such a humiliating defeat, beaten senseless by a mere boy. If word got out, how could he ever maintain his reputation on the streets? "Kid, it seems you've indeed trained a bit. But can you compete against true martial artists? If you dare, don't run away. I'll call for reinforcements and let you witness the might of martial artists. And you all, when the martial artist arrives, this place will definitely be demolished." With that, the black-clad men hastily departed, clutching their phones. Their threat cast a shadow of anxiety over the crowd. What should we do? They're calling for a martial artist. If a martial artist were to arrive and deal them a beating, there would be no recourse. If they angered a martial artist, the repercussions would be dire. Some neighbors began to voice their concerns. "Brother Fish, what now?" Even Xiaoping displayed signs of panic. Although he knew Jiang Xiaoyu had also become a martial artist, he was acutely aware that Jiang Xiaoyu had only recently awakened his martial spirit. He doubted his strength could be formidable. While cognizant of Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, he, as an average person, had no comprehension of the significance of the Azure Dragon Academy's headmaster in Jiang City. Thus, Xiaoping found himself worried. However, Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the prospect of martial artists. And the entire Jiang City martial arts community, who was unaware of his connection with the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to reassure Xiaoping, an unfriendly-looking woman approached him, her expression dark. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't acted so bravely, we wouldn't have drawn the attention of a martial artist." The woman glared at Jiang Xiaoyu, her disdain palpable. Chapter 19. A reunion with Wang Ba. A single utterance from the matron abruptly plunged the scene into an eerie silence. What? Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. Had he truly frightened off a few local ruffians, only to be chastised for it? "Madam, these individuals have perpetually bullied our neighborhood. Xiaoyu was merely doing us a favor, avenging our grievances." Xiaoping hastily interjected. "Avenging? He certainly relished the opportunity to fight, but what shall we do now? When the martial artist arrives, we shall all face the consequences." A lecherous uncle chimed in, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. They could have received a sum for the demolition, albeit modest, yet it was still money. Now, because of Jiang Xiaoyu's provocation, those individuals had summoned a martial artist. If the martial artist were to rage, these ordinary folk might not even receive a penny and would be expelled without recourse to address their grievances. The lecherous uncle's words garnered nods of agreement from many neighbors, who gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu with disdain. Observing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a mixture of incredulity and amusement. What sort of people were these? He had initially intended to assist Xiaoping while also aiding them, but it seemed utterly unnecessary now. I am merely avenging my friend. What concern is it of yours? Am I consuming your rice? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. Youth, do not be too arrogant. When the martial artist arrives, you should approach and admit your fault. Perhaps you might gain their understanding. If the martial artist is pleased, they may even spare us. As Jiang Xiaoyu's audacity became apparent, another voice rose in protest. Admit my fault? How absurd, this is ridiculous beyond belief. Jiang Xiaoyu's temper flared. There is often a reason behind the misfortunes of the pitiable. Everyone, cease your clamoring. Brother Yu is also a martial artist, and there is no need for us to fear. As the situation escalated, Xiaoping urgently pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu. What? This chubby fellow is a martial artist? Some scoffed. Xiaoping, surely you jest. I have never seen a martial artist of such girth. Xiaoping's words elicited laughter, for indeed, the majority of martial artists maintained their physique through rigorous training, making Jiang Xiaoyu's rotundity hard to believe. You all witnessed Brother Yu driving those individuals away. Could he have done so without martial prowess? Xiaoping hastily clarified. It's merely a matter of learning a few combat techniques, that hardly qualifies one as a martial artist, and Xiaoping, we are well aware of your family's circumstances. Your parents are laborers, and you are merely a cook. Xiaoping, it is not that I look down upon you, but with your standing, do you truly believe you can befriend a martial artist? A derisive voice echoed, casting further doubt on Xiaoping's claims. And that fatso exhibits no semblance of a martial artist. Brother Yu truly is. Hearing these remarks, Xiaoping grew increasingly anxious, fearing Jiang Xiaoyu would be incensed. Xiaoping, no need for explanations. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, I hope you remain steadfast. Jiang Xiaoyu had no desire to engage further with these individuals. Chubby one, are you addicted to your own pretense? I perceive you as nothing more than. A young man was poised to continue mocking Jiang Xiaoyu when a series of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Oh no, they have truly returned with reinforcements. Chubby, look what you have wrought. Panic spread among the crowd, for they harbored an instinctual fear of martial artists. Brother Yu, perhaps you should take your leave. Xiaoping expressed concern for Jiang Xiaoyu, knowing he had recently awakened his martial soul and was likely inexperienced. Should the opposing martial artist be seasoned, Jiang Xiaoyu could find himself in peril. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled faintly, refraining from further comment, eager to see which martial artist would so shamelessly meddle in the affairs of ordinary folk. Fatty, come out and face me. The black-clad man who had been beaten and left battered sprang forth. Initially, he had intended to summon an ordinary martial artist from his company, but unexpectedly, he encountered the young master of the establishment. Moreover, upon hearing his description, the young master had willingly accompanied him to resolve the matter. It was known that the young master was not only a martial artist but also a talented individual renowned within the Quanglong Martial Academy. What is all this shouting? Who dares to strike my men? The sheer force of the kick left many in shock. Alas, this young man is indeed a martial artist, and he appears quite formidable. What shall we do? If he were to kick me, I might not survive. Jiang Xiaoyu surveyed the scene, suppressing a laugh. To his surprise, the young man was someone he recognized. What a twist of fate. Martial artist, it was not us who struck your men, it was him, yes, that chubby one over there. In an instant, the crowd directed their fingers accusingly at Jiang Xiaoyu. Damn it, come over here and meet your demise. The young master turned his gaze toward the direction of their accusations. Are you certain? Jiang Xiaoyu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Wait, this fatso seems familiar. The young master scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, a spark of recognition igniting in his mind. Goodness, Jiang Xiaoyu! The young master exclaimed. Hello there, you little rascal! The young master was none other than Wang Ba, who had previously attempted to show off at the Qinglong Martial Academy, only to be humiliated by Jiang Xiaoyu. Is it truly you? Wang Ba was taken aback, having thought today would be mundane, merely engaging in some frivolous competition with his subordinates, not expecting his opponent to be Jiang Xiaoyu.
I heard you intended to end my life?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied with an innocuous smile.
The notion of someone wishing to kill me sounds rather grave. I ought to inform my elder. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu pulled out his phone, feigning to dial. Do not. Wang Ba interjected hastily.
Jiang Xiaoyu, this is merely a trivial matter between us. There is no need to trouble the president of the Qinglong Academy.
His heart sank.
It seemed he would indeed fall victim to Jiang Xiaoyu today. Chapter 20 The Tyrant of Extortion. The demeanor of Wang Ba towards Jiang Xiaoyu was unmistakably clear to all present. This rotund individual, how could he possibly know a young martial artist? Moreover, it was evident that the martial artist regarded this portly figure with a hint of trepidation. The sudden shift left the onlookers utterly blindsided.
Young master, it's this scoundrel, you must teach him a harsh lesson to avenge us.
Several burly men clad in black, still bewildered by the situation, voiced their outrage upon witnessing the exchange between Wang Ba and Jiang Xiaoyu.
Silence!
Wang Ba bellowed, raising his foot to send the closest black-clad thug flying 5 meters, exacerbating the wounds of the already injured man.
Jiang Xiaoyu, I have heard that you have awakened your martial spirit.
Although it is merely the lowest grade, a 9th-tier martial spirit, you are still a martial artist. Why are you mingling with these lowly individuals? Wang Ba's gaze swept over the surrounding neighbors, his expression one of disdain, as if he were surveying a colony of ants.
I intend to intervene. What can you do about it?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied, a smug expression adorning his face, which only served to irritate Wang Ba further. Unfortunately, he ultimately refrained from acting against him. This was merely a small city. Should he lay a hand on Jiang Xiaoyu, a figure of the caliber of the Azure Dragon Academy's principal would undoubtedly find out. Despite his family's considerable wealth, in the presence of the Azure Dragon Academy's principal, they were but a slightly more powerful mortal family.
Very well, meeting you today is my misfortune.
I shall overlook your affront against my subordinate this time. Abao, let us depart.
With a wave of his hand, Wang Ba signaled for his entourage to leave. Is that how you intend to walk away?
Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled.
What else do you expect?
Wang Ba was on the verge of losing his composure. He had already made the greatest concession that if anyone else had harmed his family's people, they would be dead or crippled by now.
Jiang Xiaoyu, do not push your luck.
Wang Ba growled, indignation radiating from his being.
I am not trying to provoke you. I simply yearned for my old man and was about to give him a call.
Jiang Xiaoyu declared, reaching for his phone to dial.
Wait. Wang Ba ultimately capitulated. What exactly do you want? You damaged my friend's door, and you think you can leave without compensation? Is it merely for a door?
I thought it was something significant, just tell me how much.
Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Wang Ba let out a sigh of relief. How much could a wooden door possibly cost? Xiaoping, come here.
How much is your door worth? Jiang Xiaoyu called out to Xiaoping. Xiaoping hurried over, casting a timid glance at Wang Ba. Upon noticing, Wang Ba shot him a threatening glare. Brother you, perhaps we should just let it go. The door isn't worth much, Xiaoping suggested timidly. Being an ordinary child, he faltered under Wang Ba's intimidating gaze.
Xiaoping, do you doubt me, or do you not consider me a friend?
Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice.
Brother you, how could I?
I absolutely trust you. The door cost 500 yuan when it was installed, Xiaoping whispered the price.
500 yuan, I thought it was something significant. Wang Ba pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Here is 1,000. Consider it double compensation. He handed the money to Jiang Xiaoyu.
You think 1,000 yuan is enough to placate me? The sound of you kicking that door startled both me and my friends.
What about compensation for emotional distress?
Jiang Xiaoyu was not so easily appeased.
What amount do you want?
Wang Ba had resigned himself to the situation, though the money was of little concern to him.
Not much. Just a total of 100,000 will suffice. Jiang Xiaoyu stated nonchalantly. 100,000, Jiang Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Even for Wang Ba, that was not a trivial sum.
Although his family was wealthy, his father controlled his allowance tightly. 100,000 was equivalent to 2 months' worth of living expenses.
Brother you, isn't that a bit excessive?
Xiaoping interjected quietly. Xiaoping's parents worked tirelessly throughout the year, earning a total income of only 70 to 80,000 yuan. 100,000 was more than what his family earned in an entire year. Jiang Xiaoyu shot Xiaoping a calming glance.
Ah, how did my phone accidentally dial my old man's number? It's so troublesome.
He fumbled with his phone again.
Alright, Jiang Xiaoyu, take this card, it has exactly 100,000 on it, and the password is 88. Wang Ba, with a pained expression, handed over a bank card, feeling the pinch of losing 2 months' worth of living expenses and lamenting his prospects with women. Damn Jiang Xiaoyu. Is this enough to settle things? Let us leave. Wang Ba was desperate to vacate the scene, fearing that another glimpse of Jiang Xiaoyu's plump visage would incite him to violence. Hold on. I heard your family is planning to demolish this neighborhood? Not anymore, I'm not demolishing anything. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Wang Ba fled in a panic. He was utterly unwilling to endure any further torment from Jiang Xiaoyu. After the challenge in a month, I shall certainly seek revenge. Wang Ba vowed silently.
Xiaoping, your house should no longer be at risk of demolition. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, then handed the bank card to Xiaoping.
Brother, you, don't say anything. Do you think I lack this small sum?
At the sight of Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze, Xiaoping reluctantly accepted the card. Given the earlier events, Xiaoping could discern that Jiang Xiaoyu's status was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, the surrounding neighbors were left in a state of shock. Initially, they had anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu would be soundly beaten and that they would suffer the consequences. However, the outcome had turned out quite differently. Especially the elderly woman who had first stepped forward to denounce Jiang Xiaoyu and those who had made snide remarks now felt the sting of embarrassment on their faces. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Jiang Xiaoyu were filled with trepidation. From Wang Ba's earlier display, it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu was not only a martial artist but also of significant standing. Should Jiang Xiaoyu hold a grudge, these individuals might find themselves in dire straits. I apologize, esteemed martial artist. I was blind to your true worth, my sincerest apologies. Suddenly, a young man who had previously made derogatory comments rushed forward, bowing his head in apology. With a leader emerging, many others followed suit, offering similar gestures of contrition.
Xiaoping, you must intercede on our behalf.
Even more implored Xiaoping for leniency, as it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu treated him well. For these pleas, Xiaoping pretended not to hear. The conduct of these individuals had been utterly excessive. Jiang Xiaoyu had little interest in these ordinary folk. All of you, get lost, he shouted, prompting the crowd to scatter like leaves in the wind.
Xiaoping, why haven't you started cooking? Didn't you invite me for a meal?
Jiang Xiaoyu smiled at Xiaoping.
Yes.
Chapter 21. A farewell to Siya. The trivial incident that occurred at Xiaoping's residence was of no concern to Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon returning to her abode, she immediately commenced her cultivation. According to the introduction of the 9 turns overbearing body technique, the first turn is known as copper skin and iron bones. To successfully cultivate this initial phase, one must at least attain the martial spirit realm. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's current circumstances, she could only focus on enhancing her cultivation level for now. An energy-enhancing pill. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a pill from her pocket, a reward from the system after completing her last task, which she had yet to consume. This type of pill is one of the most commonly used by martial apprentice realm warriors, capable of directly augmenting the spiritual energy within, thereby elevating one's cultivation. However, practitioners are well aware that every medicine carries some degree of toxicity. As with any pill, excessive consumption can lead to side effects, yet, the system had assured her that this particular pill bore no side effects. Jiang Xiaoyu had considerable faith in the system. After all, it was a cheat. She decided to consume it without further ado. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed the pill whole. It dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and in that moment, she felt a surge of immense spiritual energy coursing through her body. Hastily, she assumed a meditative posture to refine this energy. Martial apprentice 4th layer. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu distinctly sensed her breakthrough in realm 2 whole levels. Just 2 days after awakening her martial soul, she had advanced from 0 cultivation to martial apprentice 4th layer. Should the outside world become privy to this information, they would undoubtedly be left agape. Such a rapid advancement is something even warriors who have awakened a 7th rank martial soul could only dream of. It was utterly preposterous. Even Jiang Xiaoyu herself was taken aback. The reward pill from the system was likely far superior to those concocted by supposed alchemical masters. The exhilaration of her breakthrough further fueled Jiang Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, prompting her to immediately engage in the foundational practice of the 9 turns overbearing body technique. Generally, the speed of cultivation correlates with the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, largely dependent on the rank of the awakened martial soul. Logically, given that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed a 9th rank martial soul, her cultivation should progress rather sluggishly. However, the moment she began her practice, she felt the surrounding spiritual energy rushing toward her. The unknown little sparrow of her martial soul seemed particularly restless. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu discerned that her cultivation was rapidly increasing. The sensation of absorbing spiritual energy from the environment led her to a singular word: devour. part of the energy she absorbed transformed into her own cultivation, while the majority was voraciously consumed by her little sparrow martial soul. What on earth is this martial soul of mine? At this rate of cultivation, Jiang Xiaoyu would surely break through to the martial apprentice 5th layer within mere days. The following day, upon arriving at the classroom, Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that Anren had already taken her seat. Moreover, Anren's gaze upon Jiang Xiaoyu was as if she wished to rend him to pieces. It was imperative to clarify the situation, otherwise, he might be in peril. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of fear. This beautiful girl, Anren, was surprisingly violent. Not only was she fierce, but her cultivation was also superior to his. How could anyone withstand such a confrontation? Anren, regarding what happened yesterday, I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously approached her. Yet, upon hearing his words, Anren continued to regard him with that intimidating glare, as if she were poised to deliver a swift kick at any moment. Anren, I truly did not mean it. Sometimes, my mind does not function properly, and I have some issues. Upon hearing this, Anren's expression began to shift. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the moment. What I mean to say is, I have some difficulties with my thinking. At times, I cannot control myself, and that truly is not my intention. You witnessed my behavior that day. Would a normal person act in such an embarrassing manner before so many? A normal person, especially one with a strong sense of pride, would never display such awkwardness in front of others. I genuinely acted out of necessity. If it were not for my mental challenges, who wouldn't want to be a healthy and positive young person? As he spoke, tears nearly brimmed in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. In truth, this account was not entirely fabricated. Had it not been for the system's antics, he would never have found himself in such ridiculous situations. Indeed, as Jiang Xiaoyu passionately recounted his tale, Anren's demeanor softened. Her gaze shifted from disdain to pity, as if she were observing a great fool. Is what you say truly the case? Absolutely, without a doubt. Jiang Xiaoyu responded eagerly, noticing Anren's change in attitude. Very well, should you find yourself unable to control yourself again in the future, do let me know. I may be able to assist you. Anren looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with a less disdainful expression, and thus forgave him. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It turned out that girls were not so fearsome after all. Have you all heard? We're actually having a class with Mentor Siye soon. My heavens, wasn't it said that Mentor Siye would not be teaching? Word spread through the classroom that the academy had invited Mentor Siye to deliver a theoretical lecture after much effort. My heavens, Mentor Siye is my goddess. Many classmates were animatedly discussing the impending arrival of Mentor Siye. Mentor Siye? Isn't that the woman who wanted to take me as her apprentice the other day? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety. After having rejected Siye's apprenticeship offer in front of so many people, would she hold a grudge? What's wrong, Jiang Xiaoyu? You look rather unwell. Is your illness flaring up again? Anren observed Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar demeanor with a hint of concern. No, I merely have some anticipation regarding Mentor Siye. Really, Mentor Siye is not only a stunning beauty but also a genuinely good person. Anren smiled, revealing her familiarity with Siye. Unbeknownst to many, Anren was, in fact, Siye's first disciple. Is that so? Jiang Xiaoyu was aware of Siye's beauty but was uncertain about her character. She's here. After an unknown person called out, the classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Mentor Siye, adorned with a veil and dressed in an elegant white classical gown, gracefully ascended the podium. Her slender figure and noble, ethereal demeanor left the audience spellbound. Only Jiang Xiaoyu quickly turned his face away, fearful of being recognized. Siye offered no elaborate introduction and immediately commenced the lesson. Her voice, akin to her presence, was cool and forbidding, exuding an air of exclusivity. The lesson focused on the fundamental theories of magical beasts. Many students soon realized that Siye possessed unique insights into each type of magical beast, articulating them in a manner that was both accessible and enlightening. Could any student elucidate the characteristics and weaknesses of the 8th-rank magical beast, the two-headed fire rhinoceros? At that moment, Mentor Siye unexpectedly directed her gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 22 The Awkward Poetry Recital. Alas, upon catching a glimpse of Siye's piercing gaze, Jiang Xiaoyu, in a fit of frustration, smacked his forehead. Indeed, women are known for holding grudges, and the aloof Mentor Siye was no exception. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu resignedly prepared to rise and answer the question, someone nearby volunteered to stand up. The two-headed fire rhinoceros, an 8th-grade demon beast, boasted tough skin and formidable defense. Its colossal horns served as lethal weapons, and its mouth could unleash flames of an extraordinarily high temperature. Any martial artist of equal cultivation who dared to engage would undoubtedly meet their demise.
However, the two-headed fire rhinoceros possessed a critical weakness, a soft spot located at the neck between its two heads, akin to ordinary pork, which could be easily pierced. Wang Jian, full of confidence, concluded his explanation and cast a proud glance at Xia. He intended to demonstrate to her that refusing to accept him as a disciple was a grave error. Following Wang Jian's remarks, the majority of the classmates regarded him with approving eyes. In truth, the two-headed fire rhinoceros was a rather rare demon beast, hence most were unfamiliar with its characteristics. The fact that Wang Jian remembered so vividly left many in awe of him. Possessing a 7th-grade martial soul was impressive enough, but his eagerness to learn suggested boundless potential. Wang Jian basked in the admiration of his peers, eagerly anticipating Xia's praise.
This student has indeed provided an excellent answer, Xia commenced, confirming Wang Jian's contributions. However, she noted that his description of the two-headed fire rhinoceros's weakness lacked precision. While it was true that the weakness existed at the neck between the two heads, more precisely, it lay 50 centimeters from the left head. It was imperative for everyone to have a thorough understanding of the demon beasts they might encounter in the future. Even a 1 centimeter discrepancy could prove fatal. Therefore, I hope that Wang Jian can further enhance his theoretical knowledge. Xia's subsequent comments left Wang Jian in a state of disarray, while his classmates looked on in astonishment, taken aback by Xia's stringent standards. At that moment, an unexpected sound of derision echoed from somewhere in the room. The crowd turned towards the source, only to find Jiang Xiaoyu hastily covering his mouth. "My apologies, I couldn't hold it in," he chuckled unabashedly. Wang Jian's attempt to show off, only to encounter failure, was simply too entertaining. "Who just laughed?" "Stand up," a melodious yet icy voice reached Jiang Xiaoyu's ears. "Me?" Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the podium, met only with Xia's emotionless gaze. Disrupting the classroom discipline warrants a half-hour of standing outside before re-entering. Xia's stare bore into Jiang Xiaoyu, revealing a hint of irritation.
Resigned, Jiang Xiaoyu stood up, preparing to leave for his punishment. Knowing he was well-versed in the material, however, it was clear that Xia held grudges. It dawned on him that Xia had not intentionally set out to embarrass him. She was simply stern with everyone. Wang Jian felt a surge of satisfaction at witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament. Unbeknownst to him, beneath Xia's veil lay a breathtaking visage, which curled into a subtle smile. Though she was a mentor, she was still relatively young, possessing merely extraordinary talent and cultivation. Jiang Xiaoyu, the first person to refuse her, piqued her interest, but what intrigued her most was his martial soul. She had never encountered such a unique martial soul before. Despite being the lowest grade, a 9th-grade martial soul, it evoked an inexplicable feeling within her. "I must see what this martial soul truly is," Xia mused internally. However, just as Jiang Xiaoyu approached the center of the classroom, an unexpected occurrence transpired. "Ding, self-discipline timer has ended. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a poetry recital at the podium. Task completion reward in none."
Damn it! A task like this without a reward, useless system.
Jiang Xiaoyu was on the verge of exploding with frustration. What if this mentor with unknown powers simply swatted him away? Yet, compared to the system's punishment, he ultimately chose to confront the enigmatic Xia. Thus, under the watchful eyes of his peers, he reluctantly made his way to the podium. "Mentor Xia, I'm feeling unwell. Please do not intervene regardless of my actions."
The moment he neared Xia, he hastily uttered. Xia was left bewildered. "Ah, the 5th ring, you surpassed the 4th ring by 1.
Jiang Xiaoyu began, reciting lines provided by the system. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu exhibited such audacity, even daring to disrupt Mentor Xia's class. It was known that her identity remained shrouded in mystery. Even Director Qinglong treated her with utmost respect.
"Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Xia's voice was tinged with annoyance as she realized he was ignoring her authority.
"Should you continue, I may have to personally intervene." Xia raised her hand, poised to deliver a reprimanding slap. The students in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances.
"Wait, Mentor Xia."
At that moment, Anren suddenly dashed from her seat.
"Mentor Xia, Jiang Xiaoyu is having an episode." Anren leaned in closer, whispering to Xia about Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier claim of having a mental disorder. Connecting the dots with his previous utterance, Xia began to entertain the notion that perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu truly was a bit unhinged. Instantly, both women regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a changed demeanor.
Who would have thought that such a young lad could suffer from such an affliction? Poor little chubby boy. Xia sighed. It was no wonder Jiang Xiaoyu had declined her invitation to become her disciple. Everything made sense now. It seemed that he had been unable to control himself, which explained his hasty exit. During such episodes, it was best not to disturb him, as it could lead to more severe consequences. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, the two women stepped aside, granting the podium to Jiang Xiaoyu. Ah, the sixth ring, you surpassed the fifth ring by one. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart was on the verge of breaking, yet his mouth continued to recite without pause. In the midst of the class's complex expressions, Jiang Xiaoyu completed his rendition of the Song of the Five Rings, in a poetic recital format. Curse this system, forcing me to recite such an embarrassing piece without any reward. If this system had a physical form, Jiang Xiaoyu would have loved to drag it out and thrash it. Such a lack of integrity. Jiang Xiaoyu, after class, come to my courtyard, Xie declared, her gaze fixed on him before she exited the classroom. Chapter 23 of the Courtyard of Xie. Goodness, how ruthless, is she really going to find a secluded place to teach me a lesson? Jiang Xiaoyu could almost envision himself being mercilessly beaten by Xie in a small courtyard. The other students in the advanced class shared similar sentiments. After all, Xie's expressionless demeanor led one to believe she was indeed furious. What is it about Jiang Xiaoyu, aside from his plumpness, that warranted such attention? Why on earth did the master summon him to her private residence? Anren, standing nearby, murmured in disbelief. As Xie's sole disciple, Anren was acutely aware that Xie was a person who valued her privacy above all. She had only visited Xie's courtyard twice herself. The very notion of Xie inviting a man like Jiang Xiaoyu to her private abode was simply preposterous. Make sure to cherish this opportunity, Anren said, gently patting Jiang Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Cherish it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu froze in place. He was on the verge of being pummeled by Xie, yet Anren was urging him to cherish the moment. Could it be that Anren harbored some peculiar inclinations? With this thought, Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Anren with a bemused expression. Should I really go over there? After class, Jiang Xiaoyu sat at his desk, tugging at his hair in deep conflict. Surely, the mentor Wu Ti hit him too hard, right? After all, I have connections. Perhaps I should go after all. As a hefty fellow, could she truly devour me? With a resolve akin to facing his demise, Jiang Xiaoyu set off toward the mentor's residence. At the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, each mentor possessed their own quarters. Mentor Xie's residence was a secluded and independent small courtyard, enveloped by an atmosphere of tranquility. Come in, the door is not locked. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could even knock, Xie's voice resonated from within the courtyard. In this isolated place, if I were to scream in pain, likely no one would hear me. It feels perilously dangerous. Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously stepped into Xie's abode. Although the courtyard was not large, it was quaintly furnished, boasting pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, with a pond occasionally graced by the playful leaps of spirited fish. The entire setting exuded a comforting ambience, slightly alleviating Jiang Xiaoyu's tense disposition. At that moment, Xie sat at a nearby pavilion, quietly engrossed in a book. Come here. Xie set her book aside and directed her gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyu. Please, Mentor Xie, I assure you, I am merely unwell. It was not intentional, I truly cannot control myself. Jiang Xiaoyu reluctantly approached, his words flowing in a desperate stream of explanation. Better to be ill, I am here to treat your affliction. Xie replied in a measured tone. Oh no, Mentor Xie, my fragile frame cannot withstand your methods. Jiang Xiaoyu, upon hearing Xie's response, assumed she was truly going to strike him, which sent a fresh wave of fear through him. Though he protested vocally, his body betrayed him, and he soon stood before Xie. In such a predicament, only by pleading for mercy could he hope for a way out. Attempting to flee would surely result in a more severe beating. How could his cultivation possibly allow him to escape? Mentor Xie, I sincerely apologize for my unruly behavior in class today. I am truly sorry. Jiang Xiaoyu earnestly expressed his contrition, only to be taken aback by Xie's next remark. There is no need for further words. Your conduct in class was indeed peculiar, yet I can comprehend it. However, may I inquire why your poetry recitation was so utterly dreadful? Even elementary school students perform better than you. Xie's tone was serious, and even through her veil, Jiang Xiaoyu could sense her sincerity. My poetry While he was aware that his skills might indeed be lacking, surely they were not worse than those of a child. Do you doubt it? Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's expression, Xie pressed further. As a lady of refinement, Xie had mastered various arts since childhood, including poetry recitation, and she genuinely believed Jiang Xiaoyu's performance was lacking. I believe it, Mentor Xie, I assure you, I will diligently practice my recitation skills to surpass even elementary students. Jiang Xiaoyu awkwardly chuckled, seeking an opportunity to escape. What do you think you're doing? Extend your right hand. Xie's voice remained as cold as ever, causing Jiang Xiaoyu to shiver involuntarily. Surely, Mentor Xie does not intend to strike my hand with a small bamboo switch. Jiang Xiaoyu's mind conjured images of his impending misfortune, and it seemed Xie was indeed unwilling to let him off the hook. Hesitantly, he extended his hand, bracing for the punishment. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his wrist. Xie's hand rested lightly upon it, as if probing for something. Something is amiss. Xie's brow furrowed slightly. Possessing a certain proficiency in medicine, she had intended to examine Jiang Xiaoyu upon Anren's mention of his supposed illness in class. It would be a pity if such a mysterious soul possessing a martial spirit were indeed unhinged, yet, Xie now discovered that Jiang Xiaoyu's pulse was perfectly normal, lacking any signs of illness. Mentor Xie, you cannot possibly be examining my tendons for such a trivial matter. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, his face a mask of distress. Did you not claim to be unwell? Why can I not discern anything? Xie found the situation puzzling. Typically, ailments manifest in one's pulse. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly clarified, my condition is quite complex and difficult to detect, even the principal of Qinglong could not identify it. He added this in hopes of dispelling any doubts Xie might have. The principal could not perceive it? Then your affliction must indeed be intricate. Though confident in her own skills and medical knowledge, Xie recognized that she fell short in comparison to the principal of Qinglong. Acknowledging the connection between Jiang Xiaoyu and the principal, she reasoned that if the principal could not discern anything, it was only natural that she could not either. My ailment manifests as a lack of self-control at times, but I am otherwise perfectly normal, nothing serious. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled nervously, thank you for your concern, Mentor Xie. I shall take my leave now. Testing the waters, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed Xie's lack of opposition and turned to make his escape. Just as he neared the door, Xie, who had remained still until that moment, suddenly rose to her feet, revealing a colossal eye-like apparition looming behind her. That enormous eye, deep and enigmatic, seemed to perceive everything in existence. Chapter 24 of the Eye of Illusion. This colossal eye is the primary reason why Xie summoned Jiang Xiaoyu. How could this be? What on earth is this entity? Watching Jiang Xiaoyu vanish at the doorway, Xie's expression was one of disbelief. It had been a long time since she experienced such a profound emotional upheaval. Why can't I discern anything about his martial soul? Xie murmured to herself, struggling to accept this reality, that immense-sized phantom is indeed Xie's martial soul. It is an exceedingly rare and unique martial soul, known as the Eye of Illusion. It is reputed to see through all deception in the world. One of its abilities is to detect the essence of another's martial soul even before they summon it, including its rank, characteristics, weaknesses, and more. Under the gaze of the Eye of Illusion, if a martial soul has any vulnerabilities, they would surely be laid bare. However, this time, when Xie probed Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul, not only did she uncover nothing, but it also seemed as though her martial soul's energy was gradually being absorbed by Jiang Xiaoyu's mysterious martial soul. Although the absorbed energy was negligible, to Xie, this was utterly outrageous. She had begun to suspect that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed a devouring-type martial soul, yet, she had encountered devouring martial souls before. For one at the 9th tier to absorb her martial soul's energy was simply unheard of. It is worth noting that Xie's Eye of Illusion is a 5th tier martial soul. Furthermore, due to its exceptional nature, it is even stronger than some 4th tier martial souls. The fact that a 9th tier martial soul could absorb energy from a 4th tier martial soul would surely cause a stir if it were to spread. Who exactly is Jiang Xiaoyu? Xie quietly observed Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating silhouette, lost in thought. Xie, you have overstepped your bounds. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xie without a sound. The Dean of the Azure Dragon Academy. Xie could sense a hint of anger in his tone. Xie, despite your impressive background, the Azure Dragon Academy is not a place where you can act recklessly, especially concerning Jiang Xiaoyu. When mentioning Jiang Xiaoyu, the Dean's tone noticeably intensified. In the future, I hope you refrain from employing abilities that should not be used within the Azure Dragon Academy without my permission. Do take care. With those words, before Xie could respond, the Dean vanished from sight. Xie stood momentarily dazed. Indeed, probing into another's privacy was her wrongdoing. Moreover, the Dean was no ordinary individual. Despite her formidable background, she dared not excessively offend him. Jiang Xiaoyu, intriguing. Nevertheless, the secrets surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu are quite captivating. How strange it is that Xie, rather than scolding me, is attempting to assist me. Jiang Xiaoyu was still reflecting on the events that had transpired, completely oblivious to the fact that his martial soul had almost been scrutinized by another. Who are you? At that moment, a young man approached Jiang Xiaoyu, angrily demanding an explanation. Why did you come out from Xie's residence? The young man appeared to be in his 20s. Is there anyone in our academy who does not recognize me? Jiang Xiaoyu found the irritated young man somewhat perplexing. I could not care less who you are. I demand to know why you emerged from Xie's quarters. The young man raised his voice further. This young man, known as Bailong, had followed Xie to the Azure Dragon Academy in hopes of winning her affection. Due to his status, he held a mentor position within the academy, although he had never conducted a class. His sole intention was to draw closer to Xie. Naturally, he had heard of Jiang Xiaoyu's name but had never met him, hence his lack of recognition. He had been pursuing Xie for quite some time, yet she had consistently ignored him. He had attempted to enter Xie's residence numerous times, only to be denied each time. Now, witnessing a man emerge from Xie's courtyard was utterly intolerable. I will ask you once more, who the hell are you? Bailong was on the verge of losing his temper. I am Jiang Xiaoyu, you do not recognize me, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, equally baffled by the sudden confrontation. Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this name, Bailong recalled that this individual was seemingly connected to the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy, and his anger slightly subsided. Though he was not intimidated by the dean, it was wise to remain low-key, as it was the dean's power, not his, that commanded respect. What were you doing in Xie's residence? Bailong managed to temper his tone somewhat. Xie is my mentor, she was merely guiding me through course content. Upon hearing this, Bailong felt a sense of relief, realizing that Xie teaching a student was somewhat acceptable. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's next statement nearly caused Bailong to choke in fury. It was merely a gentle touch of mentor Xie's hand. The sensation was truly silky. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized that this hot-headed individual seemed to have feelings for Xie. Moreover, since he had been unjustly yelled at, revenge was in order. He was not one to be bullied. I shall make you seethe with rage. Additionally, when Xie checked his pulse, she indeed touched his hand, so it was not a lie. What did you say? You, repeat that. Bailong's previously dissipating anger surged back. I said, mentor Xie's hand is so silky. Jiang Xiaoyu emphasized his words deliberately, aiming to infuriate this insufferable fellow. You will pay for this. Bailong was exploding with rage. He had pursued Xie for so long that even speaking to her was done from a distance of 2 meters. Now, he had heard someone claim to have touched her hand. Ultimately, anger triumphed over reason. Bailong disregarded Jiang Xiaoyu's connections and raised his hand, intending to strike him down. If necessary, he would simply have his family compensate for the resources lost. What the hell, are you serious? As Bailong's hand was about to descend, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted desperately. He knew that the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy was likely aware of the happenings within and would come to his aid. Indeed, a figure appeared, intercepting Bailong's blow. However, it was none other than Xie. Bailong, do you realize what you are doing? Xie had been observing the events unfolding at her doorstep, including all of Jiang Xiaoyu's remarks. Thus, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaoyu for a couple of seconds, making him feel somewhat guilty. Xie, as their hands met, Bailong felt elation at the contact with Xie's skin. Yet, his anger simmered, for this intimate moment occurred because Xie was saving another man. How could Xie choose to rescue this fatso? Xie, do not stop me, let me obliterate this glutton. Bailong's rage was far from quelled. Bailong, while I knew you were foolish, I did not expect you to be this foolish, Xie remarked bluntly, offering him no leeway. Foolish? I merely seek to eliminate a country bumpkin. Bailong retorted, unable to comprehend that with their status, they could easily dominate in a small place like Jiangcheng. Country bumpkin, do you truly know Jiang Xiaoyu, or do you truly understand the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy? Xie countered, feeling increasingly disappointed in Bailong. His impulsiveness would inevitably bring calamity to his family. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You two can continue your discussion at your leisure. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing the tension between the two, quickly made his exit, noting Bailong as a foe. How dare he try to kill me? Chapter 25 of The Return of Li Chang. What a stroke of bad luck. On the way back, Bailong was in a foul mood. As the head of a junior martial arts academy, he could not fathom why Shiyu held him in such disdain. He had never endured this kind of humiliation within his own family. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Bailong and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. The sound was crisp. A distinct handprint appeared on Bailong's cheek. I heard you have the audacity to look down on me? The expression of the Qinglong Academy's head was one of mockery. He was fully aware of the events that had transpired with Jiang Xiaoyu. Had it not been for Shiyu's intervention, the head of Qinglong would have already made his move, leaving Bailong severely injured at the very least. However, those who dared to touch Jiang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly face some repercussions. Stop. I am. Bailong, realizing the newcomer was the head of Qinglong, hurriedly spoke, attempting to leverage his status to instill caution in him. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, another resounding slap landed on him. Without granting Bailong a moment to recover, the head of Qinglong unleashed a flurry of 18 consecutive slaps, transforming Bailong's face into that of a pig's. You, Bailong attempted to utter something, but found even speaking a challenge, having lost several teeth in the process. What do you mean you? If you're dissatisfied, go tell Baishan that I did this. Let us see if he dares to retaliate. The head of Qinglong remarked, his lips curling into a smirk. This Li Tianba, what sort of people is he attracting day by day? Li Tianba was the vice principal of Qinglong Martial Academy, responsible for the recruitment of instructors. Both Shi Yu and Bai Long were recruited by him. Typically, the head of Qing Long was indifferent to such trivial matters. Meanwhile, the fallen Bai Long's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name Bai Shan, for it was none other than his father's name. The head of Qing Long actually knew his father and appeared to be quite familiar with him. One must understand, how could someone from a small place like Jiang City possibly be acquainted with his father? After taking a moment to collect himself and regain the ability to speak, Bai Long hastily called his father. He recounted his ordeal and prepared to request assistance in seeking justice. What? You foolish boy actually provoked him. If he doesn't kill you, consider yourself fortunate. From now on, be more discreet in your actions. These were Bai Shan's exact words, leaving Bai Long frozen in place. If even the Bai family cannot afford to offend him, what manner of identity does the head of Qing Long possess? As night fell, Jiang Xiaoyu immersed himself once more in his training. He was quite pleased with the speed at which his martial spirit absorbed spiritual energy. At this rate, he would surely break through to the 5th level of martial apprentice within 2 to 3 days. Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Indeed, cultivating seemed far more enjoyable than being a useless waste. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu had just weighed himself, and with the assistance of the system and weight loss pills, he now weighed only around 160 pounds. Soon, he would return to his peak physical appearance. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. He just wondered when he would be able to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. Every young boy undoubtedly harbored a dream of becoming a martial arts master, and Jiang Xiaoyu was no exception. Early the next morning, as Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at class, he overheard many discussing something animatedly. Senior Li Chang is coming back today. I can finally see my idol again. Me too, I missed him so much. Several girls were swooning. In the world of martial academies, seniority was not determined by enrollment time but by one's cultivation level and prowess. The stronger one was, the more senior they became. Li Chang was, without a doubt, the first talent recognized by all students of Qing Long Martial Academy. It seemed he was quite popular. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled to himself, recalling Li Chang's arrogant demeanor from the past. Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Chang is about to return. He is not someone who plays by the rules, so be careful, warned El Pang, approaching with feigned concern. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyu had no desire to engage with him. His ulterior motives were glaringly obvious, merely wishing to instigate a conflict between him and Li Chang. Even without the incident involving Enran, there existed irreconcilable differences between him and Li Chang. My idol is back. So handsome, Senior Li Chang, I love you. At that moment, the girls in front started to scream. Instantly, the entire teaching building erupted with the shrieks of female students. Jiang Xiaoyu followed the gazes of the crowd and looked out the window. He saw a dozen formidable students approaching the teaching building. These individuals were all above the 7th level of martial apprentice, returning from hunting demonic beasts. Leading them was none other than Li Chang. It must be said, Li Chang's appearance was indeed exceptional, with delicate and harmonious features that captivated the gaze. Furthermore, his aura stood out significantly among the group, exuding an air of nobility that set him apart from the others. Still the same, unable to shed the habit of showing off, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked openly from the sidelines. One girl, overhearing Jiang Xiaoyu's comment, prepared to retort, astonished that someone dared to speak ill of her idol. But upon turning around and seeing it was Jiang Xiaoyu, she hesitated, her words dying on her lips. All she could do was shoot him an annoyed glance. Why are you so unresponsive? This is a god. Jiang Xiaoyu teased Enran, who remained focused on her own tasks. Crazy, Enran shot him a disapproving look. As Li Chang and his entourage approached the advanced class amidst the cheers, the atmosphere was charged. These individuals were all exceptionally gifted students, naturally belonging to the advanced class. No sooner had Li Chang arrived in class than El Pang hurriedly moved closer, recounting Jiang Xiaoyu's playful banter with Enran. Li Chang noticed Jiang Xiaoyu not far away, his expression a mixture of emotions. Under the gaze of the crowd, he walked directly towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Long time no see, Li Chang initiated, offering a gentle smile. Better not to see you at all, Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, feeling no need to extend any courtesy to Li Chang. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Li Chang furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled again before returning to his seat. The students of the advanced class were astonished by the exchange, not expecting the two to be acquainted. One was the academy's first talent, while the other was its foremost connection. Quite intriguing. In the ensuing moments, the female students began to shower Li Chang with gifts, bombarding him with questions. The male students nearby had long grown accustomed to such scenes. As long as Li Chang was present, they would forever remain in the shadows. Only the newly admitted Wang Jian felt somewhat disgruntled, though he dared not express it openly. Amidst the onslaught of female admirers, Li Chang responded to each query with a warm smile, embodying the image of a caring gentleman. Enran, I haven't seen you in a while. Li Chang suddenly approached Enran, as she sat beside Jiang Xiaoyu.
Chapter 26 A Clash of Wits. Li Chang's actions elicited sighs from a multitude of female students. His pursuit of Ayn Rand had become common knowledge throughout the academy, and yet, Li Chang harbored unrequited feelings. Despite being universally acknowledged as a heartthrob, Li Chang could not capture Ayn Rand's affections. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his devotion, embodying the very essence of a devoted man. Blessed with good looks and exceptional talent, he was also hopelessly infatuated. In the face of such a perfect suitor, Ayn Rand remained unmoved, even finding his persistence somewhat bothersome.
I really don't want to see you.
Ayn Rand averted her gaze, refusing to spare Li Chang even a glance. He clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, utterly impossible to shake off. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Ayn Rand simply could not muster any fondness for Li Chang. Ayn Rand, you're still the same, but I adore you in every form. Li Chang appeared to have anticipated Ayn Rand's reaction, sporting a grin reminiscent of an eager admirer. As he spoke, he leaned closer to her, completely disregarding the presence of Jiang Xiaoyu, as if she were merely a figment of the air. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to lose her temper, the system intervened.
Ding!
Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Immediately complete a set of 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, and 5 squats. Task completion reward 1 insight pill, completely devoid of side effects. What a fortuitous turn of events. I was just itching to put on a show. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of delight. Li Chang's pretentious demeanor made her stomach churn, and the system's task arrived just in time.
Oh dear.
Jiang Xiaoyu seized a bottle of ink from the table and splashed it onto Li Chang's clothing.
Jiang Xiaoyu.
The sudden onslaught disrupted Li Chang's train of thought, infuriating him to the brink of revealing his true nature.
My apologies, I'm having a bit of a fit. Please keep your distance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Xiaoyu began a series of movements on the ground. The original members of the advanced class could still comprehend this scene, as Jiang Xiaoyu's eccentric antics were far from rare. Everyone had tacitly accepted the fact that Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit unhinged. With Jiang Xiaoyu's interruption, Li Chang's mood plummeted, forcing him to suppress his displeasure as he returned to his seat, all the while maintaining a smile that projected an image of congeniality to his classmates. Senior Li Chang is indeed a paragon of virtue.
His temper is commendable. If it were me, I could never manage a smile after being doused in ink. One couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to be the girlfriend of such a male idol. Surely, one would be treated like a little princess. Indeed, Li Chang's display of composure garnered him even more admirers. Jiang Xiaoyu successfully completed her self-discipline task and obtained the insight pill. She understood that this particular pill was meant to enhance one's comprehension of martial arts techniques, a rare and invaluable elixir. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had yet to reach the 6th level of martial apprentice and could not practice martial skills just yet. She would have to save it for later. The rewards bestowed by the system were undoubtedly several times more effective than ordinary pills. Li Chang had always been adept at masking his true self, and it was evident that he had only improved in this regard over the years.
You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ayn Rand, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu's return to normalcy, remarked slyly.
It was painfully obvious that Jiang Xiaoyu's ink splashing was a deliberate act. Purposeful. I was merely unwell and my hand trembled. Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous grin, as if to imply that those in the know would understand. After class, Jiang Xiaoyu intended to head to the cafeteria, only to find Li Chang already waiting for him along the path he had to take.
Jiang Xiaoyu, to be honest, I am quite surprised.
After 2 years, I never thought you would awaken a martial soul, albeit the lowest grade 9th tier. Nevertheless, that makes you a martial artist, at least.
Li Chang emphasized the words 9th tier with distinct emphasis.
Indeed, for Li Chang, who had already awakened a 6th tier martial soul, Jiang Xiaoyu's 9th tier martial soul was hardly noteworthy. I still remember how you used to call me Brother Fish back in the day. Now you've become impressive. The first genius of the Qinglong Martial Institute is truly remarkable. He continued, and stop pretending to be such a good person. I know exactly who you are. Isn't it exhausting to maintain that facade?
Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Brother Fish?
You think you qualify? Do you even comprehend what a 6th tier martial soul entails? Of course not. You, with your lowest tier martial soul, would never grasp it. 2 years ago, we were already worlds apart, and now it's even more pronounced.
If it weren't for the Qinglong Academy's principal, would you still be standing here conversing with me? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Li Chang shed his mask, allowing his arrogance to surface unabashedly. Before awakening his martial soul, he and Jiang Xiaoyu had begun their studies in martial theory together, but he had always lagged behind Jiang Xiaoyu in that regard. Coupled with Jiang Xiaoyu's background, he had always been a mere shadow following in Jiang Xiaoyu's footsteps. It wasn't until the year he awakened his martial soul that he finally distanced himself from Jiang Xiaoyu, creating an insurmountable gap between them, and from that point on, their paths diverged entirely.
His life was destined to never intertwine with that of an ordinary person like Jiang Xiaoyu, who could not even awaken a martial soul. Thus, Li Cheng unhesitatingly chose to regard Jiang Xiaoyu with disdain, pretending not to recognize him.
I don't care what you think. Just remember, don't provoke and ran again. She is not someone you can approach, otherwise, even with the Qinglong principle's backing, I will find a way to deal with you. Li Cheng's threat was delivered with blatant disregard. Over the years, the various honors he had accumulated had inflated his ego considerably. Oh, very well, please step aside, I have a meal to attend to. Jiang Xiaoyu had no desire to engage further with Li Cheng, a self-absorbed fool. With the system's assistance, Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation was progressing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before he caught up to Li Cheng, perhaps even surpassing him. At that point, silencing Li Cheng would be all the more satisfying. You! Li Cheng seethed at Jiang Xiaoyu's attitude. It had been ages since anyone had so blatantly ignored him. Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have already been rendered incapacitated. Contemplating the Qinglong principle, Li Cheng ultimately refrained from acting out. Jiang Xiaoyu, the Qinglong principle cannot protect you forever. Tread carefully. Li Cheng's cold smirk hinted at something ominous, yet Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed by his words. That evening, under the formidable influence of Jiang Xiaoyu's devouring abilities, he directly broke through to the 5th level of martial apprentice. Jiang Xiaoyu could distinctly sense that not only was his cultivation improving, but his martial soul was also undergoing subtle changes. His little sparrow martial soul seemed to be gaining strength at an increasingly rapid pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his 9th tier martial soul upgraded to the 8th tier. Chapter 27 Awakening of Soul Power. In just a few days, with the assistance of the system, Jiang Xiaoyu remarkably progressed from nothing to the 5th rank of martial apprentice. Such rapid advancement would surely leave others utterly astonished. Another breakthrough already. In a nearby room, the director of the Qinglong Academy distinctly sensed Jiang Xiaoyu's elevation in strength. However, he attributed this swift breakthrough to Jiang Xiaoyu's extraordinary martial soul. At that moment, while diligently cultivating, Jiang Xiaoyu was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head and fainted instantly. When he regained consciousness, the director of Qinglong was already present in his room. Indeed, the awakening has occurred. It seems this lad has inherited all the virtues of his parents. The director gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu with a broad smile. Old man, what awakening are you talking about? I feel a fog in my head, as if something is stirring within. Jiang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the director, experiencing this peculiar sensation for the first time after so many years. Young man, your soul power has awakened, the director exclaimed with palpable excitement. Soul power. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by the term. Having extensively studied various theoretical texts, he was certainly not unfamiliar with this concept. The awakening of soul power, akin to the awakening of martial souls, represents a form of cultivation. However, one involves the cultivation of spiritual energy while the other pertains to soul energy. Furthermore, individuals capable of awakening soul power are exceedingly rare compared to those who awaken martial souls. Those who awaken soul power can quickly become soul masters through simple training. As an alternative cultivation method, soul masters wield unpredictable and enigmatic offensive techniques, capable of leading their foes to demise without their awareness. Given the rarity and uniqueness of soul masters, their status in this world often surpasses that of martial artists of the same rank. Most importantly, only by becoming a soul master can one aspire to the esteemed position of alchemist. The status of alchemists in this flourishing martial world is among the highest echelons. Every practitioner invariably requires various elixirs. Old man, are you implying that I will soon become a soul master, and perhaps even an alchemist? Jiang Xiaoyu found it hard to believe that he could possess such remarkable abilities without reliance on the system. Indeed, but I am not a soul master myself, so I cannot provide much guidance. It is for you to ponder. With that, the director tossed a book to Jiang Xiaoyu. The Dead Soul Technique. What is this? Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the book, glancing curiously at the director. This is a specialized manual for cultivating soul power. Examine it for yourself, the director said before vanishing from sight. Goodness, that old man is as elusive as a ghost. Jiang Xiaoyu found himself exasperated. With such exceptional talent, the director offered no praise before departing. The significance of cultivating soul power was paramount, yet the director did not even suggest bringing someone along to teach him. How frustrating. While Jiang Xiaoyu continued to grumble, he began to peruse the Dead Soul Technique. Upon inspection, he was deeply captivated by the various mysterious techniques described within, which seemed utterly unfathomable and boundlessly transformative. If he were to offend a soul master, he would likely perish without understanding how. I must become a soul master, Jiang Xiaoyu murmured to himself. However, what level is my soul power at? The awakened soul power, much like martial souls, possesses hierarchical distinctions. The stronger the soul power talent, the greater the potential for the future. It appears I must venture out tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoyu resolved within himself. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu left the Qinglong Martial Institute and headed straight for the center of Jiang City. His destination was the Soul Master Association, located in the heart of the city, a collective formed voluntarily by numerous soul masters, with branches in every city, even in smaller locales like Jiang City. To test his soul power level, one could only do so at the Soul Master Association. Although the association was situated in the city center, there were remarkably few people around. Most feared inadvertently offending a soul master in meeting an untimely end. Halt, what do you think you're doing? As Jiang Xiaoyu approached the entrance, he was stopped by a security guard, who, Jiang Xiaoyu could tell, was a martial artist of considerable rank, at least a martial spirit realm practitioner. Truly, the Soul Master Association had high standards, employing martial spirit realm guards at the entrance. I'm here to test my soul power level. Is there an issue? Are there fees involved? Jiang Xiaoyu recalled hearing that testing soul power levels at the association required a fee. 100,000. The guard replied nonchalantly, what the heck, are you robbing me? 100,000 is the annual savings of an ordinary family. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, the guard frowned, as if on the verge of rebuking him for being a pauper. Will it be card or cash? Naturally, this amount was insignificant for Jiang Xiaoyu, considering the director's wealth and his nonchalant attitude toward money, often tossing a few bank cards his way. Without a doubt, these funds were likely bestowed by certain affluent families. Amidst the guard's awkward demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu swiped his card and proceeded toward the testing area. To his surprise, the interior of the Soul Master Association, particularly the testing area, was rather crowded. Here comes another naive fool. People come to this testing area daily, hoping to discover their soul power. Truly wishful thinking. Do they believe it's so easy to awaken soul power? As Jiang Xiaoyu arrived, he overheard someone nearby whispering. According to popular belief, most soul masters experience headaches before fainting and subsequently sense something within their minds during the awakening process. Jiang Xiaoyu was precisely in this situation. Consequently, many individuals, upon experiencing such symptoms, fervently hoped it signified the awakening of their soul power, leading to frequent visits to the testing area driven by a stroke of luck. Should one genuinely awaken soul power, their future would be boundless. Young man, you don't seem like someone who can awaken soul power. While you still can, hurry to the front desk and get a refund. If you have a headache, you ought to seek medical attention. Suddenly, an elderly man approached, advising Jiang Xiaoyu that he was also one of the recent testees who had just undergone the procedure, only to find nothing and regrettably parted with 100,000. Old man, just look at my countenance, it's clear I am the chosen one. Awakening soul power will be a breeze, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, finding the old man quite amusing. Young man, heed my counsel. Just a moment ago, a lad your age insisted on awakening his soul power after experiencing a headache. You won't believe what happened. He fainted before the test even began and had to be rushed to the hospital, where they discovered a cerebral thrombosis. Such a tragedy. The old man spoke earnestly. Jiang Xiaoyu, Chapter 28, Oceanic Level Soul Power. Given the size of your head, one might suspect there's a tumor within. The uncle cast a concerned glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. I appreciate your concern. Jiang Xiaoyu shot a glare at the uncle before striding into the testing chamber. There were several rooms designated for testing soul power levels, each isolated from the others, ensuring that onlookers could not discern the activities within. Upon entering one of the chambers, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed a wooden table at its center, upon which rested a silver helmet. Beside the table stood a colossal pillar resembling a thermometer, marked with a scale that likely indicated the soul power level. Approaching the table, Jiang Xiaoyu donned the helmet. Surely, as the chosen one, I wouldn't awaken merely the lowest tier of soul power? The moment he put on the helmet, he felt a peculiar sensation manifesting within his mind. Soon, the pillar began to respond, gradually ascending from the lowest point to the pinnacle. At that moment, the pillar underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating a brilliant light simultaneously. In a small room within the Soul Master Guild, a graceful middle-aged woman suddenly opened her eyes in astonishment. Who is it that has awakened such formidable soul power? She mused, furrowing her brow before vanishing from her chamber in an instant. In the testing room, Jiang Xiaoyu sensed that the pillar before him was on the verge of bursting. Goodness, my soul power is this potent, I mustn't be too ostentatious, it's wiser to remain discreet. His awareness remained sharp. If he were to inadvertently shatter the testing pillar, it could inevitably attract unwanted attention. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu consciously moderated the output of his soul power, causing the pillar to gradually descend and finally stabilize at a level just above average. Oceanic level soul power. At that moment, the woman abruptly materialized beside Jiang Xiaoyu, her gaze fixed incredulously upon the level indicator before her. The existence of someone with such talent in a small place like Zhangcheng was utterly astonishing. In a state of disbelief, she turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, her eyes gleaming as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure. I cannot believe this level is oceanic. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to himself, calculating his true soul power level. In this world, soul power levels are categorized from low to high as drip level, river level, oceanic level, galaxy level, and star sea level. The level Jiang Xiaoyu exhibited was indeed the third tier. Oceanic level. If I were to unleash my full potential, I would likely reach galaxy level at the very least. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the magnitude of his own talent. Young man, what is your name? The woman approached Jiang Xiaoyu, her face alight with excitement, even tinged with an air of flattery. Younger brother? I'm certainly not a child. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized immediately that this woman was likely a significant figure within the Soul Master Guild, her astonishment at his talent prompting her presence here. He guessed correctly, the woman was Pan Feng, the vice president of the Jiangqing Soul Master Guild. In her youth, Pan Feng had only awakened a river-level soul power, yet she had risen to a respectable position. Thus, she knew that someone with Jiang Xiaoyu's oceanic-level talent had an exceptionally bright future ahead. If I could recommend Jiang Xiaoyu to the headquarters, it would undoubtedly benefit me in the long run. Hello there, young man. I am Pan Feng, the president of this guild, she introduced herself, believing that despite his impressive talent, he was still a product of Jiangqing's provincial upbringing and lacked worldly experience. By presenting herself first, she hoped to impress him into compliance. Auntie, if I'm not mistaken, you wouldn't be considering taking me on as your apprentice, would you? Jiang Xiaoyu replied calmly, embodying a composed demeanor, knowing that such poise would elevate his perceived value. Auntie? Pan Feng's lips twitched slightly at the term. Were anyone else to address her as such, they would likely find themselves on the ground. Women are particularly sensitive about their age. However, she recognized that those with talent warranted special treatment. Of course not, young brother. Your talent is far beyond what I could claim as a mentor, Pan Feng responded with a smile. If outsiders were to witness the normally commanding Pan Feng displaying such gentleness before a youth, they would surely be taken aback. Do you have aspirations to develop in a larger city, perhaps in the magic capital? Pan Feng's intent was to recommend Jiang Xiaoyu directly to the headquarters of the Soul Master Guild. Individuals capable of awakening soul power are rare, and those with heightened talent even more so. Jiang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be valued at the headquarters, located in the magic capital, one of the largest cities in Huagua. The magic capital? I certainly plan to go, but not just yet. Jiang Xiaoyu indeed yearned for that place. It was an essential step on his path to becoming a formidable martial artist. The more prosperous the location, the more strong individuals he would encounter, thus fostering his growth. However, he preferred to first solidify his martial arts foundation before seeking opportunities in the magic capital. From his understanding, it was uncommon for individuals to excel in both martial arts and soul power. Most specialized in one or the other. Jiang Xiaoyu's current ambition was to primarily focus on martial arts, particularly refining his physical form to its utmost potential, using soul power solely as an auxiliary means of attack. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's response and observing his demeanor, Pan Feng realized that this young man was no simpleton, difficult to manipulate. Ah, so you are the child adopted by President Qinglong, Jiang Xiaoyu. Through further conversation, Pan Feng discovered Jiang Xiaoyu's true identity. It was no wonder he had gained considerable knowledge by following President Qinglong since childhood. Pan Feng was well acquainted with all the top-tier experts in Jiangcheng, each of whom treated her with respect. However, President Qinglong remained an enigma. He exuded an aura of mystery that instilled a sense of caution in her. Such a quality was absent in other powerful figures within Jiangcheng. President Qinglong is no ordinary individual. Rumors outside suggested that the child adopted by President Qinglong was merely a good-for-nothing living off scraps, yet it seemed you have concealed your true abilities quite well, Pan Feng jested, thinking that if someone with oceanic-level talent could be deemed worthless, then 99% of Jiangqing's populace must be deemed the same. Moreover, not only did Jiang Xiaoyu possess exceptional talent, but his cunning demeanor suggested he was no simple character. Chapter 29 of the Lucky Roulette. Young lad, I have heard that you recently awakened your martial soul, and to make matters worse, it is of the lowest grade, the 9th rank. Have you truly given no thought to rapidly advancing your soul power cultivation? With your innate talent for soul power, coupled with the resources available for postnatal development, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Our Soul Master Association's headquarters possesses such a foundation. Pan Feng was still reluctant to give up, wishing to recommend Jiang Xiaoyu to the association. Thank you for your kind intentions. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will seek you out, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, turning to leave. He had come to test his soul power talent, and now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to depart. Wait. This is my token, and with it, you can freely enter and exit the Soul Master Association, and if you require anything, you can purchase it at half price.
Pan Feng called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, retrieving a small wooden plaque from her pocket, emblazoned with the character for Phoenix. In the entirety of Jiangcheng, there were scarcely 3 individuals who possessed such a token. Building a good rapport with a genius like Jiang Xiaoyu could only yield benefits. Thank you. Jiang Xiaoyu, seeing the advantages, naturally would not refuse. He pocketed the token and was about to leave when, inevitably, the moment arrived. Ding! Self-discipline time has concluded. Host self-discipline task issued. Crawl forward for 300 meters. Task reward 1 spin of the roulette. Upon hearing the cold voice echoing in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu helplessly slapped his forehead. Please carry on with your business and do not mind me. Pan Feng chuckled lightly, not paying much heed, merely thinking how entertaining young people could be, before vanishing from sight. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu had crawled out of the testing room. Due to his corpulence and the unorthodox manner of movement, he appeared akin to a large, writhing caterpillar. Come look, another one has gone mad. A voice rang out, and soon a crowd gathered around him. Previously, there had been individuals who had awakened their soul power, only to be rendered foolish by the helmet's stimulation. Thus, the onlookers now regarded Jiang Xiaoyu as having lost his sanity. What is this? What sort of posture is this? The uncle who had previously attempted to counsel Jiang Xiaoyu approached, gazing at him with a hint of pity. I had already advised you against this. Now look where you are, worse than a stroke victim. You've gone completely mad. The surrounding crowd began to point and jeer at Jiang Xiaoyu, spittle flying onto his face. Get away from me! I am not crazy, you fools! Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, causing the crowd to retreat several steps. What's the matter? Practicing frog style? Never seen it before. He lifted his head and shot a glare at the crowd, especially at the uncle. Frog style? This child is truly unwell. The uncle shook his head, preparing to offer further consolation to Jiang Xiaoyu when, abruptly, he stood up. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed, the roulette spin commences. Jiang Xiaoyu beheld the spinning wheel in his mind, excitement coursing through him as he surveyed the options laid before him. Grand prize. Instantly elevate to maximum cultivation level, becoming the strongest in Blue Star. First prize, an unparalleled divine weapon, capable of cleaving half of Blue Star with a single slash. Second prize, 30 stunning wives, who will unconditionally heed host's wishes. Third prize, dual full level innate talent for martial souls. Fourth prize, maximum physical prowess. Fifth prize. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling array of rewards. Who wouldn't be tempted? This system is truly something else. What is the second prize? Women. What use are women? They only hinder my path to strength. Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled inwardly. I don't ask for much, just grant me a maximum physical body. He immediately began to spin the roulette, and in an instant, it was set in motion. Maximum physical body. Maximum physical body. I am willing to trade 10 years of Li Chang's lifespan for a maximum physical body. Jiang Xiaoyu fervently chanted in his mind as he watched the pointer. Whether the roulette heard his heartfelt plea or simply favored Li Chang's 10 years, it fortuitously approached the maximum physical body. Just as it was about to land, the pointer suddenly quivered and slid downward slightly. Congratulations, host, you have won a mysterious must-have package for real men. What the hell is this? A wretched roulette? Is this a lottery system made by penguins? Jiang Xiaoyu fumed, his expression contorting in frustration. A real man's package, what good is that to me? Am I not already manly enough? Jiang Xiaoyu thought bitterly as he opened the grand package. Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of exclusive real man underwear. Note, this product cures kidney deficiency, sugar-free, 1 is better than 6. An excellent remedy for frequent urination, the beloved treasure of every man. Underwear, seriously? Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless, tossing the underwear to the ground in disgust, eager to leave this place of misfortune. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed Jiang Xiaoyu's series of actions with expressions of astonishment. They watched as he stood up, his gaze vacant, remaining motionless for a moment. A smile flickered across his face before it shifted to disdain. Finally, he inexplicably produced a pair of underwear and hurled it to the ground, then stormed out in anger. He's gone mad. The affliction of this youth is far too severe. I can't believe he isn't a fool. The crowd marveled at his bizarre behavior. Who in their right mind would carry around a pair of underwear on the street? As they watched Jiang Xiaoyu's departing figure, there was a sense of regret. Such a promising young man, wasted. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu unexpectedly returned, snatching the discarded underwear from the ground and shoving it back into his pocket. This item seems to possess some utility. I can't let it go to waste. What are you staring at? It's new, and I dropped it. With a scornful glance at the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu resumed his exit. In the midst of the astonished gazes, he stepped through the doors of the Soul Master Association. What was Jiang Xiaoyu doing here? Surely he didn't come to awaken his soul power? At another side entrance of the Soul Master Association, Anran blinked her large eyes, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu with confusion. From the looks of Anran, it was evident she was no stranger to this place, and she appeared quite familiar with it. Anran progressed through without hindrance. Even the security guard smiled and nodded at her. Before long, Anran arrived at a secluded room within the Soul Master Association. "Auntie, are you still cultivating? I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, her demeanor turning cherubic as she gazed at the woman before her. The woman in question was none other than Pan Feng. Chapter 30 Automated Cultivation of Martial Arts. "Anran, you have arrived," exclaimed Pan Feng, her joy evident upon seeing her beloved niece. "I recall that you are now a student at the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, am I correct?" "Indeed, Auntie, but what prompted you to bring this up?" Anran responded, her curiosity piqued, as Pan Feng typically refrained from discussing such matters. "Are you acquainted with Jiang Xiaoyu? The renowned figure from the Qinglong Academy?" "Of course, I know him. He is my deskmate. Why do you mention him?" Anran's confusion deepened, for she knew Pan Feng to be quite prideful and generally indifferent. A deskmate, no less. Pan Feng's delight was palpable upon hearing this news. "You must cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Xiaoyu. It would be wonderful to invite him to the Spirit Master Guild occasion." Beyond being a favored prodigy of the Qinglong Academy's principal, Jiang Xiaoyu had merely awakened a 9th-grade martial soul, lacking any remarkable traits. More importantly, he was known to have significant mental issues. Anran found herself perplexed by what her aunt saw in him. Without further elucidation, Pan Feng simply urged Anran to befriend Jiang Xiaoyu. The following days unfolded without any extraordinary events. Jiang Xiaoyu diligently continued his training, and before long, he achieved a breakthrough to the 6th rank of the martial disciple realm. During this period of cultivation, Jiang Xiaoyu also noticed that he had gradually slimmed down. Under the system's rigorous regimen, he had been exercising and consuming vegetables daily, finally manifesting visible changes. He had transformed from an overweight individual to one with a slight build. It was time to select a martial technique. With his advancement to the 6th rank of the martial disciple realm, he was eager to visit the martial technique pavilion. The selection of martial techniques was not as esoteric as that of cultivation methods. They were displayed like ordinary books on shelves. Students of the martial disciple realm were permitted to choose only yellow-grade martial techniques and could select a maximum of 2. The chosen techniques could only be practiced privately. Taking them outside the academy would lead to dire consequences if discovered. Jiang Xiaoyu meticulously selected one offensive technique and one movement technique. Raging Waves Poem. When perfected, it can unleash 9 surges, each more powerful than the last. Shadow Step, a movement technique so elusive that one can come and go without a trace. I wonder how adept I will become, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, filled with anticipation as he examined the 2 martial techniques in his hands. After returning to his room, he commenced his training. However, after only a brief glance, he quickly realized the difficulty of mastering martial techniques. The path to proficiency required extensive practice and hands-on experience, making training in his room ineffective. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu set off towards the academy's martial technique training room. The training rooms at the academy were spacious, each approximately 100 square meters, ensuring the privacy of the students and their martial training. Equipped with various exercise apparatus, Jiang Xiaoyu summoned his spiritual energy and began to learn the intricacies of Raging Waves Poem. After several hours, he had only just scratched the surface. Goodness, this is exceedingly challenging. The cultivation of martial techniques was divided into 4 stages. Initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. Yet, after hours of effort, Jiang Xiaoyu had barely reached the threshold of initiation. "I shall return tomorrow." With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the training room. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Xiaoyu?" someone remarked. "What is he doing here? Isn't martial technique cultivation reserved for those at the 6th rank of martial disciple? Didn't he just awaken his martial soul? With a 9th-grade martial soul, it should take him at least a year to reach the 6th rank, right? Perhaps he is merely here for a leisurely visit. Who can decipher the whims of a rich young master?" As he stepped outside, Jiang Xiaoyu overheard the murmurs of those around him. Typically, a martial artist's cultivation level remained undisclosed unless revealed by the individual, unless one possessed a unique martial soul ability like Siez or was significantly more powerful than their opponent. "Jiang Xiaoyu, wait." Just then, a voice called out to him. He turned to see Anran, who had just emerged from the martial technique training room. Due to her training, Anran was clad in snug attire reminiscent of yoga wear. Though still youthful, her figure already exhibited graceful curves, and having just finished exercising, her face was flushed and glistening with perspiration. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, she drew the attention of many young men nearby.
What do you want?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, even displaying a hint of impatience. Not long ago, he might have entertained thoughts of marriage and leading a mundane life, but now, armed with a system and awakened martial soul and spiritual energy, he aspired solely to become a formidable martial artist. Women, he believed, would only hinder his path to strength. Moreover, Anran's recent peculiar glances at him, often laden with unspoken words, left him bewildered.
Jiang Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. I have a question for you.
Anran pulled him aside, eager to voice her thoughts that had been troubling her for days.
What were you doing at the Spirit Master Guild the other day?
I merely went to the Spirit Master Guild for a checkup. Jiang Xiaoyu fabricated a casual excuse, reluctant to divulge the truth about his awakened spiritual energy.
You are lying. Anran was unconvinced by his explanation.
If that were the case, Pan Feng would not have made such remarks. Just as she was about to press further, Jiang Xiaoyu slipped away. Ding, self-discipline time has concluded. Host's self-discipline task issued. 5,000 meters of free running, task completion reward mysterious gift package. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered how to handle Anran, the system conveniently intervened. 5,000 meters of free running was a breeze for him at this point. Quickly, he completed the task. Another cursed mysterious gift package, how infuriating. In recent days, Jiang Xiaoyu had opened several mysterious gift packages, only to find them filled with mundane items like nail clippers and socks. He began to suspect that the system was simply a general store. Let us see what you have in store this time, he sighed with resignation, impatiently opening the gift package. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received an automatic martial technique cultivation set.
Note, the host may choose one martial technique for automated cultivation.
Wow, this is a fine treasure. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, elated that this gift package had finally yielded something worthwhile. Without hesitation, he activated the Raging Waves Palm for automated cultivation. Martial technique name, Raging Waves Palm, cultivation level, not yet initiated cultivation progress, 70 points away from initiation automated cultivation commencing, estimated time to reach initiation 48 hours, gazing at the system panel in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu was overjoyed. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he felt sleepy. Regrettably, the system was still rather stingy, allowing only one technique for automated cultivation at a time. If only he could also activate Shadow Step, it would be perfect. Chapter 31 The Auction. I have heard that the Wanbao Pavilion is hosting an auction today. Let us take a stroll and broaden our horizons. It seems that this auction is exclusively for martial artists, and it would be splendid to make some acquaintances. If I could snag a bargain, that would be even better. The following day, upon arriving at school, Jiang Xiaoyu overheard numerous discussions among classmates about the auction. It appeared to be quite intriguing. I too wished to partake in the excitement. Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with anticipation for the auction, not only to meet various martial artists but also to witness an array of peculiar treasures. After school, Jiang Xiaoyu donned a Peppa Pig mask, preparing to head to the Wanbao Pavilion. Many participants at the auction often conceal their identities. Given that Jiang Xiaoyu has garnered a bit of fame in Jiang City, it is prudent to wear a mask for safety. The Wanbao Pavilion is a significant force, specializing in the trade of various cultivation materials, with branches scattered across the land. The Jiang City branch is merely one of many. It is said that the wealth of Wanbao Pavilion is comparable to that of a nation. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu stepped into the Wanbao Pavilion, he was awestruck by the opulent decor, glorious gold and resplendent hues, embodying the height of luxury. After paying the entrance fee of 3,000, he entered the auction venue. The auction hall was not particularly large, with seating for approximately 500 individuals. Of course, this was also due to Jiang City's relatively modest size and its limited number of martial artists.
Before long, the entire venue was filled with attendees, some of whom exuded an intimidating aura.
Good evening, esteemed martial friends. Suddenly, the lights in the center of the hall illuminated, revealing a captivating woman clad in a slit red qipao, presumably the host.
Welcome to the Wanbao Pavilion's auction.
I hope each of you finds treasures to your liking. The woman possessed an alluring figure, her every smile and frown enchanting the audience. Although she might not be classified as a classical beauty, she was certainly enough to elicit cheers from the majority of men present.
Hey, Hong Yan, when will you auction yourself off?
I've been waiting for you for ages, a man shouted unabashedly, accompanied by a whistle, inciting raucous laughter from the crowd. Oh dear, what a thing to say. With my looks, I fear I am unworthy of your attention, Hong Yan replied playfully, unperturbed. Now, gentlemen, let us cease the jesting and proceed to the main event. She continued, the first item for auction is a weapon.
With a wave of her hand, several attendants brought forth a box draped in red cloth.
A 7th grade sword, Thunderbolt. Hong Yan exclaimed as she unveiled the red cloth, revealing a sword approximately 12 feet long, its blade emanating a chilling aura, clearly a remarkable item. Wow, a 7th grade sword. I simply must acquire it. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, his heart racing. With such a weapon, my martial prowess would undoubtedly soar, rendering me invincible among my peers. The moment this exquisite sword was revealed, many attendees' eyes glistened with desire. Jiang Xiaoyu too coveted the sword, but he was acutely aware that he was not yet at the stage of wielding a weapon. As he understood it, the weapon's grade correlates closely with the martial soul, ranging from 9th to 1st grade. In Jiang City, which harbors few formidable martial artists, a 7th grade sword is already considered a top-tier weapon. This sword was forged by the renowned 3-star blacksmith, Master Mo, the strongest in Jiang City. It is a rare find. Hong Yan emphasized. The starting bid is 500,000, each increment must be no less than 200,000. What, this is Master Mo's craftsmanship, whoever dares to bid against me will face my wrath. I bid 600,000. 620,000, 700,000. The auction quickly erupted into a cacophony of bidding. Jiang Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by the escalating prices, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Initially believing himself to be affluent, he now realized that even the cost of a single sword surpassed his means. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Wang Jian from the Wang family, and I bid 12 million for this 7th grade sword. I trust you will consider the Wang family's standing. A young man stood up, exuding confidence. Good heavens, this young lad is exceedingly wealthy. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, astonished by Wang Jian's bold offer of 12 million. Wang Jian's declaration silenced the auction hall. His family's influence in Jiang City was formidable enough to intimidate many, and with Wang Jian himself being a 7th grade sword martial soul, he was deemed a potential powerhouse whose enmity few would seek. Ultimately, Wang Jian successfully secured the 7th grade sword. The subsequent auction items were equally impressive, yet Jiang Xiaoyu's primary intention today was merely to broaden his experiences. Next, an item was presented, a peculiar orb. This orb is one we acquired while collecting demon beast cores. However, it is not a core, it merely retains some residual energy, and even our appraisers cannot ascertain its true nature. Might anyone find this intriguing? The starting price was set at 100,000. Hong Yan displayed a fist-sized orb, resembling a coal ball, dark and unassuming. As Jiang Xiaoyu laid eyes upon the orb, he felt a stirring within his soul, as if his very essence was being beckoned. This item was extraordinary, his instincts screamed that it was connected to soul masters. I bid 120,000. Just as he prepared to make his bid, a masked figure interjected. Nearby martial artists regarded the masked individual with bemusement, incredulous that anyone would invest so much in a seemingly worthless coal-like object, under the delusion of discovering a hidden treasure. Oh, could this person have sensed the orb's true value? Jiang Xiaoyu thought, initially optimistic about securing the item for a low price, now faced with unexpected competition. I bid 150,000. Jiang Xiaoyu called out, determined not to back down. The masked individual cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoyu and continued to raise the stakes. 200,000. I bid 300,000. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced, his funds were limited to 300,000, and he desperately hoped, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Hong Yan inquired, excitement evident in her voice as she glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, realizing the unknown item's unexpected value could yield substantial commission. After a brief silence, sensing Jiang Xiaoyu's hesitation, Hong Yan was about to announce the result when he interjected, wait, may I inquire if items can be used as collateral for payment? Desperate not to relinquish the orb, Jiang Xiaoyu cried out. Chapter 32 The Flawless Elixir. Of course, however, you must first allow our appraiser at Wanbao Pavilion to examine your item to determine its value, Hong Yan remarked with a smile. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a renewed sense of hope. In no time, he followed the staff to the backstage area. Over the past few days, every time Jiang Xiaoyu completed a self-disciplined task, the system rewarded him with various items, particularly elixirs. Now, he possessed nearly a dozen elixirs in his possession. Although they were all 9th grade elixirs, the quality of those awarded by the system was quite extraordinary. He had no idea what they might fetch, but he thought it was worth a try. Jiang Xiaoyu was aware that 9th grade elixirs might not hold significant value, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Dear friend, what item do you wish to use as collateral? At that moment, Hong Yan approached. Despite Jiang Xiaoyu wearing a mask, her keen perception of voice and demeanor led her to conclude that this individual was relatively young and likely not very powerful. Could someone like him truly possess anything of value? Although she harbored some doubts, Hong Yan maintained a cordial demeanor. This was a key reason for Wanbao Pavilion's success. Excellent service.
Would an elixir suffice?
Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a 9th grade enlightenment elixir from his pocket and handed it to Hong Yan.
An elixir? Certainly, this is a valuable currency.
Hong Yan accepted the elixir, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Xiaoyu, for she distinctly noticed that he still had a considerable number of elixirs in his pocket.
Even the lowest grade elixirs were not something an average person would possess.
Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall have this elixir evaluated by our pavilion's appraiser, and I will provide you with a valuation shortly.
With a smile, Hong Yan took the elixir into a small room at the back.
Jiang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of how much this elixir could possibly sell for. Lao Lu, could you take a look at this elixir and identify its type and grade? Hong Yan presented the elixir to an elderly gentleman. This old man was the most experienced appraiser at the Jiangcheng branch of Wanbao Pavilion. In his youth, he had been a 7th grade alchemist, but after sustaining injuries, he could no longer concoct elixirs. Nevertheless, his ability to appraise them remained exceptional, and throughout the years, the elixirs he had evaluated rarely had discrepancies. 9th grade, enlightenment elixir. As soon as Lao Lu laid eyes on the elixir, he immediately announced its type and grade. Although it was a 9th grade elixir, the enlightenment elixir belonged to a particularly rare category. This one was likely worth around 2 million. Lao Lu toyed with the elixir, confidently stating a price. Very well, I shall communicate this to the customer.
Hong Yan prepared to take the elixir and find Jiang Xiaoyu.
Wait. At that moment, Lao Lu seemed to notice something, his expression turning excited and incredulous. This is actually a flawless elixir.
It cannot be.
The more he examined it, the more astonished he became, nearly unable to close his mouth.
Lao Lu, what is the matter?
Hong Yan inquired, equally puzzled as she looked at him.
Hong Yan, do you remember when I mentioned that elixirs have another classification of quality beyond their grade?
Yes, I recall you saying that elixir quality is divided into 3 levels.
Minor flaws, excellent, and perfect, Hong Yan replied.
Indeed, that is how I initially explained it to you, and those are the 3 levels recognized by the current Alchemist Association. However, there is actually one more tier. A level that exists solely in ancient texts. While all medicines have some toxicity, even perfect grade elixirs will have minor side effects. Only flawless elixirs possess no side effects whatsoever, and this enlightenment elixir before us, I deduce, is a flawless elixir. Lao Lu grew increasingly animated, for this was the first time he had encountered something from ancient texts. It was the pinnacle that all alchemists aspired to reach. So far, he had never heard of anyone being able to concoct a flawless elixir. Hurry, please bring that esteemed guest in.
I wish to meet him.
Lao Lu urgently urged Hong Yan. Though Hong Yan wasn't well versed in elixirs, she could discern from Lao Lu's tone that this particular elixir seemed to be of extraordinary significance. Esteemed guest, this way please.
Hong Yan led Jiang Xiaoyu into the small room where Lao Lu was situated. Young friend, is this elixir yours?
Lao Lu, a seasoned veteran, immediately recognized that the masked Jiang Xiaoyu was quite young.
Indeed.
So, how much is this elixir worth? Jiang Xiaoyu was not inclined to engage in lengthy discussions, he simply wished to ascertain the value of his elixir. If it was not worth much, he would offer a few more.
Do you understand the effects of this elixir? Moreover, do you know its grade?
Lao Lu observed Jiang Xiaoyu's eagerness and concluded that he was likely unaware that the elixir was a flawless one, and that he had acquired it from another source.
Of course I know.
It is merely a 9th grade enlightenment elixir with no side effects. What is so remarkable about that?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied, somewhat exasperated by the old man's verbosity. Do you comprehend what it means for an elixir to have no side effects?
Lao Lu was incensed by Jiang Xiaoyu's words. He had assumed the young man was oblivious, but knowing this yet still trying to sell the elixir made him wonder if Jiang Xiaoyu considered it insignificant.
What do you mean by what it means? I consume these like candy.
Jiang Xiaoyu was growing impatient with the old man's ramblings. Just tell me how much this elixir is worth.
Consume them like candy?
Lao Lu was utterly stunned. This implied that the young man had quite a few of these flawless elixirs.
How much?
Just state a figure, otherwise, I shall not proceed with the exchange.
Jiang Xiaoyu declared firmly.
Please, young friend, wait a moment. This is my first encounter with such an elixir. I have never appraised one before. Typically, a perfect grade 9th grade enlightenment elixir is valued at around 8 million. For yours, I shall offer you 10 million.
10 million?
Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, astounded that this elixir could be worth 10 million.
With over 10 in his pocket, did that not amount to over 100 million? Young friend, do you find that insufficient? Then, I shall add 2 million. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's astonished expression, Lao Lu assumed he was dissatisfied with the initial offer. 12 million? Jiang Xiaoyu was once again taken aback. Here's the deal. I will not auction that bead and will give it to you directly, along with 12 million. How does that sound? Lao Lu, fearing Jiang Xiaoyu might demand an even greater sum, hastily proposed. Chapter 33 The strength of Ding Qinglong. Until he obtained the money and the pearl, Jiang Xiaoyu remained somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that this elixir would be so extraordinarily valuable. Moreover, it appeared that the worth of this elixir extended beyond what he initially perceived. With the newly acquired wealth amounting to 10 million, Jiang Xiaoyu proceeded to the procurement area of the Wanbage, where he purchased a multitude of medicinal herbs. These herbs were intended for his cultivation of the 9 turns overbearing body technique. Having reached the 6th level of martial apprentice, it was indeed time for him to prepare for body refinement. Goodness, 5 million for this meager amount of herbs. Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly flabbergasted at the payment, realizing he had spent 5 million merely for the quantity sufficient for 3 body refinements. Such money dissipates so quickly. After completing his purchases, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to return to the martial academy. However, just as he stepped out of the Wanbage, he was intercepted by an individual. My friend, how much did you pay for that pearl? I can offer you an additional 2 million on top of that. In front of Jiang Xiaoyu stood a masked figure. Recognizing the voice, Jiang Xiaoyu realized this was the martial artist who had competed with him for the pearl at the auction. Apologies, but I truly need this item, and besides, I am not short of funds, so I must decline, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted. After all, having acquired something with such difficulty, he could hardly part with it. My friend, are you truly not reconsidering? I genuinely desire that item. The tone of the masked man shifted noticeably upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's refusal. I've said no, and that is final. Why can't you comprehend this? Jiang Xiaoyu, equally hot-tempered, refused to indulge him. You're merely a young pup. Do you even know who I am? Even your esteemed family should show me some respect. The masked man's voice grew colder as he continued. I'll say it again. I will give you an extra 2 million, hand over the pearl. The masked man's demeanor had turned icy at Jiang Xiaoyu's unwavering stance. Were it not for the fact that they were still within the confines of Jiang City, he would have already taken action. It was evident to him that the boy wearing the Peppa Pig mask was merely a child. How arrogant! You think your family can intimidate me? I fear that if they arrive, you might soil your trousers in fright. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. He was uncertain of Ding Qinglong's true strength, but he recalled the dean's assertion that in all of Jiang City, no one was worthy of provoking him. Jiang Xiaoyu had faith in the old man's words, given his enigmatic nature. Very well, it has been a long time since I have been this enraged. It seems I must teach you a lesson. The masked man declared, suddenly appearing before Jiang Xiaoyu and lifting him off the ground. Goodness, you're serious. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tinge of panic. However, had he not possessed means of self-preservation, he would not dare to act so brazenly in public. After all, he had been raised by Ding Qinglong and had some protective measures at his disposal. Should the masked man escalate his actions, Jiang Xiaoyu would not hesitate to respond with ruthlessness. Clang! At that moment, an object fell from Jiang Xiaoyu and clattered to the ground. It was that he then knelt on one knee, as if he had committed a grave error. Lo Zhe pays his respects to the president. Ha! Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Moments ago, this man had been threatening him, and now he was kneeling? Are you from the Soul Master Guild? The masked man's reaction to the token indicated he was acquainted with Pan Feng. Otherwise, he would not have reacted so dramatically. Indeed, the president has stated that seeing the token is akin to meeting the person. Lo Zhe expressed his dismay, having merely intended to rob an ignorant youth, only to encounter a formidable opponent with the president's token. Lo Zhe, of no insignificant standing within the Jiang City Soul Master Guild, was accustomed to being treated with respect. He never imagined he would have to kneel before a mere child. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered how to extort a sum from Lo Zhe, the latter suddenly flew 10 meters away, spitting out blood. You insolent brat, running around recklessly will lead to your downfall. Ding Qinglong appeared silently beside Jiang Xiaoyu. Old man, how dare you show up now? Why were you so late? Jiang Xiaoyu had anticipated the dean's arrival. In a small place like Jiang City, locating someone was exceedingly simple for a powerful individual. Who dares to lay a hand on you? I shall deal with them. After speaking, Ding Qinglong approached Lo Zhe, exhibiting an unconditional affection towards Jiang Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lo Zhe found himself utterly immobilized. He had intended to summon his soul power, but under the overwhelming pressure from Ding Qinglong, he discovered that his soul power was beyond his control. It is worth noting that Lo Zhe was currently a 5th-tier soul master, a being capable of overwhelming martial spirit realm warriors, yet now, before this old man, he was unable to even summon his soul power. Who are you? Jiang City cannot possibly harbor someone as powerful as you. Lo Zhe trembled, originally intending to bully a child, only to find himself on the brink of losing a hand. Ding Qinglong, shall we conclude this matter here? President, save me. At that moment, another figure appeared. It was none other than Pan Feng, the president of the Soul Master Guild. Oh, it's you. Upon seeing Pan Feng, Ding Qinglong smiled. He had encountered Pan Feng on several occasions. My subordinate has acted foolishly and offended this young brother. He truly deserves punishment. I shall take him back for a proper lesson, Ding Qinglong stated, unwilling to allow anyone to mistreat his subordinates in front of him. Oh, is that so? Ding Qinglong's expression held a semblance of amusement as he merely waved his hand in Lo Zhe's direction. Ah, my hand. My hand 1T move. Lo Zhe suddenly screamed in agony, his right hand dangling limply before him as if it were not part of him. And no, this can't be. Witnessing this scene, Pan Feng completely lost her composure. Could it be that you are a martial marquis? Pan Feng herself was an 8th-tier soul master, equivalent to a martial arts master. Until now, her attention had been entirely on Ding Qinglong, but she had still failed to prevent him from taking action. In fact, she hadn't even been able to perceive the trajectory of Ding Qinglong's move. Such a situation could only imply one possibility: Ding Qinglong's cultivation had surpassed that of a master. It is well known that above the martial apprentice realm lies the martial spirit realm, and above the martial spirit realm is the master realm. Achieving master status warrants the title of a formidable warrior, and the martial marquis exists above the master realm. How could it be? Martial marquises, even in the capital of magic, are renowned figures. How could one appear in such a place? Pan Feng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Misdeeds must be met with punishment, Ding Qinglong stated blandly before completely disregarding Pan Feng, leading Jiang Xiaoyu away from the scene. With a flourish of his hand, he departed without taking a single cloud with him. Chapter 34 Aspiring Greetings, old man, you seem rather formidable. On the way, Jiang Xiaoyu continued to savor the earlier spectacle. That Pan Feng, the president of the Soul Master Association, was utterly stunned before Ding Qinglong, hardly daring to utter a word. Unlike myself, who was lifted as if I were a mere chick. It's nothing extraordinary. It's not that I am overly powerful, but rather that the people here are rather inept. After finishing his statement, Ding Qinglong disregarded Jiang Xiaoyu's eye roll and returned to his room. At his age, even I would concede defeat in such a performance. Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head and began to examine the beads he had purchased earlier that day. Even the members of the Soul Master Association desired them, indicating they must be of considerable worth. After holding it for a while, he found himself at a complete loss. Heavenly Soul Pearl, a crystallization formed after the death of a soul beast, usable for cultivating soul power. Just as he was lamenting his ignorance, the system unexpectedly revealed the origin of this pearl. I never imagined the system possessed such a function. The Heavenly Soul Pearl sounds like a remarkable treasure. However, having never heard of the soul beast before, nor seen it in any texts, he remained oblivious to its true nature. While conversing with himself, he commenced the cultivation techniques of the Death Soul Art. Both soul power and spiritual energy are essentially manifestations of the transformation of the world's spiritual essence, albeit differing in their forms and methods of absorption. As Jiang Xiaoyu began to cultivate, a faint gathering of soul power commenced within his sea of consciousness. Once these strands of soul power coalesced into a complete droplet, he could finally consider himself a true soul master. Every soul master possesses a sea of consciousness, akin to a warrior's dantian, specifically designated for storing soul power. The cultivation of a soul master begins with the aggregation of minute soul power. The greater the accumulation, the stronger the soul master becomes. Jiang Xiaoyu's innate talent for soul power was already astonishingly formidable, and the rate of his soul power accumulation was rapid. After utilizing the Heavenly Soul Pearl, he could distinctly perceive that the gathering of soul power accelerated even more. Moreover, it was evident that the pearl was filled with pure soul power. Even without actively cultivating, merely absorbing the soul power from the Heavenly Soul Pearl would suffice for him to become a formidable soul master in his own right. What a splendid treasure! Jiang Xiaoyu was elated. At this rate, he would soon officially become a soul master, and subsequently, he could unleash the myriad techniques contained within the Death Soul Art. After 2 hours of cultivating his soul power, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Ding! Self-discipline time concluded. Host self-discipline task issued. 2 hours of martial arts cultivation. Task reward: 1 random medicinal pill. What the hell?
What time is it? Must I still engage in martial arts cultivation? With the automated cultivation function in place, why must I be summoned? Jiang Xiaoyu grumbled, yet he reluctantly made his way to the martial arts training room. Having exceptional talent is one thing, but possessing such auxiliary support is another. Most importantly, I am working so hard. If this doesn't lead to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, no one would believe it. Jiang Xiaoyu was almost moved by his own dedication. However, upon arriving at the martial arts training room, he discovered it was filled with people. All were diligent students immersed in their training, though he couldn't see how each individual was faring. The sounds of impact made it evident that no one was slacking off. Finding an empty room, Jiang Xiaoyu began to practice the shadow step, as the wild wave palm was on auto-cultivation and required no further attention. 2 hours later, Jiang Xiaoyu emerged with satisfaction. Today's training results were quite commendable. Jiang Xiaoyu, what brings you here? At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him, none of your business. Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see Li Chang, accompanied by a group of followers. This is the martial arts training room. One must be at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm to enter, and you have only just awakened your martial soul. What are you doing here? Li Chang looked at Jiang Xiaoyu with a mix of curiosity and mockery. Am I here to dance the square dance? Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly endure Li Chang's insufferable demeanor and offered him no courtesy. Though you possess the most inferior 9th grade martial soul, you should now have stepped into the 1st level of the martial disciple realm, right? Li Chang grinned slyly, clearly up to no good. I have a good brother who is also at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm, and he wishes to engage in a friendly spar with you. What do you say? Li Chang's smirk indicated his intention to make Jiang Xiaoyu aware that he could not even compete against the weakest of his followers. Sure, let him come. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled, realizing that Li Chang had intentions of testing his own strength through this opportunity. Li Chang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu would agree so readily. Ah, splendid, let someone step up for a spar. Upon hearing this, Li Chang's followers exchanged glances, uncertain and hesitant. Big brother, that's Jiang Xiaoyu, who would dare to spar with him? Finally, someone voiced their concern. What's there to fear? I am now the academy's top talent, and besides, it's merely a spar, just don't inflict too much harm. If Dean Qinglong holds me accountable, I shall bear the consequences alone. After Li Chang made his pledge, some of his followers remained apprehensive. Whoever spars today will henceforth be my trusted confidant. Li Chang declared decisively. At last, someone wavered. Given Li Chang's talent and potential achievements, which might even surpass Dean Qinglong, becoming his confidant meant having a substantial ally in the future. Boss, I'll do it. A young man stepped forward, having just enrolled this year, having utilized connections and finances to align himself with Li Chang. Otherwise, with his 9th grade martial soul talent, he wouldn't even qualify to be Li Chang's subordinate. Very well, go forth. Henceforth, you shall be my good brother, Li Chang encouraged, boosting the young man's confidence immensely, believing that even if he could not harm Jiang Xiaoyu, he must at least demonstrate some prowess. He was currently at the peak of the 1st level of the martial disciple realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the 2nd level. Surely, dealing with Jiang Xiaoyu would pose no challenge. Jiang Xiaoyu, my apologies, but I must offend you. I will try to hold back, the youth proclaimed, ready to assume a fighting stance. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu sent the young man flying with a single kick. Boring, Jiang Xiaoyu displayed a look of disdain, internally reveling in the delight of playing the fool to catch the tiger. As a 6th level martial disciple, defeating a novice was a mere trifle. Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Chang was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Aren't you at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm? Li Chang was acutely aware that a 1st level martial disciple could not possess such strength. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyu has already reached the 2nd level of the martial disciple realm? That's impossible. How could a 9th grade martial soul cultivate so swiftly? Who told you I was at the 1st level of the martial disciple realm? Fool. Next, chapter 35, a display of martial arts skills. Could it be that you have already reached the 2nd level of a martial apprentice? Li Chang was filled with confusion. It was virtually impossible for someone with a 9th grade martial soul to cultivate so rapidly. Surely, the principal of the Qinglong Academy must have provided some elixir, otherwise, given your innate talent, it would have been utterly impossible. Jiang Xiaoyu, consuming too many elixirs is hardly advantageous. Li Chang scoffed, knowing that, due to Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, acquiring elixirs was indeed feasible. Exactly. If you say so, it must be true. Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a mischievous grin, provoking Li Chang's irritation. Since this is a sparring session, the levels must be somewhat comparable. Is there anyone among the 2nd level martial apprentices willing to step up? Li Chang was resolute in his intention to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson today. Soon, a young man volunteered. However, the result was as before. Jiang Xiaoyu sent him flying with a single kick. What is your actual level? Li Chang gasped, astonished by Jiang Xiaoyu's strength,
which far surpassed that of a second-level martial apprentice. I have been training in martial arts, what do you think? Jiang Xiaoyu, uninterested in prolonging the charade, considered that merely dealing with insignificant opponents would not reveal his true capabilities. You have already reached the 6th level of a martial apprentice? How can this be? Li Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a pace of cultivation could only be possible for those with a 3rd-grade martial soul or higher, yet, it was indisputable that Jiang Xiaoyu had awakened a 9th-grade martial soul. I see now, ahahaha. You must have quietly awakened your martial soul 2 years ago and have been cultivating ever since. After 2 years, even with a 9th-grade martial soul, reaching the 6th level of a martial apprentice was indeed achievable. Jiang Xiaoyu, you are quite cunning. You managed to deceive everyone. Li Cheng suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Confident in his deduction, Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled at him, knowing that with Li Cheng's personality, he would undoubtedly concoct other possibilities. He was surprised that Li Cheng's imagination was so grand. This reason suited him perfectly. When his true abilities emerged, he would have no fear of suspicion. I can't believe you figured this out, Li Cheng. I never expected you to be so perceptive. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned astonishment, adopting the demeanor of a child whose secret had been discovered. Ha, Jiang Xiaoyu, no matter how deep you hide, you are still worlds apart from me. Li Cheng boasted with pride. What does it matter if you are at the 6th level of a martial apprentice? Which brother is willing to spar? Li Cheng called out loudly, prompting another young man to step forward. Let us go. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. This would be his first true duel against an opponent of comparable level. The young man wasted no time, launching an attack without uttering a word. Most students at this stage had not yet learned any combat techniques and relied solely on brute strength. Why is he so slow? Jiang Xiaoyu easily evaded the young man's strikes. Initially, he thought the young man was merely holding back, but as time passed and the young man began to sweat profusely, he still failed to land a single blow on Jiang Xiaoyu. I'm done playing. With another, it must be due to the peculiar nature of his martial soul that he appeared stronger even among those of the same level. It could also be that the other person was simply too weak. I still lack practical combat experience. In the days that followed, after successfully cultivating his Wolf Fang Palm to a minor completion, Jiang Xiaoyu began working on the Shadow Step. The medicinal herbs he had purchased at the Wanbao Pavilion were all used for body refinement, and he could feel a noticeable enhancement in his physical body, albeit not exceedingly pronounced. This was likely due to his low cultivation level. The first turn of the 9 turns overbearing body technique could only be fully realized upon reaching the martial spirit realm. Today marked the quarterly display of martial arts training. Let me see the fruits of your labor. Lu Lin announced loudly to the advanced class, eliciting cheers from the students. Everyone was acutely aware of the challenges that accompanied martial arts training. Mastering a yellow-grade martial technique could prove elusive, even for those at the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. For students at their level, achieving even a basic understanding of a martial technique was a testament to exceptional talent. Many were brimming with confidence regarding their cultivated techniques, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase their skills. Jiang Xiaoyu, which martial technique have you been practicing? And Ran suddenly inquired. How did you know I was practicing martial techniques? Jiang Xiaoyu responded, puzzled. Stop pretending. Li Cheng has been spreading the word that you awakened your martial soul 2 years ago and have been cultivating ever since, reaching the 6th level of a martial apprentice. And Ran replied, exasperated. What? That quickly? Jiang Xiaoyu had initially been uninterested in participating in the martial arts display, but now that it was already exposed, he might as well take part. No more pretending. And Ran rolled her eyes, but then her expression shifted to one of sympathy. What do you mean by that look? Why do you gaze at me as if I were an orphan? Jiang Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable under Ran's gaze. Nothing, I just think that taking 2 years to reach the 6th level of a martial apprentice is somewhat slow. You might struggle to go further, and Ran stated sincerely. Over the past few days, despite Jiang Xiaoyu occasionally exhibiting peculiar behavior, he had proven to be a decent person overall. If he could cultivate to a higher level, it would certainly be better. Jiang Xiaoyu mused. If Ran knew he had elevated to the 6th level of a martial apprentice in less than 20 days, he wondered what her expression would be. Soon, Lu Lin led the students to the training room. Is there anyone who would like to be the first to demonstrate? Lu Lin called out, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the top class of the Qinglong Martial Academy, the students had naturally honed their martial skills to an exceptional level, and Lu Lin took great pride in leading such talented individuals. The students were eager to showcase their skills, yet no one dared to step forward first. I'll go.
Li Chang leaped forward, exuding confidence as the strongest student at Qinglong Martial Academy. I know several martial techniques. I'll just pick one that I've mastered adequately to demonstrate. After proclaiming this, Li Chang assumed a stance, ready to display his skills. Wow, it's already quite a challenge for us to learn a single martial technique. I can't believe Senior Li Chang has mastered several. One could hear the admiration in the voices of the female students, who gazed at him with starry eyes. Shadowless kick. Li Chang bellowed, soaring approximately 5 meters into the air, whereupon multiple afterimages of his foot appeared, sending the 10 or so dummies on the platform crashing to the ground. Incredible! The students gasped in awe. If Senior Li Chang's shadowless kick struck me, I might as well be knocked out. When will I ever learn such a stylish and powerful martial technique? This display incited cheers from the students. Impressive. From the looks of it, Li Chang's shadowless kick has likely reached the pinnacle of the entry level, almost touching the threshold of minor completion. Even Lu Lin was full of praise after witnessing the shadowless kick. Instructor Lu, you flatter me. I'm merely at the beginning stages, Li Chang humbly remarked. Senior Li Chang is truly remarkable. Even this shadowless kick, which is just a basic martial technique for him, has reached the pinnacle of entry level. Hearing this, Li Chang appeared modest on the surface, but inwardly, he felt a twinge of insecurity. In truth, the shadowless kick was the most formidable martial technique he had mastered, while he struggled even to grasp the basics of other techniques. Chapter 36, The Triple Fury Phantom. After Li Chang's demonstration, other students eagerly stepped forward to showcase their skills. However, despite the commendable talents displayed by many, the practice of martial arts proved to be fraught with challenges. Only 2 or 3 students managed to reach the threshold of proficiency, and even they were merely at the rudimentary level. Yet, even this achievement was remarkable in comparison to the rest. And Ran, are you not going to demonstrate? Zhang Xiaoyu inquired, glancing at the indifferent and Ran beside her, filled with curiosity. What's the point? Demonstrating won't elevate my cultivation, and Ran replied, her martial arts aptitude ranked among the upper echelon of the class, suggesting that her skills in martial techniques were commendable nevertheless, and Ran's temperament was one of modesty and restraint. Her martial arts proficiency was indeed impressive, likely making her the most skilled present. Aside from Li Chang, Zhang Xiaoyu found herself in agreement with Ran's perspective. It was indeed premature to showcase their abilities. It would be far more prudent to quietly refine their martial techniques to perfection and reveal their prowess during the grand competition at a later time. Although his furious wave palm had already reached a minor success, enabling him to dominate all present, he remained patient. Zhang Xiaoyu, are you not going to come up and demonstrate? At that moment, Li Chang suddenly called out to Zhang Xiaoyu. His voice captured the attention of everyone in attendance. Stop pretending, we all know you have reached the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. Moreover, you must have a solid grasp of your techniques, Li Chang taunted, attempting to embarrass Zhang Xiaoyu in front of the crowd. A martial artist who had just attained the 6th level of the martial disciple realm was still at the threshold of martial training, bound to struggle with even the basics. Do I really have to demonstrate? Zhang Xiaoyu replied, exasperated. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet Li Chang always found a way to force his hand. Very well, I shall show you. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyu stepped forward. Once provoked, he loses composure. Zhang Xiaoyu is surely incapable of anything impressive, Li Chang scoffed as he observed Zhang Xiaoyu's approach. Zhang Xiaoyu, don't go, he is deliberately putting you in a difficult position. And Ran whispered from behind, fearing that Zhang Xiaoyu would be unable to perform any martial technique and would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. A trivial matter. I shall dazzle them with my brilliance. Zhang Xiaoyu waved dismissively. I really don't understand why my aunt insists I spend more time with you. Aside from being somewhat eccentric, you are also quite arrogant. And Ran, unable to dissuade Zhang Xiaoyu, stomped her foot in frustration. As Zhang Xiaoyu positioned himself among the crowd, ready to execute the furious wave palm, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding, the self-discipline timer has ended. Post self-discipline task issued. Complete a set of elementary school calisthenics. Completion reward: increased speed of martial technique training while idling. What on earth, now of all times? Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback, yet he had no choice but to comply with the system's task. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Xiaoyu began to perform. Commencing the 3rd set of elementary school calisthenics now. Chapter 1: Radiant Sunshine. The system thoughtfully played music in his mind.
What kind of martial arts is this? Li Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiar movements left his fellow students utterly bewildered. This cannot be right. When executing martial arts, there should at least be fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet I observe no such energy around Jiang Xiaoyu. No, this is not martial arts at all. These movements resemble those of a calisthenics routine. In an instant, the students began to murmur among themselves, Jiang Xiaoyu has truly lost his mind. And Ran helplessly slapped his forehead. Haha, I see now. Jiang Xiaoyu must not know any martial arts and is merely using this calisthenics routine to lighten the atmosphere. Just then, one of Li Chang's lackeys suddenly shouted. Exactly, if he can't perform martial arts, he should just admit it instead of trying to show off like a big shot. What a waste of everyone's precious time. Complaints began to surface, and even Mentor Lu Lin appeared exasperated, feeling a deep sense of regret. Of course, he felt pity for Principal Qinglong. How could someone as capable as Principal Qinglong have produced such a showboating clown like Jiang Xiaoyu? Jiang Xiaoyu, you truly have opened my eyes. Has it really been 2 years, and you have become this way? It seems that opposing someone like you is indeed quite pointless. Li Cheng's eyes held both mockery and a trace of disappointment. Since childhood, Jiang Xiaoyu had outshone him in both theoretical studies and leadership skills. Even now, despite being significantly stronger than Jiang Xiaoyu, he could not shake the lingering memories of their childhood. Thus, he often sought to prove his superiority over Jiang Xiaoyu, yet now, it appeared that Jiang Xiaoyu no longer belonged to the same realm. He was merely a fool. Boring, I'm leaving. Someone shouted, prompting all the students to prepare to turn away. No one wished to watch a chubby boy perform calisthenics. Wait a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had finally completed the entire calisthenics routine and, at that last moment, called out to the crowd. If I don't showcase something now, people will think I'm a complete fool. I was merely warming up. I tend to take a longer time for warm-ups, but now I am ready to get serious. Jiang Xiaoyu declared loudly. Warm up, I am curious to see what else he can conjure up. The students cooperatively halted their steps. Wild Wave Palm, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, swinging his hands, and naturally, a phantom of the wild wave emerged, as if he had mastered it for quite some time. What, he has truly practiced martial arts? Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, initially expecting Jiang Xiaoyu to continue with his antics. A single phantom of the wild wave is already quite impressive. Judging by the power of this illusion, he is on the verge of reaching the entry level. Lu Lin observed Jiang Xiaoyu's execution of the wild wave palm with astonishment. He too practiced the wild wave palm? And Ran was equally surprised, for she had also been training in the wild wave palm. Despite being a girl, she had a fondness for grandiose martial techniques. However, and Ran had already reached the entry level, capable of producing 2 phantoms of the wild wave. Jiang Xiaoyu had yet to reach that level, and this was merely the extent of his abilities. Although Li Cheng was somewhat surprised, it did not evoke a significant emotional response. That was merely a small display. Now I will show my true strength. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Executing martial arts was undeniably exhilarating. Wild wave palm, Jiang Xiaoyu summoned his spiritual energy once more, this time exerting all his might. Boom, a tremendous sound erupted, and 3 phantoms of the wild wave appeared, instantly sending several dummies flying. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoyu could unleash such powerful martial arts. Some students were astonished, but the ones truly shocked were Ran and Mentor Lu Lin, for only they understood the significance of 3 phantoms of the wild wave. 3 phantoms of the wild wave. Jiang Xiaoyu's martial arts had already reached the minor mastery level. As Lu Lin's astonished words echoed, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 37 Anren's Invitation. Xiao Chang? How is that possible? After a few moments of stunned silence, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Achieving a minor success in martial arts typically requires one to reach the martial spirit realm, yet, Jiang Xiaoyu has merely attained the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a mere coincidence. Li Cheng vehemently denied it, asserting that despite his long training in the shadowless kick, he had only just reached the pinnacle of the introductory stage, still far from achieving minor success. How could Jiang Xiaoyu possibly possess greater talent than him? After all, Jiang Xiaoyu was merely a worthless 9th-grade martial soul. Raging Waves Palm. As if in response to Li Cheng, Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed his martial technique once more, this time with even greater strength than before. The threefold illusion of the raging waves was now more pronounced. This was simply outrageous. Anren, witnessing the scene, found herself momentarily speechless. After all, the martial technique she had been training in was precisely the raging waves palm. Moreover, after so much time, she had only just approached the pinnacle of the introductory stage herself. Anren was acutely aware of the difficulty in mastering this martial technique. With her talent, reaching minor success would require at least a year. And yet, Jiang Xiaoyu had achieved it so swiftly. This fellow had concealed his abilities so deeply. No wonder he had appeared so confident just moments ago. Anren cast a somewhat resentful glance at Jiang Xiaoyu.
Even if his martial skills were impressive, what of it? His realm remained unchanged, and he would never achieve anything significant. Li Cheng's jealousy flared anew as he regarded Jiang Xiaoyu. After demonstrating his skills, Jiang Xiaoyu swaggered down, not intending to show off, but it seemed some were determined to force his hand. With the display of martial techniques concluded, the students returned to their classes and resumed their studies. However, the glances cast at Jiang Xiaoyu by most of the students had changed dramatically. With his 6th level in the martial disciple realm, coupled with his minor success in martial techniques, these two key phrases were sufficient to elevate Jiang Xiaoyu above the majority of his peers. Previously, many had assumed he was merely a beneficiary of connections to enter the advanced class. Now, however, none dared utter a word.
Jiang Xiaoyu, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? Anren shyly prodded Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Guidance?
What could I possibly teach you? Jiang Xiaoyu replied, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events.
The martial technique I practice is also the Raging Waves palm that you used today.
I'm very close to achieving the twofold illusion and would like your help, Anren confessed earnestly.
You also practice the Raging Waves palm?
Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. He hadn't expected a girl to favor such a grand and dynamic martial technique.
To be honest, I'm not particularly skilled.
Reaching minor success was merely luck, he admitted. Jiang Xiaoyu had attained his current level through passive training. While he had insights, he struggled to articulate them and truly couldn't offer guidance.
Stop pretending. Why are you being humble now, really?
Anren crossed her arms and turned her head away. Alright, I'll give it a try, but whether I can teach you well remains to be seen.
Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't stand to see a woman sulking like that.
If he didn't help, Anren would undoubtedly wear that resentful expression every day, which would only sour her mood. After school, Jiang Xiaoyu followed Anren to her home. Anren's father operated a martial arts school in Jiang City, catering primarily to ordinary individuals keen on practicing martial arts and honing combat skills.
Anren led Jiang Xiaoyu to an empty training room, preparing to seek his guidance.
Miss, Master Qian is looking for you outside, a servant entered to announce.
Why is he here again? How annoying! Anren retorted. Tell him I'm not seeing him.
Anren, it's been a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Before Anren could finish her words, a flamboyantly dressed young man appeared at the door to the training room.
Qian Duo, why are you here again?
Anren clearly showed her disdain for the young man before her.
Anren, how could you say that?
I simply missed you. Qian Duo, brazen as ever, brushed off her words. His father was an acquaintance of Anren's father, and he had been pursuing Anren for some time, though he had always been rebuffed.
Who is this man? Qian Duo furrowed his brow as he glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu behind Anren.
Though he was aware that Anren disdained him, he knew she would never associate with any males. Now, she was actually accompanied by one.
What business is it of yours? Anren snapped, clearly irritated.
Oh, I was invited by Anren to help her train in martial techniques, Jiang Xiaoyu interjected from behind, wishing to avoid attracting any animosity and wasting time.
Teaching martial techniques?
Anren, you know you can always ask me, my martial skills are quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo felt somewhat reassured, especially since Jiang Xiaoyu appeared to be a chubby child, decidedly lacking in the looks department. His appearance was entirely non-threatening. Don't forget, I, Qian Duo, am also a talented student at the Battleground Martial Academy, he boasted. Among the 4 martial academies in Jiang City, Qian Duo was among the elite ranks, having reached the 8th level of the martial disciple realm.
Hey, kid, what is your realm?
Qian Duo assumed that if Anren valued Jiang Xiaoyu, his cultivation level must be respectable.
6th level of the martial disciple realm. What is it to you?
Jiang Xiaoyu replied candidly, feeling exasperated and unsure how to assist Anren.
6th level, brother, don't lie to me, that is still weaker than Anren. Qian Duo observed Jiang Xiaoyu closely, finding him to be quite sincere and not the type to deceive.
Brother, why not leave this to me?
I'll give you 100,000, what do you say? Qian Duo suddenly rushed to Jiang Xiaoyu's side, whispering in his ear. Jiang Xiaoyu looked utterly bewildered. What was going on?
What, brother, if you think 100,000 isn't enough, I can add another 100,000. I, Qian Duo, may not have much, but I certainly have money. Qian Duo declared, pulling out a bank card from his pocket to offer Jiang Xiaoyu.
Qian Duo, what are you doing? Anren could no longer hold back and called out to him.
Anren, I see this brother is quite decent, though his cultivation level is a bit low.
He might not be able to teach much. How about I take over?
You, what do you mean? His martial skills have already reached minor success.
Anran exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Chen Duoduo regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyu adjusted his collar, preparing to demonstrate the Raging Waves palm to give Chen Duoduo a taste of his prowess. "Young master, you've arrived." At that moment, a formidable middle-aged man. "What brings you here?" Chen Duoduo exclaimed. "I came to have a word with the young master." The newcomer was none other than Anran's father, and Dongqiang. Dongqiang was well acquainted with the Qian family and found Chen Duoduo to be quite decent. He would welcome the prospect of an alliance between their families. "Oh, and who is this young man?" And Dongqiang inquired, casting a wary glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. Anran had never brought anyone home before. What was the situation? Chapter 38. The departure of the Azure Dragon. Dean, my classmate, Anran, grew somewhat impatient. All she desired was to diligently cultivate her martial techniques, yet it seemed an arduous task. Uncle, her peer, was merely at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm. What martial skills could he possibly master? "You should tell Anran to ask me if she encounters any difficulties. After all, I am a renowned genius in Zhongchen." Chen Duoduo interjected from behind. "Jiang Xiaoyu, why don't you demonstrate your skills to them? I am truly baffled by their disdain." Anran called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, completely oblivious to her previous attitude towards him. "Very well." Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. He had come along against his will and now found himself in this predicament. Ding, the self-discipline timer has ended. Self-discipline task issued. A complete set of Tai Chi. Completion reward 1 random elixir. I am curious to see how proficient your classmates' martial skills truly are. And Dongqiang observed his daughter's confidence and felt that Jiang Xiaoyu indeed possessed some genuine. Although he ran a martial arts school aimed at ordinary individuals, and Dongqiang was a peak martial spirit realm expert, merely preferring to avoid conflict nowadays, with Anran's endorsement, surely this young man wouldn't disappoint. Chen Duoduo watched attentively from the side. Oh no, not again. Jiang Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. It was yet another critical moment for the system to intervene. Following the system's rhythm, he had no choice but to commence his Tai Chi practice. What is this technique? It appears so fluid. Jiang Xiaoyu's Tai Chi swiftly captured the attention of several onlookers. Wait, something is off. Why is there no fluctuation of spiritual energy? It was well known that martial techniques required the mobilization of spiritual energy during execution. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu's set of movements, while seemingly profound and aesthetically pleasing, exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy. What trick is Jiang Xiaoyu playing? Wasn't he supposed to showcase the wild wave palm? Anran was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his ailment had flared up again? Anran helplessly slapped her forehead. It seemed Jiang Xiaoyu's condition always recurred at crucial moments. Anran, I must say, your classmate's martial technique resembles that of El. He had initially wished to witness the young man's martial prowess but was instead confronted with this farce. Anran, from now on, refrained from associating with such attention-seekers. And Dongqiang scolded. Dad, my classmate is just, he has some issues, but his martial skills are genuinely impressive. Moreover, he is the child adopted by the Azure Dragon Dean, Jiang Xiaoyu. Anran attempted to explain, mentioning Jiang Xiaoyu's background in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on her father. Jiang Xiaoyu? The one with the abysmal 9th-grade martial soul. Anran, mingling with such individuals leads to no promising future. And Dongqiang retorted, leaving in a huff, clearly vexed with Anran. Aside from awakening her martial soul, Anran had also awakened her soul power, displaying commendable talent. And Dongqiang envisioned her cultivating her soul power, aspiring for a dual cultivation of martial and soul arts, a rather unrealistic ambition unless one possessed extraordinary talent. However, Anran was determined to pursue martial arts and had assured Dongqiang of her commitment to achieving success in this realm. Thus, she had always trained diligently, which was why she had invited Jiang Xiaoyu to teach her martial skills. Should her talent in martial cultivation prove insufficient, she would be sent to her aunt for soul power training. Pan Feng, Anran's distant relative, had long wished for her to cultivate soul power. Ha, I see, this brother must be concocting a scheme to pocket my money, that is why he is putting on this show. Chen Duoduo speculated wildly, believing Jiang Xiaoyu was deliberately embarrassing himself to make Anran choose him over others. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you doing? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu ceased his movements, prompting Anran to rush over with concern. Apologies, my old ailment has resurfaced. Jiang Xiaoyu sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Brother, splendid performance. Chen Duoduo rushed over and gave Jiang Xiaoyu a thumbs up. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Brother, are you still pretending? Your acting is truly remarkable. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's puzzled expression, Chen Duoduo praised him further. Don't think I'm unaware, you're attempting to pocket my 200,000, aren't you? That's why you pulled off that smooth little routine. Enough chit-chat. What is your name? From now on, you're my good brother, Shen Duo. If you run out of money, just let me know. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly realized the misunderstanding. However, he found Shen Duo to be rather likable, talented, wealthy, and of good character, far superior to Li Chang, that hypocrite. And Ran, I believe this is not conducive to your training. Let us head to the academy, I'll teach you there. Without waiting for Ran's response, Jiang Xiaoyu departed, feeling it unwise to linger in a place where her father had no regard for him. And Ran could only pout in response, knowing it was her father's issue. Sai and Ran, allow me to teach you, I've already mastered the basics of my martial technique. Shen Duo chimed in, grinning like a lovesick puppy. Basics? I've mastered the basics long ago. And Ran shot Shen Duo a glare before storming off. Wait, is she better than me? Shen Duo felt a twinge of embarrassment upon returning to his room. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed a smooth stone resting there. An image stone? He recognized it instantly as a device for storing images. Approaching it, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into the stone. Suddenly, a spectral figure of an old man emerged. Brat, I have business to attend to and will return in a month. Don't cause any trouble. The spectral image of the Azure Dragon Dean reprimanded Jiang Xiaoyu before vanishing. He is gone. I expected it to be a significant matter, yet he leaves behind an image stone. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged it off. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the Azure Dragon Dean's occasional absences. Meanwhile, in Li Tianba's room, Grandpa, that Jiang Xiaoyu is utterly arrogant, flaunting talents he doesn't possess and showing off in front of me. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon Dean, I would have dealt with him already. Li Chang lamented to his grandfather. Surely, as a vice dean, you shouldn't be inferior to the Azure Dragon Dean. Li Chang voiced his grievances before his grandfather. Be patient. Your opportunity will soon come. Li Tianba tended to the flowers on the windowsill, his expression calm, revealing no signs of anger or joy. This time, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Suddenly, Li Tianba's countenance darkened, and the flowers on the windowsill disintegrated into powder. This scene startled Li Chang. It was rare for him to witness such an emotional outburst from his grandfather. Few in Jiangcheng were aware that Li Tianba's strength was on par with the deans of the city's other 4 major martial arts academies. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the Azure Dragon Dean 16 years ago, Li Tianba would have long been the dean, not merely a vice dean. Chapter 39. The January appointment has arrived. In the days that followed, Jiang Xiaoyu diligently pursued his cultivation, occasionally subjected to the playful whims of the system, which provided comedic relief for everyone, yet nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation successfully broke through to the 7th level of the warrior disciple realm. The shadow step also reached a minor completion in its training, while the Roaring Wave Palm advanced further, enabling him to unleash the 4th level of the Roaring Wave Phantom. Why on earth are the body-tempering materials so exorbitantly priced? The 12 million he earned from selling elixirs only allowed him to temper his body 3 times. Although he could perceive a tangible enhancement to his physique, it was still far from sufficient. He would need to sell more elixirs. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion, confident that he had an abundance of elixirs at his disposal, various kinds at that. Upon his arrival, the young boy has come. As Jiang Xiaoyu stepped into the Wanbao Pavilion, a clerk hurriedly reported to Yan Hong. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoyu's Peppa Pig mask was too striking. Old Lu, that young lad is here again, Yan Hong promptly informed Old Lu. Quick, bring that young man in. Old Lu was filled with excitement. He had been eager to see Jiang Xiaoyu once more. The last time, Jiang Xiaoyu's enlightenment pill was sent to the headquarters in the Demon City. That very evening, the headquarters auctioned off the enlightenment pill. Ultimately, this flawless great enlightenment pill was purchased by Old Lu was not privy to the exact price, but he knew that the headquarters had lauded him greatly and even promoted him. Thus, he had been eagerly anticipating a reunion with Jiang Xiaoyu. Little brother, you've come, please, take a seat. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu ushered in, Old Lu immediately relinquished his own seat. Jiang Xiaoyu, bewildered, sat down, pondering how he could possess such charm while still wearing a mask. What was going on, little brother? May I inquire what brings you to the Wanbao Pavilion this time? Yan Hong asked respectfully from the side. Oh, I merely wish to purchase some materials. Noticing their demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu felt somewhat perplexed. Shall I still use those elixirs as payment? Old Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How did you know? Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a pill of unknown type from his pocket and placed it before Old Lu. Over the past few days, the system had rewarded him with numerous elixirs. He had consumed only those beneficial at his current stage, leaving the rest untouched, totaling several dozen. Indeed, it was yet another flawless great elixir.
Old Lu examined the pill with barely contained enthusiasm. Another flawless elixir. Surely, the headquarters will reward me once more. Little brother, I have a question, though I'm unsure if I should ask. Old Lu suddenly said. He could tell that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed more flawless elixirs. If he could ascertain the source of these elixirs and establish a long-term partnership, he would amass considerable wealth.
Go ahead, Jiang Xiaoyu, eager to procure the materials, did not waste time with pleasantries. Little brother, where did you acquire this elixir? Old Lu inquired directly, without any pretense. Oh, this, my master gave it to me. I eat them like jelly beans every day. Jiang Xiaoyu was aware that Old Lu was attempting to probe him, and it seemed the elixirs awarded by the system were quite precious, otherwise, the two would not display such attitudes. Your master, eating them like jelly beans. Old Lu was evidently taken aback by this revelation. If Jiang Xiaoyu had claimed to have found the elixirs in some ancient relic, it would have been understandable. To his knowledge, even the president of the Alchemist Association's Demon City branch could not concoct flawless grade elixirs, let alone produce them casually for consumption. Could it be that he was a reclusive master? May I inquire what rank your master is as an alchemist? Old Lu continued. Rank? My master stated that the world's ranks are unworthy of him, Jiang Xiaoyu boasted unabashedly, as boasting cost him nothing. Ah, Old Lu was left speechless, recognizing the mark of a true recluse. Such audacity, yet indeed, he had the credentials to back it up. Little brother, I shall offer you 20 million for this elixir. What do you think? Old Lu wasted no time in presenting his offer. Furthermore, I shall gift you a purple card from the Wanbao Pavilion. With this card, you shall receive VIP treatment at any Wanbao Pavilion branch, enjoying a discount of 20 on all items. Upon finishing, Old Lu produced a lustrous purple card from his pocket and placed it before Jiang Xiaoyu. If he could not interact with the alchemist of such caliber, then fostering a good relationship with his disciple would surely yield benefits. Is it really that good? Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the purple card, assessing it. In light of the prices at Wanbao Pavilion, the 20 discount was indeed a significant advantage. He could easily save millions. Of course, little brother, should you require any materials in the future, you are always welcome at the Wanbao Pavilion. While we may not claim to have everything, we certainly embrace a vast array of offerings. Old Lu boasted confidently. Jiang Xiaoyu accepted it all without hesitation. After purchasing some body tempering materials, he prepared to take his leave. Watching Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Old Lu's expression turned complex. Initially, he had thought that Jiang Xiaoyu had merely stumbled upon the elixirs by chance, but it now seemed there was someone backing him, otherwise, he would not speak with such assurance. At first, Old Lu had contemplated resorting to extreme measures to seize the treasures, considering that Jiang Xiaoyu possessed numerous elixirs. A figure capable of producing flawless grade elixirs was not to be trifled with, indeed. Old Lu, you almost doomed yourself. Returning to his residence, after completing the body tempering, Jiang Xiaoyu began cultivating his soul power. Despite the limited time he had dedicated to soul cultivation in recent days, under the influence of his remarkable talent, he soon condensed his soul power into small droplets. Early the next morning, as Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the teaching area, he noticed many eyes fixed upon him. Today marked the date of Jiang Xiaoyu's one-month appointment with Wang Ba. It was said that Wang Ba had already broken through to the 8th level of the warrior disciple realm. Just days ago, Jiang Xiaoyu had learned that Wang Ba was at the 6th level. With such prowess, how could he possibly compete against Wang Ba? This was dire. Jiang Xiaoyu was bound to lose. Moreover, it was rumored that Dean Qinglong was away on business. If Jiang Xiaoyu were to be soundly defeated, no one would come to his aid. Excitement buzzed among the students as they discussed the unfolding drama. Wow, how swiftly time flies. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly recalled that indeed, a month had passed. It seemed today Wang Ba would come to challenge him. The 8th level of the warrior disciple realm, he likely wouldn't be too weak. It would be an excellent opportunity to test the progress of his martial skills. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was merely at the 7th level of the warrior disciple realm, he remained unfazed. The depth of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of his peers. Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm here, are you prepared for our duel? Just then, a booming voice echoed from the academy entrance. It was Wang Ba. Chapter 40 Wang Ba vs Jiang Xiaoyu. Behind Wang Ba, a throng of individuals trailed, evidently all students from the Qianlong Martial Academy. I have awaited this day for far too long. Wang Ba exclaimed with palpable excitement, still brooding over the incident where Jiang Xiaoyu had extorted him at Shopping's residence. Today, he was determined to salvage his pride. You foam, I didn't expect you to join us, Li Chang remarked, striding toward a slender youth behind Wang Ba, his voice laced with a hint of animosity. Well, I have nothing better to do, so I thought I'd come and watch. If it proves unsatisfactory, we could always have a spar ourselves. Yu Feng, the foremost genius of the Qianlong Martial Academy, had also awakened a 6th-tier martial soul, and both he and Li Chang were at the 9th level of martial apprentices. Bring it on, I await your challenge, Li Chang retorted defiantly, the atmosphere thick with tension as the representatives of their respective academies squared off. Hey, are you two mistaken? Today is my stage.
Jiang Xiaoyu interjected as he stepped forward, pushing Li Chang aside. It was supposed to be his moment in the spotlight, yet some individuals insisted on stealing it.
Isn't it said that Jiang Xiaoyu is quite portly?
The students of the Guanglong Martial Academy exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of the normally proportionate youth before them.
Goodness, has Jiang Xiaoyu actually slimmed down so much? Upon this realization, the students of the Qinglong Martial Academy noted that Jiang Xiaoyu had indeed lost weight.
Seeing him daily at the academy, they hadn't paid much attention, but now, scrutinizing him closely, they found that Jiang Xiaoyu had become rather handsome with his newfound slimness. Jiang Xiaoyu raised his chin confidently, as if proclaiming, "This is the result of my daily training and a vegetable-rich diet.
So what if I've lost weight? Can it enhance my prowess?"
Wang Ba was brimming with anticipation, having learned that Jiang Xiaoyu was merely at the 6th level of martial apprentices. 2 tiers below him. Victory was all but assured.
"Let us head to the arena,"
Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, leading the group in a grand procession toward the contest grounds. One couldn't help but wonder where this confidence of his stemmed from. He appeared utterly unfazed.
"What do you understand? This is just overexcitement masked by a facade of calm. I've encountered many like him."
Along the way, the students of the Guanglong Martial Academy speculated, convinced that Wang Ba was destined for victory. Conversely, the students of the Qinglong Martial Academy wore expressions of concern for Jiang Xiaoyu. Though many harbored disdain for Jiang Xiaoyu's connections, he ultimately represented the Qinglong Martial Academy. "Jiang Xiaoyu, perhaps you should reconsider and not participate." Anren suddenly grasped his arm, worry etched across her face. Despite knowing that Wang Ba wouldn't dare to harm him should he lose, he would inevitably face a beating and the scorn of the Guanglong students. With the atmosphere charged, how could they not fight?
Why not just feign illness and escape at the last moment? Who would dare to question you? Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing Anren had a point.
"What kind of man retreats in the face of battle? Am I Jiang Xiaoyu such a coward?" he declared resolutely. In truth, had he not been confident in his ability to defeat Wang Ba, he might have truly fled. "Even if I lose, make sure it is a dignified defeat. I cannot afford to embarrass the Qinglong Martial Academy." Li Chang approached him with a serious expression.
"Ha!"
To Li Chang, Jiang Xiaoyu merely replied with 2 words.
"You, if I cannot win, I will certainly reclaim the honor."
Li Chang shot back angrily, believing he could easily best Yu Feng. It was well known that even if Wang Ba triumphed over Jiang Xiaoyu, it would not be a glorious victory given their disparity in levels. However, if he were to defeat Yu Feng, that would truly signify the prestige of both academies.
He envisioned the thrones of admirers he would attract.
"Jiang Xiaoyu, why not concede now? Everyone is aware of the disparity in our strengths." Wang Ba boldly stepped to the center of the arena, making a brazen declaration.
"Wang Ba, don't be so presumptuous.
Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu might surprise us." Several students from the Guanglong Martial Academy chimed in mockingly, inciting irritation among the students of the Qinglong Martial Academy.
"Enough chatter, let us commence."
Jiang Xiaoyu strode confidently to the center of the arena, standing defiantly against Wang Ba.
Her discerning eye pierced through Jiang Xiaoyu's true cultivation level. This Jiang Xiaoyu has only awakened his martial soul a month ago, and he's already ascended 7 tiers? Even Xia, seasoned in the ways of the world, could not suppress her astonishment. Such a rate of advancement was unprecedented. Even for a growth-oriented martial soul, it was simply terrifying. "Come now, Jiang Xiaoyu, I shall fight you with one hand behind my back. Don't accuse me of bullying you," Wang Ba proclaimed arrogantly, believing that his 2-tier advantage would render him invincible against Jiang Xiaoyu. "Oh? Then I shall make my move."
Jiang Xiaoyu wasted no time, suddenly accelerating and delivering a sharp slap to Wang Ba's face. Taken aback, Wang Ba had merely intended to show off, never anticipating Jiang Xiaoyu's swiftness. A searing sensation coursed across his face. Smack! The sound resonated throughout the arena, leaving the audience momentarily speechless. What just happened? How could Jiang Xiaoyu be so fast? It must be that Wang Ba had underestimated him. Wang Ba had allowed Jiang Xiaoyu to strike first, completely disregarding martial ethics. In this unexpected ambush, the students of the Guanglong Martial Academy quickly rallied behind their champion, while Yu Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing that Jiang Xiaoyu's burst of speed had surpassed that of a typical 6th-tier martial apprentice.
"Wang Ba, do not underestimate him.
Resolve this swiftly,"
Yu Feng cautioned. "Is a martial apprentice of the 8th tier truly bested by someone 2 levels lower? Are all of you from the Guanglong Academy mere fools?"
Li Chang interjected, standing beside Yu Feng, his tone dripping with contempt. Of course, he had also witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu's extraordinary burst of speed. "Whether they are fools or not, we shall soon find out."
Yufeng suppressed his rising anger, hoping Wang Ba would quickly reclaim his dignity. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoyu, how dare you strike when I was unprepared? Wang Ba roared, unleashing all his martial energy.
As an 8th-tier martial apprentice, he stood among the elite of the students. In that moment, Wang Ba's aura surged, causing even the students from the Qinglong Martial Academy to feel trepidation for Zhang Xiaoyu. Wang Ba had become serious. Could Zhang Xiaoyu withstand a single strike from him? Most students believed that once Wang Ba turned serious, Zhang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be defeated. Chapter 41. A brutal blow. Take this punch. Wang Ba roared as he charged toward Zhang Xiaoyu. If this blow landed, Zhang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly face defeat. Bang! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhang Xiaoyu effortlessly caught Wang Ba's fist with a single hand. What is happening? A martial artist at the 6th level withstanding a punch from an 8th level opponent. Zhang Xiaoyu exerted a forceful push, causing Wang Ba to stumble backward several meters. Is this the strength of an 8th level martial artist? Zhang Xiaoyu assessed the situation. Although he was currently only at the 7th level, the intensity of his spiritual power was undoubtedly comparable to Wang Ba's, possibly even surpassing it. Wah! Have you been on drugs, Zhang Xiaoyu? After a few seconds of bewilderment, Wang Ba could think of no other explanation. Otherwise, there was no way Zhang Xiaoyu could withstand his punch. Ah! Zhang Xiaoyu is on drugs? No wonder. Some medicinal pills can temporarily enhance power but come with side effects. Given Zhang Xiaoyu's background, it was indeed plausible that he could acquire such substances. In an instant, the crowd's confusion seemed to dissipate, and they regarded Zhang Xiaoyu with peculiar expressions. What a disgrace, to resort to drugs against a mere waste. Li Chang, too, believed the crowd's speculation, casting a It appeared that Zhang Xiaoyu's strength had indeed increased. Only An Ran, quietly observing from the sidelines, murmured to herself she did not believe Zhang Xiaoyu had resorted to drugs. Being his deskmate, she had noticed some peculiarities about him, one of which was his incredibly rapid improvement in strength. When Zhang Xiaoyu taught her the Raging Wave Palm, she discerned that his mastery of the technique had advanced yet again, nearly achieving the 4th level of Raging Wave illusions. Drugs. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously and began to unleash his aura, preparing to showcase his true abilities. At that moment, spiritual energy surged throughout Zhang Xiaoyu's being. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaoyu's spiritual power is astonishingly robust. Furthermore, the fluctuations in his spiritual energy seemed entirely normal, not indicative of drug use. The crowd was once again taken aback by Zhang Xiaoyu's display. Have you been concealing your strength? Wang Ba realized that Zhang Xiaoyu's spiritual energy was now nearly on par with his own. Well done, Zhang Xiaoyu. I never anticipated you to be so deep in concealment. The most astonished of all was Li Chang. He had initially thought he would never share the same realm as Zhang Xiaoyu again, yet now Zhang Xiaoyu's prowess had evidently reached the 8th level of martial arts. As for Li Chang, he was merely at the 9th level. How could a waste with a 9th grade martial soul cultivate so swiftly? At this rate, Zhang Xiaoyu might soon catch up to him. And Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Xiaoyu's martial prowess had reached such heights, he was even stronger than her. Zhang Xiaoyu, even if you have concealed your strength, what of it? I, Wang Ba, possess the greatest talent in martial techniques. My Wang Ba fist has already reached the pinnacle of its introductory stage. Even if your spiritual energy is comparable to mine, once I unleash my technique, you will surely find yourself in dire straits. Wang Ba laughed, exuding confidence at that moment. Indeed, my Wang Ba fist is renowned in the Quanglong Martial Academy. To be defeated by this move would be an honor for you, Zhang Xiaoyu, a student from the Quanglong Martial Academy boldly declared. Upon hearing this, the students from the Qinglong Martial Academy nearly burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Zhang Xiaoyu had demonstrated 3 levels of Raging Wave illusions just a few days prior. That was a minor accomplishment. Who would have thought Wang Ba would dare to challenge Zhang Xiaoyu's forte? Why do these people look so peculiar? They don't seem particularly afraid of my Wang Ba fist. Allow me to open your eyes. With that, Wang Ba assumed his stance. Wang Ba fist. He bellowed, and instantly, several fist shadows appeared above him, hurtling toward Zhang Xiaoyu. Martial techniques, you say? Let me show you what true martial techniques are. Raging Wave Palm. Above Zhang Xiaoyu, 3 Raging Wave illusions materialized. In truth, he was capable of condensing 4 illusions now, but he chose to keep a low profile and only utilize 3. Bang! The 2 techniques collided, producing a resounding crash. One figure was sent flying from the center of the arena. Holy cow, it's Wang Ba! Under Zhang Xiaoyu's minor accomplishment in martial technique, Wang Ba stood no chance of victory. You sly dog, you concealed yourself. Wang Ba has been defeated. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This outcome was entirely unexpected. Wang Ba had actually fallen to the hands of Zhang Xiaoyu, a waste with a 9th grade martial soul.
Who would have thought that the so-called waste of the Qinglong Martial Academy, renowned throughout Jiang City, was merely a facade? Yufeng approached, helping Wang Ba to his feet, his face filled with resentment. He had come to assert dominance today, yet the outcome was utterly contrary. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu's martial technique had reached a minor accomplishment, a level he had yet to attain. Jiang Xiaoyu must surely be a hidden genius of the Qinglong Martial Academy. The students of the Qinglong Martial Academy were equally dumbfounded. They had no idea Jiang Xiaoyu was this formidable. We're leaving. Yufeng, supporting Wang Ba, intended to depart from this humiliating place. Wait. The bet is not yet concluded. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled wickedly. It could not possibly be that simple. What do you want? Wang Ba's face darkened. He had hoped to obtain a martial technique for free, but now he found himself unable to leave. Agreed to the wager, so don't be so anxious. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned mischievously at Wang Ba, giving his shoulder a light pat. Goodness, that grin is so creepy. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't go too far. I, Wang Ba, am a straight man. If you get too weird, I'll make sure to retaliate. Wang Ba crossed his arms protectively. These days, many men had peculiar preferences, and Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor was undeniably reminiscent of that. What a ridiculous notion. I have no interest in you. Jiang Xiaoyu slapped Wang Ba on the back of his head, exasperated. What does he take me for? What do you think? I bet Jiang Xiaoyu will humiliate him thoroughly. Of course, it would be a great honor for the Qinglong Martial Academy. Several students were discussing, seemingly envisioning Wang Ba's soon-to-be humiliated expression. I want to make things difficult for you. How about this? From now on, whenever you encounter me, just call me Big Handsome Guy. Jiang Xiaoyu's words spread throughout the arena. The crowd gasped just like that. Wang Ba could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Xiaoyu was actually this benevolent. Moreover, it seemed Jiang Xiaoyu had indeed become somewhat more handsome after losing weight. Is it really that easy to say? How could I not be handsome? Jiang Xiaoyu frowned at Wang Ba's expression. Did this brat dare to question his looks? Of course, I'll say it. Just then, an untimely voice echoed in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. Ding, self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Howl like a wolf for 30 seconds. Exercise lung capacity. Task completion reward. Title of Big Handsome Guy. Chapter 42. Selecting weapons. Great Handsome. Wang Ba exclaimed loudly, drawing a chorus of eye rolls from those around him. Jiang Xiaoyu truly was self-absorbed. He had the audacity to flaunt his vanity even in a wager. Howl. As Wang Ba's voice echoed, Jiang Xiaoyu began to howl like a wolf. Goodness, the system certainly knows how to stir things up. Wang Ba, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. It was merely a shout of Great Handsome, yet why was he howling? I'm leaving, Great Handsome, don't be a sore loser. Wang Ba was a man of his word, and from that day forward, he would address Jiang Xiaoyu as Great Handsome every time they met. Howl. Jiang Xiaoyu howled once more. The onlookers regarded him as though he were deranged. He has gone off again, keep your distance. Many students had heard whispers of Jiang Xiaoyu's peculiarities and promptly dispersed. Anren shook her head and turned to leave as well. Li Chan watched Jiang Xiaoyu with a dark expression, clenching his fists, lost in thought. Within 3 minutes, the entire martial arts arena was deserted, leaving only Jiang Xiaoyu, who continued his relentless howling. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. You have earned the title of Great Handsome. Title description. As long as the host displays vanity in front of others, their cultivation speed will increase. This reward is simply splendid. Vanity can enhance my cultivation speed. It's tailor-made for me. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu grinned widely. Grandfather, I suspect that Jiang Xiaoyu has not awakened a mere 9th grade martial spirit. Even after 2 years of cultivation, he should not possess such formidable strength. At this rate, Jiang Xiaoyu is bound to surpass me soon. In Li Tianba's chamber, Li Chang was filled with concern. I always said that the dean of the Qingtian Academy could not possibly raise a useless individual for so long. Jiang Xiaoyu must have some exceptional qualities. Hearing Li Cheng's description, Li Tianba furrowed his brows. Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden emergence had disrupted his plans, and without news from the dean, Li Tianba dared not act recklessly. Grandfather, is there truly no method to curb Jiang Xiaoyu's growth? Must we allow him to flourish unchecked? I cannot return to those days. Li Chang was nearly frantic. He had long grown accustomed to a life of adoration and would not allow anyone, especially the loathed Jiang Xiaoyu. There are indeed methods, albeit somewhat perilous. Grandfather, if there is even a glimmer of hope to eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu, I am willing to try anything. Li Chang's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. Having a plan was all that mattered. Jiang Xiaoyu's strength must already exceed the 7th level of martial disciples. According to our Qingtian Martial Academy's regulations, any student who reaches the 7th level or above must undergo practical training in the Beast Zone outside the city. Chenger, did you not just return from there recently? Li Tianba grinned ominously. Grandfather, are you implying that encountering powerful beasts in the beast zone, resulting in the death of one or two students, would be considered entirely normal? At that point, even if the dean returns, he would be powerless to intervene. Li Tianba scoffed. Ha, grandfather, what a brilliant plan. I shall venture there once more. With Jiang Xiaoyu's current strength, he will surely not be my match. I will seize the opportunity to quietly dispose of him. As Li Cheng envisioned this, he could almost see Jiang Xiaoyu torn to shreds by his own hands. Chenger, take this, it will ensure your safety in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Li Tianba produced a sachet and handed it to Li Cheng. The contents unknown. Students who have reached the 7th level of martial disciples, step forward. Early the next morning, a stern-looking middle-aged instructor arrived at the advanced class. The instructor, named Lier, was a distant relative of the Li Cheng family and one of Li Tianba's trusted allies within the academy. Jiang Xiaoyu stood up willingly, aware that his recent display of prowess against Wang Ba was common knowledge. Concealing his strength would be futile. We are about to embark on another practical training session in the Beast Zone. All students who have just attained the 7th level of martial disciples must attend. Those who wish to join from previous attendees may also accompany us. Lier's words resonated throughout the classroom, igniting excitement among many students, including Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, I have long awaited this day. Battling beasts will surely be exhilarating. Anran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having grown up in a sheltered home, she yearned for the thrill of challenges. Perfect, it will enhance my practical skills. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally eager. In this world, beasts and humans coexist, often clashing in battle. Many formidable warriors have risen to fame through their confrontations with beasts. To become a master of martial arts, this is an essential path to tread. Furthermore, one of the cultivation principles of the 9-turn overbearing body technique dictates that one must bathe in the blood of beasts to accelerate the enhancement of the physical body. Oh, they're going too. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that besides a few like himself and Anran, who had just reached the 7th level, Li Cheng and his 2 followers were also set to join. Logically, Li Cheng's strength should render further training unnecessary. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed something amiss but dismissed it from his mind. Today, you shall select the weapons that suit you best. We depart first thing tomorrow morning. Lier coldly declared before exiting the advanced class. The students who had reached the 7th level were filled with exhilaration. This would be their first encounter with the beasts they had only read about in books. As for the dangers, few considered them. Such training locations are typically meticulously chosen by the academy, ensuring that only lower-tier beasts are encountered. Even if peril arises, the instructors will be there to assist. In recent years, nearly all students who ventured out for training returned safely. It stands to reason that this time will be no different. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu donned a Peppa Pig mask and arrived at the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. To procure a suitable weapon, this was undoubtedly the place to visit. He swiftly made his way to the weapon section of the Wanbao Pavilion, uncertain of what weapon he would find suitable. He had always been drawn to the descriptions within the 9-turn overbearing body technique, believing that with just his fists, he could break through anything. With sheer force, one could overcome myriad obstacles. Regrettably, his current strength was insufficient. Without a weapon, even the defenses of low-tier beasts would be a challenge for him to breach. Dear customer, take a look at this 9th-grade sword. It cuts through iron like mud and is quite aesthetically pleasing, perfectly matching your demeanor. The salesgirl, a youthful maiden, eagerly recommended. May I give it a try? Jiang Xiaoyu, unsure of his preference, decided to test each option. 9th-grade weapons are considered the lowest tier of spiritual tools and are the common choice for most martial artists. After all, even the lowest-grade spiritual tools far surpass ordinary iron, and their prices are exponentially higher. Chapter 43 Departure, Mo City. Of course, feel free to try, the sales assistant said with a smile. Jiang Xiaoyu, unreserved, took the weapon and waved it around a few times. It was too light, almost weightless, and soft as a feather. It offered no sensation at all, rendering it unsuitable. Under the guidance of the sales assistant, Jiang Xiaoyu tried several different 9th-grade weapons, but regrettably, none of them felt right in his hands. They were all ill-fitting. Do you have any recommendations? Jiang Xiaoyu persisted, refusing to believe that in such a vast Wanbao pavilion, he couldn't find a single weapon that suited him. Sir, you have tried every 9th-grade weapon. If you remain unsatisfied, we can only explore the 8th-grade options, the sales assistant replied with a hint of embarrassment. The Jiang City branch of Wanbao Pavilion typically sold weapons of no higher than 8th grade, with occasional auctions offering more advanced armaments. 8th-grade weapons were already a significant hurdle for most martial artists in Jiang City, with prices starting at a minimum of 5 million. Ah, little brother, why didn't you say something when you arrived? At that moment, Yan Hong approached, her demeanor radiant as she swayed her hips. Upon spotting the familiar Peppa Pig mask on the surveillance, she hurried over,
this was a distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion. After Elder Lu delivered that elixir to headquarters, the entire Jiang City branch had reaped substantial benefits, herself included.
It's you.
I was wondering if you had any compact yet formidable weapons, Jiang Xiaoyu inquired upon seeing Yan Hong, the sales assistant. Noticing Yan Hong's arrival, quickly stepped aside. It was indeed remarkable that such an unassuming youth could receive personal attention from a leader. Little brother, it seems you have made significant progress since we last met. Yan Hong teased, sensing that Jiang Xiaoyu's aura had notably intensified, and he had shed some of the excess weight he had previously carried.
There's no denying it. With high talent, progress is swift.
Jiang Xiaoyu replied without modesty, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Just after uttering those words, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge towards him. Truly, the title of handsome seemed to enhance his cultivation speed. Little brother, you are certainly not one to shy away from self-praise. Yan Hong remarked, leading him to the section dedicated to 8th grade weapons.
Feel free to try any of these weapons.
Tell me if you find something appealing, she encouraged, well aware that Jiang Xiaoyu likely possessed flawless grade elixirs, making the purchase of an 8th grade weapon a trivial matter. As Jiang Xiaoyu examined the so-called 8th grade weapons, he found them hardly distinguishable from the 9th grade options below, save for a slight increase in power.
Their feel was still lacking. What's this? Are you still unimpressed by any of them?
Yan Hong observed his disdainful expression, thinking to herself that this young man indeed had high aspirations. For an ordinary martial artist, wielding an 8th grade weapon would be a source of envy among peers.
Ah, what is this?
Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze was drawn to a peculiar, brick-like black object nearby. This, my dear, is an unknown material acquired by our Wanbao Pavilion staff. After evaluation by our appraisers, it was determined that this material can be used to forge 8th grade weapons. Unfortunately, we haven't had the time to engage a blacksmith recently, so it has been set aside for now, Yan Hong explained.
This item may not be large, but it certainly possesses weight.
If you like it, you can take it out for a trial, she added. Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely intrigued by the brick-like object and stepped forward to handle it. Goodness, this thing is heavier than I expected. Even with prior preparation, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly struggled to lift it. Though he was currently at the 7th level of martial disciple, his cultivation emphasized physical prowess, making his strength surpass that of a typical 8th level martial disciple. Once he acclimated to the weight of the brick, Jiang Xiaoyu swung it a few times, pleasantly surprised by how well it suited his style, perfect for someone of his brash demeanor. With this, he could leap upon any beast he encountered and deliver a mighty blow. Little brother, if you truly fancy this item, I can arrange for a blacksmith to refine it into a weapon of your preferred design, Yan Hong offered with a smile.
No need.
I find this form quite satisfactory, it feels remarkably comfortable to wield. How much is it? I'll take it.
Jiang Xiaoyu declared eagerly, promptly reaching for his bank card to make the payment.
Since you like it, then that shall suffice. Ultimately, thanks to his VIP card, Jiang Xiaoyu acquired the obsidian-hued brick for a mere 2 million. That evening, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly packed some clothes, placing the brick along with his belongings into a backpack. This world undoubtedly held storage rings, but one could only utilize them upon reaching the martial spirit realm. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to carry the brick on his back. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu and a group of over 10 individuals were all set to embark. Their destination this time was Mo City, located over 200 kilometers from Jiang City. Mo City was the nearest border city, home to many official guards tasked with repelling beast incursions. It was also a haven for hunters, where numerous rogue martial artists made a living by slaying monsters. As dusk approached, Jiang Xiaoyu and his party arrived in Mo City. True to its name, the city was dominated by cold-toned architecture, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. The pedestrians on the streets were equipped with weapons and bore sharp gazes, unmistakably seasoned hunters. Ordinary citizens were few and far between, most of whom were locals of Mo City. In this place, be careful with your words and avoid stirring trouble. Otherwise, encountering troublesome individuals could lead to complications, Lier cautioned the group. Although there were rules against fighting within the city, one could easily be ambushed outside its walls. Fortunately, Mo City was not large, and it was unlikely for formidable figures to appear here. Moreover, during this expedition, you must all adhere to my assignments. Any unauthorized actions will be at your own risk. For today, we will find a place to settle down, and tomorrow I will lead you outside the city to commence the hunt for beasts. After speaking, Lier guided the group to a nearby inn for lodging.
Isn't that the team from the Mad Dragon Martial Academy? As they reached the inn's entrance, someone recognized familiar faces. It was indeed Yufeng and Wang Ba's group, presumably the Mad Dragon Martial Academy's expedition team. What a fateful encounter. Seeing Wang Ba, Jiang Xiaoyu greeted him with a smile.
Jiang Xiaoyu? Wang Ba paused momentarily upon recognizing him, his expression darkening as memories of his previous defeat resurfaced, stirring discomfort within him.
Eh? What do you call me? Handsome.
Though Wang Ba's face was grim, he remained true to his word, honoring the promise he made. As he spoke, the attention of the inn's patrons shifted toward Jiang Xiaoyu. Chapter 44 Indulgence. Who dares to assume such a moniker in my presence? Suddenly, a group of fashionably attired young individuals rose from their seats in the tavern, their expressions far from amiable. To my astonishment, it was none other than the Sweet Candy Trio. These individuals not only possessed formidable skills at the martial spirit realm but also placed immense value on their appearances, unwilling to tolerate anyone they deemed more handsome. That lad might be in dire straits, the patrons around us began to murmur amongst themselves. Moments later, the young men approached Jiang Xiaoyu, scrutinizing him intently. The lad indeed possessed a commendable visage, but before us, it could only be described as a meager third of my own charm. The title of Great Handsome is not one you can lay claim to. Refrain from uttering it again and be more mindful. The leader of the group directed a somewhat menacing gaze at Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at these men adorned with eyeliner, lipstick, and heavy makeup, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. How dare they question his title of Great Handsome with such appearances? Just as he was about to retort, Li Er suddenly stepped forward. You vile creatures, do not tarnish my students' eyes. Li Er exuded a powerful aura, forcing the young men to retreat several paces. One of the young men was about to erupt in anger when he caught sight of the emblem of the Qinglong Academy adorning Li Er.So, he is an instructor from the academy. My apologies for the disturbance. The instructors of the academy are all at least advanced martial spirits, not someone they could provoke. In Mo City, various academies frequently come to train, and many hunters living here are aware of this. Instructor Li, I was just about to make them recognize their own limitations when they dared to say I am not handsome enough. Perhaps they suffer from severe myopia. Jiang Xiaoyu, still indignant, insisted that while they may challenge him in other aspects, questioning his looks was simply unacceptable. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, the surrounding patrons rolled their eyes in unison. Lir, it is rare for our two academies to encounter one another during training. Why don't we have a competition? The instructor from the Qinglong Martial Academy stepped forward to address Li Er. Of this instructor, named Tu Fu, has long harbored animosity towards the Qinglong Academy, and this was a perfect opportunity. You lot of uncouth ruffians think you are worthy. Before Li Er could respond, Li Cheng interjected. Li Cheng, do not be so arrogant. If you have the capability, let us compete. Yu Feng also spoke up. As the strongest students of their respective academies, they had long harbored disdain for one another, especially Yu Feng, who could hardly tolerate Li Cheng's arrogance. Very well, what shall we compete in? Li Er agreed, as he had some past grievances with Hu Fu. Now, as instructors, the strength of their students would serve as a point of pride. Let us see, 10 days hence, which academy students can slay the most ferocious beasts. We shall use the inner cores of these beasts as proof. As for the wager, we shall discuss that later. Agreed. Thus, the wager was established. As night fell, in the guest room of the tavern, Jiang Xiaoyu was diligently cultivating his soul energy, on the cusp of successfully condensing his soul energy into droplets. Just a little more, and he would break through to the first tier of Soul Master. Who is it? Just as he was in the midst of his practice, a knock resounded at the door. It is me, and Rant's voice rang out from outside. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly rose to open the door. What brings you here at such a late hour? Jiang Xiaoyu asked with evident annoyance. She was interrupting his training, and women were nothing but trouble. Jiang Xiaoyu, is that how you truly feel about me? And Ran, inflamed by his words, stamped her foot in frustration. Many would wish to be near me, yet I would not entertain them. Why then do you disdain me so? And Ran glared at the thick-headed boy before her anger mounting. At this late hour, a solitary man and woman, are you not afraid I might strike you? Jiang Xiaoyu truly entertained such a notion. Perhaps a good beating would bring her to her senses, and ran to speak. What is it you require? Li Jiang Xiaoyu, dropping his jest, inquired earnestly. Yet he noticed the anxious look in Ran's eyes. After all, they were classmates, and he felt compelled to assist. Well, Li Cheng's room is right next to mine, and I can't shake the feeling that he is watching me. And Ran revealed her predicament. Among so many students, she had only grown familiar with Jiang Xiaoyu, and thus sought his help. Moreover, this was not in Jiang City, and Li Cheng's strength surpassed hers significantly, leaving her somewhat fearful. What, such a thing exists? Jiang Xiaoyu could only inwardly lament the lecherous nature of Li Cheng. He pretended to be aloof, yet here he was, sneaking into Jiang Xiaoyu's room in the dead of night. In Li Cheng's room, he was seething with frustration. He had just used his spirit energy to create a small hole in the wall, intending to catch a glimpse of Ran while she bathed. Just as he was about to indulge in the view, he noticed Ran darting out and heading straight for Jiang Xiaoyu's room. Typically, whenever Li Cheng found himself in close proximity to Ran, she would wear a look of utter disdain. Yet, here they were, just outside Jiang City, and Ran could not contain herself.
visiting a man at such an hour, the thought made Li Cheng feel as though he had been transformed into a cuckold. Although Anran had not accepted his affection, in his heart, he had already claimed her as his girlfriend. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stealthily approached Jiang Xiaoyu's room, eager to discover what this pair of dogs was up to. And what do you intend to do now? Lacking evidence, Li Cheng would not concede. Furthermore, why would he fear that he too might be labeled a lecher? Jiang Xiaoyu grinned wickedly at Anran, preparing to tease her further. Oh please, I suspect you have issues in certain areas, otherwise, you would not be so overtly dense. Anran shot a look at Jiang Xiaoyu, conveying a message of inadequacy. Anran's belief was not without reason. Other boys would gaze at her with a hint of worldly desire, yet Jiang Xiaoyu, after so many days as her deskmate, remained as oblivious as a fool, showing no reaction whatsoever. What, to suggest I am inadequate? I shall show you a thing or two. To be insulted by a girl is one of the gravest affronts to a man. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled up his sleeves, ready to demonstrate his masculine prowess. Do not presume I would not strike a woman. Ding. Time for self-discipline. Host self-discipline task issued. 30 sit-ups on the bed. Task completion reward. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was reluctantly, he dashed to his bed and commenced his exercise routine. Haha, Jiang Xiaoyu, I told you so. You are incapable, and your old habits have returned. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament, Anran could tell he had fallen back into his old ways. Just you wait, I shall be swift, and soon you will know my strength. Jiang Xiaoyu aimed to complete 30 sit-ups in rapid succession. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The wooden bed shook beneath his movements, emitting loud creaks. Roar! Jiang Xiaoyu let out a few low growls. Despite the system assigning him what were ostensibly ordinary tasks, they still proved quite taxing for him, likely due to an increase in difficulty. Otherwise, with Jiang Xiaoyu's physique as a martial artist, he would not break a sweat performing such exercises. Jiang Xiaoyu, how can you be nearing your limit after just a few? Ah, Anran mocked, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's struggle. Meanwhile, outside Jiang Xiaoyu's room, Li Cheng was nearly beside himself with rage. Upon his arrival, he had immediately heard the sound of the bed creaking, along with Jiang Xiaoyu's labored breaths and Anran's laughter. The words exchanged were a further provocation for Li Cheng. What a wretched woman, you present yourself as virtuous yet engage in such lewd activities in the dead of night. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he kicked open Jiang Xiaoyu's door with a forceful kick. Chapter 45's confrontation with the Azure Wolf. Stop right there, you shameless couple. Li Cheng's eyes blazed with fury as he thought of his long-coveted goddess sprawled on Jiang Xiaoyu's bed, an indescribable anger swelling within him. Jiang Xiaoyu, Anran. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu doing sit-ups on the bed and Anran leisurely sipping tea nearby, Li Cheng's mind went blank. What in the world is going on? Wasn't there supposed to be a brawl? Li Cheng, are you out of your mind? As Jiang Xiaoyu regained his composure, his expression turned sour. This little brat actually kicked his door. Aren't you supposed to be playing an adult's game? Although Li Cheng had a thick skin, he felt exceptionally awkward at that moment. Anran was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something, her face flushing crimson. How disgusting! She exclaimed, before hastily retreating to her room. Li Cheng, I'm not saying you're not talented, but you shouldn't be preoccupied with such things every day, and for heaven's sake, refrain from engaging in dubious activities, especially peeping at young ladies. It will bring you misfortune, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked casually, offering a word of caution. Li Cheng remained silent, his expression dark as he exited. Jiang Xiaoyu, how dare you lecture me as if you were an elder? Li Cheng despised this feeling, reminiscent of the past. Ha, let us see how long you can keep this up. Li Cheng was confident he could eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu this time. However, once back in his room, he dared not spy on Anran again. If Jiang Xiaoyu exposed his indiscretion, his reputation among the students would be utterly ruined. Early the next morning, all the students were fully armed, their expressions brimming with excitement. This would be their first real encounter. Today, our destination lies 30 kilometers outside Imo City, in the Tianqing Forest. Stay close to me and don't wander off, Li Er instructed, leading the group outside the city. Along the way, warriors hunting magical beasts filled the streets. Even the weakest magical beasts yielded valuable inner cores and materials, thus fostering a community of hunters. Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions sprinted forward, as 30 kilometers was not overly daunting for warriors. Li Er also slowed his pace, intently observing the surroundings. Generally speaking, as long as they stayed within a reasonable distance from Imo City, significant dangers were unlikely to arise. Jiang Xiaoyu, what weapon are you carrying? I haven't seen it, Anran inquired, wielding a whip, an 8th-tier weapon gifted by her father. The other students clutched various weapons, each unique in its design. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu merely carried a backpack, devoid of any weaponry. Hee, it's a secret, but rest assured, it's something formidable. Jiang Xiaoyu thought of the brick tucked away in his backpack, feeling a twinge of excitement. The thought of that brick smashing into a magical beast's head was quite exhilarating. As they ventured further from Imo City, the outline of the Tianqing Forest gradually emerged. Suddenly, a series of chaotic rustling sounds echoed from the woods, as if branches and foliage were being trampled. The group's relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of tension. What was that sound? A collective alertness swept over them. Oh, a howl reminiscent of a wolf pierced the air, prompting the students to hastily brandish their weapons, their gazes fixed on the source of the sound. Be cautious, it seems a magical beast is approaching. Li Chang, the leader among the students, stepped up to organize the group. Here they come. Within mere moments, approximately 20 magical beasts burst forth from the forest, charging towards them. It's the Azure Wolf, a 9th-tier magical beast. The students instantly recognized the 3-meter-long behemoth. The 9th-tier Azure Wolf is among the most common magical beasts, albeit one of the weaker varieties. 9th-tier magical beasts correspond to the martial apprentice realm of human warriors. As the Azure Wolves charged forward, Zhang Xiaoyu felt an exhilarating surge of fighting spirit. Inexplicably, his blood began to boil. Everyone be careful, prepare for battle. Just as Li Chang finished speaking, he witnessed Zhang Xiaoyu charging headlong into the pack of wolves. Childish, trying to be a hero at a time like this. Li Chang observed Zhang Xiaoyu's foolishness, foreseeing the moment he would inevitably cry for help. Roar, the nearest Azure Wolf, noticing Zhang Xiaoyu rushing towards it, felt insulted by the audacity of this human. It accelerated, jaws agape, leaping towards him, intent on biting off his head. Come at me. With a smirk, Zhang Xiaoyu leaped into the air, eschewing any flashy maneuvers, and delivered a powerful uppercut to the wolf's jaw. Bang! The punch landed squarely on the wolf's chin, sending it flying 5 meters away. Its jaw dislocated as it crashed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Is he that strong? The onlookers were dumbfounded. This was not at all what they had envisioned. Could it be that these Azure Wolves were simply weak? Among 9th-tier magical beasts, there exists a spectrum of strength. Some may possess only the power of a 3rd or 4th-tier martial apprentice, while others might wield strength akin to 8th or 9th-tier martial apprentice. Zhang Xiaoyu had undoubtedly encountered the weakest of the lot, otherwise, such an outcome would be unimaginable. With this realization, the students' confidence soared, and they charged toward the wolf pack, weapons raised. Let us slay them. The students' spirits ignited, eager to establish their prowess in their inaugural battle. Wait, why is this Azure Wolf so powerful? This isn't right. The reality diverged from their expectations. They were not as weak as anticipated. In just a brief encounter, many students found themselves overwhelmed by the Azure Wolves, their speed and strength outmatched by the beasts. Most notably, these students lacked practical combat experience, quickly falling into disarray, unlike Zhang Xiaoyu, who had effortlessly felled a wolf with a single punch. Don't panic, remember what the instructors taught you at the academy. Just then, Li Er appeared, commanding from the rear that he had driven this pack of Azure Wolves from the forest. Anren, attack the left flank of the wolf. Yes, just like that. Don't hesitate, Zhang San, retreat and strike its left leg. Under Li Er's guidance, the students began to regain their composure, gradually finding their rhythm in the fight. Zhang Xiaoyu, in particular, thrived amidst the chaos, dispatching the wolves with ease. Although lacking in combat experience, his strength and speed were unparalleled. Meanwhile, Li Chang stood off to the side, smiling as he observed the skirmish. As a 9th-tier martial apprentice, he faced no pressure at all against such creatures. At that moment, a massive Azure Wolf, twice the size of its kin and with shimmering silver fur, charged into the fray, instantly toppling several students. Chapter 46 Unveiling the Fangs. There's even a Wolf King? Li Er furrowed his brow upon seeing the grey wolf. The silver-white wolf was the leader of the pack, and its strength was estimated to be at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of warrior apprenticeship, beyond the capability of ordinary trainees to confront. However, Li Er refrained from intervening immediately. He wished to observe how these students would handle a crisis. If they managed the situation well, perhaps they could unite to thwart the Wolf King. Run! This wolf is incredibly powerful. Most of the trainees were instantly thrown into a panic, utterly unsure of how to respond, scattering in all directions. Li Er's expression darkened. They were, after all, just a bunch of children. Just as he was about to step in, he noticed Zhang Xiaoyu charging forward. Zhang Xiaoyu had been lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. The ordinary grey wolves posed no challenge, and combat felt mundane. This one is sufficiently large. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaoyu raised his fist and charged in. The Wolf King, taken aback by the audacity of this diminutive human, extended its massive claws, comparable in size to its own head, to collide with Zhang Xiaoyu's fist. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Zhang Xiaoyu was sent flying 5 meters away, while the Wolf King merely staggered back 2 steps. What the hell? It's so fierce. Ultimately, the disparity in realms was too vast. Despite Zhang Xiaoyu's formidable physique, his strength fell short. Seeing this, Li Er prepared to deal with the Wolf King. Wait, second uncle. Li Chang hurriedly called out to Li Er. Although there were many witnesses, making it unwise to act excessively, it wouldn't be bad for Zhang Xiaoyu to face some hardship. The Wolf King, sensing that Zhang Xiaoyu was still on his feet, felt its authority challenged and let out a furious roar before pouncing at Zhang Xiaoyu once more. Can't beat you? Then I'll just run. Jiang Xiaoyu had already perfected his phantom step technique to an advanced level, and in an instant, his movements became ghostly. No matter how enraged the Wolf King became, it could not lay a finger on him. That brat has actually learned a movement technique? And from the looks of it, he has at least reached the pinnacle of the entry level. Li Cheng felt a surge of jealousy ignite within him upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's agility. With a 6th grade martial soul, he struggled to grasp martial techniques, so why should Jiang Xiaoyu succeed? With this thought, Li Cheng's resolve to eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu grew stronger. As Li Cheng seethed with indignation, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly deployed his phantom step and appeared beside him. Li Cheng had been idly standing by, refusing to engage in the battle, and Jiang Xiaoyu had long been dissatisfied. The Wolf King followed closely behind Jiang Xiaoyu, landing directly above Li Cheng. Jiang Xiaoyu, I'll show you. Li Cheng, taken aback by the colossal creature looming overhead, barely managed to react. Fortunately, his strength was considerable. Caught off guard, he directly clashed with the Wolf King. In a seemingly simple confrontation, Li Cheng surprisingly held his ground against the beast, then he began to battle the Wolf King. However, being a lower-tier magical beast, the Wolf King lacked the intelligence to match its physical prowess, and despite its strength, it could not contend with the superior intellect of humanity. Within mere dozens of exchanges, Li Cheng triumphed over the Wolf King with his shadowless kick. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Jiang Xiaoyu leaped in with a black stone slab, smashing it down upon the Wolf King's head. Jiang Xiaoyu! Li Cheng shouted in shock, splattered with blood, his voice laced with fury. Hey, that magical beast's inner core is mine! Jiang Xiaoyu declared, extracting the inner core from the slain Wolf King. Among the trainees, there existed a rule: whoever slayed the beast claimed the spoils. Jiang Xiaoyu merely sought to irritate Li Cheng. The inner core of a 9th grade beast held little value. Li Cheng trembled in rage, yet with so many witnesses, he could not act against Jiang Xiaoyu and had to endure. What is happening? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the carcass of the Wolf King, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to consume its flesh, a compulsion that seemed to emanate directly from his body. In astonishment, he dashed to the corpse, tearing off a piece of meat to gnaw on. What the hell is Jiang Xiaoyu doing? Several trainees nearly retched at the sight of him devouring raw flesh, his savage demeanor reminiscent of a wild man. Is his affliction acting up again? And so severely? And Ran grew increasingly worried for Jiang Xiaoyu's condition. At that moment, after consuming a piece of magical beast meat, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a warm surge flow through his body. Remarkably, his physical strength experienced a slight enhancement, and the 9 transformations body technique began to operate autonomously. This must be the unique trait of the 9 transformations body technique. Consuming the flesh and blood of magical beasts can augment one's physical prowess. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered as he feasted, coming to understand the reason for this transformation. However, the increase in strength was modest, likely influenced by the beast's rank and species. Were he powerful enough, Jiang Xiaoyu would gladly indulge in a buffet of magical beasts within the Tianqing forest. As evening fell, Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions returned to Mo City. Trainees typically did not spend the night outdoors, for the perils of the Tianqing forest escalated significantly at night, with many formidable magical beasts prowling about. For the next 2 days, Jiang Xiaoyu's group followed the same routine, hunting magical beasts by day and returning by night. Yet, they encountered only feeble creatures, which provided little challenge for Jiang Xiaoyu, too weak to be of any benefit. During this time, Jiang Xiaoyu successfully condensed his soul power into droplets, making a breakthrough to the first stage of Soul Master. He also began studying the soul attack techniques from the Dead Soul technique. Furthermore, his martial cultivation advanced to the 8th stage of warrior apprenticeship, significantly enhancing his strength. Now, should he face Li Cheng, even if he could not claim victory, he would not be at a disadvantage. I will separate the stronger individuals and assign them different tasks. Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Cheng, Wang Gang, Lei Lai, you 4 possess greater strength, and I will assign you alternative tasks. Other than Jiang Xiaoyu, the remaining 3 had previously participated in training missions, and Jiang Xiaoyu's recent prowess was evident to all. Thus, this grouping felt entirely reasonable to the others. Only Jiang Xiaoyu sensed an undercurrent of something amiss, for the other 2 were loyal subordinates of Li Cheng. After escorting the other trainees to the training grounds, Li Er led Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions into the Tianqing forest. Although they remained near the outskirts, the towering trees and the seemingly endless depths instilled a profound sense of pressure among the group. In this area, the predominant magical beasts possess the strength of the 8th and 9th stages of warrior apprenticeship, making it ideal for your training. Do not wander off, remain within a 2,000-meter radius. I will return to collect you shortly, Li Er instructed before departing. Jiang Xiaoyu surveyed his surroundings, noting the dense thickets that were ill-suited for the application of his phantom step technique. What do you think of this place, Jiang Xiaoyu? Li Cheng suddenly spoke, his smile unsettling, as the opportunity to deal with Jiang Xiaoyu had finally arrived. Chapter 47. Has Jiang Xiaoyu perished? Who would have thought you would truly dare? Jiang Xiaoyu remained remarkably calm. He had long anticipated that Li Chang harbored intentions towards him. However, he never expected Li Chang to be so audacious, evidently wishing to keep him here forever. This is a specially chosen location for you, with favorable feng shui, perfect for eternal repose, Li Chang remarked. As he spoke, Wang Gang and Lei Lai had already dispersed, encircling Jiang Xiaoyu in a pincer movement. Are you not afraid that Dean Qinglong will return and demand you accompany me to the grave? Jiang Xiaoyu scoffed, bemused by Li Chang's audacity. What is there to fear? I shall simply say you were devoured by a formidable beast. Even if Dean Qinglong harbors any suspicions, would he truly jeopardize his top talent for a mere deceased individual? Li Chang exuded confidence, believing that as long as there was no substantial evidence, who would dare accuse him? Boss, stop wasting time with him. Eliminate him quickly, delay may lead to unforeseen complications. Wang Gang cautioned, brandishing his weapon, eager to act. The two were already taking a monumental risk by assisting Li Chang in this endeavor. Failure could provoke the wrath of Dean Qinglong upon their families. You two stand aside, allow me to handle this. Li Chang waved them off, signaling for them to halt. After all, Jiang Xiaoyu was already a fish in a barrel. He intended to grant him a painfully drawn-out demise. Jiang Xiaoyu, before you perish, I shall demonstrate my strength, lest you die in ignorance. Li Chang revealed his weapon, a short dagger, an 8th-grade artifact. In his estimation, Jiang Xiaoyu could not possess strength beyond that of a martial disciple at the 8th level. Even if his skills were somewhat formidable, he would merely reach the 9th level, while he himself stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Just a fraction away from attaining the martial spirit realm, confronting Jiang Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be a simple task. If you reveal the secret of your rapid mastery of martial arts, perhaps I might grant you a swifter demise. Li Chang was resolute in his disbelief that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial aptitude could be so exceptional. He must possess some unique method or enchanted artifact, otherwise, it was utterly absurd for him to cultivate two martial techniques so swiftly. If you intend to kill, then do so. Why the superfluous chatter? Do you not know that many villains meet their end through excessive talk? Jiang Xiaoyu tossed his hair dismissively, remaining unfazed. He had foreseen this situation long ago. Very well, I hope you do not maintain such bravado for long. The indifference Jiang Xiaoyu displayed incensed Li Chang, who felt utterly disregarded. I shall strike first. Li Chang declared, lunging forward with his dagger aimed not at the heart, but intending to inflict prolonged agony upon Jiang Xiaoyu. Come at me. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly retrieved a brick from his bag, positioning it defensively. In recent days, he had faced only mindless beasts, failing to unleash his full potential. Li Chang was, fortuitously, the perfect test subject. Clang, the dagger clashed against the brick, sending sparks flying. Subsequently, Li Chang unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. His superior realm made it arduous for Jiang Xiaoyu to defend himself. Thankfully, with the aid of Shadow Step, he narrowly evaded each strike. Jiang Xiaoyu, what is your realm? Li Chang halted, incredulously gazing at the unscathed Jiang Xiaoyu. Logically, Jiang Xiaoyu should only possess the strength of a martial disciple at the 8th level. Even with Shadow Step's assistance, it was implausible for him to withstand every onslaught. Li Chang's 9th level martial prowess should have been sufficient to shatter Jiang Xiaoyu's wrist. Me? Just a minor player, it is you who is too weak. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the moment to taunt. You! This provocation sent Li Chang into a furious rage, and he pushed his power to its zenith. Shadowless kick. Li Chang executed his signature martial technique, and suddenly, dozens of enormous feet appeared above Jiang Xiaoyu, threatening to either crush or suffocate him. Raging Wave Palm. Jiang Xiaoyu was not to be outdone. He summoned 4 ethereal forms of the Raging Wave Palm before him, having made notable progress in this technique as well. Boom, the two powerful techniques collided above, producing a tremendous sound that even snapped nearby trees under the strain. In this exchange, both emerged unscathed, achieving a stalemate. Jiang Xiaoyu's martial skill was superior, while Li Chang's spiritual power was formidable. Neither could gain the upper hand. Observing this, Li Chang did not dwell on the stalemate, charging once more towards Jiang Xiaoyu for close combat. His superior realm and abundant spiritual power would eventually wear Jiang Xiaoyu down. The two clashed, relying on their physical strength and Shadow Step. Jiang Xiaoyu held his ground. Truly a genius, a pinnacle martial disciple at the 9th level, managing to contend with an 8th level disciple for this long. Impressive. Jiang Xiaoyu complimented Li Chang, speaking the truth. A typical 9th level martial disciple would likely not withstand him. In Li Chang's eyes, however, this was the utmost humiliation. A so-called worthless individual surpassing levels was intolerable. I will see you dead. Li Chang's fury intensified. Now, let me test my new technique. Jiang Xiaoyu observed Li Cheng's demeanor and subtly summoned his soul power. Over the past few days, he had mastered an offensive technique from the soul death decision and was now ready to employ it. Now is the moment, soul of the dead. Jiang Xiaoyu formed hand seals, his soul power surging forth, targeting Li Cheng's mind. In an instant, Li Cheng felt as though his very soul was ensnared, rendering him utterly incapable of controlling himself. The dagger, along with Li Cheng, froze before Jiang Xiaoyu. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's realm was still too shallow. He could only immobilize Li Cheng for a mere second, yet, in the heat of battle, a single second could determine the outcome. Take this. Jiang Xiaoyu swung the brick, striking Li Cheng on the right side of his face, sending him hurtling a dozen meters away. If fortune did not favor him, he would surely suffer at least a concussion. The scene left Wang Gang and Lei Lai utterly astounded as they rushed to assist Li Cheng. It took a full 10 seconds for Li Cheng to regain consciousness, his right cheek a mangled mess, moving sluggishly, clearly gravely injured. Jiang Xiaoyu, what sorcery did you just employ? Li Cheng, recalling the bizarre incident, now regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with a tinge of fear. He had never considered that Jiang Xiaoyu might be a soul master. A deadly sorcery that seeks your life. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned, approaching the trio. Since they sought his demise, he would not show them any mercy. If you cannot kill me, then it is you who shall perish. Jiang Xiaoyu brandished the brick, contemplating a swift trio of strikes to their heads. Though somewhat violent and bloody, the sensation of smashing watermelons would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Hee, do you believe victory is assured? Li Cheng sneered, retrieving an item given to him by Li Tianba, which he initially thought would remain unused. It was now imperative. Thunder Bomb Rune, explode. As Li Cheng's words fell, the item he held soared towards Jiang Xiaoyu, detonating instantaneously. The area surrounding Jiang Xiaoyu was obliterated, creating a massive crater. The explosive force was such that even a martial artist in the martial spirit realm would find it difficult to survive. Chapter 48. The powerful protective pearl. This time, you are as good as dead. Li Cheng revealed a manic grin, initially believing he could handle the situation, yet unexpectedly, he ultimately had to rely on the item given to him by Li Tianba. The thunder-exploding talisman, crafted by a talisman master, unleashed a thunderous roar upon activation, its power boundless. To annihilate a mere martial disciple was indeed an extravagant use of such might, with such overwhelming force. Who knew if there would even be a complete corpse left behind? Li Cheng sneered maliciously, preparing to step closer for a better view. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Li Cheng peered into the deep pit and was instantly startled. No, this is impossible. How could you be unscathed? Li Cheng nearly stumbled backward as if he had seen a ghost. At the bottom of the pit, Jiang Xiaoyu was enveloped in a radiant white light, forming a circular protective barrier around him. That was close. Had I not come prepared, I would have surely met my end today. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly emerged from the pit, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Li Cheng. I never expected you to resort to using a thunder-exploding talisman. You've truly gone to great lengths to try and kill me. Since I am still alive, that means it is you who shall perish. In his hand, Jiang Xiaoyu held a white pearl, the source of the protective barrier. How could you possess such a protective pearl? Upon seeing the white pearl in Jiang Xiaoyu's grasp, Li Cheng finally comprehended the reason behind Jiang Xiaoyu's unscathed condition. This protective pearl automatically generates a barrier the moment it is struck by an attack of martial spirit level or above, safeguarding the bearer's safety. It is a prized possession used by various noble families to protect their training warriors. In the entirety of Jiang City, few possess such a treasure. Even Li Cheng, whose grandfather is the vice president, had only learned about this from books. He had never seen one in person. Do you think my connections are merely for show? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, revealing that he possessed several such protective treasures, with this being just one of them, gifted by the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unafraid for so long. How could the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy possibly possess such fine items? Impossible, Li Cheng screamed in a frenzy, his expression one of disbelief, as these items were supposedly beyond the reach of Jiang City. There are many things you remain ignorant of, you fool. Jiang Xiaoyu was struggling to restrain his anger. Today, he was determined to put an end to Li Cheng. What began as a minor grievance had escalated to an attempt on his life. Now that Li Cheng was gravely injured, those two lackeys of his were no match for him. Prepare to meet your end. Jiang Xiaoyu charged forward, brandishing a brick, while Wang Gang and Lei Lai could only brace themselves to confront him. To their astonishment, they were swiftly overpowered by Jiang Xiaoyu. As fellow martial disciples at the 8th rank, they had no chance of resistance against Jiang Xiaoyu. Let us see who can save you now. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Li Cheng. For someone who sought his life, Jiang Xiaoyu would show no mercy. Second uncle, you better come out quickly. Li Cheng, terrified, nearly wet his pants, shouting urgently. Alas, a sigh echoed, and Jiang Xiaoyu turned to see Li Er suddenly leap out from an unknown spot, appearing before Li Cheng.
Lier, the mentor, Li Jiangxiaoyu regarded the figure before him, realizing that Li Chang had indeed kept a trump card. He had always suspected Lier had ulterior motives, and now it was clear they were in cahoots. I didn't want to intervene, hoping Li Chang could manage on his own, but it seems I must personally deal with this student after all. Lier's expression was grim. Despite being a member of the Li family, he was a man of principles, that is, he could never lay a hand on a student. He had been observing the skirmish from the sidelines, growing increasingly alarmed. He had not anticipated Jiang Xiaoyu possessed such strength. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene, though it pained him to violate his principles. For the sake of the Li family, he had to eliminate you. Your potential for growth is far too great. You are undoubtedly a threat. Lier's gaze turned steely. If Jiang Xiaoyu were allowed to return, the entire Li family could face calamity. A hypocrite, don't feign righteousness. Jiang Xiaoyu mocked, smiling derisively. None of you are virtuous, prepare to die. Without further ado, Lier summoned his energy, ready to strike. Arise, earth violent bear, Lier bellowed, and a phantom materialized behind him. As a martial spirit level warrior, he could summon a martial spirit to aid in combat. The earth violent bear, an 8th grade martial spirit. Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Lier, confidence unwavering. Jiang Xiaoyu, I will not underestimate you. I cannot afford to give you any opportunity, Lier declared, launching a powerful palm strike toward Jiang Xiaoyu. As an 8th rank martial spirit, this strike was imbued with immense spiritual power, capable of obliterating 28th rank martial disciples. Boom! Just as Lier's palm was about to connect with Jiang Xiaoyu, the white light reappeared, instantly shielding him. The entirety of Lier's spiritual force was absorbed by the white barrier, leaving not a single ripple in its wake. Don't waste your effort, you cannot breach this defense. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled at Lier. This protective pearl is of the highest grade. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it can also absorb the attacking force, converting it into protective energy. Unless one possesses absolute destructive power, they cannot shatter this defense. Clearly, Lier's prowess has yet to reach such heights. Quite resilient, I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Lier observed the unharmed Jiang Xiaoyu, smiling faintly. He had heard of protective pearls. Typically, they draw energy from within to sustain the barrier. When the shield is attacked, the internal energy is rapidly consumed, leading to its eventual collapse. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyu's protective pearl was of superior quality, capable of absorbing the attacker's energy. With his strength, he would never be able to break it, yet Lier remained undeterred, relentlessly attacking. Keep going, yes, just to the left. It's weaker there, a perfect opportunity, strike harder. Jiang Xiaoyu was eager to discover just how much stamina this martial spirit level Lier possessed. Before long, Lier was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. How is this possible? By all accounts, it should have crumbled. Lier stared at the protective barrier before Jiang Xiaoyu, noticing it had only grown stronger. This is truly infuriating. I won't play around any longer. It's time to strike. Jiang Xiaoyu gradually advanced toward Li Chang and his companions, knowing that Lier could do nothing to stop him. First, I shall eliminate Li Chang and his associates. Afterward, I will return to Mo City under the protection of this barrier and seek official assistance. In the city, even Lier would hesitate to confront him. In this world, the prevailing rules still prohibit killing in public. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't come any closer. Li Chang sensed Jiang Xiaoyu's murderous intent, his voice trembling in fear. Jiang Xiaoyu, halt. Lier also recognized the gravity of the situation. He hadn't anticipated that even his intervention would fail to eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu. If Jiang Xiaoyu returned alive to the Azure Dragon Martial Academy, it would spell trouble. Li Chang, run. Realizing he could not stop Jiang Xiaoyu, Lier urgently pulled Li Chang away. Big brother, mentor Lier, wait for us. Lei Lai and Wang Gang, left behind, were on the verge of tears. They were no match for Jiang Xiaoyu. With a swift movement, Jiang Xiaoyu activated his shadow step, instantly appearing before the two, brandishing the brick, ready to strike. Jiang Xiaoyu, please, don't kill us. We were only following Li Chang's orders. It wasn't our choice. The two, merely adolescents, trembled in fear at the brink of death, their legs giving way, even wetting themselves. When one errs, they must bear the consequences. Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of sparing them, though he had never taken a life. He imagined a blow from the brick would be akin to striking a demonic beast. In the world of martial arts, mercy is a grave sin. May you be reborn into a better life in your next incarnation. As Jiang Xiaoyu spoke, the brick swung down. Chapter 49. The poor Jiang Xiaoyu roar. At that moment, a tremendous roar resonated from the nearby forest, sending shivers down Jiang Xiaoyu's spine. A few hundred meters away, the underbrush rustled violently, as if a colossal creature was passing through. What on earth is that? Jiang Xiaoyu turned around, only to behold a monstrous beast, approximately 20 meters in length and resembling a lizard, charging towards him. This creature bore the body of a lizard, yet its claws were akin to those of a tiger, massive and razor-sharp. Bang! The lizard's claw struck towards the location of Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Fortunately, due to the protective shield, Jiang Xiaoyu was merely sent flying a few meters away.
In contrast, Wang Gang and Lei Lai could not even utter a cry before being reduced to mere pulp. The giant lizard extended its tongue, greedily licking the remains of the two men clean. Ugh, Jiang Xiaoyu, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, promptly expelled his breakfast. A seventh-tier demon beast, the giant claw lizard. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu recognized this creature. He had seen it in the Demon Beast Compendium. This giant claw lizard possessed strength on par with a peak martial artist, making it incredibly difficult to contend with. Even Lier would only be able to flee from such a formidable foe. Logically, such a powerful beast should not have appeared here. It must have been Lier's earlier attack that provoked this creature. Jiang Xiaoyu could only hope that after the giant claw lizard was satiated, it would spare him. Even with the protective shield, being treated like a mere plaything would be far from pleasant. Oh no, this is troublesome. After finishing off the two men, the giant claw lizard licked its lips, eyeing Jiang Xiaoyu's direction with a lingering sense of desire. It was evident that it had no intention of letting Jiang Xiaoyu go. As expected, the beast launched another assault towards him. In the face of such a creature, Jiang Xiaoyu's only option was to hide within the shield and endure, for fleeing or fighting was futile. He could only wish that the demon beast would tire and return home to its mother. That was his only chance of escape. The demon beast tormented the shield for a full half-hour before finally appearing fatigued, resting beside it. During that half-hour, Jiang Xiaoyu felt as though he were on a roller coaster, nearly losing his lunch. Damn it, surely this beast must leave soon. If it continued to toy with him like this, even if he were not devoured, he would surely vomit himself to death. As if hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts, the giant claw lizard suddenly stood upright, its large eyes, reminiscent of miniature suns, fixated upon him. Finally, as if recalling something, it opened its enormous mouth and swallowed Jiang Xiaoyu, along with the protective shield, whole. What put Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. Had this beast truly consumed him as if he were a mere egg sliding down the lizard's throat, he gradually found himself in its esophagus, ultimately landing in its stomach. The interior of this creature's stomach was filled with various remnants of food, predominantly the remains of unknown demon beasts. Jiang Xiaoyu was entirely enveloped within, surrounded by a constant flow of gastric acid. Thankfully, the shield could withstand such substances, yet, while it could resist various physical attacks, it could not block out the stench. Jiang Xiaoyu was almost overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from the beast's innards. No way, surely, I won't be excreted like waste. Well, given the current situation, Jiang Xiaoyu could only wait until the giant claw lizard relieved itself to escape. However, that was far too. I truly do not wish to waste that. Jiang Xiaoyu patted the items in his pocket, feeling reluctant. Since the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy had entrusted him with the protective pearl, a defensive treasure, he surely must have left behind other offensive artifacts as well. If he were willing, he could obliterate the lizard's belly to smithereens, but using such treasures in this context felt like a gross misuse. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered whether to employ his treasures, he suddenly felt a jolt, as if he were ascending in an elevator. The giant claw lizard began to move, racing deeper into the forest, likely returning to its lair. If this creature were to reach its den, even if he managed to escape, other demon beasts would undoubtedly surround him, making his escape even more challenging. Jiang Xiaoyu resolved to blast his way out. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was abruptly propelled into the air. As something appeared to pierce the giant claw lizard's belly, he, along with the remnants of its previous meals, tumbled out of the gaping wound. My goodness, is midair. Jiang Xiaoyu beheld the once massive giant claw lizard being lifted into the sky by an unknown avian demon beast. As if it were a mere worm, the lizard's belly had indeed been pierced by the claws of this avian beast. Its wings blotted out the sun, spanning over 100 meters, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu in awe. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu plummeted from hundreds of meters above, but fortunately, the protective shield cushioned his fall, sparing him from harm, though he did create a large crater upon impact. Where on earth have I landed? Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst towering trees, each reaching heights of over 100 meters, and a sense of panic began to set in. This was undoubtedly the depths of the Tianqing forest. Who knows what other powerful demon beasts awaited him? Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved his phone from his backpack, intending to use the navigation system, only to discover there was not a single signal. Thankfully, the compass was still operational. He vaguely recalled that the Tianqing forest lay to the north of Mo City. If he followed the compass southward, he should be able to return. That would have to suffice. Jiang Xiaoyu deactivated the protective shield, as its glaring white light was too conspicuous and likely to attract demon beasts. He would use it only when faced with danger, ensuring he remained safe. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to head south, recalling that the avian demon beast had not flown for long. With 2 days to spare, he should be able to make his escape without incident. Ding! Self-discipline timer complete. Host self-discipline task issued. Immediately traverse 5 kilometers north. Task reward 1 hidden breath pill. What the heck? Damn it, shoddy system. Jiang Xiaoyu's greatest fear had materialized. This system truly had a knack for timing. Moreover, it was instructing him to head north. Wasn't he that deeper into the forest? Jiang Xiaoyu was tempted to defy this task, but doing so would result in an electric shock punishment.
Being stunned would make him a mere snack for the demon beasts. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaoyu commenced a cautious run towards the north. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the shadow step, he made little noise as he moved. Steady, steady, Jiang Xiaoyu continuously encouraged himself, as he heard the distant roars of unknown demon beasts echoing around him, sounding quite ferocious. Luckily, the 5-kilometer distance was not too far for him now, and he did not encounter any demon beasts along the way. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. Reward 1 hidden breath pill. Hidden breath pill description: upon consumption, the user's presence will be entirely concealed, including cultivation level, spiritual energy, soul power, and even heat signature. Chapter 50 of the Battle of Behemoths. As Jiang Xiaoyu gazed upon the description of the concealment pill, he could hardly contain his excitement. Finally, the system had produced something of merit. This concealment pill was precisely what he required at this moment. With its consumption, if he remained cautious, there was a significant probability that he could evade the senses of the demonic beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu swallowed the pill whole, then proceeded to gather some grass nearby to fashion himself a suit of foliage. Upon encountering the demonic beasts, if he remained utterly still, he would appear to them as mere flora by the roadside, utterly undetectable. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu embarked on his journey of escape. As expected, after utilizing the concealment pill and donning the grass attire, even when confronted by formidable demonic beasts, none were able to perceive his presence. The serpents, insects, and venomous ants posed no threat either, for he had already consumed an antidote pill. This antidote, a reward from the system, had been earned through a previous self-discipline task, granting him immunity to various toxins for a brief period. With such dual preparations, it was merely a matter of time before he emerged from the Tianqing forest. In less than half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the very spot where the system had issued the task. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from not far away, accompanied by an array of different sounds. The growls were ferocious, and occasionally, several large trees were uprooted and sent flying. Clearly, a clash between demonic beasts was underway. Good grief, with such power, I'd best keep my distance. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, convinced that even the residual shockwaves from the battle were beyond his current capabilities to withstand. He steadied himself, preparing to continue on his path. However, fate had other plans. Approximately 1,000 meters away, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed a colossal figure hurtling through the air, crashing down upon a cluster of trees and sliding for several hundred meters. Now, escape was no longer an option. In a panic, Jiang Xiaoyu sought refuge, having already recognized the identity of the massive silhouette that had just been flung through the air. The Violent Ape, a 6th-tier demonic beast. The Violent Ape stood nearly 100 meters tall, its muscles rippling, with fists larger than small hills. It was a being whose prowess rivaled that of a human martial artist at the master level, far surpassing the strength of any martial spirit. At this moment, the Violent Ape was bleeding from its mouth, evidently wounded by another demonic beast. Just then, another beast charged forth, and Jiang Xiaoyu caught sight of its full figure. The silver-backed bull. This massive creature resembled a water buffalo in body, yet its back gleamed a striking silver, with 2 enormous horns extending nearly 50 meters, as if to pierce the heavens. Although it bore the appearance of a bull, it was far from harmless. Its teeth were razor-sharp. The silver-backed bull charged at the Violent Ape, aiming its colossal horns directly at it, seemingly intent on impaling the beast. The Violent Ape, recognizing the threat, leapt from its position, evading the attack with remarkable agility despite its towering stature. Known for its temper, the Violent Ape swiftly uprooted a straight tree from the nearby woods, stripping it of branches to create a formidable club. It then unleashed a flurry of blows upon the silver-backed bull, yet the silver-backed bull was no pushover. The impact of the 100-meter-long club upon its body barely left a mark, let alone inflicting any injury. The 2 colossal beasts exchanged blows, each strike punctuated by surges of immense spiritual energy. At this level, the combat techniques employed by these demonic beasts transcended mere physical prowess, incorporating their unique inherited abilities akin to human martial arts. Jiang Xiaoyu lay 1,000 meters away, scarcely daring to breathe. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. As a mere martial novice, he had never witnessed such a scene. The fierce battle between the 2 titans stirred the surrounding forest, sending lesser beasts fleeing in all directions. The weakest among them were 8th-tier demonic beasts, any one of which would pose a formidable challenge to Jiang Xiaoyu. He could only pray that no reckless beast would trample upon him in its haste to escape the carnage. He had no choice but to wait for the conclusion of this titanic clash before he could proceed. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu remained hidden, observing the battle with utmost caution. Time passed, and both titans bore numerous wounds, indicating the ferocity of their struggle as they fought for their very lives. Victory! Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu witnessed the silver-backed bull's massive horn puncturing the Violent Ape's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a cascading waterfall. The Violent Ape's eyes reflected a human-like expression of unwillingness. In that moment of desperation, the Violent Ape surged with newfound vigor, unleashing its latent potential, grasping one of the bull's horns and, to everyone's astonishment, snapping it off.
the silver-backed bull let out a pained bellow, blood spraying from the gaping wound on its head like a fountain. Yet the violent ape was not finished. With its final ounce of strength, it thrust the broken horn towards the bull's forehead, impaling it deep into its skull. The silver-backed bull, utterly unprepared for such a display of strength, was left in shock, its eyes wide as it succumbed to its injuries, collapsing lifelessly. Having executed this series of actions, the violent ape too fell to the ground, utterly spent, with its abdominal wound continuing to bleed profusely. Had they both perished together, Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly believe the dramatic scene unfolding before him, as the once fearsome titans lay lifeless at his feet. A full 20 minutes passed before he cautiously rose, ensuring that the two colossal beasts remained motionless. The surrounding area was eerily silent, save for the faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. The demonic beasts within several kilometers had fled in terror and had yet to return. Summoning his courage, Jiang Xiaoyu approached the bodies of the two giants, experiencing the enormity of these magnificent creatures up close. "Good grief, I'm barely taller than a finger," he quipped, gazing at the violent ape's massive hand. At a distance of 10 meters from him, the blood pooling from the two beasts converged into a large puddle, approximately 10 square meters in size. Just the sight of this blood imbued Jiang Xiaoyu with a sense of the immense energy it contained. A nearby leaf that accidentally fell into it dissolved instantly, producing wisps of green smoke. "This is akin to concentrated sulfuric acid," he mused. If he were to come into contact with it, he would surely face a grim fate. What was happening? Why did he feel an inexplicable urge to plunge into the bloodbath? Jiang Xiaoyu's body seemed irresistibly drawn to the liquid, as if under a fatal attraction. It was akin to a lifelong bachelor encountering a beautiful maiden. The compulsion was overwhelming. Surely, there could be no harm in this. His instincts warned him that should he leap into the pool, he might undergo an unimaginable transformation. Chapter 51. The enchanting woman. Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer suppress the desires of his body and leaped directly into the blood pool. He threw caution to the wind. Ouch, that hurts, indeed. As Jiang Xiaoyu plunged into the blood pool, a sharp pain coursed through his skin. Fortunately, unlike the flowers and grasses from earlier, he did not disintegrate. It turned out to be for this reason. Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that his 9 turns tyrant body technique had activated on its own, aiding in the absorption of the energy from the blood pool. Soon, he sensed a continuous stream of energy flowing into his body from the blood pool. His originally fair skin began to radiate a golden glow. This, indeed, was the first transformation of the 9 turns tyrant body technique. Copper skin and iron bones. However, Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation level was still too low to fully cultivate it, yet the blood pool significantly enhanced his physical strength. Conservatively estimating, he felt that his physical prowess had increased by roughly twofold. Unexpectedly, the 9 turns tyrant body technique possessed such a cultivation method. Previously, consuming the flesh and blood of demon beasts seemed to also augment physical strength. After soaking in the blood pool, Jiang Xiaoyu dried his clothes using spiritual energy, then prepared to take out a small knife to carve a piece of meat from each of the two colossal beasts for roasting. This would also absorb a considerable amount of energy. He pulled out the ordinary dagger he carried, only to find that it could not even pierce the skin of the demon beasts, let alone cut the flesh. Damn, how tough! The blade had dulled without making a scratch on the hides of the two giants. If only he could take these treasures outside, the bodies of these two 6th-level demon beasts would surely fetch a handsome price, but alas, Jiang Xiaoyu lacked the capability. Stupid brick, what use are you? If only you were a proper knife. Jiang Xiaoyu now realized that apart from its impressive appearance when smashing heads, this brick seemed to serve little purpose. At that moment, as if the brick had comprehended Jiang Xiaoyu's words, it gradually morphed in his hands, ultimately transforming into a half-meter-long black butcher's knife. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion, causing the newly manifested butcher's knife to clatter to the ground. The occurrence was simply too astonishing. A mere brick could understand its owner's words and then reshape itself. Could it be that this object possessed life? The more Jiang Xiaoyu pondered, the more alarmed he became. Outside, there were legends of a type of weapon that transcended all ranks, existing independently, possessing its own consciousness and spirit, known as a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons would evolve with their user's strength, classified as growth-type weapons. The stronger the master, the stronger the weapon, with boundless potential. Could it be that this brick, which he had inadvertently obtained, was indeed a spiritual weapon? For a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, his luck seeming almost too extraordinary. In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the butcher's knife and began to slice the demon beast meat. Regardless of the circumstances, after all, it was a valuable item. He had to admit, the butcher's knife transformed from the brick was incredibly sharp, cutting through effortlessly. Setting up a fire, Jiang Xiaoyu proceeded to roast the meat right there. Although the two colossal beasts had perished, their residual aura lingered, causing ordinary demon beasts to dare not approach, rendering the area relatively safe. Within 20 minutes, 2 pieces of roasted meat were ready, and Jiang Xiaoyu eagerly took a bite. Unfortunately, he had not prepared any seasoning, otherwise, it would have been quite delectable. As soon as the meat entered his stomach, he felt a powerful surge of energy flooding into his body, albeit slightly inferior to that from the blood pool. After consuming it, his physical strength experienced a significant boost. However, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to have discovered a flaw. It appeared that one could only savor a small amount of a particular demon beast's flesh. Consuming too much would not yield a continuous supply of energy. Otherwise, if he devoured an entire 100-meter-long demon beast, wouldn't he ascend on the spot? After finishing his meal, Jiang Xiaoyu began searching for the heads of the two colossal beasts to extract their inner cores. These were the inner cores of 6th-level demon beasts, highly valuable. Though he had been led into the depths of the Tianqing forest by the demon beasts, he had now reaped so many benefits, turning misfortune into fortune. Jiang Xiaoyu's confidence surged, and he believed he would soon find a way out. Having gathered his belongings, Jiang Xiaoyu set off once again. For the past few days, he had been training in the shadow step technique passively. At this stage, evasion skills were considerably more important than offensive skills, hence his agility had improved significantly, allowing him to traverse several kilometers without being detected by any demon beasts. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu began to relax his vigilance, the sounds of a struggle echoed from not far away. Fearing an unknown demon beast, he was about to flee when a figure swiftly glided down through the trees. A silhouette clad in a flowing white dress appeared before Jiang Xiaoyu. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her skin as delicate as jade, features exquisitely defined, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, though it appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment. She seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Xiaoyu, her ethereal aura leaving him momentarily spellbound. If any woman he had encountered could rival the enchanting figure before him, it would be the portrayal of the little dragon girl from the novels of his previous life. Their essences were strikingly similar, yet, this stunning woman was now bleeding from her mouth, her expression frantic. Upon turning her head, she caught sight of the dazed Jiang Xiaoyu. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him, gripping his throat with alarming swiftness. Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly taken aback. The speed and strength of this woman were astonishing. Beautiful lady, we bear no grudges. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu did not anticipate that this ethereal woman possessed such terrifying power. She said nothing, instead producing a pill-like object that she forcefully shoved into Jiang Xiaoyu's mouth. This poison can only be cured by me. Take me with you, she threatened. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could respond, she collapsed into his arms. What the heck? What does this mean? Is being handsome enough to make a woman throw herself at me? Jiang Xiaoyu paid little heed to her claim of being poisoned. After all, he had just consumed an antidote pill rewarded by the system. What poison could possibly affect him? Just as Jiang Xiaoyu contemplated how to handle this woman, commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by voices. Quick, pursue her, she won't be able to run far. She has been hit by my spring flower powder and will soon succumb. Let me have my fun. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu grasped the situation. This woman was being hunted, which explained her injuries. Looking at her exquisite visage, he promptly cradled her in his arms. You are fortunate to have encountered me, Jiang Xiaoyu declared as he dashed into the nearby dense thickets. Abandoning someone in peril was not in his nature, and besides, this woman did not seem to be malevolent. Conversely, the pursuers sounded exceedingly lecherous. Suddenly, as Jiang Xiaoyu ran, he misstepped and fell into a pit. Fortunately, the hole was only about 7 or 8 meters deep, posing little danger to a martial artist like him. What a splendid place, Jiang Xiaoyu beamed as he surveyed the pit. The entrance was less than a meter wide and nestled within dense underbrush. The pursuers outside would likely be unable to locate them unless they conducted a thorough search. Glancing at the stunning beauty before him, a thought struck Jiang Xiaoyu. He conveniently had a rope in his backpack, and without hesitation, he securely bound the woman. Chapter 52. Unperturbed in the face of temptation, Jiang Xiaoyu had personally experienced the formidable strength of the woman before him. In her injured state, she could exert enough force with a single hand to bring him to his knees. If she were to regain consciousness and, in a state of confusion, misidentify friend for foe, a single slap could easily extinguish his life. What rationale could one seek in such a scenario? It was indeed prudent to remain cautious. To be killed while attempting to do a good deed would be an egregious loss. Wait, where has she gone? She is injured yet moves with such swiftness. Quick, pursue her, she can't have gone far. Listening to the voices of her pursuers outside, Jiang Xiaoyu realized they mistakenly believed the woman had fled ahead. He let out a sigh of relief. He resolved to wait for her to awaken before making his departure. Should she remain unconscious for too long, the beasts of the forest might devour her entirely. Having decided to save her, he would see it through to the end. After all, he prided himself on being a good youth of the new era. As Jiang Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, preparing to further digest the energy he had recently absorbed, an unexpected sound echoed from the depths of the pit. He raised his head to find the source of the sound. The enchanting woman had regained consciousness. However, her large, watery eyes were clouded with confusion, and her face was flushed, glistening with perspiration as she writhed on the ground, producing indescribable noises. What on earth is happening here? Jiang Xiaoyu, a good youth of the new era, had never encountered such a scene. Even if he were a bastion of masculinity, the sight of such a stunning beauty in this state stirred a tumult within him.
Having perused numerous films from the Our Country in his past life, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly deduced that the woman before him was under the influence of some potent substance. He recalled the pursuers mentioning something called spring blossom powder. Surely that must be the cause of her current plight. Approaching cautiously, he noticed she was drenched in sweat, her form barely concealed beneath a white gown that accentuated her alluring curves. Suddenly, the woman twisted, colliding with Jiang Xiaoyu, and then pressed herself against him with fervor. As the beauty nestled closer, he longed to push her away, yet his hands seemed to betray him, rendered motionless. The woman unabashedly writhed against him, clearly seeking affection, her lips uttering incoherent sounds. After years of solitude, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. No, this cannot be. With a surge of willpower, he forcefully pushed her away, his remaining rationality insisting that such moments must be approached with solemnity and decorum. He could not allow his first experience to be so recklessly squandered. Yet, deep down, he was aware of the absurdity of his own words. Had he not feared that the woman might awaken and strike him dead, he might have succumbed to the temptation. Ding, time for self-discipline, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Self-discipline task initiated, perform 100 sit-ups, task reward 1 random elixir. Just then, the woman lunged at him once more. Get away, don't disturb my sit-ups. With the appearance of the task, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly bound the woman to a nearby stone, ensuring she could not approach him. A woman would only hinder the progress of his mission. Before long, he completed his task and felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. To take advantage of another's misfortune is the act of a scoundrel. I, Jiang Xiaoyu, am a righteous youth. Had I not tied you up, I might have been forced into submission today. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu grew increasingly animated, wishing he could give himself a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the woman appeared to be engulfed in flames, her previously indecipherable sounds gradually morphing into cries of distress. If he did not intervene, she might very well succumb to her desires. Observing her plight, Jiang Xiaoyu found himself at an impasse. Must he truly risk himself to save her? An idea struck him. He recalled he had received more than one antidote from the system. In a hurry, he retrieved an antidote from his pocket and forcefully administered it to the woman. Perhaps due to the roughness of his actions, her expression twisted with pain. Nevertheless, he successfully delivered the remedy. Soon, the effects took hold, and her countenance began to improve. The heat radiating from her body gradually dissipated, and she fell silent. Let us hope this is effective, Jiang Xiaoyu thought, as he waited patiently by her side. Cough, cough, the woman coughed a couple of times before slowly opening her eyes. What have you done to me? As she awoke, she found herself bound tightly, and her anger was directed at Jiang Xiaoyu. Dear lady, let us communicate calmly, there is no need for haste, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, unperturbed, as he had anticipated this reaction, though he wondered if she would be receptive to his explanation. If not, he would have to make a hasty exit. What have you done to me? The woman's gaze fell upon her disheveled attire, her body slick with sweat. What did I do to you? If I hadn't bound you, I would have lost my virtue by now, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, indignant that she would cast herself as the victim. What did you say? Your virtue? The woman's anger flared. Clearly, she had come off worse in this situation. You were affected by spring blossom powder, were you not? Jiang Xiaoyu reminded her. Upon hearing those words, the woman recalled the moment she was pursued when one of her assailants had indeed released a cloud of smoke. At the time, she had not thought much of it. You terrified me when the poison took effect. I nearly lost my years of purity because of you. Jiang Xiaoyu crossed his arms defiantly, adopting the demeanor of a wronged party. The woman struggled to piece together her memory, and fragments began to resurface. It seemed she had indeed lunged at this man before being forcefully repelled. Moreover, he had been casually performing sit-ups as if she were of no consequence. After all, she was a beauty. As this realization dawned upon her, a flush crept across her cheeks, a mixture of shame and wrath simultaneously. She couldn't help but wonder if she truly lacked allure, to be so brazenly rejected despite her advances. Ah, you remember now, Jiang Xiaoyu observed her reaction, sensing that she had regained some recollection. The woman remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his assessment. It is good that you remember. Let us discuss this amicably, and please, do not harbor any ill will. First and foremost, you were pursued, and I saved you. Surely, you should express some gratitude. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to negotiate. Furthermore, when I release you, do not take any hostile action against me. Binding you was purely out of necessity, all for your own good, Jiang Xiaoyu concluded, watching intently as the woman nodded in agreement. Is this truly happening? Jiang Xiaoyu approached cautiously and began to untie her bonds. Boom! As soon as the ropes fell away, the woman struck out with a powerful palm aimed at Jiang Xiaoyu's crown. Fortunately, her hand halted just above his head, the force of her blow sending debris swirling around the pit. You, deceitful wretch, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily retreated, eyeing her with trepidation. This matter must remain between us, no third party can know. The woman glared coldly at Jiang Xiaoyu, her heart in turmoil. Though nothing had transpired between them, the intimacy of their encounter weighed heavily on her, a conservative woman struggling to reconcile the situation. Had Jiang Xiaoyu not saved her life, she would have struck him down without hesitation. Who would know? I don't even know your name, how could I explain, you're insane, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, bewildered by the temperament of such beautiful women. And let me clarify, I am a righteous youth, with no interest in you, do not mistake my intentions, besides, do you think you are the only one who has suffered, with my looks, I am pursued by countless admirers? It is you who is at a disadvantage here, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke candidly, having experienced a significant boost in confidence since his weight loss. Each time he passed a reflective surface, he couldn't help but admire himself. This woman truly lacked appreciation. Were it not for her undeniable beauty, Jiang Xiaoyu might have mistaken her for a plain Jane. Chapter 53. The astonished beauty. The young woman abruptly began to scrutinize Jiang Xiaoyu, discovering that he was utterly lacking in merit aside from being slightly more handsome than average. As this was her first encounter of intimacy with a man, she found herself somewhat concerned, yet, she soon realized that while the man before her possessed decent looks, his demeanor was rather unremarkable. He did not appear to be a scion of a prestigious family. Furthermore, she discerned that Jiang Xiaoyu's capabilities were woefully inadequate. The woman's unique cultivation technique allowed her to sense the martial prowess of others, and it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyu had not yet reached the martial spirit realm, nor was he even close to the pinnacle of the martial disciple stage. Nevertheless, the seemingly ordinary man inexplicably exuded a hint of allure that piqued her interest. The influence of Jiang Xiaoyu's title as a strikingly handsome man was now manifest. How old are you? The woman inquired coldly. I am, to be precise, nearly 16 and a half, Jiang Xiaoyu replied instinctively, uncertain of the woman's intent behind the question. In truth, when considering his past life, he could claim to be over 30. At over 16, and with such meager cultivation? The moment she learned his age, the woman's disappointment in him intensified. She was of a similar age, yet her own cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, allowing her to effortlessly overpower Jiang Xiaoyu. To her astonishment, she had bestowed her singular moment of intimacy upon such a pedestrian individual. Instantly, her desire to distance herself from Jiang Xiaoyu surged, wishing to sever all ties. Such a paltry level of cultivation, absurd. Jiang Xiaoyu perceived her disdain. It was evident that this stunning woman regarded him with contempt. However, he had attained his current level of cultivation in less than a month. He refused to believe that she could progress faster than he. This is a perfect grade 9th rank enlightenment pill. Consuming it will greatly benefit your martial arts training in the future. The woman produced a pill from somewhere and presented it to Jiang Xiaoyu, adopting an air of haughtiness. 9th rank enlightenment pill? Perfect grade, oh. Jiang Xiaoyu had anticipated she might reveal something extraordinary, yet this was all she had. He had several of such pills in his possession, and they were of flawless quality. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, returning her previous scrutinizing gaze. Kid, you don't understand the value of this pill, do you? A perfect grade pill is far superior to ordinary ones. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's dismissive expression, the woman assumed that he was unaware of the pill's worth, and thus felt compelled to educate him. In her mind, he must have led a sheltered life, lacking worldly experience. Value? Jiang Xiaoyu realized she was treating him like a bumpkin. It seemed the time had come to demonstrate his prowess. He then retrieved an enlightenment pill bestowed by the system from his pocket. Your gift bears a striking resemblance to mine, although it appears less aesthetically pleasing and rounded. Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately waved the enlightenment pill before her. The woman soon caught a whiff of an enticing medicinal fragrance, far more potent than that of the pill she had previously offered, and it ignited a desire within her to consume it immediately. May I take a look? Unable to resist her curiosity, she finally spoke. Go ahead, take it. I have plenty more. Jiang Xiaoyu generously handed it over, eager to showcase this proud woman's naivety. It was indeed an enlightenment pill, and its overall quality appeared to far. The woman's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. While she was not an expert in pills, she understood that perfect-grade pills were typically regarded as the highest quality available on the market. Her family's background allowed her to consistently use perfect-grade pills, which were already beyond the means of ordinary families, yet, this pill before her was evidently of a much higher caliber, even a first for her to encounter. Where did you acquire this pill? She could not help but inquire. Oh, this? It was given to me by my family. I've merely treated it like a candy. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, relishing the sight of the proud woman being taken aback. Treated it like candy? The woman was clearly incredulous. In her view, Jiang Xiaoyu must have stumbled upon this pill by chance. What, you don't believe me? Here, look. Jiang Xiaoyu opened his trouser pocket with one hand, revealing a large handful of pills. The woman was momentarily rooted in place, bewildered. These pills were beyond what even her affluent family could procure, and here was a man who truly treated them as mere candy?
By the looks of you, these must be quite precious?
Jiang Xiaoyu feigned ignorance, intending to rattle her further and diminish her lofty demeanor.
For me, they are indeed quite precious.
The woman's cheeks flushed slightly.
Despite her pride, she could not bring herself to fabricate a lie. The pill she had presumed to bestow upon him as if it were a charitable act was, in fact, something he casually consumed as candy. This situation was undeniably awkward. It turned out that the so-called bumpkin was, in fact, herself. In truth, the woman even contemplated shamelessly asking Jiang Xiaoyu for one of these pills, but her strong sense of pride prevented her from voicing such a request. Although her cultivation was significantly superior to his, she had no intentions of resorting to coercion.
Could you spare me one of those pills? I can offer something in exchange, she proposed.
If you ever find yourself in Magic City, just give me a call, and within my capacity, I can assist you with a matter.
The woman retrieved a business card from her person and handed it to Jiang Xiaoyu, considering this a rare gesture of goodwill to repay him for his earlier assistance.
Bai Ling?
Jiang Xiaoyu examined the card, noting the prominent name, which he surmised belonged to the woman before him.
All right, here's one for you.
He extended the pill, recognizing that Bai Ling likely held a significant status and that he would, in all likelihood, find himself in Magic City in the future, where it could prove advantageous.
After all, he had an abundance of these pills.
Thank you, and I apologize for my earlier behavior. Bai Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling her previous haughtiness. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence.
Had it not been for his system-rewarded pills, Bai Ling would likely not have adopted such an amiable demeanor. Indeed, she was quite pragmatic. Having concluded her words, Bai Ling prepared to depart. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the formidable cleaver in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Black as ink, Jiang Xiaoyu had forgotten to transform the cleaver back. He had just issued the command to revert it to a brick, as the sight of the cleaver was too violent and did not align with his refined and amiable character. Under Bai Ling's astonished gaze, the cleaver gradually morphed back into a brick.
What, is this a spirit tool? Bai Ling, hailing from a prominent family in Magic City, naturally had some knowledge of such items, and to her understanding, her family did not possess any. Her gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu shifted, now infused with a hint of reverence. Could it be that he belonged to a hidden, prestigious family? At this moment, Bai Ling was convinced that Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed a scion of a concealed aristocratic lineage, one that was favored, for it was inconceivable for someone of his age to possess such low cultivation yet acquire these treasures. Perhaps retaining this contact would prove worthwhile. Bai Ling contemplated this as she leaped from the pit, departing the scene. Chapter 54 Invitation. After emerging from the pit, Jiang Xiaoyu resumed his journey out of the celestial star forest. As fatigue set in, he hunted down a few 9th-tier magical beasts along the way and began to roast their meat. At this point, he was nearing the outskirts of the forest, and it seemed he would soon return to safety. Just then, he heard voices nearby. As the sounds grew closer, Jiang Xiaoyu discerned 4 figures approaching him. They appeared to be a hunting team from Emo City. Jiang Xiaoyu became vigilant, picking up a brick and preparing for a possible confrontation. In the celestial star forest, humans could be even more perilous than the beasts, often resorting to self-destructive violence over trifling gains, a lesson he had learned from Lier. Little brother, the roasted beast meat smells delightful. Might we indulge? The leading man, now close to Jiang Xiaoyu, greeted him with a broad smile. The man appeared to be in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance, yet his eyes held a shadowy glint. Help yourselves, there's plenty of meat, Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, though he indicated they would need to roast it themselves. He understood well the wisdom of not striking those who approach with a friendly demeanor, but he refrained from engaging further, opting instead to gnaw on a piece of meat a few meters away from the group. Thank you, little brother. The man signaled for his companions to sit down and began roasting the meat. They exchanged glances but remained silent, occasionally stealing furtive looks at Jiang Xiaoyu. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, permeated by an uncomfortable silence. Jiang Xiaoyu paid little mind. As long as they did not provoke him, he intended to leave soon. Little brother, we are a hunting team, and I am the captain, Yang Ping. If I'm not mistaken, you must have gotten separated from your companions? The man suddenly approached Jiang Xiaoyu, initiating conversation. In Emo City, it was common for martial artists to form teams for hunting magical beasts, as it offered greater safety. I have no companions, Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, omitting that he was a student of the martial academy. He sensed that Yang Ping was not entirely trustworthy and found him unsettling. What, you have no companions? Yang Ping was taken aback. He had initially considered robbing Jiang Xiaoyu but hesitated, fearing that the young man's team might be lurking nearby. Now, learning that he was alone, a thought struck him. Little brother, are you a lone hunter? Yang Ping inquired, disbelief evident in his voice. Lone hunters were typically formidable individuals, at least at the 9th tier of martial cultivation, capable of traversing the celestial star forest alone. In Emo City, many remain stagnant in their cultivation, unable to break through to the martial spirit realm even in their old age. Yang Ping himself had lingered at the peak of the 9th tier for quite some time, yet Zhang Xiaoyu, appearing so youthful, possessed such strength? Sort of, Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, subtly indicating his awareness of their inferior abilities. With his confirmation, Yang Ping's disbelief deepened as he scrutinized Zhang Xiaoyu, his gaze laced with suspicion. Bang! Zhang Xiaoyu abruptly stood, creating a half-meter pit beneath his feet, an unmistakable display of power.
Yang Ping's expression shifted. If he had harbored doubts before, they were now dispelled. Zhang Xiaoyu was indeed a lone hunter, and his prowess might rival Yang Ping's own.
Ah, so you are a strong individual. My apologies.
Yang Ping clasped his hands in respect, his demeanor softening considerably.
I'm hardly a strong man, merely a minor player, Zhang Xiaoyu replied with a hint of self-mockery, returning to his roasted meat.
Yang Ping exchanged a few pleasantries before hastily rejoining his companions.
So, brother, are we robbing him or not? One of the younger members, who had been engrossed in the roasted meat, asked, oblivious to Zhang Xiaoyu's earlier display. Their team had successfully looted many solitary members in the past, yielding substantial rewards. Naturally, they had no desire to kill unless absolutely necessary. A semblance of conscience remained.
Rob a snakeskin monster. Yang Ping shot him a glare, exasperated. That man is a skilled fighter.
He lowered his voice further.
Skilled? How skilled?
The younger member chuckled, skeptical. He looks no older than a teenager, probably just a 7th tier martial artist at most. About the same level as me, Yang Ping replied earnestly, wary of his companion provoking Zhang Xiaoyu and inviting unnecessary conflict. He is a lone hunter, he added.
The younger members exchanged uncertain glances, disbelief flickering in their eyes. Unless I witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it. Yang Ping recounted Zhang Xiaoyu's earlier display of strength.
Then we can't rob him, one of the younger members complained.
Of course we can't. However, we could invite him to assist us with our task.
Yang Ping's excitement grew, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. Brother, are you suggesting? Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu, having walked several meters away, prepared to leave.
Wait a moment, little brother.
Yang Ping hurriedly stood and chased after him. Zhang Xiaoyu, puzzled, wondered what this man wanted now.
Captain Yang, what is it? Little brother, I have a lucrative proposition for you, and I wonder if you might be interested in participating? Yang Ping rushed to explain, noting Zhang Xiaoyu's impatience.
Apologies, but I'm not interested, Zhang Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. He had no need for money, and Yang Ping did not strike him as a sincere individual. There was undoubtedly some ulterior motive behind his proposition that he preferred to hunt magical beasts, roast them, and enhance his physical prowess.
Ah, little brother, please hear me out. You'll definitely be intrigued. Yang Ping interjected, blocking Zhang Xiaoyu's path once more, urgency in his tone.
Just 10 kilometers from here, we discovered a 7th tier spiritual herb.
A 7th tier spiritual herb?
Zhang Xiaoyu paused, intrigued. Spiritual herbs were excellent for alchemical concoctions, and a 7th tier one was quite valuable. Like medicinal pills, spiritual herbs were categorized into 9 tiers, ascending from 9 to 1. Perhaps this could aid in enhancing his physical strength.
See, I told you.
You must be interested. If we manage to acquire the 7th tier spiritual herb, we could easily sell it for several million.
Yang Ping's expression was one of triumph, as if he had anticipated Zhang Xiaoyu's reaction. Captain Luo, if such a treasure exists, why not pursue it yourself rather than inform me? Zhang Xiaoyu was no fool.
He sensed that Yang Ping needed him for something. To be frank, several teams have already discovered the herb, and there is a 7th tier magical beast guarding it. To obtain the herb, we must first deal with that creature.
What? A 7th tier magical beast, is that something we can handle?
Zhang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. 7th tier beasts were generally equivalent to high-level martial spirits, far beyond his current capabilities.
Fear not, little brother, I have yet to finish.
That creature has sustained significant injuries and currently possesses only the strength of a 1st or 2nd tier martial spirit. It is the perfect opportunity to strike. Several teams have already agreed to join forces against it, and as for the herb's ownership, that can be discussed later. However, each team must have at least 2 peak 9th tier martial artists to participate. Yang Ping sheepishly smiled, acknowledging that his companions lacked the necessary strength. Zhang Xiaoyu understood. Yang Ping was inviting him because he was desperate for help.
Little brother, if you temporarily join my team, we can split the spoils evenly after the task is accomplished.
Yang Ping assured him with a pat on his chest. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled internally. Even if he agreed, there was no guarantee they would secure the 7th-tier spiritual herb, yet Yang Ping spoke as if it were a certainty. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed intrigued. The 9 Revolutions body art could absorb energy from magical beasts, and spiritual herbs should be no exception. Moreover, he had yet to encounter martial artists outside the academy, making this an excellent opportunity to witness the methods of these hunters. Allow me to ponder. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned contemplation, already inclined to agree, but he could not appear too eager, lest Yang Ping take him lightly.
Such opportunities are rare. Please give it serious thought.
Yang Ping implored, his expression full of anticipation. Chapter 55. Preparing for the hunt. When shall we depart? Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to have acquiesced, as there was little else to occupy his time.
Well, let us set off right now. I will contact the other 2 teams immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's response, Yang Ping was elated. This meant he would have a chance to compete for the 7th grade spirit herb.
Yang Ping swiftly sent messages to the other 2 teams, as they were nearing the outskirts of the Tianqing forest, where the specially designed satellite phone could be utilized. During the ensuing moments, Yang Ping introduced Jiang Xiaoyu to the capabilities of the other 3 team members. One was at the peak of the 9th level of martial disciples, while the other 2 were at the pinnacle of the 8th level, seasoned veterans who had been navigating the treacherous waters of Mo City for quite some time. Although the 7th grade demon beast was severely injured, it remained formidable. Our rough assessment suggested that we would need approximately 6 peak 9th level martial disciples to have any hope of success. Hence, we extended an invitation to our young brother. On their journey, Yang Ping exhibited great enthusiasm, continually briefing Jiang Xiaoyu on relevant details. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Amidst the towering trees, there stood a small mound, nearly 100 meters high. Directly in front of the mound was a circular opening, approximately 10 meters in diameter. From within, heavy breathing could be heard intermittently, presumably emanating from the injured demon beast. Captain Yang, you have arrived.
Not far from Jiang Xiaoyu and the other 2 teams were already in position, each comprising 4 members. Captain Sun, Captain Ma, have you been waiting long? Yang Ping hurriedly approached with a smile, a hint of obsequiousness in his demeanor, knowing that the collective strength of these 2 teams surpassed that of his own. Jiang Xiaoyu scrutinized the 2 captains, having received prior introductions from Yang Ping. The burly man, whose physique was a testament to his strength, was named Sun Dali, a master of immense physical prowess. The other, appearing somewhat frail with pale skin, was named Ma Shu, reputed for his agility. Though both teams boasted a peak 9th level martial disciple, neither matched the strength of these captains, hence Yang Ping had not elaborated on them. Captain Yang, is this the so-called expert you sought? Sun Dali, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, felt deceived. A mere boy with such a slender waist, and you claim he is an expert? His waist is no thicker than my bicep. Sun Dali, evidently a man of straightforward nature, voiced his thoughts bluntly, openly displaying disdain for Jiang Xiaoyu. Even his teammates regarded him with an air of arrogance. Conversely, Ma Shu observed Jiang Xiaoyu with a calm demeanor, seemingly lost in thought. They had received Yang Ping's message about an expert joining them, only to find that the expert was merely an adolescent. Ah, Captain Sun, as the old adage goes, one should not judge a book by its cover. Do not be deceived by the youthfulness of our young brother. He is a solitary hunter, his strength not inferior to yours or mine. Yang Ping, anticipating such skepticism, hastily clarified. A solitary hunter. Sun Dali, still skeptical, recognized the gravity of their task. They were to hunt a 7th grade demon beast, a matter not to be taken lightly. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu, unfazed, stepped aside and delivered a powerful punch to a tree thick enough for a person to embrace. Crack! The tree fell with a resounding crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Xiaoyu's display astonished the onlookers, confirming his prowess at the peak of the 9th level of martial disciples. Although Jiang Xiaoyu was currently at the 8th level, his substantial spiritual energy and recently enhanced physical strength allowed him to reach the comprehensive power level equivalent to a typical 9th level martial disciple. What do you think? Is our young brother's strength not commendable? Yang Ping, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's display, felt a swell of pride, as he had been the one to recruit him. On the others, now wary, gathered around, engaging in discussions about their strategy for hunting the demon beast. The demon in question was a 7th grade Tianqing python, currently possessing strength approximating that of a 1st to 2nd tier martial spirit. Although it was merely at the 1st tier of martial spirits, it was still beyond our capacity for direct confrontation. Even peak 9th level martial disciples would be mere fodder before a 1st tier martial spirit, thus necessitating meticulous planning. The speaker was Ma Shu, who appeared to have conducted extensive research. He spoke with an unhurried demeanor, his expression betraying little, suggesting a man of cunning. Jiang Xiaoyu began to take note. After 20 minutes of deliberation, the group finally reached a consensus on their course of action. How shall we distribute the spoils? The demon's carcass, its core, and the 7th grade spirit herb?
Sun Dali inquired. Naturally, the three teams shall divide them equally, Ma Shu responded without a moment's hesitation. Sun Dali nodded in satisfaction. Although he sensed a hint of inequity in that statement, he remained confident in his own abilities. So it is settled, should anyone attempt to renege, they shall not escape the wrath of my fists. The others exchanged glances, aware that the distribution might not prove so straightforward. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to eliminate the demon beast. Weapons were drawn as the group prepared. Sun Dali's team had recently slain a 9th-grade demon beast, using a rope to secure its carcass at the cave entrance. The others concealed themselves within the nearby thicket. According to Ma Shu's intelligence, the Tianqing python had not emerged to hunt for several days due to its injuries and would likely be famished. As anticipated, upon detecting the scent of blood emanating from the carcass, the creature within the cave began to stir, its breathing growing heavier. Although the 7th-grade demon beast possessed some intelligence, it paled in comparison to human cunning, still driven by primal instincts that could not resist the allure of food. Before long, sounds of the demon beast slithering could be heard from within the cave. Soon, a massive serpentine head emerged, its tongue nearly the size of a large truck, flicking in and out menacingly at the Tianqing python. Upon sighting the carcass, was nearly drooling, its jaws gaping wide enough to swallow an elephant whole as it lunged towards the prey. At that moment, the team member holding the rope exerted a forceful pull, quickly dragging the carcass away. The Tianqing python, succumbing to its hunger, abandoned reason and chased after the bait. Its body, now fully revealed, measured nearly 30 meters in length, with a girth that could easily accommodate 5 individuals embracing it. The visual impact was staggering. Just as the Tianqing python had dashed 100 meters away, the ambushing team members charged forth, each wielding a felled tree, and swiftly blocked the cave entrance. Thus, even if the Tianqing python attempted to return, it would require considerable time to re-enter. The Tianqing python soon sensed the commotion at the cave entrance and hastily turned back. Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions leapt forth, surrounding the Tianqing python and cutting off its escape routes. Chapter 56 Confrontation with the Azure Python. The Azure Python finally realized it had fallen victim to the schemes of these humans. Enraged, it emitted a hissing sound. Despite its limited intellect, it could clearly discern that these diminutive beings intended to confront it. Everyone, unleash your abilities and act according to the plan, shouted Ma Shi, who was the first to launch an attack on the Azure Python. However, he dared not charge directly at it. Instead, he threw a dart from a safe distance to provoke the creature. Clang! The dart grazed the python's scales, sparking a shower of sparks and producing a cacophony of metal clashing. It was evident that the attack could inflict no substantial harm on the Azure Python. The remaining team members were also prepared, pulling out flamethrowers to unleash a barrage of flames upon the massive serpent. Although these flames were unlikely to injure the python, the group's intent was merely to create distractions. Seeing itself treated so scornfully by these insignificant humans, the Azure Python was consumed with rage. Hiss! It let out a piercing cry, followed by a sweeping strike of its massive tail, prompting the group to leap aside in haste. Boom! Nearby trees fell like grass cut by a scythe under the force of the python's sweeping motion. Look, the creature is wounded in its abdomen. A keen-eyed team member spotted the python's injury, a gaping wound approximately a meter in diameter, oozing blood profusely. Attack its wound with all your might. Yang Ping shouted, recognizing that this injury might be their only opportunity to defeat the monstrous serpent. The team members, all at the peak of the martial disciple 9th layer, were tasked with distracting and drawing the python's attention, while the others aimed to assault its injury. Ma Shi swiftly organized the operation, which had been previously discussed among them. Soon, those with slightly weaker abilities began to incessantly bombard the python with ranged attacks to divert its focus. Jiang Xiaoyu and others positioned themselves around the wound, poised for action. Behold, witness the strength of your grandfather. Sun Dali was the first to charge in, wielding a fearsome-looking large knife that exuded an aura of brute strength. Die! Sun Dali's massive blade struck solidly against the python's wound. Roar! The Azure Python emitted a cry of agony, its body quaking uncontrollably. It turned its head, its eyes, the size of car headlights, glaring fiercely at Sun Dali. These damned humans would not be forgiven. Whoosh! The python lunged forward, intent on swallowing Sun Dali whole. Despite his formidable strength, Sun Dali lacked speed and could not evade the attack in time, forcing him to position his blade defensively in front of him. Ah! The python's head collided with the knife, sending Sun Dali hurtling backward for dozens of meters, blood spraying from his mouth. Wind Blade Palm! Yang Ping bellowed, unleashing his signature martial technique. Instantly, a sharp, blade-like apparition surged toward the Azure Python, halting its pursuit of the injured Sun Dali. Ma Shi, are you still holding back? Yang Ping's voice dripped with frustration as he witnessed Ma Shi's hesitance. Captain Yang, what do you mean? I was simply waiting for the right moment, Ma Shi retorted, producing a small black square object from his pocket and hurling it toward the python's wound with great force. Smack! the object adhered to the python's skin as if coated in glue. 1, 2, 3, explode. Bang! At Mashi's countdown, the object detonated with a thunderous roar. Watching the explosion, Mashi felt a pang of regret. The bomb was specially crafted to inflict additional damage on magical beasts and was quite costly. To conserve strength, he had no choice but to use it. After the explosion, the already terrifying wound on the Azure Python expanded further, causing blood to gush profusely. Although the python was severely injured, it became even more frenzied, thrashing its body wildly. Several weaker team members were unable to evade in time, sent flying dozens of meters away. The creature's wound cannot be staunched, we merely need to restrain it while it bleeds out, someone shouted, prompting several martial disciples at the peak of the 9th layer to commence their attack, continually harassing the Azure Python.
It's time to make my move. Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been merely assisting thus far without revealing his full strength, sought to ascertain the capabilities of these hunters. Now, he had gleaned enough. Sun Dali and Yang Ping seemed to possess strength comparable to Li Chang but were far more seasoned and cunning, making them considerably more formidable. As for Mashi, he remained an enigma. Under the cover of distraction, Jiang Xiaoyu transformed his brick into a lethal weapon, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the python. His goal was not merely to engage in battle but to swiftly obtain the level 7 spirit herb.
Death Soul Decision. Jiang Xiaoyu executed his Soul Master technique against the Azure Python, then activated the Shadow Step, instantly appearing at the creature's vital point. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches, and even a level 7 magical beast was no exception. This was their absolute weakness. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Xiaoyu would find it challenging to approach such a position, but with the Azure Python gravely wounded and aided by the Death Soul Decision, he plunged his knife into the creature's 7 inches. This time, the Azure Python emitted a cry more anguished than when it had been struck by the bomb. Jiang Xiaoyu's weapon had pierced deeply into its vital spot. This unknown spiritual weapon easily breached the defenses of a level 7 magical beast. Before long, the Azure Python writhed on the ground like a worm, gradually succumbing to its injuries. Thus, the Azure Python met its demise beneath Jiang Xiaoyu's blade. Little brother Jiang Xiaoyu, impressive. Yang Ping and Sun Dali approached Jiang Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with awe at his prowess. The seamless series of maneuvers Jiang Xiaoyu had employed to dispatch the Azure Python was beyond their capabilities. We can deal with the beast's corpse later, we must prioritize locating the spirit herb. Yang Ping cast a glance at the fallen Azure Python. This level 7 beast, aside from its core, had other materials of substantial value.
Where's Mashi?
Just then, the group realized that Mashi had vanished.
Where's your captain?
The remaining team members shook their heads in confusion. Oh no, that scoundrel must be trying to hoard the spirit herb for himself.
Yang Ping exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization.
The group hurried toward the cave entrance, only to find that the tree-blocked entrance had been blasted open, creating a passage large enough for a person to pass through.
Curse you, Mashi! When I catch you, you shall taste the sharpness of my blade.
Sun Dali seethed, eager to split Mashi in two as he rushed into the cave. The others quickly followed suit.
Chapter 57 of the Olding Bai and Mashu. Upon entering, the group soon discovered that the cavern inhabited by the Azure Python was vast, extending deep into the darkness. Jiang Xiaoyu did not charge recklessly forward like a fool. He harbored a persistent sense of lurking danger within the cave. If there were no threats present, and if Mashu had indeed obtained the spiritual herbs, Jiang Xiaoyu was confident in his own abilities to compel him to surrender them. After traversing a short distance, the previously narrow cave suddenly widened, resembling a circular hall, which was now illuminated with unexpected brightness. As the group surveyed their surroundings, they noticed numerous ordinary-looking blades of grass, akin to the wild grasses found by the roadside, yet these emitted a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of newly ignited flames. Mashu, you scoundrel!
How dare you attempt to hoard the spiritual herbs all for yourself? I'll take you down. Sun Dali immediately spotted Mashu, who was caressing the small grasses with a frenzied expression.
A bunch of fools. These spiritual herbs belong to me.
Mashu turned at the sight of Jiang Xiaoyu and the others, drawing his sword with eyes ablaze, clearly intent on a fierce confrontation.
Are you seeking death?
Even Yang Ping, who had remained relatively calm until now, was suddenly filled with rage.
They're mine. All of these spiritual herbs are mine.
An unknown team member abruptly shouted, rushing towards the peculiar grasses in an attempt to claim them for himself. Gradually, many others began to exhibit similar behaviors.
Mashu, you have forced my hand.
Sun Dali charged in with his great sword, engaging Ma Shu in battle. For reasons unknown, the other team members within the cave also drew their weapons, and a chaotic brawl erupted, plunging the cavern into turmoil. Jiang Xiaoyu maintained a safe distance, watching in bewilderment as the skirmish unfolded. Shouldn't they have been demanding an explanation from Ma Shu? Why had it escalated into a melee? Moreover, everyone appeared maddened, their expressions twisted with bloodlust. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed through the cave as someone was struck down, blood splattering in all directions. The sight of blood further incited the frenzy, and the injured individual was soon overwhelmed and fell motionless, evidently lifeless. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the glowing red grasses, straining to recall. 8th grade spiritual herb. Crimson flame grass. He finally remembered, he had read about it in a book. This herb was toxic, and those with lower cultivation who inhaled its scent would amplify their baser instincts, ultimately losing control. The individuals before him had succumbed to their greed, resulting in this gruesome spectacle. No wonder. Fortunately, I consumed an antidote pill. Jiang Xiaoyu had ingested the antidote provided by the system, which spared him from poisoning. Otherwise, he might have been swept into the madness as well. Everyone, cease this at once. Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, swiftly employing his shadow step to rush forward, shattering the crimson flame grass into pieces. The others bore him no ill will. Had he not intervened, they might have continued their self-destructive rampage until exhaustion claimed them. What have I done? I killed Lao Lu with my own hands. As the crimson flame grass was destroyed, the group gradually regained their senses, some weeping as they beheld their fallen comrade. What has transpired? Sun Dali and Ma Shu had fought fiercely, both sustaining injuries. You all have been poisoned by the crimson flame grass. Jiang Xiaoyu recounted the events, and realization dawned upon the others, leading to a wave of regret. In the chaotic fray, 4 lives had been lost, and the remaining members bore varying degrees of injury. It's all your fault, damn it, Ma Shu. If you hadn't rushed in first, we wouldn't have acted so recklessly. I swear, I'll take you down today to appease my fallen brother's spirits. Sun Dali raised his great sword, intent on avenging his 2 longtime comrades among the deceased. And you claimed there were 7th grade spiritual herbs here, yet all we found were these deceptive plants. Yang Ping, unable to contain his fury, joined Sun Dali in targeting Ma Shu, having also lost a friend. The information regarding the 7th grade spiritual herbs had come from Ma Shu, yet now, nothing of the sort was in sight. Haha, a bunch of imbeciles. I didn't lie about the 7th grade herbs. However, that little treasure requires some nourishment to mature, and now is the perfect time to harvest it. Ma Shu laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous white flower not far from him. As the others followed his gaze, they witnessed the blood spilled during their earlier conflict being drawn toward the white flower by an unseen force. In mere seconds, the flower transformed from white to red, gradually emanating a faint spiritual energy. As it absorbed more blood, the flower's spiritual aura intensified, and even Jiang Xiaoyu could sense the immense power contained within it. This is the 7th grade spiritual herb, the blood frenzy flower. It requires human blood to mature, and you all shall serve as its sustenance. Ma Shu cackled maniacally, swiftly plucking the blood frenzy flower and consuming it in one bite. You, Ma Shu! How ruthless you are. One of the deceased was your comrade. Comrade, what is that? If I can enhance my strength, I would sacrifice anything. A strange transformation began to occur within Ma Shu. Captain, you truly disregard our years of camaraderie. One of Ma Shu's team members shouted, disappointment filling his eyes. Camaraderie? In this world, only strength is real. Ma Shu had gone mad, the others charged in unison, intent on ending his life. Seeing Ma Shu's transformation, Sun Dali was the first to rush at him. Boom! At that moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Ma Shu, as if he had shattered some shackles. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through to the martial spirit realm. Ma Shu had lingered at the pinnacle of the 9th level for years, reaching a bottleneck. This scheme was devised to acquire the blood frenzy flower to aid his breakthrough, and miraculously, it had worked. What? He has broken through to the martial spirit realm. Upon hearing Ma Shu's exclamation, panic swept through the crowd, for the disparity between major realms could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Today, you shall all perish. Ma Shu laughed maniacally, having somehow positioned himself behind the group, blocking their escape. So swift, none of them had perceived Ma Shu's movement. What I have done today, should it reach Mo City, it would not bode well. Therefore, all of you must die today. Having broken through to the martial spirit realm, Ma Shu was brimming with confidence, determined to eliminate each one of them.
Jiang Xiaoyu stood aside, speechless. He had merely sought the 7th grade spiritual herbs, yet now Ma Shu aimed to eliminate him as well. Perfectly, he too wished to witness the true might of someone who had just ascended to the martial spirit realm. Chapter 58. The little sparrow spirit demonstrates its power. Hey, Ma Shu, I merely passed by. Could you kindly allow me to leave first? Jiang Xiaoyu, protected by his bodyguard Pearl, remained unfazed, even contemplating teasing Ma Shu. Although I am unaware of how you escaped the poison of the red flame herb, I can only say that your luck has run out. Everyone present today shall meet their demise. Ma Shu's gaze turned fierce, preparing for a bloody slaughter. Brother Jiang, I never anticipated that Ma Shu would turn out to be such a brute. I truly regret involving you in this. Yang Ping approached, his eyes filled with remorse. It's nothing, none could foresee this occurrence. Jiang Xiaoyu discerned that Yang Ping was indeed a kind-hearted individual, and saving him was certainly commendable. Do not attempt to impress me, Ma Shu. Even if you have broken through to the martial spirit realm, I shall still confront you. Sun Dali, known for his fiery temper, charged at Ma Shu with his large blade, undeterred by the possibility of defeat. You are utterly deluded. I will show you the strength I possess after my breakthrough to the martial spirit realm. Ma Shu drew his sword, not even channeling much of his spiritual energy, and met Sun Dali's blade with a clash. Clang, the weapons collided, producing a shower of sparks, and Sun Dali was sent flying several meters away. Cough, Sun Dali spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Renowned for his strength, he was astonished at how easily he had been overpowered by Ma Shu. Did you see that? This is the chasm between a martial spirit realm warrior and you lot. I have only exerted 30% of my power. Thrilled by his own might, Ma Shu reveled in the thought that no matter how many lives he took, it would all be worth it for his strength. Everyone, attack together. Even if we perish, we cannot allow this despicable scoundrel, Ma Shu, to enjoy an easy victory. Yang Ping shouted, leading the charge. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, let us see just how formidable you truly are, Ma Shu. In an instant, the crowd surged toward Ma Shu, each one unleashing their most powerful techniques. You are all utterly foolish. Ma Shu, unfazed, plunged into the fray with his sword. In no time, he resembled a tiger among sheep, effortlessly toppling adversaries, and even Yang Ping and Sun Dali fell before him within moments. Ha, a swarm of ants, all of you shall perish. As he spoke, several of his opponents lay defeated, motionless and uncertain of their fate. Perfect, you will serve as a test for my wild wolf palm. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jiang Xiaoyu summoned his spiritual energy and prepared to strike. Wild wolf palm. He roared, instantly conjuring 5 phantoms of wild waves. After a period of intensive training, Jiang Xiaoyu's wild wolf palm was nearing mastery. A mere waste of the martial disciple realm, I shall see just how powerful your martial skills truly are. Upon witnessing the 5 phantoms rushing toward him, Ma Shu not only stood his ground but braced himself to take the blow. Bang, the wild wolf palm struck Ma Shu directly, creating a massive crater around him and sending dust swirling into the air. Impressive, that blow compelled me to exert 80% of my strength to block. As the smoke cleared, Ma Shu remained unscathed, even sporting a hint of amusement. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing this scene, was not entirely surprised. His 5-fold phantom-level wild wolf palm could vanquish 99% of peak martial disciple realm warriors, yet it proved insufficient against a martial spirit realm practitioner. Enough of this play. Prepare to witness my true strength. With that, Ma Shu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as if he were preparing for something significant. Arise, black water serpent, he bellowed, and a spectral black serpent, approximately 5 meters long, materialized behind him. This was Ma Shu's 9th grade martial spirit. The black water serpent warriors who reached the martial spirit realm could summon their martial spirits, harnessing their power for battle. This was the pinnacle of a warrior's might. It seems we are all destined for our graves today, Yang Ping lamented upon witnessing Ma Shu summon his martial spirit. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu, far from fearful, felt a surge of excitement, particularly from the little sparrow spirit within him. After a prolonged period of dormancy, the little sparrow spirit began to stir with exhilaration upon seeing the black water serpent emerge. What does this little creature intend to do? Jiang Xiaoyu suspected that the martial spirit within him possessed its own consciousness. Behold, it is an honor for you to witness my martial spirit in action. Black water serpent, unleash your poisonous breath. Ma Shu chuckled before the black serpent spirit released a noxious mist that swiftly enveloped the entire cavern. Gradually, Yang Ping and the others began to feel drowsy. Within mere moments, aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, everyone succumbed to the poison, rendered unconscious. Hey, why are you still standing? What is wrong with you? Ma Shu, noticing Jiang Xiaoyu unaffected by the poison, was bewildered.
Though it was his first time employing this skill, he believed incapacitating a martial disciple realm warrior should pose no challenge. You were unharmed by the poison of the red flame herb. I see now, you must possess some form of antidote. Ma Shu, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the situation. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled, remaining silent. If you are unafraid of the poison, I shall simply kill you. As he spoke, Ma Shu approached Jiang Xiaoyu, swinging his sword with intent to strike. Clang, as expected, the blade met Jiang Xiaoyu's protective barrier. What is this? Ma Shu exclaimed, astonished by the white shield before him. With his knowledge, he could not comprehend its nature. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter this abominable thing. Ma Shu summoned more power from his martial spirit, relentlessly attacking Jiang Xiaoyu's protective barrier with wild strikes. Regrettably, his efforts proved futile. As Jiang Xiaoyu pondered how to resolve the situation with Ma Shu, unwilling to remain a passive target, the little sparrow spirit within him suddenly reacted. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could summon it, the sparrow's phantom manifested behind him. What is happening? I have not yet reached the martial spirit realm. Jiang Xiaoyu was astonished. Was it not said that one could only summon their martial spirit upon reaching the martial spirit realm? How was it now appearing? You can summon a martial spirit. You are a martial spirit realm warrior. Ma Shu gasped in shock, unable to close his mouth, for the martial spirit phantom behind Jiang Xiaoyu was unmistakably a sign of a martial spirit realm warrior. Before Ma Shu could act, Jiang Xiaoyu, still in shock, witnessed his little sparrow martial spirit spring into action. The little sparrow suddenly opened its beak, growing many times larger than its own body, and lunged toward the black water serpent. Chapter 59 The Puppeteer. What on earth is this? Even Ma Shu, upon witnessing this scene, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. The little sparrow spirit manifested itself like an eagle devouring a small snake, gradually consuming the black water serpent entirely. With a splatter, as the black water serpent spirit sustained damage, Ma Shu coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was due to the fact that the spirit and the warrior are one. When the spirit is harmed, the warrior suffers grievously as well. In less than 10 seconds, the black water serpent spirit was completely swallowed by the little sparrow spirit, causing Ma Shu to collapse to the ground, motionless, his eyes rolling back. He appeared as though he were on the brink of death. Thus, Ma Shu indirectly met his demise at the hands of Jiang Xiaoyu, who felt no remorse, for the slayer is invariably pursued by the slain. After accomplishing this, the little sparrow spirit let out a satisfied burp before returning to Jiang Xiaoyu's body. How absurd! Witnessing all this, Jiang Xiaoyu was still in disbelief that his spirit had emerged even before he reached the spirit realm, and had devoured another spirit. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that after consuming the black water serpent spirit, his little sparrow spirit seemed to have grown in size, and its feathers began to take on a more vivid hue. Could it be that this little creature has leveled up? Jiang Xiaoyu had always known that his spirit was one with growth potential, yet he remained unaware of how it could evolve. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly sat down to meditate, channeling his energy for cultivation. Indeed, he found that the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was noticeably quicker than before. It appeared that his spirit had indeed advanced. He estimated that it had progressed from a 9th-tier spirit to an 8th-tier spirit. It turns out that to level up, one needs to consume another's spirit. This could prove to be quite challenging. Jiang Xiaoyu stroked his chin, pondering the difficulties. Once he returned to the city, opportunities to absorb other spirits would be exceedingly rare, given that losing one's spirit is tantamount to losing one's life. Officially, killing is prohibited in the city. Oh well, one step at a time, he thought, preparing to take out the detoxification pill and dissolve it in water to revive Yang Ping and the others who had been incapacitated by Ma Shu's trickery. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the cave entrance, as if someone were approaching. Noticing this, Jiang Xiaoyu concealed himself behind a rocky wall. It was prudent to be cautious until he discerned whether the newcomer was friend or foe. He. Ma Shu, have you completed your task? Before he could see the person, Jiang Xiaoyu heard a lewd voice echo through the cave. Ma Shu, where are you? Come out and meet this master. As the voice grew nearer, Jiang Xiaoyu finally caught sight of the approaching figure. 4 wooden puppets, standing around 1.5 meters tall, were carrying a palanquin, atop which sat a hunched, mustached old man with a lascivious demeanor. Jiang Xiaoyu recognized instantly that those wooden bearers were the puppets spoken of in books. To control puppets, one must be a soul master, and those who wield such control are known as puppeteers, a branch of soul masters. Thus, it seemed that the lecherous old man was indeed a puppeteer. Upon entering, the old man immediately spotted the unconscious Yang Ping and the others, followed by the lifeless Ma Shu. Dead? The old man probed around Ma Shu's nose with his hand, visibly perplexed. The information about the injured sky blue python and the 7th-tier spiritual herb had all been relayed to Ma Shu by him. They had long since forged a partnership. The 7th-tier herb would aid Ma Shu in breaking through to the spirit realm,
while Ma Shu would assist him in eliminating a few individuals, as he was in need of bodies to experiment with his new techniques. Though the old man was a puppeteer, his level was still low, merely a second-tier soul master, making it somewhat challenging to kill so many people. In his view, Ma Shu, having broken through to the spirit realm, should have encountered no difficulty in slaying these individuals. How could it be that Ma Shu had perished instead, while the others, although unconscious, still retained their life force? This was indeed strange. Could there be others in the cave? The old man grew wary, scanning his surroundings. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily concealed himself even further. Although he too was a first-tier soul master, he had yet to engage in combat with another soul master and could not afford to be reckless. Even Ma Shu had only succeeded due to the little sparrow spirit's assistance, otherwise, he would have had to rely on the treasures bestowed by the esteemed director of the Azure Dragon Academy. Jiang Xiaoyu preferred not to rely too heavily on such treasures unless in a dire situation. Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform 30 deep squats while holding a large stone. Task completion reward or breakthrough to second-tier soul master. As luck would have it, the system decided to intervene at this critical moment, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu speechless. With no other option, he picked up a large stone and began his exercise.
Who is it? The old man shouted, striding towards Jiang Xiaoyu's direction upon hearing the commotion.
Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to continue his workout. He could always activate his protective pearl later if necessary. Why is this just a half-grown child? The old man soon spotted Jiang Xiaoyu, who was engaged in his exercise, and was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar sight it was to see a half-grown youth doing squats with a rock in a cave where many lay unconscious. Hey, boy, what is your relation to these people? The old man, not being foolish, suspected that Jiang Xiaoyu had not randomly appeared there. He must have known Yang Ping and Ma Shu. I am a member of the hunting team, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, sensing that the old man was unlikely to act impulsively, thus engaging him in conversation to buy time for his self-discipline task. What exactly transpired here? The old man observed Jiang Xiaoyu's composed demeanor with a hint of caution. Logically, a hunting team member of such a young age would not possess high cultivation and should be panicking upon seeing his puppets. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu appeared entirely unperturbed, showing no signs of distress. What is your relationship with Ma Shu? Jiang Xiaoyu instead posed the question, for he had completed his task, successfully advancing to second-tier soul master. The droplets of soul power in his mind had transformed into a small pool of clear water, and he felt that should he deploy the soul binding technique now, he could at least maintain control for 2 seconds. Did you kill Ma Shu? The old man's eyes widened at Jiang Xiaoyu's words, summoning his 4 puppets in an instant. It was I, Jiang Xiaoyu admitted without hesitation. You little rascal, though I am unsure how you managed to kill Ma Shu, I doubt you have reached the spirit realm. The old man declared, eager to witness Jiang Xiaoyu's capabilities. With a wave of his hand, the 4 puppets lunged toward Jiang Xiaoyu. All 4 possessed the strength of peak 9th-tier martial artists, albeit lacking the ability to harness spiritual power, making them slightly weaker than human warriors. The old man could not allow anyone else to learn of his intention to experiment with human corpses, thus Jiang Xiaoyu must be kept alive today. Moreover, the old man, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's youthful vigor, conceived an even better plan. Chapter 60 Commencement of the subquest. Before long, 4 puppets had encircled Jiang Xiaoyu, launching their assault from all directions. Excellent, Jiang Xiaoyu bellowed, activating his shadow step and beginning to evade. Although these puppets were formidable, they remained under human control, lacking independent thought, which rendered them somewhat clumsy. No longer avoiding them, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to confront them head-on. Bang, his fist collided with one of the puppets, producing a dull thud, akin to striking a stone, utterly unyielding. Moreover, the puppet seemed impervious to pain, showing no intention of retreating. Thud, Jiang Xiaoyu, caught off guard, was struck in the back. This blow was just enough to make him feel the sting. Splendid, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. These puppets were not only resilient but also possessed considerable strength, making them the perfect sparring partners. He swiftly stripped off his shirt, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs, and engaged the puppets in close combat. Until now, he had yet to experience a true melee battle. This was indeed the most effective method to refine the 9 turns overlord body technique. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed a flurry of punches against the puppets, while they rained down blows upon him, yet he could scarcely be bothered to evade. It was reminiscent of children brawling, utterly chaotic. Who would have thought this youth was so formidable, particularly his physique, remarkable. The old man observed Jiang Xiaoyu's fierce battle against the 4 puppets, his youthful, powerful form causing him to salivate. Crack, at this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu seized one puppet, grasped its arms, and with a mighty rip, rendered it utterly useless. As time passed, Jiang Xiaoyu grew accustomed to the intensity of the puppet strikes, beginning to feel no pain. Boring, Jiang Xiaoyu escalated his efforts, obliterating puppet after puppet, mere toys, with the final puppet collapsing at his feet. All four had been vanquished. This was undeniably Jiang Xiaoyu's most exhilarating battle to date, each punch landing with gratifying impact, absolutely delightful. Clap. Observing the total destruction of his four puppets, the old man was not disheartened. Instead, he applauded Jiang Xiaoyu with a beaming smile. The young man, your physique is truly impressive. The old man revealed a rather lecherous grin. Goodness, old man, do you harbor some peculiar proclivities? Upon witnessing the old man's demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily donned his discarded shirt. Kid, I speak plainly, I have my eye on you, the old man suddenly declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu with a loud voice. What the hell? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. Was he really that direct? Jiang Xiaoyu reached into his pocket, ready to deliver a decisive blow with a brick to this old lecher, hoping to rid himself of this discomfort. Without further ado, he leaped forward, preparing for a slam dunk. Your body, I claim it, become my puppet. The old man burst into maniacal laughter as he formed a strange gesture with his hands, conjuring an unknown entity that soared towards Jiang Xiaoyu's mind. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu sensed something new within his consciousness, and his movements began to feel uncontrollable. It worked. After completing the gesture, the old man appeared somewhat drained, his complexion paling. Young man, come here. The old man beckoned Jiang Xiaoyu, who found himself moving involuntarily towards him. What the hell, I can't control my body. Despite his awareness, Jiang Xiaoyu realized his physical autonomy was slipping away. From this day forth, you shall be my first human puppet. The old man gazed at the obedient Jiang Xiaoyu with delight. This was the soul control technique, one of his most advanced methods, capable of controlling martial artists below the martial spirit realm. However, his limited cultivation allowed him to control only 1.4 years. He had struggled to find a suitable candidate until he encountered Jiang Xiaoyu. A young man with strength rivaling the peak of a 9th-tier martial apprentice, especially that formidable physique. He was practically tailor-made for puppethood. Jiang Xiaoyu, as a human puppet, possessed boundless potential for growth. Oh, is this not soul energy? Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that the entity the old man had implanted in his consciousness was a small orb of condensed soul energy. Moreover, it was situated right beside the small pool of clear water he had just conjured. Jiang Xiaoyu attempted to manipulate his soul energy and found he could still exert control. Quickly, he enveloped the small orb with his own soul energy, assimilating it and significantly enhancing his own reserves. Jiang Xiaoyu realized he could move his body again, although he continued to feign compliance. What is your name? Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, such an unpleasant name. From now on, you shall be called Air Guzi. As it rolls off the tongue nicely, the old man remained blissfully unaware of the changes occurring within Jiang Xiaoyu, still reveling in his newfound control. His soul control technique was quite rudimentary, and with both of their cultivations at the 2nd tier of soul masters, breaking free from this spell was hardly a complex endeavor. Air Guzi, upon hearing the old man disparage his name and bestow upon him such a ludicrous moniker, Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. He seized the brick and delivered a crushing blow to the old man. In an instant, the old man's head exploded like a watermelon, his demise swift and painless. Sting. Congratulations, host, for achieving your first kill of an evildoer. The self-discipline system subquest has been activated. Slaying evildoers will yield rewards. The host successfully eliminated a disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Reward: a comprehensive manual on puppet crafting from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. The system's voice resonated, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu utterly astonished. He had just killed a man and awakened a quest system, receiving such a valuable reward. Upholding justice is a duty for the youth, yet this system makes it seem as though I slay a villain merely for the sake of rewards. As he mused, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly stashed the puppet crafting manual into his pocket. One could say, this quest system was remarkably user-friendly. Jiang Xiaoyu picked up the old man's spatial ring, effortlessly unlocking it with his soul energy. Typically, only martial artists at the martial spirit realm could utilize spatial rings, whereas soul masters at the 2nd tier could also do so. Jiang Xiaoyu had just ascended to the 2nd tier, perfectly positioning him to make use of it. Inside the old man's ring were various materials for puppet creation, most of which Jiang Xiaoyu found unremarkable at a glance. Oh, what is this? A level 7 spirit herb. To his astonishment, within the old man's ring lay a precious level 7 spirit herb. Chapter 61 of the Mysterious Girl and the 7th level spirit herb, the MOU herb. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with joy. He had originally ventured forth in search of the 7th level spirit herb, only to have it consumed by the equestrian. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon this unexpected treasure within the old man's ring. It should possess effects akin to that of beast meat. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the spirit herb and devoured it as if it were a simple cabbage, swallowing it bite by bite. To his astonishment, as the herb entered his stomach, a wave of warmth enveloped him, the energy of the herb coursing through his very being. He felt as though his body was on the verge of bursting, prompting him to quickly sit cross-legged on the ground and activate the 9 turns over bearing body technique. As he channeled the technique, the energy gradually melded into his flesh, and soon enough,
his body began to radiate a bronze hue. This was a clear sign that he was nearing the first stage of the technique. Copper skin and iron bones. After a full 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaoyu finally absorbed all the energy from the 7th level spirit herb. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would likely be left agape. The 7th level spirit herb was something even martial artists of the martial spirit realm would hesitate to consume directly, fearing the risk of their bodies exploding. It was time to return. Zhang Xiaoyu crushed the detoxification pills into powder and administered them to the unconscious Yang Ping and the others, estimating that it would take a few minutes for them to regain consciousness. Approaching the cave's entrance, he did not forget to carve off a piece of the Tianqing python's flesh, intending to roast it for sustenance later. As for the beast's inner core, Zhang Xiaoyu opted to leave it behind for Yang Ping and the others, as they had lost several team members. Quite a tragic fate. After a brisk half-hour of travel, Zhang Xiaoyu finally caught sight of the outer edge of the Tianqing forest. "I shall soon return," he exclaimed joyfully. "Yuding, the self-discipline timer has expired. Post self-discipline task initiated. Swim for 20 minutes in the lake not far to the right. Post task completion. Reward 1 universal disguise mask." Curses, just as I anticipated. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Xiaoyu helplessly covered his face. He knew that this wretched system would not allow him to leave so easily. Damn it, if I don't perish at the hands of the beasts, I will inevitably fall victim to this dog of a system. Zhang Xiaoyu muttered a curse, reluctantly complying with the system's demands. After walking 2,000 meters to the right, Zhang Xiaoyu indeed found a vast lake, stretching endlessly before him, its waters appearing deceptively deep. Good heavens! Who would dare swim in this lake? Who knows how many beasts lurk beneath the surface? Zhang Xiaoyu's legs trembled, as he was convinced that there were creatures capable of swallowing him whole lurking in the depths. Alas, under the system's oppressive authority, Zhang Xiaoyu had no choice but to plunge into the water and commence his swim. He steered himself towards a less formidable-looking area, fervently hoping for divine protection during these 20 minutes, praying not to encounter any malevolent entities. Not long into his swim, Zhang Xiaoyu spotted a massive shadow gliding through the water. Several hundred meters away, the fish fin protruding above the surface was as large as a boat. Terrified, Zhang Xiaoyu hastily paddled towards the shore. Fortunately, the shadow did not approach him. As the 20 minutes elapsed, it was oddly fortuitous that he had encountered no beasts during this time. This was contrary to logic. Forget it, as long as I complete the task. Zhang Xiaoyu joyfully stowed away the universal disguise mask awarded by the system and prepared to return to land. Suddenly, upon turning around, he was startled to find a girl on the shore, gazing at him with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was merely a girl. "Miss, it is rather alarming to stare at someone like that. Do you not know that frightening people can lead to dire consequences?" Regaining his composure, Zhang Xiaoyu approached the girl. As he finally caught sight of her features, he was astonished. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, a head shorter than him, with shoulder-length hair cascading around her collarbone. Her nose was elegantly shaped, her lips petite, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed innocent and harmless. It was evident that, should she grow for another 2 years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. What astonished Zhang Xiaoyu the most was the fact that the girl was clad in a striking red ancient garment, one that was quite revealing, featuring high slits, and her upper body was only minimally covered, leaving much of her fair skin exposed, causing Zhang Xiaoyu to swallow hard at the sight. "Young lady, what brings you to this perilous place alone?" Zhang Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure. After all, he was no stranger to the world and would not be easily enchanted by a mere girl. However, the girl merely continued to smile at him, offering no response. After posing several questions, Zhang Xiaoyu found that the girl remained silent, her smile unwavering. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Xiao Jiao." At last, he heard her speak, revealing her name as Xiao Jiao. Through his probing, Zhang Xiaoyu discerned that this enchanting girl seemed somewhat mentally impaired. Unable to answer any questions, his first thought was that she might have been abducted and lost. "I shall bring her back to Mo City and post a missing person notice online," he resolved. Zhang Xiaoyu promptly removed his outer coat and draped it around her shoulders, for her attire was too provocative, and it would not do for her to be seen by others in such a state. "Shall I take you with me?" Zhang Xiaoyu tentatively asked, but the girl exhibited no reaction. He decided to take her hand and led her towards the outskirts of the Tianqing forest. "Fortunate for you to have encountered me, a virtuous gentleman, otherwise, with your looks, you might have faced dire consequences at the hands of others," Zhang Xiaoyu muttered to himself as they walked, indifferent to whether she could understand him. What he failed to notice was the fleeting glimmer of intelligence that flickered in the girl's eyes. As they continued on, Zhang Xiaoyu soon realized that dusk was approaching, and nightfall was imminent. "Oh no! I can only wait until tomorrow to return." Zhang Xiaoyu lamented. According to Mo City's regulations, once night fell,
the city gates would be locked tight to prevent any beasts from infiltrating.
Many beasts gained a significant advantage at night, posing a greater threat than humans. With no other option, Zhang Xiaoyu sought out a nearby cave to spend the night.
Would you like something to eat? He inquired, offering the roasted flesh of the Tianqing python to Xiaojiu. She looked at him with a hint of confusion but accepted it, taking small bites. As she ate, Xiaojiu reached out her hand again, indicating that she desired more. Zhang Xiaoyu's heart ached at the sight of her hunger. What a wretched situation. Look at how famished this child is. At that moment, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from the cave's entrance. Chapter 62. The demise of the old serpent-skinned Zhang Xiaoyu began to grow wary. The individuals outside were likely hunters who had chosen to spend the night in the wilderness. However, if these people were skilled like equestrians, it would pose a considerable challenge.
Brother, there are people here.
Before long, the group entered, shouldering various materials from slain demonic beasts.
Zhang Xiaoyu observed that there were 4 individuals in total, presumably members of a hunting team.
My friends, we hope it is not too much trouble for you to share this cave with us tonight.
The leader, a man bearing a scar on his right cheek, greeted Zhang Xiaoyu with unexpected politeness.
Not at all, I understand.
Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the courtesy displayed.
It seemed not everyone harbored malicious intent. The cave was quite spacious, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, allowing for a few occupants without issue. In no time, they settled down across from Zhang Xiaoyu. Noticing the girl beside him, Xiaojiu, he realized she was unfazed by the newcomers, still gazing at him with an innocent smile, resembling a simpleton.
Sigh, I wonder what this child has encountered to render her so dazed, Zhang Xiaoyu thought compassionately as he gently patted Xiaojiu's head. Xiaojiu, in turn, snuggled closer to him, evidently enjoying the affection.
Brother, that man appears to be merely a lad, why treat him with such courtesy? One of the younger members questioned, puzzled by their leader's behavior, as he was typically known for his ruthlessness. What do you know?
Anyone brave enough to spend the night outside is not to be underestimated, even if they are but a child.
The scarred man was no fool, he did not judge solely by appearances.
Brother, look beside that youth.
There is a woman with him. To come to the Tianqing forest and bring a woman along, what a life he leads, another younger member remarked enviously. Fool, you can't even focus when a woman is around. What great achievements can you expect from someone like you? The scarred man chastised his companion, shaking his head in disappointment. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Zhang Xiaoyu, having already noticed Xiaojiu. The dim light in the cave had obscured her beauty initially, but now that they had kindled a fire, the illumination revealed her stunning visage. At that moment, Xiaojiu removed the outer garment Zhang Xiaoyu had draped over her, exposing a considerable expanse of her fair skin to the astonishment of the men. Coupled with her exquisite features, they could hardly contain their drool. Xiaojiu, put that on, you will attract unwanted attention.
Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly draped the garment back over her, casting a cautious glance at the men, who were momentarily entranced.
Ahem. Zhang Xiaoyu cleared his throat, snapping them back to reality.
I shudder to think who purchased you such revealing attire, he mused, resolving to procure a more suitable outfit for her upon returning to Mo City. Xiaojiu, sensing Zhang Xiaoyu's irritation, complied and refrained from shedding her outerwear again.
Brother, that girl is extraordinarily beautiful, one of the younger members exclaimed, finally recovering from the enchantment of Xiaojiu's beauty.
Indeed, it goes without saying.
In my decades of existence, I have never encountered such a gem, the scarred man admitted, his composure faltering. All were captivated, having encountered such a beauty for the first time, their hearts were stirred with desire.
Brother, even if that lad is strong, having such a beauty by his side is a sheer waste, one of the younger members finally voiced his thoughts.
The scarred man, upon hearing this, ceased to argue, instead pondering the implications. Ordinarily, he would avoid conflict, yet the alluring temptation before him was difficult to resist. Brother, look at how provocatively she is dressed. She surely is no virtuous maiden, why not let the brothers indulge a little? Another young man added fuel to the fire. Fine, let us do it, but I must go first. The scarred man gritted his teeth and acquiesced. These hunters, who risk their lives, toil for what? Merely for wealth and women. Now, a stunning beauty lay before them, a risk worth taking. Without further ado, the group of men rose and slowly advanced toward Zhang Xiaoyu. Sensing their intentions, Zhang Xiaoyu instinctively shielded Xiaojiu behind him. What do you intend to do? Zhang Xiaoyu remained composed. The men's abilities seemed comparable to those of Yang Ping and his associates, with the strongest among them barely reaching the pinnacle of the martial disciple realm. Thus, he felt no significant pressure. Young man, your companion is quite the beauty. My brothers would also like to partake in her charms. Rest assured, we shall provide you with ample compensation, the scarred man leered, believing monetary persuasion might sway Zhang Xiaoyu. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaoyu's fury ignited. He had always believed that those who forced themselves upon women were scoundrels, and now fate had thrust him into such a scenario. Remembering Xiao Jiu's innocent demeanor, Jiang Xiaoyu brandished a brick and charged forward. By heavens, this lad is defying the norms, what audacity! Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu rush forward, the scarred man and his companions drew their weapons, preparing for battle. I'll hold this lad back. You lot go seize that woman, the scarred man bellowed, and his younger cohorts understood. Charging toward Xiao Jiayu. In response, Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed his full speed, intercepting them with ease, and then swung the brick towards the assailants. Crack! One of the younger men raised his sword in defense, only for Jiang Xiaoyu to shatter it effortlessly, the brick then crashing into his chest, causing him to spew blood and collapse, lifeless. Jiang Xiaoyu pressed on, continuing his assault. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu protect her, Xiao Jiu, who had appeared simple-minded, now glimmered with newfound brilliance in her eyes. Aside from the scarred man, all the younger members were martial disciples at the 8th level. Their skills were nothing compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, who dispatched them swiftly, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. The speed of his onslaught left even the scarred man in shock. You wretched boy, return my brother's lives. What had begun as a desire for a woman now transformed into a desperate fight for survival. The scarred man had never anticipated Jiang Xiaoyu's strength, which had decimated his comrades in the blink of an eye. Furious Wave Palm. Jiang Xiaoyu, fueled by anger, unleashed his ultimate technique, summoning 5 illusory waves that rushed toward the scarred man. Ah! The scarred man had barely mustered his own strength before he let out a pained scream, succumbing to Jiang Xiaoyu's furious wave palm. Jiang Xiaoyu's mastery of the technique had significantly improved. With consistent training, he believed he would soon achieve the 6th level of the furious wave illusion. Damn it, they had it coming. Jiang Xiaoyu spat, surveying the carnage around him, devoid of any guilt. After all, in his past life, he was a model citizen of the 21st century, staunchly opposed to acts of violence and debauchery. Wait, weren't these men villains? Why hasn't the system granted me any rewards yet? Jiang Xiaoyu wondered, anticipating a notification from the system after dispatching several evildoers. Ding! Alert to the host, rewards are only granted for the elimination of malevolent beings of martial spirit realm or higher. As if responding to Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts, the system provided clarity. No wonder. I suspected the rewards wouldn't be so easily obtained. Jiang Xiaoyu mused, somewhat disappointed, yet accepting of the situation. Xiaojiu, it's all right now. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled as he turned to see Xiaojiu bounding towards him, her face alight with joy. Chapter 63 Return to Mo City. This was the first time Jiang Xiaoyu had ever been embraced proactively by a girl, and for a moment, he found himself blushing, at a loss for what to do. Ding, the self-discipline timer has ended, the host's self-discipline task is announced, 30 push-ups, task rewarded. Just then, the system's voice rang out once more. Damn it, that pesky system is up to its tricks again. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, although he felt a bit shy, he was still rather enjoying the moment. He had not anticipated the system would intervene yet again. With no other choice, Jiang Xiaoyu gently pushed Xiaojiu away. Xiaojiu, please let go for a moment. I seem to have a bit of a problem. After pushing Xiaojiu aside, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Xiaojiu was momentarily bewildered. What was this behavior? How could a man refuse her embrace? And ding, congratulations to the host for being deemed a lunatic by Xiaojiu. The title I am a lunatic has been triggered. Reward cultivation breakthrough to martial disciple level 9. While still doing push-ups, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the system's voice once again. This title, which had only been triggered once before, had reappeared, and it was triggered by Xiaojiu. Does this mean that the seemingly silly Xiaojiu actually thinks of him as a lunatic? Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless. The jester was indeed himself. From Xiaojiu's actions, it was evident that she was not foolish at all. She merely preferred silence. As night deepened, Jiang Xiaoyu fell into a dream within the cave, yet he remained vigilant. Any slight rustle would rouse him instantly. Suddenly, Xiaojiu, who had been sleeping beside him, opened her beautiful eyes, glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, and then exited the cave. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyu would have noticed someone passing by, but this time, he remained utterly still. Xiaojiu dashed out of the cave and sprinted into the depths of the forest, nimbly leaping from treetop to treetop, her speed a blur compared to Jiang Xiaoyu's. Soon, she came to a halt before an enormous, indistinguishable creature, an unknown beast. Princess Jiu, please return with me. Suddenly, the colossal creature spoke in human tongue, its voice booming like a bell, causing the other creatures in the forest to tremble in fear. Second uncle, tell father that I am going to the human world for a while, but I will return soon. At that moment, Xiaojiu's eyes sparkled with wisdom, no longer resembling her former silly demeanor. Princess Jiu, the human world is quite complex.
Those people are treacherous and cunning. Not if your identity is discovered, it could lead to trouble. Second uncle, I am well aware of that. I will be cautious, and besides, even if my identity were to be revealed, who would dare to harm me? Xiao Jiao replied confidently. Moreover, I have met a rather intriguing human. At the thought of Jiang Xiaoyu's face, a smile involuntarily graced Xiao Jiao's lips. But, Princess Jiao, enough. I will return once I have had my fill of fun. You do not have the right to interfere in my decisions. Xiao Jiao's demeanor suddenly turned fierce as she spun around and left. Alas! The unknown beast sighed before vanishing deep into the forest. The following morning, Jiang Xiaoyu set off towards Mo City with Xiao Jiao. What is going on? Why have I walked for so long without encountering a single beast? Jiang Xiaoyu pondered, while Xiao Jiao merely smiled and remained silent. With her around, what beast would dare to cause trouble? Wait a moment, I need to change my appearance. Although Jiang Xiaoyu had experienced so much in the Tianqing forest, only 2 days had passed. At this moment, the students of the Qinglong Martial Academy were still undergoing their training. Furthermore, Li Er and Li Cheng must have assumed he had perished at the hands of the beasts. If he were to expose himself now, with the academy head still absent and the backing of the old man Li Tianba, it could become quite troublesome. Just in time, the system had rewarded him with a universal disguise mask. Jiang Xiaoyu donned the mask, envisioning an ordinary appearance, and in an instant, the mask transformed into that of an unremarkable young boy, snugly fitting Jiang Xiaoyu's face, looking as authentic as ever. Not bad, this plain appearance should not attract attention. My handsome face was far too ostentatious. Jiang Xiaoyu retrieved a mirror and was quite satisfied with his current look. Xiao Jiao, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's transformation, could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, humans were cunning creatures. Xiao Jiao, do you think I've become so ordinary that you might find it hard to adjust? Jiang Xiaoyu asked playfully, only to see Xiao Jiao roll her eyes. I see now, Xiao Jiao, you are surely not truly foolish. Upon witnessing Xiao Jiao's expression, Jiang Xiaoyu had an epiphany. I just find it difficult to converse with others. This time, Xiao Jiao replied, and her words rang true. Ever since her successful transformation, Jiang Xiaoyu was the first human she had spoken to. Ah, it's all right, with me around, you need not fear. Jiang Xiaoyu affectionately patted Xiao Jiao's head, mistakenly believing she had endured mistreatment from nefarious individuals, leading her to be wary of people. Upon feeling Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, Xiao Jiao experienced an unusual sensation. If anyone else had dared to do so, they would likely have met a grim fate, yet Jiang Xiaoyu's touch brought her warmth. This strange feeling was so unexpected, even she found it puzzling, considering her noble bloodline as a royal beast. Finally, they returned. Soon, the duo arrived back in Mo City. This was Xiao Jiao's first visit to the human realm, and everything around her was a marvel. She looked left and right, embodying the essence of curiosity. The first thing Jiang Xiaoyu did upon entering the city was to take Xiao Jiao to a women's clothing store, where he purchased her a new outfit. I have no idea what style you prefer, so I'll go with this set. It's versatile. Without considering Xiao Jiao's preferences, Jiang Xiaoyu picked a JK skirt ensemble for her. To his surprise, once Xiao Jiao changed, she resembled a first love school beauty. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she spun around, lifting the hem of her skirt. Indeed, human clothing is far more beautiful. As for her previous revealing attire, Jiang Xiaoyu had stored it away in the old man's spatial ring. Next, Jiang Xiaoyu took Xiao Jiao to a nearby restaurant, where they ordered a few small dishes. To Jiang Xiaoyu's astonishment, Xiao Jiao devoured the food as if she had never eaten before, single-handedly finishing several plates. Her appetite was hardly fitting for a young lady. Hey, have you heard? It's said that the Mo City Alchemist Association is organizing a selection competition for alchemists. Any soul master can participate. Even if you don't get selected, those who perform well will receive a 7th grade spiritual herb, the Tianhai flower, as a reward. What does that have to do with us? Soul masters, there are hardly any in Mo City, let us just eat. Jiang Xiaoyu was enjoying his meal when he overheard the conversation from nearby patrons. Initially, he had no interest in such an alchemist selection competition, but upon hearing the term 7th grade spiritual herb, Tianhai flower, his spirit was instantly invigorated. This was the spiritual herb necessary for him to break through to the first stage of the 9-turn overbearing body technique. Now that he had reached martial disciple level 9, he anticipated a breakthrough to the martial spirit realm soon and should begin his preparations. Perhaps he should check out this alchemist selection competition. Chapter 64 of the alchemist selection competition. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xiaoyu took Xiao Jiao and booked a room for the night. As fate would have it, there was but a single room left in the entire hotel, and it was a couple suite. Consequently, the receptionist shot Jiang Xiaoyu a warning glance. Xiao Jiao, clad in a JK uniform, resembled a middle school student.
She is my sister, my sister. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily clarified, relieved that Xiao Zhou cooperated by snuggling close to him. Otherwise, the receptionist might have mistaken him for a nefarious individual preying on underage girls. Once inside the room, Jiang Xiaoyu flicked on the lights, only to be greeted by an array of colorful, flirtatious illumination, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. In contrast, the innocent Xiao Zhou found the ambience enchanting and began to curiously gaze around. You take the bed, I shall sleep on the sofa. Upon discovering a sofa in the room, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Can't we sleep together? Xiao Zhou inquired, blinking her innocent eyes in puzzlement. This question nearly sent Jiang Xiaoyu into a frenzy. Young lady, you are playing with fire. He replied, a man and a woman who are not in a marital relationship should not share a bed. It could lead to complications. Jiang Xiaoyu explained, realizing after 2 days of interaction that this stunning young lady was blissfully unaware of many societal norms. Married couple? Xiao Zhou pondered, recalling that her father and mother were referred to as such in the human realm. The thought made her cheeks flush. She had merely believed that sharing a bed would provide warmth, and she genuinely enjoyed the scent of Jiang Xiaoyu, entirely oblivious to the implications. Indeed, he is a good person. Xiao Zhou reflected on Jiang Xiaoyu, admiring him more for his ability to maintain his composure in the presence of such beauty. After all, she knew that her transformed appearance could easily be deemed beautiful in the human world. Well, I shall turn in first. Jiang Xiaoyu announced as he washed up and promptly settled onto the sofa. Given the circumstances of a lone man and woman sharing a room, particularly with an innocent beauty, he feared he might lose control over his impulses. Xiao Zhou chuckled softly and lay down on the bed. As the night deepened, Jiang Xiaoyu drifted into a peaceful slumber, lost in dreams of invincibility. Suddenly, an untimely notification echoed through the room. Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Host self-discipline task 30 push-ups on the bed. Task completion reward 1 packet of spring blossom powder. Jiang Xiaoyu nearly erupted in expletives upon hearing the system's announcement. Not only was he denied sleep at such an hour, but he was also assigned a task on the very bed where Xiao Zhou lay sleeping soundly. And what was this reward, spring blossom powder? It certainly did not sound legitimate. This damned system. Resigned, Jiang Xiaoyu stealthily climbed onto Xiao Zhou's bed, hoping desperately that he wouldn't rouse her while completing his push-ups. Yet, Xiao Zhou was far from an ordinary girl. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu stirred, she awoke. What my father said is true, humans are not to be trusted, presenting one face while concealing another, she mused, recalling how Jiang Xiaoyu had appeared honorable earlier, yet now sought to invade her bed in the dead of night. Although a sense of disgust began to creep into her heart, she feigned sleep, contemplating that if Jiang Xiaoyu dared to act inappropriately, she would not hesitate to turn him into minced meat. Before long, she heard the sounds of Jiang Xiaoyu's movements. Unable to quell her curiosity, she turned to see him performing push-ups beside her. Xiao Zhou, you're awake, my apologies, I have a peculiar habit of sometimes losing control of my actions, Jiang Xiaoyu stammered, realizing he had been caught. Seeing the innocence in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes and recalling a similar incident in the cave, Xiao Zhou found herself believing him. Brother Xiaoyu, you're quite adorable, she remarked unexpectedly, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Muah. Their kind were not particularly reserved in such matters, provided the object of their affection was to their liking. By the heavens, I can't handle this. Jiang Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and he hastily retreated to his sofa. This was his first kiss from a girl. Xiao Zhou beamed at his flustered demeanor, her smile growing wider. That night, Jiang Xiaoyu found it difficult to sleep, as thoughts of that kiss sent tingles coursing through him. The following morning, he took Xiao Zhou to the Alchemist Guild, intending to witness the alchemist selection competition. Initially, he had considered posting a notice online to find her family, but Xiao Zhou promptly stated that she had no parents or relatives. This left Jiang Xiaoyu feeling helpless. It appeared that this little girl would be following him for the time being. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Xiaoyu observed that a vast arena had already been set up, teeming with spectators, most of whom seemed eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alchemist Selection Competition here in Mo City. In recent years, the influx of fresh talent into our guild has dwindled. This competition aims to discover young individuals with an aptitude for alchemy, who will receive training from our esteemed guild. A well-dressed middle-aged man stepped forward, announcing, of course, even if you are not selected, those who perform well will still receive a 7th-level herb, the Tianhai flower. Anyone who has reached the first level of soul mastery is welcome to participate. We encourage everyone to join enthusiastically. An alchemist, if one is selected, wealth and power will be within reach, exclaimed a bystander. How enviable. Alas, I have yet to awaken my soul power. I wonder how many will be chosen this time.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, exchanging lively chatter.
Look, that's Mo Yan from the Mo family.
I heard she has awakened river-level soul power. She is definitely a front-runner in this selection. Amidst the crowd, a coolly elegant girl clad in a dark green gown caught everyone's attention. The Mo family was the foremost clan in Mo City, and Mo Yan's river-level soul power made her a standout contender. River-level soul power, you say? Quite intriguing, Jiang Xiaoyu mused, recalling that his own soul power was tested at the ocean level, and even that was a result of him holding back.
Kid, you think this is merely intriguing?
Are you suggesting you are stronger than Mo Yan? A nearby man overheard Jiang Xiaoyu's mutterings and retorted angrily. Mo Yan was the goddess of many single men in Mo City, and he was incensed that a mere boy would belittle her.
Perhaps, Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of concern.
How audacious! You must not know your place. The burly man glared at Jiang Xiaoyu, his irritation palpable. If you're so confident, why don't you participate and show me, he taunted. Chapter 65 The troublemaking woman I was also planning to attend. Jiang Xiaoyu replied, preparing to sign up with Xiaojiu. Damn it, this kid truly has no trace of modesty. The burly man watched Jiang Xiaoyu's departing figure, then glanced at the stunning Xiaojiu beside her, cursing under his breath that the girl must be blind. Mo Yan, peak first-level soul master. Suddenly, the middle-aged man who had been hosting shouted loudly, these individuals must declare their cultivation level upon registration. Miss Mo Yan, achieving peak first-level soul master at such a young age, her future is limitless. People exclaimed in admiration, their eyes brimming with envy. Chen Shang, second-level soul master. Chen Shang, also a scion of a prominent local family in Mo City, a second-level soul master. Isn't that comparable to a martial artist at the martial spirit realm? Although he is slightly older, already 20, he is nonetheless quite formidable. He is indeed a strong contender this time. Despite Chen Shang's soul power being merely at the water drop level, his age and extensive training time have allowed him to reach the second-level soul master rank, making him a formidable rival. After completing his registration, Chen Shang hurried to Mo Yan's side and initiated a conversation. Naturally, most of the dialogue was from Chen Shang, with Mo Yan responding only occasionally and somewhat indifferently. It is said that Chen Shang has been pursuing the Miss of the Mo family, yet Mo Yan has been consistently unresponsive. After all, Miss Mo Yan possesses exceptional talent and a prestigious lineage, far surpassing Chen Shang.
As time passed, several others registered, but they were all merely ordinary first-level soul masters without notable family backgrounds, failing to spark any discussion among the onlookers. Finally, it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn, and he slowly approached the registration desk.
Wow, this kid really came to sign up. He truly is bold. The burly man who had mocked Jiang Xiaoyu earlier thought he was merely joking, never expecting him to actually follow through. Yu Shaoxing, second-level soul master, the host announced Jiang Xiaoyu's cultivation level loudly, causing an uproar among the crowd. This youth appears so young, yet he has reached the second-level soul master rank? Although Jiang Xiaoyu had altered his appearance to appear more ordinary, his age still seemed comparable to before. What? He actually possesses second-level soul master abilities. The burly man was even more astonished, recalling Jiang Xiaoyu's previous words, realizing that he was not merely boasting but speaking the truth. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. The burly man now felt somewhat awkward, relieved that no one had noticed his earlier comments. This young man must be an outsider. I have never seen him in Mo City. It is likely, otherwise, with such talent, he would have already gained fame. The crowd began to discuss Jiang Xiaoyu. A second-level soul master, Mo Yan was equally astonished. Her soul power talent had always been among the best in Mo City, which made her quite proud. However, this seemingly unremarkable youth, who was about her age, possessed second-level cultivation, implying that his soul power talent might surpass her own Zhanghe level? Impossible. Mo Yan shook her head. If he were indeed stronger than Zhanghe level, he would at least be at the ocean level. Such soul power talent could not possibly emerge from a small place like Mo City. It would have been snatched away by major powers long ago. Nonetheless, she was intrigued by Jiang Xiaoyu and walked directly over to greet him. Hello, Yu Shaoxing, Mo Yan said with a smile. This scene instantly stirred the audience into a frenzy. What the heck, is this really the goddess Mo Yan? Wasn't she said to never interact with men? Now she is taking the initiative to greet someone? Moreover, this kid looks rather unfortunate. I can hardly bear to look. The murmurs of envy rippled through the crowd, particularly from Chen Shang, whose eyes were practically ablaze with jealousy. Just moments ago, he had attempted to engage Mo Yan in conversation, but she had barely acknowledged him. Now, she was proactively speaking to another man, and that fellow looked so ordinary. Hello, Jiang Xiaoyu replied coolly, wanting to avoid excessive entanglements with Mo Yan. He had concluded that beautiful women often bring trouble. Xiaojiu was already someone he could not escape for the time being. He had no desire to engage further with other women. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's aloof demeanor, Mo Yan was somewhat taken aback. Every man in Mo City had always been fervently enthusiastic towards her. this was the first time someone had treated her with such indifference. Suddenly, Mo Yan noticed Xiaojiu beside Jiang Xiaoyu, clad in a simple little dress, even without makeup, yet somehow exuding an astonishing charm. The girl's beauty was such that even Mo Yan had to concede that she was slightly more alluring than herself. Upon noticing Mo Yan's gaze upon her, Xiaojiu smiled sweetly at Jiang Xiaoyu and instinctively grasped his hand. Observing Xiaojiu's demeanor and reaction, Mo Yan understood everything. With a clingy and attractive girlfriend, it was no wonder this young man displayed such indifference. He clearly held no interest in her. However, the more this was the case, the more Mo Yan found herself intrigued by Jiang Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaojing, if I am not mistaken, you must possess Jianghe level soul power talent, correct? Mo Yan inquired again. Roughly so. Jiang Xiaoyu felt that this woman was truly annoying and intended to respond casually. Xiao Yan, what are you discussing with this country bumpkin? He is not worthy of speaking with you. Just then, Chen Sheng could no longer contain himself and rushed over. To him, Jiang Xiaoyu's appearance, attire, and demeanor all screamed of the lowest class, clearly someone from the countryside. Chen Sheng, I have already told you not to call me Xiao Yan. Mo Yan was evidently annoyed, but her irritation stemmed not from Chen Sheng's denigration of Jiang Xiaoyu but rather from his use of the nickname. She intended to use the sycophantic Chen Sheng to probe Jiang Xiaoyu's true abilities. Jiang Xiaoyu also discerned Mo Yan's intentions, thinking to himself that this woman was not to be trusted. He had no desire to waste time on such trivial matters. He merely wanted to obtain the 7th level spirit herb and depart swiftly, wishing to ignore the two of them. Stop. At that moment, Chen Sheng suddenly blocked Jiang Xiaoyu's path. Kid, I advise you to keep your distance from my Xiao Yan. Be mindful of your own status. Chen Sheng spoke in a tone reminiscent of a newly wealthy individual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to slap this guy across the face. Why must there always be such pretentious individuals around? Of course, with so many people present, Jiang Xiaoyu did not wish to cause trouble and refrained from acting on his impulse. Just as he was about to turn back and retort, an awkward moment ensued. Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a segment of the Gangnam Style dance. Completion reward: a fire control talent maxed. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead in exasperation. You might as well rename it the social death system. For crying out loud, Jiang Xiaoyu muttered under his breath, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he boldly strode to the center of the venue. Chapter 66 and Mastery of Fire Control. Appa Jiangnan Style. As the system's melody resonated in his mind, Jiang Xiaoyu began to perform that awkward dance. What on earth is wrong with that guy? Is he provoked by Chen Sheng? For a moment, the entire audience cast peculiar glances at Jiang Xiaoyu, with only Xiaojiu vaguely suspecting that Jiang Xiaoyu's old habits had resurfaced. I thought he was some aloof character, but it turns out he is just a reserved flirt. Meanwhile, Mo Yan chuckled at the scene. Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier serious demeanor was in stark contrast to his current antics. This brat doesn't take my words to heart at all. How infuriating. Chen Sheng, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's embarrassing dance, felt humiliated and vowed to teach Jiang Xiaoyu a lesson later. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward mastery of fire control. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu concluded his performance. What a timely reward. If Jiang Xiaoyu was not mistaken, this fire control ability was essential for alchemy, and he never expected the system to grant it to him so swiftly. That mortifying display was not in vain. Ahem, I was merely caught up in the moment. Performing on a whim, Jiang Xiaoyu approached Xiaojiu and addressed the onlookers with their strange gazes. Kid, stay away from me. Chen Sheng stepped forward, intent on reprimanding Jiang Xiaoyu. Get lost. Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of engaging with such a bitter rival, swiftly retorting, nearly provoking Chen Sheng to a fit of rage. Just as Chen Sheng prepared to erupt, the host's voice rang out. All participants in the selection competition, please come to the center of the stage. After arranging Xiaojiu in the front row of the audience, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way over. He observed that this time, including himself, there were a total of 10 soul masters participating in the selection competition. With a population of several 100,000 in Mo City, only this few soul masters had shown up, demonstrating their scarcity. Moreover, among these individuals, only Jiang Xiaoyu and Chen Sheng were at the second level of soul mastery. Of course, alchemical talent is unrelated to soul mastery. This alchemist selection competition comprised 3 rounds. The first round would assess everyone as fire control talent. An exceptional alchemist must possess outstanding fire control skills. Shortly, each of you will receive a fire control technique. This is specifically designed by our alchemist guild to test fire control talent. Depending on the level of fire control talent, the color exhibited after using this technique will vary. There are 4 grades: white, yellow, blue, and purple, the latter being the highest. Once the host finished speaking, staff members delivered the techniques to the 10 participants. You all have 20 minutes to master it. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the technique in his hand, and after just a cursory look, he felt as if he had wielded this fire control technique for many years.
He discreetly opened his palm and began to gather flames, and soon, a violet flame appeared in his palm. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily extinguished the flame. This is the manifestation of a fully mastered fire control talent, effortlessly conjuring the highest level violet flame. It was completely devoid of difficulty. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the other competitors. Some were furrowing their brows, deep in thought, while others appeared relaxed and self-assured. Mo Yan and Chen Sheng wore expressions of confidence, still contemplating their strategies. Only Jiang Xiaoyu was distracted, having merely glanced at the technique.
Look at that Yu Shaojing, just idling away. An audience member noted Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor.
Ah, he must have realized he has no clue about the technique and given up.
Someone sighed, lamenting that Jiang Xiaoyu, a second-level soul master, surprisingly lacked any alchemical talent. What a waste. I thought he was a promising young man. Even the host from the Alchemist Guild shook his head upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's current state. Either he couldn't understand it at all, or he had completely mastered it without needing to look. Completely mastered? How could that be? Soon, the 20 minutes elapsed, and emotions varied among the participants. Now, each individual would take turns showcasing their results. As the host's voice faded, Chen Sheng was the first to leap forward.
I'll go first.
Let me set the example for everyone.
Chen Sheng appeared exceedingly confident. As he activated the technique, a cluster of yellow flames gradually formed in his palm.
Yellow flames, quite impressive.
The judges from the Alchemist Guild nodded in approval upon seeing the yellow flames. Typically, being able to produce yellow flames indicates potential to become a standard alchemist. Who would have thought that Chen Sheng possessed such talent? It seems the Chen family might soon boast an alchemist.
Indeed, I thought he was just a spoiled brat. The audience murmured praises for Chen Sheng.
Kid, did you see that? This is my talent. No matter how good your soul power talent is, you won't become an alchemist.
Chen Sheng even made a point to strut in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, gloating, as he had clearly observed Jiang Xiaoyu's earlier demeanor, which indicated he lacked any alchemical talent.
Jiang Xiaoyu merely rolled his eyes, disregarding the taunts. Next, most participants began to demonstrate, but the results were largely unremarkable, with the majority summoning standard white flames. In fact, one individual couldn't even manage to produce white flames and awkwardly exited the stage. Now it was Mo Yan's turn. It was uncertain how her fire control talent would fare. Although she possessed river-level soul power talent, alchemy and soul power talent were unrelated. I suspect she would likely only conjure white flames as well. Mo Yan's entrance ignited murmurs among the audience. As she was a focal figure in Mo City, calmly, she stepped to the center of the stage and swiftly executed the technique, summoning yellow flames in her palm.
Moreover, the flames were distinctly deep yellow, far more visually appealing than Chen Sheng's.
Wow, not only is she from a good family and stunningly beautiful, but her fire control talent is exceptional too.
Mo Yan is truly impressive.
I fear the gap between us will only widen. A burly man, picking his nose, appeared regretful. So close, she almost broke through to blue flames.
On the judges' panel, several elder alchemists were visibly impressed.
Mo Yan had exceeded their expectations. Her fire control talent was even stronger than that of some judges in their youth. Seeing the audience's admiration, Mo Yan strutted toward Jiang Xiaoyu like a proud peacock. What do you think of my fire control talent? With a hint of arrogance, she recalled how Jiang Xiaoyu had previously ignored her, clearly seeking a bit of revenge.
Just average, Jiang Xiaoyu replied impatiently, finding her superiority complex utterly tedious.
She is about to embarrass herself and still has the audacity to act tough. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's indifferent demeanor, Mo Yan began to resent him, realizing he had no talent yet still dismissed her as mediocre.
Wasn't he just an average Joe?
Last contestant, please showcase your abilities.
With the host's voice resounding, Jiang Xiaoyu slowly made his way to the center stage. Chapter 67 The Mastery of Herb Identification. The ascent of Jiang Xiaoyu went largely unnoticed by the crowd.
To them, it seemed highly probable that he would fail to conjure even a white flame. Retreating in disgrace, I am eager to see how he will maintain his bravado once he is unable to summon any fire. Mo Yan appeared to envision Jiang Xiaoyu's impending humiliation. In the center of the arena, Jiang Xiaoyu did not even invoke a spell. The flames materialized as if they were pets he had nurtured. A white flame, to think he could actually summon fire, how rare! The onlookers expressed their astonishment at the white flame in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. It is merely a white flame. Who does he think he is, speaking so boldly to me? Mo Yan detested men who flaunted their prowess. Truly pathetic. Just a white flame. Chen Sheng spat in disdain. Suddenly, the white flame in Jiang Xiaoyu's palm transformed into yellow. Before the crowd could fully absorb their astonishment, the yellow flame instantaneously morphed into blue. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaoyu's flame stabilized at a brilliant blue. This was a deliberate display controlled by Jiang Xiaoyu. Had he revealed a purple flame, it would have undoubtedly caused unnecessary trouble. It was wiser to remain low-key.
The audience was momentarily stunned, before erupting into a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, is this even possible? The flame can change colors? Blue, what level of skill does that represent? Passers-by recognized that blue flames are impressive but lacked knowledge of the true significance. Just look over there, someone pointed towards the judges' panel, where the alchemist stood in shock, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu. As the saying goes, an expert recognizes the craft. These judges understood the profound implications of a blue flame. Aside from the headquarters, every branch president of the Alchemist Guild had originally possessed blue-level fire control talents. This implied that Jiang Xiaoyu might very well ascend to the rank of branch president in the future. Both Chen Sheng and Mo Yan were left speechless by the revelation. I refuse to accept this. I suspect the flames of this young man are suspect. He clearly did not study the incantations thoroughly. Suddenly, Chen Sheng shouted towards the judges' panel. Many shared his doubts, including the judges themselves. Patience, let me investigate. An elderly man from the judges' panel approached, eager to ascertain the authenticity of the flames. The elder scrutinized the blue fire in Jiang Xiaoyu's palm, then stood up to announce, this contestant's flames are entirely genuine. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng nearly erupted with rage. Boy, you must have employed some sort of cheating technique.
Chen Sheng, still unconvinced, confronted Jiang Xiaoyu with hostility.
Enough, if you continue to create a disturbance, your qualifications for the competition will be revoked, an elder from the judges' panel admonished Chen Sheng. Jiang Xiaoyu had become their focal point. Should his other two talents prove commendable, he would undoubtedly be a key figure in the future of the Alchemist Guild. Yu Shaojing, I apologize. I was wrong. Mo Yan approached Jiang Xiaoyu, intending to offer an apology, recognizing that he might become an exceptional alchemist. Jiang Xiaoyu merely cast her a fleeting glance, unwilling to engage in conversation, perceiving her as nothing but a scheming opportunist with an audacious facade. As Jiang Xiaoyu disregarded her, Mo Yan's ire surged. With her haughty disposition, she had humbled herself to apologize, only for Jiang Xiaoyu to treat her with such disdain. This was more painful than insults. Did she not even register in his eyes? Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Mo Yan's expression darkened, lost in her thoughts. All contestants, take a brief respite, the second round of testing will commence shortly. Everyone understood that elixirs are primarily crafted from spiritual herbs and various materials. As alchemists, we engage with numerous spiritual herbs daily, thus, an exceptional alchemist must possess a unique sensitivity towards these herbs. This round of testing aims to evaluate whether participants can accurately identify spiritual herbs. Soon, the staff distributed 3 bundles of spiritual herbs to each contestant. Among these 3 bundles, only 3 herbs were genuine. Contestants were tasked with identifying these 3 authentic herbs within a 20-minute time limit. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at the 3 large bundles of herbs, momentarily bewildered. Each bundle contained hundreds of identical herbs, making it a daunting task to discern the authentic ones. Furthermore, even the counterfeit herbs had been specially treated by the Alchemist Guild, making them indistinguishable from the real deal. Jiang Xiaoyu began to examine the herbs meticulously when, suddenly, he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Although faint, he could discern the differences. This must be the genuine aroma of a spiritual herb. Just as he was about to identify the authentic herbs, an announcement rang out. Ding, self-imposed task initiated. 5 minutes of yoga, completion reward or mastery of herb identification. Jiang Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to the system's antics and sighed, promptly beginning his yoga practice nearby.
What is Yu Shaojing doing? Those bizarre movements look so embarrassing.
Who knows, perhaps this individual is employing an unconventional method. This time, no one assumed Jiang Xiaoyu had given up on the competition, rather, they regarded him with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. The other contestants were struggling to differentiate the herbs, many at a complete loss, while some watched Jiang Xiaoyu, curious to see what methods this audacious youth would employ. In this regard, Mo Yan possessed considerable talent. She had already discovered the secret to identifying the spiritual herbs and would likely pinpoint the genuine ones soon. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarded mastery of herb identification. As Jiang Xiaoyu rose, he instantly recognized the 3 distinctive genuine herbs. It required no special techniques whatsoever. Judges, I have found them. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu presented the 3 herbs he had identified, proclaiming loudly. His declaration sent shockwaves through the other contestants. Only 10 minutes had elapsed, an elderly judge hurried down to inspect Jiang Xiaoyu's herbs. Yu Shaojing, all 3 herbs identified, full marks, the judge announced loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. With this proclamation, the entire arena erupted in envy towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Those contestants who had been utterly clueless about identifying the herbs were now in a state of panic. I see now, after performing those peculiar movements, Yu Shaojing immediately identified the herbs. It must be some unique technique for discerning spiritual herbs. At this moment, even if they continued their search, most would likely remain unsuccessful, leaving them to ponder alternative methods. These contestants were all soul masters, possessing excellent memories. They had committed Jiang Xiaoyu's recent actions to memory. Forget it, I shall give it a try. Just then, the first contestant began to mimic Jiang Xiaoyu's movements, engaging in yoga. Soon after, the second and third contestants followed suit. In an instant, the arena transformed into a bizarre scene, with numerous contestants practicing yoga. Chapter 68 Pinnacle of Alchemical Talent. Could it be that everyone believes they can succeed like Yu Shaojing, merely by performing some peculiar gestures? The audience, observing the contestants' comical antics, could not suppress their laughter. In truth, with Jiang Xiaoyu's innate talent, even if Mo Yan had received assistance from the system just moments ago, he would have been able to identify that spirit herb, albeit with a bit more time required. Ultimately, Qin Sheng managed to recognize one spirit herb, while Mo Yan identified two, and the rest met with complete failure in this second round. It must be said, Mo Yan possesses some skill, though his arrogance is rather off-putting. How could it be that this fellow has such a remarkable talent for identifying herbs? Thanks to a stroke of luck, Qin Sheng barely managed to locate one spirit herb, while Jiang Xiaoyu found all of them within mere minutes. This was an entirely different caliber. Especially when Qin Sheng witnessed the peculiar gaze Mo Yan cast upon Jiang Xiaoyu, he felt an overwhelming urge to stab Jiang Xiaoyu on the spot. After this round concluded, Mo Yan began to reassess his opinion of Jiang Xiaoyu. It turned out he was genuinely capable. No wonder he had been so indifferent towards him. Such is the nature of geniuses growing up in Mo City. This was the first time Mo Yan encountered someone of similar age but with significantly superior talent. From that moment on, the way Mo Yan regarded Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into something rather intriguing. Congratulations to the three of you for reaching the final round of the alchemist selection. To have come this far is ample proof of your potential to become alchemists. This final round will most directly showcase your talents. The challenge this time is alchemy. As the hostess' words echoed throughout the venue, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd, including Jiang Xiaoyu and the others. It is well known that even true alchemists cannot achieve a 100% success rate in their craft, and now, the competition involves alchemy. Of course, you are not required to produce a complete elixir. Even if you end up with a mere residue, it matters not. What we wish to observe is the extent of your capabilities. The host, well aware of the audience's bewilderment, provided this clarification. Before long, staff members brought forth 3 alchemical furnaces, accompanied by various materials. The steps for the alchemical process were clearly outlined, and the 3 contestants simply needed to follow along. The elixir to be concocted this time was the most ordinary chi-boosting elixir. You have 1 hour. With the host's announcement, both Qin Sheng and Mo Yan began to nervously scrutinize the alchemical procedures. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, merely cast a casual glance, showing little concern. After all, he had come solely to procure a 7th-level spirit herb, the Tianhai flower, not to aspire to become an alchemist. The elixirs rewarded by the system, he had yet to consume in their entirety. Look at that Yu Shaojing, standing there motionless. Could it be he is already confident in his success? I find it highly probable, given that this fellow seldom follows the conventional path. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng and Mo Yan were already in a flurry, sweat streaming down their brows. Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to begin, eager to assess his own alchemical talent. Ding! The self-discipline time has concluded. Hostess self-discipline task issued. Carry the alchemical furnace and run 5 laps around the venue. Task completion reward alchemical talent at maximum level. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu rolled his eyes, finding the system increasingly absurd. He glanced at the alchemical furnace, noting it was merely made of ordinary steel. It should not be heavy, given his current physical strength. Lifting it should be a breeze. What is that Yu Shaojing doing? Is he really lifting the alchemical furnace? Jiang Xiaoyu's actions quickly captured the attention of the crowd. Even the judges from the Alchemist Guild stood up in astonishment, their eyes fixed on him. After hoisting the furnace, Jiang Xiaoyu weighed it in his hands and found it to be just right. He then placed it on his shoulder and began to jog slowly. This display opened the eyes of everyone present. What on earth is he attempting? The competition area is quite spacious, and Jiang Xiaoyu, with the alchemical furnace on his shoulder, headed toward the edge of the venue. Goodness, this lad can't possibly intend to carry the alchemical furnace home in front of us. One judge stood up. This was the only possibility he could conceive, albeit rather far-fetched. As soon as these words were spoken, several staff members rushed out to intercept Jiang Xiaoyu. Young man, you cannot simply carry the alchemical furnace away. If you truly desire one, we can discuss it amicably. Hearing the staff's remarks, Jiang Xiaoyu nearly dropped the furnace from his shoulder, realizing they were mistaking him for a thief. I am employing a rather unique alchemical technique. Do not mind me, Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a grin, leaving the staff momentarily taken aback. Indeed, some alchemists do possess rather peculiar methods, but one has never witnessed anyone running while carrying an alchemical furnace. However, since Jiang Xiaoyu had stated it so, the staff could not impede him further and allowed him to continue on his way. As he passed by Qin Sheng and Mo Yan's alchemical furnaces, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned in to take a look, inciting Qin Sheng's ire as he carried the furnace over to mock him, asking if he was some carbon-based lifeform. Conversely, Mo Yan remained unfazed, continuing to follow the steps diligently. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the self-discipline task, reward alchemical talent at maximum level. After placing the alchemical furnace down, Jiang Xiaoyu heard the system's voice. At this moment, gazing at the various herbs beside him, he did not even glance at the alchemical steps. A flawless method for concocting a chi-boosting elixir materialized in his mind. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, blue flames emanating from his palms, seemingly guided by purpose, flying directly beneath the alchemical furnace. As for the herbs, Jiang Xiaoyu disregarded the order and tossed them all into the furnace in one go, leaving the judges speechless. Such a casual approach to alchemy was unprecedented. Had he truly given up? Is he merely making a mess? As time ticked away, the moment to open the furnace arrived. An hour was up. Time to verify the elixirs. As the host's words came to a close, several judges descended to inspect the alchemical results. Qin Sheng, completion rate 1/10. After inspecting the dregs in the furnace, a judge announced loudly. Qin Sheng, standing aside, wore a grim expression, unable to believe he had achieved only 1/10 of the task. In truth, this was already the average level for many novices. Mo Yan, completion rate 1/4. Upon hearing Mo Yan's results, many judges nodded in silent approval. Although his completion rate was merely 1/4, it was nonetheless indicative of some talent. Finally, it was Jiang Xiaoyu's turn, and everyone eagerly anticipated how far he would progress. One judge approached and slowly lifted the lid of the furnace. Just then, the alchemical furnace began to tremble violently, as if something extraordinary was about to occur. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the alchemical furnace exploded. Chapter 69 Achievement of Purpose. This unforeseen turn of events took everyone by surprise. The judge closest to the alchemy furnace was left with a frizzled hairdo. Jiang Xiaoyu, your alchemy attempt has failed, one judge announced, unable to conceal his disappointment. To have caused an explosion in the alchemy furnace was an utter waste, especially after such a commendable performance in the previous rounds. It was simply too hard to accept. An explosion of the alchemy furnace can typically be attributed to one of two scenarios. Either a complete lack of alchemical talent leading to reckless operation, or the successful creation of a high-grade elixir that the furnace could not accommodate, resulting in an inadvertent explosion. However, the latter was utterly implausible. There had never been any reports of a novice successfully concocting a high-grade elixir on their very first attempt. Boy, regardless of how well you performed earlier, your true colors have finally been revealed. A useless person is a useless person. Qin Sheng remarked with satisfaction, reveling in the destruction of Jiang Xiaoyu's alchemy furnace, finally venting his pent-up frustration. You have greatly disappointed me, Yu Shaojian. Mo Yan added, without a shred of restraint. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged his shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless. Were these people blind? Had they not noticed the small, round elixir nestled amidst the debris of the exploded furnace? Wait, something's not right. Look over there, exclaimed an astute judge, who had finally spotted something unusual. Upon his alert, everyone turned their attention to the small object, which was obscured by the ash and debris. One judge picked up the object and cleaned it, plunging the room into 3 seconds of stunned silence. By the heavens! This is an intact elixir, exclaimed the judge. Yu Shaojian has actually produced a complete elixir. The audience struggled to comprehend this astonishing reality. Could it be possible for someone to concoct a flawless elixir on their very first attempt? To describe such a feat as genius would be an understatement. Bring Yu Shaojian in. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. At the sound of this command, all the judges stood at attention, while a staff member hurried over to escort Jiang Xiaoyu to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Jiang Xiaoyu could easily surmise that his remarkable display had captured the attention of some influential figure. Sure enough, upon arriving at the guild's office, an elderly man with a white beard was already there, having brewed a pot of tea in anticipation of his arrival. Young friend, please take a seat, the elder greeted warmly. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu complied, eager to hear what the old man had to say. Is it true that this is your first attempt at alchemy? The elder held up the elixir Jiang Xiaoyu had just created, his astonishment barely contained. Indeed, it is my first attempt, Jiang Xiaoyu affirmed, speaking the truth. While many prodigies can manage to create a complete elixir on their first try, producing a perfect grade, 9th-tier vitality elixir on your debut is truly extraordinary. The elder scrutinized the elixir in his hand, unable to fathom how a novice could achieve such a remarkable outcome, something even seasoned alchemists struggle to replicate. It was merely a coincidence, Jiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. Had he not held back slightly, producing an immaculate-grade elixir, the elder would likely have questioned his own existence.
My young friend, you are undoubtedly a rare talent in the world of alchemy.
The elder, visibly excited, grasped Jiang Xiaoyu's hand.
Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Lin Beidou, president of the Mo City branch of the Alchemist Guild, and a 6th-tier alchemist. If you so desire, I can recommend you directly to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild to become a disciple of one of the guild's esteemed masters. Lin Beidou understood that someone with such talent as Jiang Xiaoyu would not be easily retained in a small branch like Mo City. Such a prodigy would surely receive the finest training at headquarters. Thank you for your kind offer, President Lin, but I have no intentions of pursuing that path, Jiang Xiaoyu politely declined, recognizing the familiar script.
No intentions?
My young friend, your alchemical talent is a divine gift. To forsake such an opportunity would be a grave waste.
Lin Beidou assessed Jiang Xiaoyu, surmising that he was also adept in martial arts.
Ultimately, Jiang Xiaoyu respectfully declined, confident in his maxed-out alchemical talent granted by the system. As long as his soul power kept pace, with the right formulas and materials, there was no elixir he could not concoct. Did he really need a mentor? Lin Beidou, however, was not easily dissuaded. He continued to hold Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, passionately extolling the virtues of alchemy for quite some time, but to no avail. Actually, I entered this competition to acquire a 7th-tier spiritual herb, the Tianhai flower, Jiang Xiaoyu admitted somewhat sheepishly.
What?
Just that little matter. The Alchemist Guild may lack many things, but we have an abundance of spiritual herbs. Lin Beidou exclaimed, promptly retrieving 3 Tianhai flowers from his spatial ring and presenting them to Jiang Xiaoyu.
Since you are adamant about not joining our Alchemist Guild, I will not press the issue. Here is my business card. Should you ever reconsider or require assistance in the future, feel free to contact me. I have a good feeling about you.
Lin Beidou said, handing Jiang Xiaoyu a card and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder.
Thank you for your kindness, Elder Lin. I shall gladly accept.
Jiang Xiaoyu replied, taking both the card and the herbs without reservation. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed an alchemy furnace in the corner, surrounded by various spiritual herbs. The moment he laid eyes on them, his mind conjured a formula for a new elixir. The brilliance of his maxed-out alchemical talent was truly remarkable. He had not anticipated that the old man was so engrossed in alchemy that he would not even spare his office from the endeavor.
Elder Lin, if I am not mistaken, you appear to be working on improving the rejuvenation pill, correct? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. How did you know? Lin Beidou's interest was piqued.
Indeed, he had been attempting to enhance the rejuvenation pill for some time. If successful, its efficacy would surpass previous iterations by several folds. Alas, despite his extensive efforts, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Elder Lin, perhaps substituting the flowerless herb with the 100 elder root would yield better results, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, a result derived from his unparalleled alchemical insight.
Replace the flowerless herb with the 100 elder root?
Of course, how could I have overlooked that? The 100 elder root possesses a milder attribute. Lin Beidou exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he rushed to the alchemy furnace to begin his work. Not wanting to intrude, Jiang Xiaoyu quietly exited, satisfied that he had fulfilled his purpose and repaid Lin Beidou's kindness. Upon returning to the competition venue, Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that both Chen Shang and Mo Yan had successfully become alchemist apprentices. Though their talents paled in comparison to his, it was still a commendable achievement relative to the average person.
Where have you been, you rascal?
Chen Shang rushed over to Jiang Xiaoyu the moment he spotted him. Chapter 70:2 Resounding slaps. In response to Chen Shang's inquiry, Jiang Xiaoyu felt utterly baffled, and without hesitation, retorted with a sharp national essence, you fool. Chen Shang, upon hearing this, was so enraged that his teeth chattered. Very well, you have guts, he thought, casting a venomous glare at Jiang Xiaoyu's departing figure, lost in his own thoughts.
Yu Shaojian, would you like to join me for dinner at my residence tonight? Mo Yan approached with a smile.
Although he was unaware of the benefits Jiang Xiaoyu had gained inside, his status as a prodigy in alchemy was undeniable, making him a talent worth befriending. Furthermore, despite the boy's unremarkable appearance, there was an inexplicable charm about him that captivated her. This was indeed the first time Mo Yan had taken the initiative to invite a man to her home. Even Chen Shang, who had pursued her for years, had never received such treatment.
Seeing this, Chen Shang's animosity towards Jiang Xiaoyu deepened. I won't go.
Jiang Xiaoyu replied curtly, harboring no fondness for a girl like Mo Yan, who was anything but innocent. Upon hearing those two words, Mo Yan's expression shifted from a warm smile to a dark scowl. How could she, the little princess of Mo City, be rejected when she had extended an invitation? The more she thought about it, the more her initial fondness for Jiang Xiaoyu morphed into resentment.
I will make you aware of the consequences of rejecting me. Mo Yan's gaze turned sinister, her mind swirling with thoughts. Having achieved his objective, Jiang Xiaoyu made his way towards the audience, preparing to leave with Xiaozhou. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaoyu descending, Xiaozhou eagerly approached him. She had not anticipated that he possessed alchemical talents. She had heard of human elixirs, rumored to be immensely beneficial for cultivation. The spectators around them cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaoyu, some even itching to befriend a future genius alchemist. Just then, an unexpected figure approached him. Li Chang? Indeed, it was Li Chang leading a group of students from the Qinglong Martial Academy. Having heard about the alchemist selection event, they had come to witness it, only to bear witness to the emergence of a prodigious alchemist. Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed. The disguise granted by the system was flawless. He spotted and ran in the crowd, her eyes red and swollen, her face a picture of despair. It seemed she had believed Jiang Xiaoyu had perished in the Tianqing forest and was mourning him. Hello, brother you. Li Chang greeted Jiang Xiaoyu enthusiastically, oblivious to the true identity of the person before him. To become a formidable martial artist, one must seize every opportunity that could aid in their growth. Li Chang contemplated that befriending this young alchemical genius would undoubtedly be a significant boost in his future. May I inquire your name? To avoid recognition, Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately altered his voice, deepening it somewhat. I am Li Chang, a student of the Qinglong Martial Academy in Zhang City. I noticed your impressive display, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Li Chang spoke with an air of confidence, purposefully showcasing his distinguished demeanor. Oh, Brother Li, what a pleasure. Jiang Xiaoyu extended his hand to shake Li Chang's, exuding warmth. Observing Li Chang's demeanor, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Seeing the alchemical genius so eager to befriend him filled Li Chang with a touch of pride, convinced that this prodigy recognized his own remarkable qualities. Before Li Chang could process the situation, Jiang Xiaoyu delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. The scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What in the world? Li Chang was momentarily stunned, then felt a sharp sting on his cheeks. Instantly, he was ready to explode. He had never been slapped like this before. Even if you are a genius alchemist, that does not grant you immunity. Ah, Brother Li, you must have misunderstood. This is a customary gesture of friendship from my homeland. A couple of slaps signify my acknowledgement of you. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily feigned an apologetic demeanor, seizing the opportunity to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Li Chang was once again taken aback. Was this truly a form of etiquette? Observing the expression of the alchemical genius, it appeared he was sincere. You are too harsh, brother you, I merely did not react in time. He smiled, unfazed. The world is vast, and every place has its unique customs. I can understand, thank you for recognizing me as a friend. Li Chang spoke with an air of dignity, showing no signs of embarrassment. Even Jiang Xiaoyu secretly admired Li Chang for managing to utter such lofty words after being slapped. He mused that perhaps he should have slapped him a few more times. In the end, Li Chang exchanged phone numbers with Jiang Xiaoyu. Of course, the number Jiang Xiaoyu provided was fictitious. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Xiaoyu remained acutely aware of An Ran, who was sobbing quietly in the background. It was likely that the news of his supposed demise had profoundly affected her, given their long-standing companionship. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly lost his appetite. What was going on? Could a mere title as a handsome genius hold such allure? Had he truly become so oblivious to his own charm? If it were any other man, hearing such words from a girl as beautiful as Xiaozhou would surely have them grinning in their dreams. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu found women to be troublesome, especially the beautiful ones. He intended to counsel Xiaozhou, but the girl was engrossed in her meal, completely ignoring him. It appeared she was intent on sticking to him. However, leaving a lovely girl of over a decade in such a predicament was something Jiang Xiaoyu could not bring himself to do. He resolved to take her along for the time being, planning to devise another strategy later. Xiaozhou's bright eyes darted towards Jiang Xiaoyu, catching sight of his troubled expression, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Having just arrived in the human realm, it was certainly more advantageous to have someone guide her, especially when he provided free meals. Moreover, this Jiang Xiaoyu was quite intriguing. She yearned to spend more time with him. Later that night, as Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiaozhou returned to their hotel room, he sensed something amiss. The usually bustling hotel was eerily silent, and an unusual scent lingered in the air. You Xiaojian? Come with me. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu turned on the room light, he found a figure clad in black robes standing there. Mo Yan's associates. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately thought of that headstrong girl. She indeed possessed such capabilities. My lady requests your presence at the Mo residence, the figure stated without reservation, revealing his origins. In Mo City, the Mo family wielded considerable influence, leaving little room for concern.
Chapter 71 Eliminating the Black-Robed Man. What if I choose not to go? The lady mentioned that even bringing back a cripple or a corpse would suffice. The black-robed man was exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had merely declined Mo Yan's request, yet this woman actually sought his life. In Mo City, offending someone from the Mo clan means you're on a perilous path. The black-robed man sneered as he drew a sharp dagger from his cloak. Sensing the danger, Jiang Xiaoyu hastily gestured for Xiaojiu to take cover nearby. Although he possessed a treasure that rendered him fearless against the black-robed man, he could not afford to let Xiaojiu come to harm. You, young man, I am aware of your prowess as a second-tier soul master. However, the lady has bestowed upon me a treasure, rendering your soul power attacks utterly futile before me. Surrender willingly. The black-robed man chuckled while pulling back his cloak, revealing a bizarre helmet upon his head, likely a treasure designed to defend against soul power. Being a first-tier martial spirit realm expert himself, coupled with this artifact, he was more than equipped to deal with a mere youth. Oh, is that so? That sounds rather impressive. Jiang Xiaoyu discerned that the helmet was indeed a treasure, and he couldn't help but acknowledge the thorough preparations made by Mo Yan. However, his strongest combat method remained his martial prowess. Soul power attack, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, simultaneously forming a spell gesture to feign a struggle, all the while not actually using any soul power. By the heavens, it's true, my soul power attack is indeed ineffective against you. Jiang Xiaoyu feigned a look of terror and helplessness, beginning to retreat. Haha, controlling you is as easy as handling a chick. The black-robed man laughed heartily, slowly advancing towards Jiang Xiaoyu, intent on humiliating this so-called genius alchemist. Surely, Mo Yan would reward him handsomely for this. Come now. Continue your attacks, genius soul master, genius alchemist, strike me. The black-robed man leaned in, adopting a smug expression. At 40 years of age, he had only reached the first tier of the martial spirit realm, lacking any real potential for advancement, which fueled his resentment towards these so-called geniuses. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to vent his frustrations. Without soul power, you are but a waste. As the black-robed man drew ever closer, Jiang Xiaoyu secretly gathered his strength. Boom! With a surge of power, Jiang Xiaoyu's right fist sent the black-robed man flying 5 meters away. You are at least a 9th-tier martial disciple. The black-robed man's left cheek was left swollen from the blow, yet as a martial spirit realm cultivator, he merely sustained superficial injuries. He stared in astonishment at Jiang Xiaoyu before him. Though he had speculated Jiang Xiaoyu might also be a martial artist, he had assumed the youth was at most at the 4th or 5th tier of martial disciple. After all, no one could attain the 2nd tier of soul mastery at such a young age while simultaneously cultivating martial arts to a high level. To his surprise, the young man before him was indeed a rare talent capable of mastering both soul and martial arts without neglecting either. Then I shall hold nothing back. The dominating hammer. The black-robed man bellowed as a phantom hammer materialized behind him, ready to summon his martial spirit and swiftly eliminate Jiang Xiaoyu. Come at me. Seeing the black-robed man summon his martial spirit invigorated Jiang Xiaoyu. He had been anticipating this moment. Little sparrow, it's your turn to act. Jiang Xiaoyu began to communicate with his little sparrow martial spirit, hoping it would devour the hammer as it had done previously. Yet this time, the little sparrow martial spirit did not respond, remaining unresponsive despite Jiang Xiaoyu's coaxing. Damn it, are you trying to betray me? Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback by the unreliability of his little sparrow at such a critical moment. Haha, I never imagined I, old 8, would personally eliminate a genius today. How exhilarating. The black-robed man laughed triumphantly as he closed in on Jiang Xiaoyu. What does genius matter? As long as one has not broken through to the martial spirit realm, there exists a vast chasm. You can't defeat me nor escape. Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to execute the shadow step, planning to flee with Xiaojiu. After extensive training, his shadow step had reached the pinnacle of mastery. He was confident that even a martial spirit realm expert could not catch him. Furthermore, although Jiang Xiaoyu possessed treasures capable of dealing with the black-robed man, wasting such artifacts on a mere lackey was hardly worthwhile. Ding, self-discipline time has arrived. Post self-discipline task issued. Perform 30 push-ups. Completion reward 1 vial of bone transformation water. Damn, here we go again. Jiang Xiaoyu's greatest fear had materialized. The dog system was stirring up trouble once more. At this critical juncture, requiring him to perform push-ups was akin to seeking death. Fortunately, with the protection orb, completing 30 push-ups would suffice. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly dropped to the ground, preparing to begin. What is happening? Why are you lying down? Surely, you aren't begging for mercy. Ah, the black-robed man laughed heartily, his heart swelling with satisfaction at the sight of Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament. So, the so-called genius would kneel and plead for mercy at the brink of death before a mere lackey like him. Immediately afterward, he observed Jiang Xiaoyu actually performing push-ups. Was he belittling him, ignoring him to exercise at such a critical moment? Once I finish these 30 push-ups and warm up, I'll rise and crush you. Jiang Xiaoyu boldly declared, hoping to buy some time. To his astonishment, the black-robed man was infuriated by this remark. Jiang Xiaoyu's series of actions left him feeling unsettled. wishing he could tear the boy apart immediately. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, I won't be called old 8. The black-robed man charged towards Jiang Xiaoyu, the phantom hammer behind him swelling to an enormous size. As the oversized hammer was about to descend upon Jiang Xiaoyu, threatening to turn him into a pulp, Jiang Xiaoyu prepared to activate the protective O or B die. In that instant, the little sparrow martial spirit finally stirred. With a yawn, it stood up, then detached itself from Jiang Xiaoyu's body, opening its beak wider than the hammer itself and swallowing it whole. Burp. The little sparrow martial spirit let out a satisfied belch before burrowing back into Jiang Xiaoyu's body. Following the disappearance of the black-robed man's martial spirit, he collapsed, lifeless, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Xiaozhou, witnessing this scene, stared wide-eyed. She had intended to wait until Jiang Xiaoyu was at death's door before intervening, never anticipating such an outcome. This must surely be a unique human technique. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a noticeable enhancement in his martial spirit, confirming that his martial spirit's upgrade relied on absorbing the souls of others. Specifically, by vanquishing martial artists above the martial spirit realm. Chapter 72 Mastery of Weapon Forging. Upon the demise of the cloaked figure, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly retrieved the bone-dissolving water recently bestowed by the system and delicately dripped a few drops onto the lifeless body. In an instant, the man in black transformed into a thick plume of smoke, vanishing from the confines of the room. It appeared that staying in Mo City was no longer an option. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyu, accompanied by Xiaozhou, departed from the hotel and, after purchasing tickets at the station, set off towards Jiang City overnight. The vendetta against Mo Yan would be avenged once Jiang Xiaoyu had acquired sufficient strength. Remaining here would undoubtedly expose him to another assassination attempt, for this was the territory of the Mo family. Just minutes after Jiang Xiaoyu's departure, an unexpected visitor arrived at the hotel, someone sent by Qin Shang. Alas, they were a step too late. Meanwhile, Mo Yan, after failing to contact the cloaked individual for several minutes, sensed something amiss and prepared to issue an order to seal off the station, but Jiang Xiaoyu was already aboard a train at that moment. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyu successfully returned to Jiang City. The principal of the Qinglong Institute remained unreachable, so he could only seek temporary lodging elsewhere. If he were to recklessly return to the Martial Institute now, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the schemes of that old rascal, Li Tianba. In the following 2 days, Jiang Xiaoyu dedicated himself to rigorous training. The upgrade of his martial spirit accelerated his already swift cultivation pace. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th-rank martial disciple. Just a step away from breaking through to the martial spirit realm, he diligently rotated through 2 martial techniques, bringing them to a perfected state. Particularly with the Stormy Wave Palm, Jiang Xiaoyu could now unleash the 9th layer of Stormy Wave Illusion, its power rivaling that of the martial spirit realm. Now, he only needed to take that final step. The first phase of the 9 transformation dominant body technique, known as Copper Skin Iron Bones, required not only some special spiritual herbs but also a crucial step, transforming one's body into a weapon. As the name suggests, the practitioner must refine their body as if forging a supreme weapon. This necessitates the support of forging techniques. A person capable of mastering the 9 transformation dominant body technique to an advanced level must certainly be a master of weapon forging. Currently, Jiang Xiaoyu's goal was to discover a method of weapon forging. The art of weapon forging could only be found within the Forging Masters Association. Without delay, Jiang Xiaoyu instructed Xiaozhou to remain at the hotel while he ventured alone to the association. Although Xiaozhou had initially intended to accompany him, Jiang Xiaoyu discovered that as long as there was food, Xiaozhou would become exceedingly obedient. Thus, he purchased a plethora of snacks and left them in the hotel room. Moreover, he found that Xiaozhou had developed an insatiable fascination for television. Once it was turned on, she could hardly tear herself away. Indeed, the wonders of the human world were utterly novel to Xiaozhou, and after watching 2 episodes of the Forging Masters Association in Jiang City was merely a branch. Typically, it was seldom frequented, visited only by those in need of custom weapons. However, the costs associated with commissioning weapons were prohibitive for the average person, resulting in the association often being desolate, devoid of even a security guard, save for the sounds of forgings echoing from within. Upon his arrival, Jiang Xiaoyu found the entrance empty and walked straight in it. Prior to arriving, he had resolved that perhaps he could exchange the flawless pills awarded by the system for some fundamental forging techniques, just enough to suffice. As he strolled through the main entrance, no one came to question him, only the distant clattering of weapons being forged filled the air. Not long after, he stumbled upon a blazing forge. Ding! Self-discipline time initiated. Host self-discipline task: feed the forge for 10 minutes. Task completion reward: mastery of weapon forging talent. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Xiaoyu approached the forge, remarking that the system certainly had a knack for timing. He picked up some dry kindling nearby and began to stoke the flames of the forge before him. Before long, he was drenched in sweat from the heat. The 10 minutes swiftly passed halfway. "Who are you, young man?" Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard appeared before Jiang Xiaoyu, a hint of surprise on his face.
He had stepped away from his forging to use the restroom, only to find an uninvited guest in his absence. Could it be that this young man sought to apprentice himself? The Forging Masters Association often attracted various soul masters eager to learn forging techniques, yet such skills demanded innate talent. Consequently, most applicants were turned away, though some shameless individuals would remain regardless, hoping to leech off the association's resources in a bid to learn. I do not take on apprentices lightly, so do not waste your efforts, young man. This endeavor is thankless. The old man clearly mistook Jiang Xiaoyu for one of those hopefuls. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the self-discipline task, reward your mastery of weapon forging talent. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu stood up, slightly embarrassed, having completed the task. Apprentice? He was taken aback, for he merely wished to learn some basic forging techniques. He was not yet at the stage of seeking an apprenticeship, although the system had just granted him mastery of weapon forging talent. That was merely potential. He had yet to grasp the foundational operations and was left with raw talent alone. Was that not the case, or perhaps, had he gone mad and come here simply to stoke the fire? The old man spoke without restraint, bemused by the young man's apparent ignorance. Surely he must have known he was addressing the president of the Forging Masters Association. Indeed, this white-bearded elder was the head of the Jiang City Forging Masters branch, a 7th-tier forging master. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was unaware of this. He merely sensed that the old man did not seem particularly amiable, leaving him to seek alternative means to acquire the forging techniques. If I am not mistaken, the materials being forged in there are for 7th-tier weapons, correct? Having attained mastery of weapon forging talent, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately recognized the contents of the furnace as materials for crafting 7th-tier weapons. How do you know that? The old man was astonished, as such things were typically beyond the perception of an outsider. I also know that you have been laboring over the 7th-tier weapon for quite some time, yet you are always just shy of success. Am I right? Jiang Xiaoyu smiled as he spoke. The white-bearded elder was now even more astonished. Indeed, he had been encountering some obstacles while developing a new type of weapon, and he had not anticipated that this youth would perceive it so quickly. Perhaps I can offer you some advice, he mused, recognizing Jiang Xiaoyu's potential. Is what you say true? The old man asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. This dilemma had troubled him for many days, and though he was unaware of Jiang Xiaoyu's identity, the young man's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Show me your forging techniques, and I shall provide you with the guidance you seek. Jiang Xiaoyu directly stated his intent. Young man, if you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, then what is being forged in that furnace will not be weapons. The elder's tone turned serious upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's request. The techniques of weapon forging were manifold, and many masters possessed their own unique methods. The old man's forging skills were inherited from his master. Rest assured, should my words prove incorrect, you may refine me as you wish. Jiang Xiaoyu declared with confidence. Chapter 73 At the strange Jiang Xiaoyu. The old man, somewhat vague, directly retrieved a book from his bosom and tossed it to Jiang Xiaoyu. The Comprehensive Guide to Weapon Forging? Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu was filled with joy. With his remarkable photographic memory, he swiftly memorized the foundational content. As for the subsequent material, he felt no inclination to examine it further. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's elation, the old man harbored doubts, suspecting that this individual was merely seeking to deceive him for secret techniques. Your weapon only requires an increase of 20 degrees in the forging temperature, followed by the addition of a pinch of heavenly star sand. Jiang Xiaoyu returned the manual to the old man and promptly articulated the errors in his weapon forging process. Upon hearing these two statements, the old man's eyes sparkled with realization. He neglected to take the book from Jiang Xiaoyu's hands and hurried to the forge, beginning to operate while muttering to himself. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I have always feared that excessive temperature would compromise the weapon's quality. Seeing the old man in such a fervent state, Jiang Xiaoyu set the manual aside and took his leave, having achieved his objective. 10 minutes later, the old man finally confirmed Jiang Xiaoyu's assertions. I have finally succeeded. Overjoyed, the old man was about to express his gratitude to Jiang Xiaoyu when he realized the young man had vanished. This boy must be a genius in weapon forging. I have missed my chance, alas, I wonder if I shall ever see him again. The old man felt a pang of regret, for he had many questions he wished to pose. Throughout his journey in weapon forging, he had always been a humble seeker of knowledge. Upon returning to his hotel, Jiang Xiaoyu was thoroughly satisfied and prepared to embark on his breakthrough in the martial spirit realm and the first phase of the 9 transformations of the overbearing body technique. After acquiring the necessary spiritual herbs and materials, Jiang Xiaoyu plunged into the bathtub. The water within was nearly boiling, and as he entered, he was struck by a searing pain, as if his skin were about to be scalded. Yet, upon glancing down, he found no harm done. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaoyu poured all the prepared materials into the tub and began to circulate the 9 transformations of the overbearing body technique while simultaneously employing the forging techniques he had just learned upon himself. As time passed, the energy from the materials he had added gradually flowed into his body, his skin began to take on a bronze hue, and even his bones underwent a transformation. The changes within his body caused immense suffering, yet he refrained from uttering a sound, for outside, Xiaojiu was still engrossed in watching television. He felt it would be too embarrassing to cry out in pain in front of a child. At the same time, he cursed the system, lamenting that while it provided him with everything, it did not facilitate a straightforward breakthrough into the first phase. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu sensed the pivotal moment approaching. Ah! Ugh! He let out a triumphant roar of relief as an influx of spiritual energy surged into his body. He had succeeded. In that instant, he simultaneously broke through to the martial spirit realm in the first phase. Boom! The immense surge of energy caused the bathtub to shatter, with fragments scattering in all directions. Crash! One of the shards flew into the living room, fortuitously striking the television and leaving a gaping hole, rendering it instantly inoperable. Wah! Xiaojiu, who had been munching on potato chips while watching her show, immediately burst into tears. She had been at the climax of the story, where the female lead was about to resolve her misunderstandings with the male lead, only to be interrupted by a sudden disaster. Hearing her wails, Jiang Xiaoyu rushed out, panicked at the sight of the crying Xiaojiu, unsure of how to comfort her, as he could not bear seeing a girl in tears. Unbeknownst to him, a basketball-sized hole had also been created in his room's door from the debris. Please don't cry, we can switch rooms and continue watching later. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly approached to console her. No. I don't want to, boo-hoo. But Xiaojiu, still furious, could not contain her tears, and her cries were particularly loud. Jiang Xiaoyu, flustered, attempted to pat her head in comfort. He failed to notice that the commotion in his room had attracted a crowd, all peering through the gaping door at the scene. This young man certainly knows how to live life on the edge, a burly man remarked, enviously observing Jiang Xiaoyu. Indeed, his girlfriend is quite stunning, another man chimed in. Freshly emerged from the bathtub, Jiang Xiaoyu's clothes were completely drenched, revealing his well-defined muscles. And he's doing it while soaked, not to mention, his girlfriend is dressed in a JK uniform. Quite the playboy. At last, Jiang Xiaoyu noticed the onlookers outside, and as he caught sight of the awkward scene between himself and Xiaojiu, his face flushed crimson. He realized he had been misunderstood. Xiaojiu had already noticed the crowd outside, yet she continued to sob, her mind solely focused on the unfinished drama. Having just arrived in the human world, Xiaojiu was, in many ways, akin to a spoiled little girl. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly approached the door, eager to explain the situation to the gathered crowd. Ding. Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Perform a sizzling dance. Complete the task to receive maxed out dance talent. Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, inwardly cursing, this system truly knows how to play. Thus, amid the embarrassing atmosphere, Jiang Xiaoyu began to dance. The dance he performed was the kind that wealthy women in dance halls adored, an overtly masculine display. Drenched in his wet clothing, revealing his tantalizing physique, he began to strike poses right where he stood. The moves were so mortifying that even he felt shameful, yet he had no choice but to comply. Wow, this young man is truly something else. With so many of us watching, he still dares to perform a wet dance, exclaimed one onlooker. I thought I was wild, but compared to this guy, I'm merely a novice. You know, he actually dances quite well. In no time, the audience outside erupted into chatter, some even filming Jiang Xiaoyu's performance. Fortunately, he had used a disguise, or else he might have been compelled to flee the planet that very night. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu, though she could not comprehend the nature of Jiang Xiaoyu's dance, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and quickly turned her face away. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed, reward maxed out dance talent. At long last, the nightmarish dance came to an end. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but berate the system, wondering why a martial artist like himself needed maxed out dance talent. Feeling utterly humiliated, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it into the room as compensation for the hotel's damages. He then rushed over to embrace Xiaojiu and leapt out the window, making a hasty escape. Crap, brother, this is the 5th floor. Is this really necessary? Chapter 74 Selection Competition of the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. On the following day, Jiang Xiaoyu donned a disguise once more. The events of the previous day had been so sensational that videos were circulating. Should someone recognize him on the streets, it would be utterly embarrassing. Have you heard? The selection competition for the Advanced Martial Arts Academy is about to commence. While dining with Xiaojiu at a restaurant, Jiang Xiaoyu overheard nearby patrons discussing the event.
It was said that instructors from the prestigious Advanced Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City would be coming to select talented students to study there. All students from the 4 major martial arts academies in Jiang City were eligible to participate. Jiang Xiaoyu had been aware of this news but had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. To ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one must venture to higher and farther places. The Magic City is an essential stop. Having just broken through to the martial spirit realm, Jiang Xiaoyu felt confident in his ability to defeat all the students from Jiang City. Calculating the time, he surmised that Li Chang and the others must have completed their training and returned to Jiang City. After sending Xiaojiu back to the hotel to watch television, he made his way to the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, eager to gather information. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed that the gates of the academy were adorned with white lanterns, prominently displaying the character Dian, a clear indication of a morning. Furthermore, through the gates, he observed many students clad in black, their expression somber. Even if the academy had indeed learned of Jiang Xiaoyu's demise, such grand displays would be unnecessary, as he was merely a child, and tradition dictated a less extravagant observance. "Brother, what has transpired?" Jiang Xiaoyu queried, puzzled, as he approached a student who had just exited. "Are you genuinely unaware, or just pretending?" "This matter should be common knowledge throughout the Jiang City martial arts community," the student replied, somewhat bewildered. "Is that so? I truly have no idea. Could you enlighten me?" Jiang Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, recognized the gravity of the situation and became intrigued. "You genuinely do not know? Well, let me enlighten you." The student sighed and began to recount the tale. "Our Qinglong Academy's headmaster recently ventured out with a group of experts on a mission involving demon beasts. However, it appears the intelligence was flawed, and the demon beasts were far more powerful than reported. Ultimately, none of those who undertook the mission returned, including the headmaster." After sharing this distressing news, the student walked away, visibly dejected. For Jiang Xiaoyu, this revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. The old man is dead? He suddenly found it difficult to breathe, his mind blank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. The old man is so strong, it cannot be true. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to accept this harsh reality. In a daze, he somehow made his way back to the hotel oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. Xiaojiu continued to enjoy watching television, unaware of Jiang Xiaoyu's predicament. Gradually, Jiang Xiaoyu regained his composure. He understood that the headmaster's strength was not as simple as it appeared. At the very least, he was several tiers above the heads of other academies in Jiang City. Thus, the old man would not fall so easily. The reason for his absence must be that he was engaged in something else. It had to be. The headmaster had always been cunning and resourceful. Jiang Xiaoyu would not so readily believe the news of his death. After all, even he had been presumed dead while outside. With this realization, Jiang Xiaoyu felt invigorated. Even in the absence of the headmaster, he was determined to avenge the wrongs inflicted upon him by Li Chang. He resolved to participate in the selection of the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyu, accompanied by Xiaojiu, arrived at the selection venue for the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. The competition stage was set in the heart of Jiang City's largest square. By the time Jiang Xiaoyu arrived, the atmosphere was already electric with excitement. In addition to the students from the 4 major martial arts academies, numerous spectators from various corners of Jiang City had gathered. Above the stage, 5 distinguished martial artists sat regally, individuals Jiang Xiaoyu had never encountered before. They must be the instructors from the Magic City. Flanking the 5 instructors were 4 seats reserved for the heads of Jiang City's 4 major academies. Notably, the spot usually occupied by the Qinglong headmaster was now filled by the old scoundrel, Li Tianba, who was engaged in lively conversation with the instructors. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that shameless old man. This annual selection competition for the Advanced Martial Arts Academy was limited to martial artists under the age of 18 who had reached at least the 9th level of the martial disciple realm. A host stepped forward to announce the basic selection criteria, which caused an uproar throughout the crowd. Such stringent requirements, martial disciples at the 9th level or above before the age of 18? Was this a joke? Indeed, the selection for the Advanced Martial Arts Academy was rigorous, and this single criterion would eliminate countless hopefuls. Many spirited young individuals suddenly felt deflated. There could hardly be more than 20 individuals in all of Jiang City who met this standard. Xiaojiu, stay put and find a spot to enjoy your chips. After purchasing a plethora of snacks for Xiaojiu and ensuring she was settled, Jiang Xiaoyu ascended the stage. Xiaojiu watched the 5 instructors and the 4 academy heads with keen interest. In her time among humans, these were the strongest individuals she had encountered thus far. She wondered how they compared to herself. Without any realm testing, only 14 individuals ultimately stood on the stage. At this moment, no one would dare to deceive. Those who stood upon the stage were genuinely martial artists above the 9th level of the martial disciple realm.
Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu noted that each of the 4 major martial arts academies from Jiang City had sent 3 students to compete among the remaining 2. Aside from himself, there was a pale youth who appeared sickly and frail. Jiang Xiaoyu decided to conceal his identity for the time being, as it would help him avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed, it was a remote place, with only 14 individuals meeting the requirements, far fewer than the numbers selected from a single street in the Magic City. On the instructor's platform, a young instructor, seemingly in his 20s, wore a disdainful expression. He had been quite displeased with being dispatched to this rural locale for recruitment, believing that such a place could yield no promising talent.
"Hey, Instructor Wu, my grandson is quite exceptional. You might want to keep an eye on him."
Li Tianba, seated beside the young instructor, forced a smile while discreetly passing him a spatial ring.
"Oh, Director Li, how thoughtful. Your grandson's name is Li Chang, right? I shall pay close attention."
Instructor Wu accepted the ring, giving its contents a cursory glance. To his surprise, it contained some decent items. Evidently, this place still held some potential for profit. He then engaged in an amiable conversation with Li Tianbai. Chapter 75 The Spiritual Youth Jiang Xiaoyu. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, today's selection contest is divided into 2 groups. One group consists of martial artists at the 9th level of Martial Disciple, and the other comprises those at the Martial Spirit Realm. An announcer took to the stage and declared. The martial artists are well aware that the disparity between the 9th level of Martial Disciple and the Martial Spirit Realm is immense, thus, pitting them against each other would undoubtedly be unjust. Fear not, regardless of whether you are at the 9th level of Martial Disciple or the Martial Spirit Realm, as long as you perform excellently, you shall have the opportunity to be selected. Observing the puzzled expressions of the contestants, the announcer added. In everyone's perception, if only the more powerful contestants were chosen, those at the 9th level of Martial Disciple would have no reason to participate. The selection process of the Advanced Martial Academy places greater emphasis not only on strength but also on the potential of the martial artist. Soon, the contestants in both groups were assigned their respective arenas, and Jiang Xiaoyu naturally joined the group of Martial Spirit Realm warriors. To his astonishment, he discovered that rascal Li Chang had also broken through to the Martial Spirit Realm. One cannot deny that while Li Chang is rather annoying, his talent is commendable. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyu was confident that, as fellow first-level Martial Spirit Realm warriors, Li Chang would not last more than 10 moves against him. Besides him, each of the other 3 major martial academies had a Martial Spirit Realm contestant. There was also that frail-looking youth, who surprisingly was also a warrior of the Martial Spirit Realm. Who would have thought that in this small Jiang city, there would be 6 contenders capable of breaking through to the Martial Spirit Realm? Quite impressive indeed. On the instructor's platform, Wu Luan gazed at the 6 who had achieved the Martial Spirit Realm, unsure whether to mock or commend them. Li Tianba, standing beside him, wore a smile, while the other instructors maintained indifferent expressions, lost in their own thoughts. The announcer continued, "Next, each of you shall introduce yourselves, including your age, the level of your martial soul, and your cultivation realm. Of course, if you possess any advantages, feel free to showcase them."
As the announcer's words fell, the atmosphere grew electrified.
Everyone understood that from this moment forth, the selection had officially begun. Merely those 3 criteria were sufficient to reveal a martial artist's potential.
"I shall go first." A confident youth stepped forward.
Tianlan Martial Academy, Zhao Bei, 7th grade Martial Soul, 1st level of Martial Spirit Realm, 17 years and 11 months. Zhao Bei exuded self-assurance, having always been regarded as the foremost genius at Tianlan Martial Academy, with no peer capable of rivaling him. After finishing his introduction, he even glanced at the expressions of the instructors on the platform, seeking some form of acknowledgement. Alas, no instructor responded, and some even closed their eyes, seemingly disappointed.
"Zhao Bei, do not embarrass yourself here. You are almost 18 and still acting like this."
Greetings to all instructors, my name is Lan Long, from Casa Martial Academy, 6th grade Martial Soul, 17 years and 5 months. A student named Lan Long confidently presented himself. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that he possessed a 6th grade Martial Soul, several instructors perked up. A 6th grade Martial Soul is considered a commendable talent. Even in the Magic City, Zhao Bei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, Lan Long was significantly stronger than him. However, there were still 4 contestants left. Surely they could not all surpass him. Guanglong Martial Academy, Yu Feng, 6th grade Martial Soul, 17 years old.
But the subsequent introduction by Yu Feng left Zhao Bei utterly dumbfounded. This one was even stronger.
Jinglong Martial Academy, Li Chang, 6th grade Martial Soul, 16.5 years old. Yet Li Chang's sudden declaration overshadowed Yu Feng's moment. Even the instructors on the platform began to whisper among themselves upon seeing Li Chang.
"Director Li, your grandson is quite remarkable. Achieving the martial spirit realm at such a young age, his future is boundless. Even Wu Luan began to praise him with a smile. Initially, after accepting Li Tianba's gifts, Wu Luan had feared that Li Chang might turn out to be a useless individual, posing a dilemma for him later on. However, now it seemed that with Li Chang's talent, even without gifts from Li Tianba, Wu Luan would likely select him. Director Wu, you flatter me, my grandson still has much room for improvement. I hope you will look after him well when he goes to the Magic City. Li Tianba beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight at Li Chang's promising future. Following the news of the death of the Qinglong Academy director, he had seamlessly ascended to the position of director himself, and even that burden of Jiang Xiaoyu had perished in the Tianqing forest. Now, his grandson was on the verge of being selected for development in the Magic City. Li Tianba could hardly believe that at his age, he could still reach such heights, feeling utterly elated. Meanwhile, on the stage, Jiang Xiaoyu observed the expressions of Li Chang and Li Tianba, internally plotting how to eliminate the two of them. Greetings to all instructors, my name is Wen Lei, I just turned 16 last month, 6th grade martial soul. The frail-looking youth began his introduction. As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. He was the youngest among them all. Moreover, Wen Lei's voice appeared weak and feeble, hardly resembling that of a martial spirit realm expert. Zhao Bei felt despair creeping in. Initially brimming with confidence, he now realized that after 4 introductions, he was the weakest of them all. With only Jiang Xiaoyu remaining, Zhao Bei concluded that this last individual would undoubtedly surpass him. It seemed he was destined to finish last. Greetings to all instructors, my name is Zhang Yu, 16.5 years old, 8th grade martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward and introduced himself with a false name. 8th grade martial soul? The mere mention of those words sent shockwaves through the instructors, contestants, and spectators alike. To think that someone at such a young age had achieved the martial spirit realm with an 8th grade martial soul? Only an 8th grade martial soul, still inferior to me, Zhao Bei found solace in this revelation. An 8th grade martial soul, at this age, logically should not have reached the martial spirit realm. He suspected that this individual must have encountered some fortunate opportunity leading to his rapid advancement. Wu Luan clearly held Jiang Xiaoyu in disdain. An 8th grade martial soul, even as strong now, had no potential for further development. An 8th grade martial soul could at most cultivate to the peak of the martial spirit realm. Jiang Xiaoyu felt exasperated. He was merely stating the truth. This 8th grade martial soul had only recently upgraded, and had it not been for his previous 9th grade martial soul, he likely would have been expelled from the competition outright. After Jiang Xiaoyu finished speaking, he prepared to step back, only to be met with that infuriating voice again. Ding, self-discipline time is up. Post-self-discipline task issued. Social shake for 3 minutes, task completion reward. Obtain the title of spiritual youth. Damn it, this cursed system is playing tricks. Jiang Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, realizing that his system might intervene but never anticipating that it would demand a social dance. How utterly embarrassing. I would like to perform a talent for everyone. Jiang Xiaoyu said to rationalize his ensuing actions. Chapter 76, the battle commences. Jiang Xiaoyu's words swiftly captivated a multitude of gazes. Could it be, there truly exists someone performing a talent showcase? In the selection process of the esteemed Martial Arts Academy, only strength and potential hold any genuine significance. Some expressed disdain towards Jiang Xiaoyu, deeming this a mere ploy for attention. Thus, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu began to sway. The first movement was the widely circulated flower hands from the internet. One cannot deny that Jiang Xiaoyu swayed with remarkable rhythm and an astonishing fluidity. This was the boon of his maxed-out dance talent. Goodness, what is Jiang Xiaoyu up to, performing the flower hands? It is shocking to witness a young martial artist exuding such spirited energy. Ignoring the cacophony of voices around him, Jiang Xiaoyu continued to sway with abandon. In an instant, the atmosphere of the selection venue grew awkward due to his social dance. Hey, you there, stop it. Wu Luan could no longer contain himself and called out, with a mere 8th grade martial soul, how dare he seek the limelight? Wu Luan was clearly displeased. A martial artist with an 8th grade martial soul was typically relegated to menial tasks within the esteemed Martial Arts Academy. Although Jiang Xiaoyu heard Wu Luan's words, the time had not yet come, and his task remained unfulfilled, compelling him to persist in his movements. I find this lad quite amusing. At that moment, one of the seemingly disheveled mentors suddenly chuckled. Since the commencement of the selection, only Wu Luan had been vocal among the mentors. This was due to Wu Luan's affiliation with the third-ranked esteemed Martial Arts Academy in the Magic City, boasting a formidable background. Meanwhile, the other mentors hailed from rather ordinary esteemed martial arts academies. Bold drunkard, you cannot possibly be impressed by a mere 8th grade martial soul, can you? Wu Luan turned to mock the mentor who had spoken. He, the mentor, affectionately dubbed the old drunkard, merely chuckled in response, then took another swig from his flask. It is your Tianwu Academy that has lost its former glory, unable to even recruit ordinary disciples. Wu Luan continued his unabashed taunting. The old drunkard remained absorbed in his drink, offering no retort. Why do I feel something is amiss with this lad? His behavior closely resembles that of Jiang Xiaoyu. Li Chang mused as he observed Jiang Xiaoyu swaying in the flower hands. No, it cannot be, that fellow perished in the Tianqing forest. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu possesses a mere 9th-grade martial soul. Li Cheng quickly dismissed his thoughts, feeling inexplicably haunted by memories of a worthless 8th-grade martial soul. His true rival should be the frail-looking youth. After all, only that Wen Lei, younger than him, had reached the martial spirit realm, a formidable competitor indeed. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the self-discipline task. Reward obtained, title of Spirited Youth, title description. When injured, the host may activate the Spirited Youth state to significantly restore vitality and rejuvenate spirit. At last, 3 minutes had elapsed, and the System-S reward arrived as anticipated. Goodness, a healer-level skill, sounds promising. Jiang Xiaoyu was quite fond of this reward, though its application felt somewhat peculiar. For instance, engaging in a battle and suddenly breaking into a social dance upon injury, how awkward that would be. Ahem, after finishing self-introductions, contestants shall draw lots to select their opponents and commence the arena battles, the host announced as he stepped forward. The selection process for the esteemed Martial Arts Academy involved direct arena battles, simple and straightforward, providing the clearest insight into the contestants' capabilities. The 6 contestants would be divided into 2 groups, battling in pairs, with the victors advancing to the next round. Following the announcement, the staff presented a box containing the drawing balls. At this moment, the most anxious contestant was Zhao Bei, the sole participant, aside from Jiang Xiaoyu, who had not attained a 6th-grade martial soul. If I do not draw Jiang Xiaoyu, I fear I shall face a dire defeat. Zhao Bei glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, silently wishing to draw him. Despite being of the same martial spirit realm, the others possessed higher martial soul grades. If they summoned their martial souls, they would undoubtedly outperform his 7th-grade martial soul. However, the probability of drawing Jiang Xiaoyu was exceedingly low, causing Zhao Bei to grow increasingly frantic. Jiang Xiaoyu too prayed not to draw Li Cheng first. Enemies were best left to the end for a more satisfying confrontation. First group Li Cheng vs Lan Long, second group Yu Feng vs Wen Lei, third group Jiang Xiaoyu vs Zhao Bei. The host boisterously announced the draw results. At this moment, Zhao Bei was the most elated. Ah, I truly drew that worthless fellow, at least I can secure the first round. Zhao Bei approached Jiang Xiaoyu, clapping him on the shoulder. Brother, drawing me is your misfortune, however, I shall go easy on you during our match. Zhao Bei wore an expression of assured victory. Brother Zhao, just don't be too harsh, I beg you. Jiang Xiaoyu played along with a mischievous glint in his eye. No problem, no problem. Zhao Bei beamed at Jiang Xiaoyu's agreeable demeanor, his spirits lifted. Despite Zhao Bei appearing somewhat foolish, Jiang Xiaoyu deemed him a good person and resolved to take it easy on him in their match, striving not to inflict too much harm. The 3 groups would battle simultaneously, allowing each contestant 10 minutes of preparation time. The arena for the selection was sufficiently spacious. To save time, 3 square areas were delineated for the matches. The mentors waved their hands, erecting protective barriers around each area to prevent the residual effects of the battles from impacting the other contestants. In an instant, the attention of both mentors and spectators gravitated towards the arena where Li Cheng and Wen Lei faced off. This was due to the general consensus that Zhao Bei and Jiang Xiaoyu, with their comparatively inferior martial souls, did not warrant excessive scrutiny. Brother, let us take our time and enjoy the fight, no need to rush. Zhao Bei said cheerfully to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu merely smiled in response, remaining silent. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyu still lacked a clear understanding of his strength after breaking through to the martial spirit realm. Here I come, brother, take heed, arise, boffing tiger, Zhao Bei bellowed, summoning the ethereal form of his martial soul while secretly channeling his spiritual power. His earlier words to Jiang Xiaoyu were merely a ruse to lower his guard. Zhao Bei intended to unleash his full strength unexpectedly, defeating Jiang Xiaoyu within 3 seconds. He wished to demonstrate to the mentors that even with a 7th-grade martial soul, he possessed remarkable prowess. Huokyo, Zhao Bei unleashed his most powerful martial technique, aiming to vanquish Jiang Xiaoyu in one fell swoop. Chapter 77 Catapult Launch. What a delightful turn of events. Jiang Xiaoyu began to summon the energy within his body, albeit without invoking his martial soul. Of course, even if he did call upon it, that little sparrow soul might not heed him. With a silent exclamation of copper skin, iron bones, Jiang Xiaoyu directly activated the 9 turns overbearing body technique. He resolved to meet Zhao Bei's formidable strike solely with the power of his physical form. In an instant, the skin on Jiang Xiaoyu's body transformed to a bronzed hue, yet due to his attire, none could witness this transformation.
Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu unleashed a punch, colliding head-on with Zhao Bei's most potent attack. Goodness, Zhao Bei felt as though he had struck an impenetrable iron mountain, unable to advance an inch or moreover, he sensed a tremendous recoil emanating from Jiang Xiaoyu. After 3 seconds of fierce confrontation, Zhao Bei was sent flying backward, landing 5 meters away. Observing this, Jiang Xiaoyu mistakenly believed Zhao Bei was merely showing mercy, thus being propelled by his own force. After all, he had only exerted 50% of his physical strength, without even tapping into his spiritual energy. Brother Zhao, stop pretending and get up. Jiang Xiaoyu charged forward again, raising his iron-like fist to rain blows upon Zhao Bei's summoned martial soul, the Overlord Tiger. The result was a near dissipation of that soul. Momentarily, even the little sparrow martial soul within Jiang Xiaoyu began to stir, eager to emerge and devour Zhao Bei's spirit. Little one, remain within. You must not emerge. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily suppressed the little sparrow. Should it dare to consume the Overlord Tiger, all present would surely regard it as an aberration, seeking to extinguish it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaoyu, his relentless assault on the martial soul had also inflicted harm upon Zhao Bei's true form, causing him to collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Oh no, Brother Zhao, I apologize. I didn't mean to unleash so much force. Jiang Xiaoyu, oblivious to the truth, assumed it was due to Zhao Bei's leniency that he had inadvertently caused such damage. He rushed to assist Zhao Bei, eager to offer his apologies. Stay away. Zhao Bei, upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu approach, was seized by terror as if confronted by a demon. Good grief, he had exerted his utmost strength, yet this individual, without even summoning his martial soul, nay, without hardly using any spiritual energy, had bested him solely with his fists. This was utterly monstrous. Brother Zhao, I sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. Jiang Xiaoyu continued to explain. Demon, keep your distance, do not approach. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's demeanor, the already injured Zhao Bei leapt up, frantically pounding on the protective barrier of the arena. Let me out. I concede. Zhao Bei shouted, fearing another onslaught from Jiang Xiaoyu. What on earth is happening? Jiang Xiaoyu regarded Zhao Bei's expression with confusion, pondering why he seemed to regard him as a monster. Brother Zhao, do not be modest. Unleash your full strength, let us compete once more. Jiang Xiaoyu called out from behind, having barely utilized a fraction of his power, thus failing to gauge his true limits. Good heavens, I concede. Please, spare me. Zhao Bei's countenance turned a shade more pallid than sorrow, perceiving Jiang Xiaoyu's insistence as a deliberate humiliation. Oh, Brother Zhao, do not give in, let us battle again. Jiang Xiaoyu remained undeterred, eager for a rematch, as he felt his earlier punches had barely served as a warm-up. Jiang Yu wins. At last, the announcer outside acknowledged Zhao Bei's cries, declaring Jiang Xiaoyu the victor. Zhao Bei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the announcement. His match had concluded the fastest, and due to the lack of attention, the audience had only witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu pursuing Zhao Bei with a few punches, after which Zhao Bei had cried for mercy. How embarrassing for Zhao Bei, a grown man reduced to tears after merely a few strikes. Zhao Bei, you truly bring shame to our Tianlan Martial Academy. The spectators scoffed, what a disgrace, unable to defeat even a mere 8th-rank martial soul. Zhao Bei found himself at a loss for words, burdened by their judgments. Those were not mere punches, it felt as though he had been struck by immense iron weights. Who could withstand such force? Certainly not Zhao Bei. Jiang Xiaoyu pondered in exasperation, questioning whether it was his own strength that was excessive or if Zhao Bei was simply feeble. Or perhaps Zhao Bei had feigned his surrender. Jiang Xiaoyu remained uncertain, still unable to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Chang and Lan Long had exchanged blows for several rounds. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Li Chang was dominating the fight. His martial soul, a weapon-type embodiment, a colossal iron hammer, had significantly amplified his offensive prowess, leaving Lan Long unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately leading to his defeat. Li Chang wins. Upon hearing the announcer's proclamation, Li Chang puffed out his chest with pride. Too weak, he scoffed derisively. I, Li Chang, am the foremost genius of Jiangcheng. With unwavering confidence, he believed that no one could rival him from this point onward. Director Li, your grandson is impressive. I am quite fond of him. The instructors at the panel regarded Li Chang with admiration, acknowledging that his performance was commendable, even by the standards of the capital. Do refrain from praising him too much? He'll be insufferable soon enough. Wu, one of the mentors, remarked. Li Tianba, hearing Wu Luan's commendation, beamed with pride. His grandson was truly bringing him honor. Ah, youth must be a bit arrogant. Which strong individual isn't?
Wu Luan continued, having initially been displeased with being assigned to this smaller venue for recruitment, fearing he would return with a cohort of mediocre students and face ridicule from his peers. However, with Li Cheng's performance, he could now hold his head high even among larger cities. Jiang Xiaoyu, observing Li Cheng's arrogant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Suddenly, he noticed a nearby child picking his nose, likely the offspring of some martial artist. Without hesitation, he dashed over, seized the child's hand, and flicked it toward Li Cheng. Whoosh, the booger soared through the air. What was that? Li Cheng, in the midst of his triumph, suddenly felt an odd sensation on his face, momentarily mistaking it for a fly. He instinctively swatted at his face. Li Cheng was utterly flabbergasted, bewildered by the audacity of someone flinging a booger at him left and right. He scanned for the culprit but only caught sight of a weeping child. Just wait until I catch you. Li Cheng grumbled, begrudgingly swallowing his pride, unable to fathom that such an act could be committed by a normal person. Wah, Daddy, that big brother just stole my booger, the child wailed, rushing to his father to recount the incident. Smack, to the child's surprise, his father gave him a sharp slap. Foolish child, have you been watching too much Peppa Pig? Who in their right mind would steal your booger? As for Jiang Xiaoyu, he strolled away as if nothing had occurred, hands in pockets, gazing at the sky, whistling merrily, his spirits high. Chapter 78 Enchanting Martial Soul. On the other side, Wenlei swiftly defeated Yu Feng, appearing as effortless as Li Cheng. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate Wenlei could be so formidable in battle? Delicate, he possesses the greatest potential. It's strange, I've never heard of such a person in Jiangcheng before. The onlookers gazed at Wenlei, expressing their confusion. Many individuals quietly hone their skills. Not everyone relishes being ostentatious, that is indeed a valid point. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully overcoming your opponents. In the upcoming matches, participants will engage in pairs, with those victorious in both bouts securing first place. Those who lose both will take third, while a split record will earn second. As the host announced this, the atmosphere surged with excitement. I will undoubtedly claim first place and catch Mentor Wu's attention. Li Cheng gritted his teeth in determination. While others may be oblivious to the backgrounds of these mentors, he was acutely aware the mentors on stage, particularly Wu Luan, represent the pinnacle of prestigious martial academies. Thus, only by seizing first place would he have a chance to be noticed by Wu Luan. Wenlei, he appears to be a formidable rival. Li Cheng contemplated his strategy while dismissing Jiang Xiaoyu entirely. A practitioner with an 8th grade martial soul hardly warranted his concern. The first battle pits Wenlei against Li Cheng, the host announced loudly. My goodness, the first match features these two strongest contenders. It is practically a final. This is bound to be the most thrilling encounter of the day. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu stood at the sidelines, the audience behind him, and upon hearing their remarks, his expression darkened. How is it that I am so powerful yet go unnoticed? Little brother, no offense, but those two have exceptional talent. Securing third place would be an admirable feat. Be content. A middle-aged man gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder, a look of envy on his face. In his view, Jiang Xiaoyu would struggle against both Yu Feng and Lan Long. Merely drawing Zhao Bei was a stroke of luck that allowed him to advance to the second round. He should count his blessings. Jiang Xiaoyu refrained from arguing. If those two were to fight first, he could observe their combat techniques, providing him insight for his own match. After all, he was uncertain about his current strength, and should he falter, it would be quite unfortunate. On the arena, Li Cheng assumed a fighting stance, while Wenlei appeared remarkably calm and composed. Pretty boy, if you truly see me, you will pay the price. Li Cheng felt irked. That sickly figure seemed to invite a beating. Jiang Xiaoyu noticed that aside from his initial introduction, Wenlei had not uttered a single word. Truly an oddity. Whoosh, Li Cheng ceased his taunts, accelerating forward in an instant, fist clenched and aimed directly at Wenlei's throat. Yet, Wenlei was no pushover. Even against Li Cheng's remarkable speed, he swiftly sidestepped, delivering a kick to Li Cheng's backside. Li Cheng executed a swift maneuver, retreating momentarily before charging at him again, and the two engaged in close combat. In the initial exchange, neither had summoned their martial souls, merely probing each other's capabilities. Titan hammer, arise. At last, Li Cheng could no longer contain himself and summoned his martial soul, a massive hammer. He aimed for a swift victory while intending to teach that sickly figure a lesson. Seeing Li Cheng summon his martial soul, Wenlei remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, even neglecting to call forth his own martial soul. You dare to underestimate me, prepare to perish. Li Cheng seethed with rage, charging forward once more. This time, his summoned martial soul significantly amplified his attack power, leaving Wenlei struggling to defend himself, his evasive maneuvers becoming increasingly arduous. Heh, I'll show you who has superior martial technique. Shadowless kick. Li Cheng unleashed his signature technique, Shadowless Kick. After advancing to the martial spirit realm, his mastery of Shadowless Kick had reached a pinnacle, its power significantly enhanced. Still not summoning your martial soul? Huh, one kick from me, and you may very well meet your end, Li Cheng bellowed, yet Wenlei remained impervious to his taunts. Boom, Li Cheng's Shadowless Kick struck, shattering the arena's tiles and sending dust swirling. As the dust settled, onlookers discovered the aloof Wenlei with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, let this serve as a lesson, prepare to die. Witnessing this, Li Chang escalated his assault, determined to deny the sickly figure any further chance to act superior. At that moment, Wenlei's expression shifted, he muttered something softly, and suddenly, a phantom resembling a small blade of grass appeared behind him. What kind of martial soul is that, a blade of grass? Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. This is the first time I've encountered someone with a grass martial soul. Wenlei's martial soul instantly captivated everyone's attention. It is worth noting that when Wenlei had faced Yu Feng earlier, he hadn't even summoned his martial soul. Jiang Xiaoyu found it intriguing. Plant-type martial souls were rare, often possessing unique properties, yet he was uncertain about the efficacy of Wenlei's. A blade of grass, ha, I'll crush you to bits. Li Chang dismissed Wenlei's martial soul entirely, wielding his colossal hammer to obliterate the tiny grass. Just as the hammer was about to descend upon the grass, Li Chang abruptly halted, his gaze becoming hazy, a smile creeping across his face, his complexion flushed. Li Chang, what are you doing? Hurry and attack, Li Tianba shouted from the sidelines, alarmed by Li Chang's behavior. Unfortunately, Li Chang showed no response. Thus, before the eyes of the crowd, Wenlei confidently approached and delivered a punch to Li Chang's nose, sending him sprawling to the ground, nearly breaking his nasal bone. What just happened? As Li Chang lay on the ground, he suddenly regained clarity, only to realize he had been knocked out of the arena, and his nose throbbed incessantly. Li Chang has been defeated. Wenlei emerges victorious. As the host announced this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What had transpired? Why did Li Chang suddenly freeze? Unbelievable. Wenlei is so powerful. It appears this year's champion is undoubtedly him. The audience buzzed with excitement. Excellent, splendid. Mentor Wu Luan slammed his palm on the chair, rising with an intense gaze fixed on Wenlei, thoroughly impressed. Mentor Wu, look at my grandson. Li Tianba felt a bit awkward, not having anticipated Li Chang's swift defeat. If Mentor Wu did not accept him, would his gift be rendered worthless? After all, that represented half of his fortune. Deanly, your grandson Li Chang performed admirably. However, Wenlei's martial soul is an exceptionally rare enchanting type. Wu Luan, hailing from a prominent background, immediately recognized the uniqueness of Wenlei's martial soul. Enchanting type martial soul. Upon hearing this, Li Tianba experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Li Chang had been rendered immobile earlier. His opponent possessed an exceedingly rare enchanting martial soul. His defeat was not unjust. Chapter 79 Jiang Xiaoyu vs Wenlei. Well then, Master Wu, what do you think of my grandson Li Tianba? Li Tianba inquired anxiously. He was well aware that the enchanting martial spirit was indeed a rare talent, and from Wu Luan's expression, it was evident that he held it in high regard. We'll discuss it later. Wu Luan waved his hand, abruptly interrupting Li Tianba's words. He understood Li Tianba's thoughts, but the academy had only granted him a single admission slot, which would undoubtedly go to Wenlei.as for the gifts received. There was no question of returning them. On the sidelines, Jiang Xiaoyu was astonished by Wenlei's earlier display of skill. This individual was no ordinary opponent. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a mix of concern and excitement. He was worried about the unfamiliar techniques he had just witnessed, yet thrilled at the prospect of facing someone who appeared formidable. This promised an exhilarating match. Do you require a moment to rest? The host inquired of Wenlei, having just witnessed him battle Li Chang. If he needed a breather, they could postpone the fight. However, Wenlei shook his head, dismissing the notion. He didn't regard Jiang Xiaoyu, who possessed only an 8th-grade martial spirit, as a threat. Next match. Wenlei vs Jiang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Xiaoyu strode confidently onto the stage. Once on the platform, he realized that Wenlei was treating him with utter disdain, even casting sidelong glances in his direction. How can he be so insufferable? This sickly individual is putting on quite the act. How long do you think Jiang Xiaoyu can hold out? I wager 3 seconds. No way, at least 5 seconds. The audience, nearly unanimous in their belief that Jiang Xiaoyu was destined to lose due to the evident disparity in strength, had little expectation for the outcome of this match. Even the mentors seated ringside began to doze off. Fools, Jiang Xiaoyu was merely playing the part of the underestimated underdog. Only Zhao Bei, who had recently suffered a beating at Jiang Xiaoyu's hands, understood the latter's true strength. One punch from him could easily overwhelm Wenlei's frail frame. Prepare for my first strike. Jiang Xiaoyu declared, raising his fist and charging at Wenlei with all the fervor of a street brawler. To Jiang Xiaoyu's surprise, Wenlei did not evade but instead extended his palm, seemingly intent on taking the blow head-on. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyu's fist connected solidly with Wenlei's hand, yet the latter momentarily trembled, as if his entire arm were about to shatter. Underestimating Jiang Xiaoyu as a mere weakling had proven to be a grave mistake. The force behind that punch was akin to being struck by an elephant. Remarkable, Wenlei, undeterred, had caught Jiang Xiaoyu's fist, treating the encounter as if he were toying with a child. Jiang Xiaoyu, unfortunately, found himself the subject of ridicule. The spectators, bewildered, began to feel sorry for him.
Wow, indeed impressive.
The strength Jiang Xiaoyu had just displayed mirrored that which he had used against Zhao Bei, roughly 50% of his full capacity. To his astonishment, Wen Lei had caught it without a sound, revealing himself to be quite formidable.
Bring it on!
Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling exhilarated, launched into a flurry of combination punches. Wen Lei, gritting his teeth, braced himself to endure. He could discern the trajectory of Jiang Xiaoyu's strikes, as they were not particularly swift. However, the power behind those punches was outrageous. A direct hit would undoubtedly leave him bloodied. Gradually, Wen Lei ceased to absorb the blows, opting instead to dodge, for he feared his bones would splinter under the relentless assault. Yet, Wen Lei's speed and evasion was astonishing, causing many of Jiang Xiaoyu's punches to miss their mark. With Wen Lei now avoiding contact, the audience was treated to a new round of mockery. Alas, poor Jiang Xiaoyu, Wen Lei could have easily finished him off, yet he chose to prolong the spectacle. The spectators mistakenly assumed that Wen Lei was merely playing around, unaware of his desperate predicament.
Now it's my turn to strike back.
Unable to contain himself any longer, Wen Lei retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Xiaoyu's chest.
Why don't I feel anything? Jiang Xiaoyu found it peculiar. He had deliberately refrained from dodging, curious to gauge the strength of this blow. To his surprise, it felt akin to a mere tickle. Wen Lei, bewildered, felt as though he had struck a steel plate, his hand turning red from the impact. Is this kid made of stone? He pondered, speechless. Could you not conceal your power any longer?
Please unleash your strength. Jiang Xiaoyu, under the impression that Wen Lei was holding back, urged him on. Wen Lei, at a loss for words, had indeed refrained from using his martial spirit. He had exerted all other forms of strength, yet it had proven ineffective. Was it truly necessary to summon his enchanting martial spirit to deal with an 8th-grade martial spirit novice?
Since you refuse to exert your full strength, I shall compel you to do so. Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling insulted, decided enough was enough. Raging Wave Palm.
With a loud shout, he unleashed the 7-fold Raging Wave illusion, opting not to use his full power to avoid causing undue harm. Li Chang and the others, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's Raging Wave Palm, harbored no doubt about its legitimacy. Recognizing it as a fairly common martial technique, however, they were astounded by Jiang Xiaoyu's mastery of it. 7-fold Raging Wave illusion, that was a technique of considerable accomplishment. Even Wu Luan could not help but commend him. The extensive coverage of the 7-fold Raging Wave Palm left Wen Lei with nowhere to evade. He could only brace himself for impact. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as Jiang Xiaoyu created a massive crater on the arena floor. Wen Lei was sent flying to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The damage he sustained this time far exceeded that inflicted by Li Chang. Heavens, Jiang Xiaoyu's martial technique is extraordinarily potent. If I were to receive this blow, I would surely perish. One must not underestimate a martial artist with an 8th-grade martial spirit.
Do you think Wen Lei will truly be defeated? What nonsense!
Wen Lei has yet to summon his martial spirit. Jiang Xiaoyu felt immense satisfaction with the might of his strike, simultaneously relieved that he had refrained from employing the 9-fold Raging Wave illusion, as its power could have been lethal.
Wen Lei rose once more, his eyes now filled with animosity as he gazed at Jiang Xiaoyu. This brat had caused him significant injury. Come forth, charming bluegrass. Wen Lei summoned his martial spirit with a flourish.
Upon witnessing the emergence of the small grass, Jiang Xiaoyu grew wary. After all, Li Chang had fallen into a stupor the moment it appeared.
It is over.
Wu Luan sighed upon seeing Wen Lei summon his martial spirit.
The potency of the enchanting martial spirit was simply overwhelming. Go forth, charming bluegrass.
Wen Lei commanded, and Jiang Xiaoyu immediately sensed a wave of psychic energy emanating from the grass, invading his mind. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a haze enveloping his thoughts, and before him appeared dozens of beautiful women and an endless array of treasures. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu felt his soul power's droplets burst forth with energy, clearing his mind in an instant. The visions of the beautiful women and treasures vanished without a trace. Goodness, that small grass can indeed bewitch the mind. No wonder, Jiang Xiaoyu felt fortunate to be a soul master, realizing that the allure of such skills would likely have no effect on someone of his caliber. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Ding. Self-discipline time has commenced. Host self-discipline task, meditate for 2 minutes. The abrupt voice of the system echoed in his mind. Meditation, isn't that simply instructing me to stand still? Damn it, Jiang Xiaoyu was left speechless, having avoided being bewitched by Wen Lei only to fall victim to the system. Chapter 80 of the Unparalleled Flesh. With no other option, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to close his eyes and commence his meditation. However, to the onlookers, this action appeared as if he were merely frozen in place at the center of the arena. Behold, Jiang Xiaoyu's current predicament mirrors that of Li Chang just moments ago.
It seems as though he too was ensnared by some form of control. The situation seemed dire whenever Wen Lei's martial spirit was unleashed, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Jiang Xiaoyu's current demeanor suggested he was at the mercy of fate, leading many to believe his defeat was imminent. The audience was almost unanimous in their conviction that Jiang Xiaoyu was destined to lose. Even he shared this sentiment, as the system's task rendered him utterly motionless. Any attempt to move would result in either being struck down by Wen Lei or facing punishment from the system itself. In desperation, Jiang Xiaoyu activated the first phase of the 9 turns Overlord body technique to its fullest extent, hoping against hope for a glimmer of opportunity. Even the mightiest shall ultimately succumb to my mesmerizing allure. Wen Lei gazed upon Jiang Xiaoyu's immobile figure, a smirk of triumph spreading across his face. Once merely a scion of a third-rate family in Jiangcheng, he had been hidden away by his clan after awakening his 6th-grade enchanting martial spirit, all for the purpose of astonishing the crowd at this moment. Following this, he would be selected for the prestigious Mage City Advanced Martial Academy, paving the way for a luminous future. Farewell. Wen Lei raised his fist, intent on sending the motionless Jiang Xiaoyu flying from the stage, just as he had done with Li Chang. He sauntered over to Jiang Xiaoyu and delivered a punch to his abdomen. "It's over," exclaimed one audience member, witnessing the scene unfold. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaoyu did not fly off the stage. Is this person made of steel? Even Wen Lei himself was momentarily taken aback. His punch had felt as if it had struck a metal surface, causing his hand to throb with pain. How could it be that he felt no substantial effect? Jiang Xiaoyu could only perceive the impact of a punch, but its force was akin to a gentle tap from a child. Boom! Wen Lei, perplexed, followed up with several more strikes against Jiang Xiaoyu, yet the sensation remained unchanged. He was utterly incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. Panic set in as Wen Lei unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Jiang Xiaoyu, akin to striking a sandbag. Unfortunately, his efforts bore little fruit, for Jiang Xiaoyu's physique was astonishingly formidable. I see now, Jiang Xiaoyu must be a practitioner dedicated to honing his physical form. Finally, someone discerned the truth. The atmosphere quickly became electric, as it was indeed a rarity to encounter a warrior capable of cultivating their body to such an extent that even opponents of the same rank could not harm them. Just a mere brute. On the instructor's platform, Wu Luan remarked, observing the spectacle with a hint of disdain. In his view, only the cultivation of spiritual energy was the true path. A warrior like Jiang Xiaoyu, with an 8th-grade martial spirit, had his future achievements laid bare before him. No matter how strong his body might be now, he would ultimately prove to be inconsequential. Meanwhile, on the stage, Wen Lei had yet to breach Jiang Xiaoyu's defenses, but he himself was on the verge of breaking down. He had never encountered someone so resilient over the years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. At last, the minute had elapsed. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes, locking onto Wen Lei, who appeared weary from his futile attempts to strike him. Without hesitation, he executed a flying kick, sending the taken aback Wen Lei flying 5 meters away. What just happened? The sudden turn of events left the audience momentarily stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be under Wen Lei's control? Oh well, Jiang Xiaoyu sighed softly, having gained a clearer understanding of his rank among his peers. For warriors of the 6th-grade martial spirit, he realized he could easily prevail using only his physical prowess. There was no need to summon his martial spirit, let alone unleash his full might. Overall, defeating an opponent of Wen Lei's caliber required merely 30% of his strength. Now aware of his true capabilities, Jiang Xiaoyu felt little anticipation for the match. It was akin to an adult playing with a child. Utterly uninteresting, at that moment, Wen Lei lay on the ground, unable to rise. He had been caught completely off guard, failing to activate his defenses, and had absorbed the full force of Jiang Xiaoyu's kick, leaving him dazed. Jiang Xiaoyu wins. Noticing that Wen Lei remained down, the host promptly declared Jiang Xiaoyu the victor. Who would have thought that Wen Lei would suffer such a humiliating defeat? It was somewhat damaging to his pride, considering he had been unable to best Jiang Xiaoyu even while standing. The audience even felt a twinge of sympathy for Wen Lei. On the instructor's platform, Master Duo furrowed his brow at the outcome. Only the old drunkard regarded Jiang Xiaoyu with admiration, exclaiming, "A brute indeed, a genuine brute." Wu Luan was displeased with this result, yet felt powerless to change it. Li Tianba's expression also soured, for according to the rules, Jiang Xiaoyu's next match was against Li Chang, and it seemed unlikely that Li Chang would prove a worthy opponent. As the next match was announced, with Jiang Xiaoyu facing Li Chang, the crowd erupted once more. Should Jiang Xiaoyu secure victory here, it would mean the championship was within his grasp. However, if he were to lose to Li Chang, it would lead to a 3-way tie, necessitating a tiebreaker. Yet, given the current circumstances, no one believed Li Chang could possibly triumph over Jiang Xiaoyu. At last, it's your turn.
Jiang Xiaoyu thought, feeling a surge of excitement as he watched Li Cheng steadily ascend the stage. He was determined to ensure that Li Cheng experienced the harsh realities of the world. Contrarily, Li Cheng felt no fear, rather, he brimmed with confidence, believing that his prior loss to Wen Lei was merely a consequence of being controlled. As for Jiang Xiaoyu's formidable physique, he shared Wu Luan's perspective, dismissing him as nothing more than a brute. He was convinced he could breach Jiang Xiaoyu's defenses. In Jiangcheng, amidst direct confrontations, no one could rival Li Cheng. He was resolute in reclaiming his honor. As Li Cheng stepped onto the stage, he wasted no time in hurling himself at Jiang Xiaoyu, intent on a quick resolution.
Wait, something feels off.
Jiang Xiaoyu had intended to taunt him, but this unexpected onslaught caught him off guard. If this was how it was to be, then he would gladly oblige him. Soon enough, Li Cheng unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Jiang Xiaoyu, employing every punch and kick at his disposal. Unfortunately, to Jiang Xiaoyu, these movements appeared painfully slow, thus, he effortlessly evaded them with his shadow step.
Are you not renowned for your formidable physique? Why do you evade?
Jiang Cheng wondered aloud, questioning whether he was aware that Jiang Xiaoyu's offensive capabilities far exceeded that of the earlier waste.
Brother, I am strong, not a masochist. Jiang Xiaoyu thought, somewhat exasperated.
Chapter 81 Identity revealed. Li Cheng, unable to contend with Jiang Xiaoyu, promptly summoned his hammer martial spirit, enhancing his own offensive capabilities.
Shadowless kick. Li Cheng bellowed, unleashing his signature martial technique.
In an instant, countless afterimages darted toward Jiang Xiaoyu. However, Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly maximized his flickering steps, evading the onslaught of the shadowless kick with ease.
Let's see if you can withstand this. Li Cheng laughed heartily, brimming with confidence in his move.
Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu appeared right before him, playfully sticking out his tongue.
Whoa!
Li Cheng gasped, startled and stumbling back several paces. This Jiang Xiaoyu not only possessed formidable physical prowess but also exceptional speed.
On the instructor's platform, one mentor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a pity, though, only an 8th grade martial spirit. Another sigh followed. Sometimes, it's not that mentors underestimate those with lower-ranked martial spirits. Rather, in this world, those who reach the pinnacle of strength invariably possess exceptional martial spirits. An 8th grade martial spirit is simply too low a rank. I'm done playing.
Jiang Xiaoyu declared, gazing at Li Cheng, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to pummel him. He charged forward, swinging his iron-like fists at Li Cheng in a flurry of blows. Under the relentless assault from Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Cheng had no choice but to endure the beating, for both Jiang Xiaoyu's speed and strength far surpassed his own. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately targeted Li Cheng's face, skillfully controlling the force of his strikes to inflict pain without rendering him unconscious. In no time, the arena devolved into a one-sided bout where Jiang Xiaoyu mercilessly pounded Li Cheng.
Li Cheng, what are you doing? Get your head in the game.
Li Tianba, witnessing this spectacle, leapt to his feet, shouting loudly. Li Cheng certainly heard his grandfather's voice, but alas, he could not respond, his mouth swollen from the blows. Jiang Xiaoyu's most frequent attack was the resounding slap, quickly transforming Li Cheng's visage into that of a pig's head. Even Wen Lei, who had just lost, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, relieved that Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't treated him in such a manner. At last, Li Cheng could no longer endure. If this continued, he would be left disfigured. He contemplated conceding, but the rules of the arena mandated that he must verbally declare his surrender. Unfortunately, just as he uttered the first syllable, Jiang Xiaoyu delivered yet another resounding slap. After several unsuccessful attempts to voice his capitulation, Li Cheng could only continue to take the beating.
Li Cheng is truly resilient. Despite being beaten to such a state, he has yet to concede. He's quite a man.
Some spectators even began to commend Li Cheng. However, upon hearing these words, Li Cheng nearly spat blood.
Did they think he wanted to concede? He simply had no opportunity to do so. The slaps were beyond what any person could endure. After several minutes, Jiang Xiaoyu's hand grew weary from the exertion. It must be said, Li Cheng's resilience was remarkable. He could take such punishment. Eventually, Jiang Xiaoyu relented, and Li Cheng collapsed. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the host swiftly announced the outcome. Jiang Xiaoyu wins. Congratulations to Jiang Xiaoyu for retaining first place in this preliminary examination of the martial spirit realm. As the words left the host's lips, the crowd erupted into cheers. Although everyone had anticipated this result, the raucous applause was still electrifying. Who would have thought that an 8th grade martial spirit, the lowest rank among the competitors, would achieve victory? If it weren't for the crowd, I'd take you down myself. Jiang Xiaoyu thought to himself, gazing at the unconscious Li Cheng, feeling a surge of determination. With the authenticity of the news regarding the Azure Dragon Academy still uncertain, Jiang Xiaoyu dared not act recklessly.
especially considering that Li Tianba was still significantly more powerful than he. Beep. Self-discipline time is up. Host self-discipline task issued. Remove the disguise mask, extend your arms, and bask in the audience's cheers for 30 seconds. Task completion reward. Directly elevate 2 levels of cultivation. The system's voice echoed suddenly, causing Jiang Xiaoyu to panic. If Li Tianba discovered his true identity, he would undoubtedly disregard all caution and strike him down on the spot, yet, the system was the system, and Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to comply. He assumed that amidst the crowd, Li Tianba would temper his actions slightly, and nevertheless, Jiang Xiaoyu took out his phone and sent a few messages. Subsequently, he removed his disguise mask and spread his arms wide. Look! Jiang Xiaoyu's appearance has changed. My heavens, he actually used a disguise to compete. Is he revealing his true face now that he's claimed first place? Those unfamiliar with Jiang Xiaoyu began to speculate. Jiang Xiaoyu. It's actually Jiang Xiaoyu. Many from the Azure Dragon Martial Academy recognized him instantly. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? How is this possible? Instantly, the arena erupted into an even greater frenzy, as if it had been set ablaze. Jiang Xiaoyu. At this moment, Li Tianba also spotted Jiang Xiaoyu, his expression one of disbelief. Wasn't it said that he perished in the Tianqing forest? Li Tianba panicked for a few seconds before regaining his composure. After all, the director of the Azure Dragon Academy was already dead. What did it matter if one Jiang Xiaoyu remained? Li Tianba had countless methods to eliminate a martial artist at the martial spirit realm. Jiang Xiaoyu, you scoundrel! Suddenly, a girl rushed onto the stage, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Jiang Xiaoyu. Anrun! Upon seeing the young woman before him, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. If he had to name a friend within the Azure Dragon Martial Academy, it would likely be Xiaoping and Anrun. Unfortunately, Xiaoping was not a martial artist and could not be present here. Anrun had believed Jiang Xiaoyu to be dead. After all, they had shared a desk and spent considerable time together for 4 days. Anrun had been mired in sorrow, convinced that Jiang Xiaoyu was lost to her. Now, standing before the living Jiang Xiaoyu, she could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the self-discipline task. Task completion reward elevation of 2 levels of cultivation. The system's voice resonated, and Jiang Xiaoyu felt a surge of spiritual energy flood into his body. In that moment, he reached the 3rd level of the martial spirit realm, finally able to move. Jiang Xiaoyu gently embraced Anrun and ruffled her hair. I'm sorry for making you worry. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by feelings of guilt towards his friend. However, Anrun blushed at Jiang Xiaoyu's gesture and words. You big-headed ghost. She wiped her tears, kicked at Jiang Xiaoyu playfully, and began to laugh. Soon after, she inquired about Jiang Xiaoyu's experiences over the past few days, to which he patiently responded. Just then, Li Tianba suddenly appeared on the stage. Jiang Xiaoyu, I heard you perished in the Tianqing forest. Everyone was heartbroken. Now, it seems all is well, you're still alive. Li Tianba feigned a look of joy, which disgusted Jiang Xiaoyu. But what of the other 2 students? I now have reason to suspect that you were the one who killed them in the Tianqing forest. With that, Li Tianba's tone shifted, and his expression grew serious. As expected, the confrontation had finally arrived. This old dog. Chapter 82 Crisis. Indeed, Li Tianba's words hold some truth. The deaths of those 2 trainees are undeniably linked to Jiang Xiaoyu. However, it is only fitting that they, who sought his life, met their demise. Old dog. Li Tianba, are you so oblivious to your own actions, yet still attempt to play the part? Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled, unperturbed. Since the conversation had been laid bare, there was no need for pretense. Jiang Xiaoyu, you, very well. Li Tianba was evidently incensed by Jiang Xiaoyu's derogatory reference, practically wishing to rend him to pieces on the spot. What is happening? Why is the director of the academy berating a contestant so vehemently? The audience, many of whom were unfamiliar with Jiang Xiaoyu, exchanged puzzled glances and began animatedly discussing the unfolding events. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Xiaoyu was once a student of my Qinglong Martial Academy. However, during a recent expedition, he undertook a mission alongside 2 other trainees, who tragically perished. I now possess ample evidence to suspect a direct correlation between their deaths and Jiang Xiaoyu. Li Tianba turned to face the crowd, spinning a web of deceit. As the head of the academy, he was bound to act within reason to maintain credibility. This matter pertains to the Qinglong Martial Academy. I wish to take Jiang Xiaoyu back for further investigation, he added. With the head of Qinglong absent, once Jiang Xiaoyu was taken away, would it not be his to dispose of as he pleased? Old dog, you certainly have a knack for twisting the truth. Jiang Xiaoyu had anticipated such a scenario, thus refraining from any argument. In the face of absolute power,
who cares whether your claims are right or wrong? Director Li, Jiang Xiaoyu would never do such a thing, he is a good person. Anran hastily positioned herself beside Jiang Xiaoyu, utterly unconvinced that he could commit murder. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Anran, touched. The girl was undeniably naive. Moreover, amidst the throng of students at Qinglong, she was the sole one to speak in his defense. Director, this young man is the champion of our selection competition. If you were to take him away like this, it might seem rather unreasonable, would it not? An unkempt old drunkard from the judging panel suddenly interjected, his words clearly leaning towards the protection of Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a stranger would come to his aid. Juan, you are unaware, this lad has questionable character. A martial artist like him, despite possessing some skill, would be a grave blemish upon the martial world. If such a person were to be selected for a higher martial academy, it would be inviting disaster. Li Tianba's baseless accusations were undeniably effective. However, this was largely due to Li Tianba having heard from Wu Luan that this disheveled mentor ranked lowest among the esteemed instructors of the higher academy, prompting Li Tianba to regard his words with disdain. Hurry, take him away. Do not disrupt my talent selection. Wu Luan declared, dismissing Jiang Xiaoyu, this so-called waste with an 8th grade martial soul, as unworthy of his time. Wu Luan was undoubtedly the highest-ranking individual present, and with his pronouncement, Li Tianba felt emboldened, striding directly towards Jiang Xiaoyu. Director Li, this is rather inappropriate. Jiang Xiaoyu is after all a close associate of the head of Qinglong. At that moment, a feminine voice emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a veiled woman in a white dress gracefully approaching the stage. Xie mentor? It is actually her. The students of Qinglong recognized her immediately. Jiang Xiaoyu was equally astonished. Why was Xie speaking on his behalf today, when she usually maintained an air of aloofness? The head of Qinglong? That is merely a thing of the past. I am the director now. Li Tianba's discontent was palpable upon hearing Xie's words. The truth or falsehood of Jiang Xiaoyu's situation could only be discerned through an inquiry at the martial academy. If he is indeed wronged, I shall not make things difficult for him. Li Tianba spoke with righteous indignation, leaving the uninformed to believe that Jiang Xiaoyu was the villain. Xie, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent. In her eyes, Li Tianba was merely a petty local director, wholly incomparable to the enigmatic head of Qinglong. As for the rumors of the head's demise, Xie was skeptical, for even she could not discern the depths of his power. Even Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul was shrouded in mystery. Xie had already devised a plan. Should Li Tianba take Jiang Xiaoyu back to the academy, she would rescue him afterward. Here, she possessed many means she preferred not to reveal before the mentors from the Demon City. Surely, no one will impede this now. Li Tianba grinned malevolently, intent on employing forceful measures to take Jiang Xiaoyu away. Why is there still no sign of them? Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced with anxiety. He was unsure if the protective orb could withstand a powerhouse of Li Tianba's caliber. Resolute, Jiang Xiaoyu summoned his martial soul. Even if he could not defeat this old man, he intended to struggle. If all else failed, he would resort to that treasure. To the onlookers, Jiang Xiaoyu's small sparrow martial soul appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary 8th grade beast martial soul. How could it have upgraded so rapidly? Xie discerned at a glance that Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul had significantly strengthened since their last encounter. Meanwhile, the disheveled mentor, upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyu's martial soul, abruptly widened his eyes in astonishment. He had seen this martial soul before. After a moment of stunned silence, the old drunkard soared from the judging platform, landing swiftly beside Jiang Xiaoyu. You cannot take this person. The once unkempt figure now radiated intensity, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyu as if he were a treasure. The sudden turn of events left the crowd bewildered. What was happening? Even Jiang Xiaoyu himself was in a state of confusion. He had no previous acquaintance with this man, so why did he intercede on his behalf? Could it be that his impressive display of strength during the earlier battle had caught the stranger's eye, or perhaps it was his unparalleled beauty? One mentor, what are you doing? This is a matter concerning my Qinglong Martial Academy. Li Tianba grew frantic upon seeing the old mentor descend. Despite the latter's low status in the Demon City, he was not someone Li Tianba could afford to offend. Wan Long, what are you doing? We are merely here to select students. We cannot interfere in the academy's affairs. At that moment, Wu Luan also stepped onto the stage, as he had received gifts from Li Tianba and felt compelled to speak. Seeing Wu Luan's arrival, Wan Long chose not to elaborate further, simply standing beside Jiang Xiaoyu. This person, I shall protect today. As a seasoned figure, he could read the murderous intent in Li Tianba's eyes directed at Jiang Xiaoyu. Though it may have been overlooked previously, Jiang Xiaoyu's demonstration of his martial soul could not be ignored. Esteemed mentor, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. However, I can resolve my own matters. Jiang Xiaoyu clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wan Long, then smiled confidently, for he had just received a message his reinforcements were on the way. Chapter 83 The astonishment of Li Tianba. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd outside. Jiang Xiaoyu cast her gaze over, faintly perceiving figures making their way towards the center of the arena. Li Tianba, the esteemed principal of the Qinglong Academy, had only vanished for a few days, and yet he intended to take action against Jiang Xiaoyu. This seemed rather inappropriate. A woman's voice rang out, and a middle-aged lady of extraordinary demeanor strolled forward with an unhurried pace. "Aunt," Anren exclaimed joyfully as she dashed towards the approaching figure. The newcomer was none other than Pan Feng, the vice president of the Jiangqing Soul Master Association. She had previously received a message from Jiang Xiaoyu, promising that if she could come today to support him, he would undoubtedly return the favor in the future. This was Jiang Xiaoyu's assurance. Given Jiang Xiaoyu's vast soul power, as long as he did not meet an untimely demise, he was destined for greatness. Observing him today, it was evident that he had made remarkable progress in martial arts, having already reached the martial spirit realm. Not to mention his terrifying soul power talent. Furthermore, Pan Feng had witnessed the strength of the principal of the Qinglong Academy. That enigmatic elder was far from simple. As for the rumors of the principal's demise, Pan Feng held a skeptical stance. Thus, she had arrived. President Pan. Li Tianba naturally recognized Pan Feng, a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. He was taken aback that this elusive personage would come forward to advocate for Jiang Xiaoyu at such a moment. "President Pan, you may be unaware, but Jiang Xiaoyu is significantly implicated in the deaths of 2 students from my Qinglong Martial Institute, and it is not for any other reason." Li Tianba did not back down. Having just become the head of an academy, he felt emboldened and unafraid of confrontation. "Who are you? This is the site of our prestigious martial arts institute's selection competition, and it is not for outsiders to critique." Wu Luan, witnessing someone daring to challenge him in Jiangcheng, felt a surge of displeasure. "Master Wu, do not be too arrogant. Do not think that just because you have come to a small place, it is your domain. There are some people you cannot afford to provoke," Pan Feng retorted with assertiveness, showing no fear of Wu Luan. Wu Luan was merely a mentor from a high-level martial institute in Modu. In the presence of Soul Master Association members, he was expected to greet them with respect. Moreover, with Pan Feng's capabilities, even if she remained at the headquarters of the Soul Master Association, her status would not be low. Her arrival in Jiangcheng was entirely voluntary. A mere mentor was not someone she regarded with high esteem. Noticing the exchange, Li Tianba leaned closer to Wu Luan and whispered about Pan Feng's identity. Upon learning this, Wu Luan's expression changed slightly. The vice president of the Soul Master Association held considerable standing. Although Wu Luan acknowledged this, Li Tianba remained oblivious, believing Pan Feng to be of the same caliber as himself. "President Pan, I kindly request that you refrain from intervening in the matters of my Qinglong Martial Institute," Li Tianba insisted with firmness. Just as Pan Feng was about to respond, a woman clad in a form-fitting qipao approached the arena. "Director Li, Jiang Xiaoyu is a valued guest of my Wanbage. We ought to clarify matters before jumping to conclusions." The newcomer was none other than Hong Yan, the representative of Wanbage. She had received a message from Jiang Xiaoyu the previous day and had only just realized that the individual behind the Peppa Pig mask was indeed the renowned Jiang Xiaoyu of Jiangcheng. Jiang Xiaoyu had mentioned that if she could attend to offer assistance, there would be ample opportunities for collaboration on flawless medicinal pills in the future. Wanbage had always prioritized profit, and upon hearing this news, they certainly would not let it slip away, especially since the other party was merely a minor academy director. The potential profits from the flawless medicinal pills were tremendous. Huang Yan, Li Tianba certainly recognized her. Many materials and spiritual herbs for the 4 major martial institutes in Jiangcheng were sourced from Wanbage. Although her cultivation was not particularly high, she was the face of Wanbage, and Li Tianba dared not treat her with disrespect. When had Jiang Xiaoyu become a valued guest of Wanbage? Li Tianba felt overwhelmed. Compared to Pan Feng, Hong Yan's words carried even greater weight in his eyes. After all, if he offended Wanbage, procuring many essential materials in the future would become problematic. Where did Jiang Xiaoyu summon such influential individuals from? As Jiang Xiaoyu observed Li Tianba's perplexed expression, she felt a thrill of satisfaction. Indeed, having connections was advantageous. Meanwhile, Wan Long was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared to do everything in his power to protect Jiang Xiaoyu today, but had not anticipated the emergence of 2 figures that instilled pressure upon him, one from the Soul Master Association and the other from Wanbage. Both were formidable forces. "Old Dogly, how does it feel to see me thriving?" Jiang Xiaoyu, emboldened by her support, grew audacious, reveling in the opportunity to taunt. Li Tianba, already vexed, felt his temper flare upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words and was about to retort when an elderly man approached. "Jiang Xiaoyu, it is I." Jiang Xiaoyu recognized the white-bearded elder before her and declared. The elder was the vice president of the Jiangcheng Alchemist Association. Jiang Xiaoyu had previously used a disguise, so the elder was momentarily taken aback.
However, her voice immediately jogged his memory. Previously, under Jiang Xiaoyu's guidance, his weapon had been successfully forged, and he had longed for another opportunity to discuss with the master craftsman, only to lack contact information. To his surprise, he had received a message from someone claiming to be the master craftsman just yesterday, and he had come with a mindset of merely observing that he never expected Jiang Xiaoyu to truly be that esteemed craftsman. President Bai, what brings you here? Li Tianba naturally recognized the white-bearded elder, as the weapon he currently wielded was forged by this very man. Compared to the two individuals who had come before, the elder held even greater prestige in Jiangcheng. Many prominent figures in Jiangcheng possessed weapons crafted by him. I came to see my dear friend, the elder stated simply. Dear friend, Li Tianba, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion. This elder was usually engrossed in his craft and had never heard of him having any interactions with anyone. On the contrary, he frequently visited the elder to request modifications to his weapon. Could it be that he was referring to himself? Oh, President Bai, you flatter me, Li Tianba beamed, initially thinking the elder had come to seek him out. To his astonishment, the elder completely disregarded him and approached Jiang Xiaoyu. My young friend, since our last encounter, I have missed you greatly. We must converse at length this time. The elder warmly grasped Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, exuding enthusiasm. Indeed, I have many thoughts I wish to discuss with President Bai as well. Jiang Xiaoyu reciprocated with equal fervor. Li Tianba was left alone, frozen in bewilderment. What was happening? How had three individuals suddenly appeared to speak on Jiang Xiaoyu's behalf? Why were several prominent figures from Jiangcheng flocking here, seemingly well acquainted with Jiang Xiaoyu? The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished. Wasn't Jiang Xiaoyu supposed to be an incapable individual who could not awaken a martial soul? What was going on? Not only had he emerged victorious in the competition, but he was also surrounded by such influential figures. Chapter 84 Crisis averted. Li Tianba found himself in a rather perplexing situation. If he were to disregard the wishes of these three individuals and abscond with Jiang Xiaoyu, it would likely spell doom for his standing in Jiang City. Observing this predicament, Xia felt that the dean of the Qinglong Academy had left Jiang Xiaoyu with an ace up his sleeve. Little did she know, this was all orchestrated by Jiang Xiaoyu herself. Old Dogly, what's your move? Come at me. Jiang Xiaoyu taunted, fully aware that Li Tianba was now intimidated. Hearing her words, Li Tianba could only curse inwardly, calling her a little vixen. Just then, Li Tianba's phone rang unexpectedly. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. 3 seconds later, his expression darkened completely. On the other end of the line, the voice stated, I am the vice president of the Alchemist Association in Mojing. If Jiang Xiaoyu is in trouble, I shall personally pay you a visit. What the hell? What kind of predicament had Jiang Xiaoyu entangled herself in? Even the vice president of the Alchemist Association had come to her defense. Alchemists held the highest social standing and connections. Li Tianba felt overwhelmed. Was it truly this difficult to handle a mere Jiang Xiaoyu? Old dog, how about you try to touch a single hair on me? Jiang Xiaoyu reveled in the tension, knowing who was on the line, and felt elated. The power of intimidation was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Pan Feng and Hong Yan were taken aback, completely unaware that Jiang Xiaoyu had summoned such formidable allies. Their regard for her elevated to a new level. Even if your sister doesn't show up, I doubt you'll encounter any trouble. Hong Yan teased as she approached Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh, no. Sister Hong Yan, you jest, I couldn't do without you. Jiang Xiaoyu realized their intentions and refrained from appearing overly familiar. Jiang Xiaoyu, what the hell, a ghost? At that moment, Li Chang, who had just been knocked senseless by Jiang Xiaoyu, regained consciousness and shouted upon seeing her. Slap! Li Tianba immediately slapped him, bellowing, what kind of behavior is that? Li Tianba was momentarily stunned by the force of the slap. Grandfather, there's a ghost. I clearly saw Jiang Xiaoyu being swallowed by a beast. Li Chang exclaimed. Surprised, aren't you? I am still alive. Jiang Xiaoyu flashed a bright smile, displaying her pearly whites. Alive, grandfather, regardless of whether he is human or ghost, give him a slap to finish him off. Li Chang stated with fierce determination. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng and the others exchanged glances, their expression shifting. To audaciously declare one would slap Jiang Xiaoyu in front of them was to court disaster. Slap! Li Tianba, witnessing the scene, delivered another slap. My apologies, everyone. My grandson is a bit peculiar, please excuse the embarrassment. Li Chang looked at Li Tianba in confusion, about to utter another word fearing the boy would say something even more foolish. Li Tianba swiftly silenced him. In a moment, Li Chang stood there, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyu, speechless. Li Tianba realized he could not deal with Jiang Xiaoyu today and opted for a different strategy. Without uttering a word, he led Li Chang away from the scene. As Li Tianba retreated in disgrace, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, nearly bursting into song. Ding, self-discipline time is up, post self-discipline task issued, sing 8,000 miles away, task completion reward. Singing talent maxed out, it seemed as though the system sensed her delight and promptly assigned her this task. Thus, amidst the awkwardness, Jiang Xiaoyu began to sing with gusto. I bid you farewell, 1,000 miles away. Just then, Li Tianba, who had not strayed far, caught the lyrics and felt it was a direct mockery, nearly exploding with rage yet utterly powerless to retaliate. Before long, she completed the song, clap, clap, only the old man with white whiskers applauded. Young friend, what a refined taste, he remarked, genuinely impressed by Jiang Xiaoyu's performance. Pan Feng and Hong Yan, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment and distanced themselves from Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu, why not stay at my Soul Master Association for a few days? I fear Li Tianba may pose a threat to you. Pan Feng extended a sincere invitation, recognizing Jiang Xiaoyu's potential, and noting how her niece Anran had been speaking highly of her. Thank you, President Pan, for your kind offer. I will manage on my own, but should I require assistance, I shall reach out to you. Jiang Xiaoyu politely declined. Hong Yan and the old man also invited Jiang Xiaoyu to visit, and ultimately, she agreed to visit the Alchemist Association to discuss the intricacies of alchemy and express her gratitude to the old man, whom she found quite endearing. Master Wan, thank you for your noble assistance today. Jiang Xiaoyu sincerely thanked the scruffy mentor who had been protective of her. Regardless of the motive, his presence was worthy of gratitude. Jiang Xiaoyu, you should consider developing your talents in Modu, otherwise, you won't be here for the prestigious Martial Academy selection competition. If you do come, make sure to join my Tianwu Academy. Wan Long handed Jiang Xiaoyu his contact information. I shall certainly make my way there. Jiang Xiaoyu intended to advance at a top-tier martial academy, so which one hardly mattered. Moreover, Wan Long seemed to possess commendable character, suggesting that the so-called Tianwu Academy would be equally impressive. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu's acceptance, Wan Long was overjoyed. Another student successfully recruited. The other mentors, including Wu Luan, exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu accept Wan Long's invitation. Ah, young man, Tianwu Academy is indeed a splendid place. Wu Luan laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm that was palpable to all present. I have no knowledge of Tianwu Academy's merits, but I can assure you that with a person like you in attendance, it cannot be of good standing. Jiang Xiaoyu had long harbored disdain for Wu Luan and, seizing the opportunity while she had support, boldly retorted. You! Wu Luan seethed, astonished that a mere country bumpkin dared to challenge him. However, upon meeting the gazes of Pan Feng and the others, he quickly tempered his indignation. Though he hailed from the Advanced Martial Academy in Modu, his status was merely that of a mentor. There were countless others like him in Modu, rendering his position insignificant. An 8th grade martial soul was destined to achieve little.